The game has descended, plunging humanity into a struggle for survival in the apocalypse. The protagonist, Lin Feng, awakens with dual deficiencies, an F-class talent known as attribute sharing. His awakened profession is the most ignoble of all, a summoner with a contracted pet that turns out to be a mere blob of slime. Betrayed by his childhood sweetheart and ridiculed by the masses, he finds himself cornered, yet unexpectedly activates a bug ability that allows his pet to slay monsters and infinitely steal attribute points. While others accumulate attributes through leveling up, I gain them through monster slaying. As others experience fixed growth in attributes, my pet and I engage in boundless thievery. While so-called geniuses meticulously calculate every single attribute point, Lin Feng's slime boasts health akin to a dragon and defenses like a mountain. Witness how this useless youth, accompanied by his weakest in history pet, shatters the abyss, traverses countless realms, and transforms this harsh game epic into his dominion. Chapter 1. The Game Epic and the Desperate Reality. In the year 2088, the 10-day-long Purple Deluge irrevocably altered the trajectory of human civilization. It was not ordinary rainfall, but rather an incomprehensible dimensional energy vessel. Following the Purple Rain, the world became digitized. A semi-transparent game interface now hovers in the sky, with mountains and rivers marked with levels and resource information, and even humanity itself possesses an attribute panel akin to that of game characters, complete with health and mana bars. Monster black holes opened randomly across the globe, unleashing countless terrifying creatures previously confined to the realm of fantasy. Humanity's modern weaponry, under the shifting rules, proved significantly less effective, resulting in catastrophic casualties. The fabric of civilized order collapsed overnight. Survivors discovered towns imbued with game aesthetics emerging spontaneously around the world. These safe zones offered refuge, yet demanded a daily tribute of 100 experience points as residential tax. Those unable to pay were mercilessly exiled to the perilous wilderness. Thus began humanity's struggle for survival in the game Epic, where power, levels, and experience points became the new currency of existence. Survival emerged as the most brutal challenge of each day. In 2188, a century after the Purple Rain fell, in Donghai Town, at the Third Academy, Lin Feng sat at a modest desk, his fingertips gliding over the pages of a yellowed historical tome from a bygone era. At the tender age of 16, with black hair and eyes, his striking visage bore the tenacity and maturity unique to orphans of this age. Before turning 16, as long as one resided within the academy, it would cover their residential tax. This was the privilege of humanity's survival in this game Epic for those under 16. His parents were once renowned members of an exploration team in Donghai Town. However, 5 years prior, during an expedition into the level 15 monster black hole known as the Gloomy Mine, they encountered a rare elite monster, the Burrowing Worm King, resulting in the annihilation of the entire team, with no survivors. From that moment onward, Lin Feng became one of the many orphans in the academy. Yet, unlike many lost and resigned orphans, he exhibited remarkable resilience and intelligence. Before awakening his profession and talent at the age of 16, students were required to study various subjects related to monsters, materials, combat techniques, and the history of the game Epic. In this academy, Lin Feng remained the most radiant presence. In theoretical examinations, he consistently secures the top position. During practical simulations for the unendowed, he adeptly orchestrates the most precise tactical arrangements to vanquish his adversaries. He appears to be a prodigy born for this era of gaming, a source of pride for the teachers at the orphanage, and an object of admiration for his fellow students. Even the belle of Donghai Town Junior College, Li Rongrong, shares a close relationship with him. Li Rongrong resides within the academy as well and has grown up alongside Lin Feng. She possesses exquisite beauty and a slender figure, making her the object of many boys' secret affections. However, she seems to harbor a special fondness for Lin Feng, often trailing behind him to seek advice, share food, and bestow her smiles predominantly upon him. All of this fills Lin Feng's seemingly dull life as an orphan with hope and radiance. Everyone believes that once Lin Feng awakens, he will undoubtedly possess a talent of A grade or higher, paired with a formidable combat profession, allowing him to soar to greatness and potentially surpass the glory of his parents. Today marks Lin Feng's 16th birthday, a pivotal moment in his destiny. In the central square of the academy, a joint awakening ceremony has been specially arranged for him, Li Rongrong, and another student, Chun Lei. Chun Lei is renowned within the academy as a struggling student, lagging behind in theoretical classes and timid in practical sessions, presenting a stark contrast to Lin Feng. In the center of the square hovers a colossal blue crystal. This is the Awakening Stone, linking to a global gaming system. Surrounding it are countless students yet to reach the age of 16, all eagerly anticipating the chance to witness the ascent of the prodigy Lin Feng. Sunlight filters through sparse clouds, bathing the square and illuminating Lin Feng's confident yet tranquil visage. Li Rongrong stands beside him, softly asking, "Brother Feng, are you nervous?" Lin Feng offers a gentle smile, patting the back of her hand. "There is nothing to be nervous about. Simply prepare yourself for a new beginning." His voice is steady, imbued with a persuasive strength. Li Rongrong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Lei appears somewhat anxious, his gaze evasive, unwilling to meet the eyes of those around him. His slight frame often bows down, rendering him nearly invisible. The principal approaches the trio, his voice resonant. "Children, you are all aware of the rules. Upon turning 16, you shall awaken your talents and professions, officially becoming players. Each day, you must pay the system 100 experience points to remain in the town. From this day forth, your future may lead you to become a powerful individual, to uncover the truth, or to descend into mediocrity, perhaps even meeting your end at the jaws of a monstrous foe. May the glory of humanity endure forever. May the glory of humanity endure forever." The crowd responds with scattered echoes, a slogan passed down from the era of gaming. At precisely 12 o'clock noon, a low hum emanates from the Awakening Stone, casting 3 soft beams of light that envelop Lin Feng, Li Rongrong, and Lei. The radiance swirls around them, accompanied by a myriad of intricate data streams. Everyone holds their breath in anticipation. The first to react is Lei. The light surrounding him suddenly intensifies, and a fierce whirlwind erupts from beneath him, causing his garments to flutter wildly. Above him, a massive azure rune materializes, with the image of a sword at its center. Awakened profession, Gale Warrior, advanced. Awakened talent, Favor of the Wind, A grade. Talent effect, significantly enhances movement and attack speed, inflicting wind attribute cutting damage with attacks, and has a chance to trigger Gale combo. The mechanical system notification reverberates throughout the square. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd. A grade talent, Advanced profession. My heavens, is that Lei? The struggling student Lei, a Gale Warrior, with an A-grade talent to boot. What a remarkable start. Who would have thought that the most unassuming would be the one to shine the brightest? Lei's previously stooped frame straightens amidst the brilliance, his face alight with disbelief and exhilaration as he senses the surge of newfound power within him, unable to restrain a triumphant roar toward the heavens. Following closely, the light enveloping Li Rongrong undergoes a transformation. A soft aquamarine glow ripples outward, filling the air with a moist essence, as if a clear spring flows beneath her feet. A graceful staff, formed of water waves, materializes above her head. Awakened profession, Water Elementalist, Intermediate. Awakened talent, Water Manipulation, B grade. Talent effect, enhances all water attribute skill effects, reduces mana consumption, and allows for a degree of control over surrounding water flow. B grade talent, Intermediate Water Elementalist. That's impressive. Li Rongrong certainly did not disappoint. She will undoubtedly become a powerful force in magic. A water mage is highly sought after in any team. The crowd erupts in admiration. Li Rongrong, feeling the refreshing magic flowing within her, beams a radiant smile, instinctively glancing toward Lin Feng with eyes filled with expectation and pride. Now, all eyes are fixed upon the final individual, the prodigy upon whom great hopes are pinned, Lin Feng. The white light surrounding him continues to swirl, seemingly persisting longer than that of the other two, heightening the anticipation that his awakening will reveal an exceptional power. Lin Feng himself clenches his fists, sensing a certain restraint within him loosening, his heart brimming with visions of the future. The brilliance reaches its zenith and then suddenly contracts, dimming. A vague, nearly indistinguishable green mark, resembling a gelatinous form, flickers above his head before swiftly dissipating. Awakened profession, Summoner, low grade. Awakened talent, Attribute sharing, F grade. The talent effect, the ability to share a minuscule amount of basic attributes with one's own summoned creature. The system's cold, mechanical voice descended like a bucket of icy water upon the heads of all those who had been eagerly anticipating the announcement. The square was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that the faintest sound of a falling needle could be heard. A summoner? That so-called combat machine among low-tier professions is regarded as the most wretched class among the multitude of combat professions, as one can summon only a single pet throughout their lifetime. Attribute sharing? An F-grade talent? And a weak effect at that. What purpose does this serve? To allow one's pet to bear a fraction of one's own inferior attributes? A combination of utter mediocrity. One of the most lamentable awakening combinations in history. No, it cannot be, someone murmured, shattering the silence. A summoner? An F-grade talent? What a joke. That is Lin Feng. Attribute sharing? And with a feeble effect? What use does this talent hold? A worthless talent paired with a worthless profession. It's over, utterly over. With this dual deficiency awakening, his life is effectively ruined. I thought he was some kind of genius, but it turns out he is merely a laughingstock. The murmurs shifted rapidly from disbelief to mockery, disdain, and schadenfreude. The warmth of human affection and the coolness of societal indifference were vividly displayed at that moment. Lin Feng stood frozen in the beam of light, his confidence and anticipation instantly crystallizing, then shattering like fragile porcelain. He could distinctly perceive the establishment of a mental link with an exceedingly feeble existence, a sensation akin to connecting with a mass of soft mud. A slime. This was one of the most rudimentary and least promising pets available to the summoner profession. The stark contrast gripped his heart like an invisible hand, rendering him nearly breathless. He caught a glimpse of disappointment flickering in the director's eyes. He observed the teachers shaking their heads in resignation. He noticed the once admiring gazes from the crowd morphing into expressions filled with pity, mockery, and even disdain. Why? Why did this happen? He had toiled for so long, learned so much, and shed so much sweat, only to receive this most ignoble starting point? At that moment, a crisp yet bone-chilling voice rang out beside him. It was Li Rongrong. The smile that had once adorned her face had long vanished, replaced by an unmistakable air of aloofness and contempt. She scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, as if appraising a piece of refuse. Lin Feng, her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Lin Feng's ears and those of everyone around him. I truly did not expect you to be such a failure. Lin Feng trembled, unable to believe his ears as he turned to face her. This was the girl who had recently bestowed upon him sweet smiles and called him Brother Feng the best. An F-grade talent? A summoner? Li Rongrong scoffed, her laughter piercing Lin Feng's heart like a knife. Or perhaps the most worthless slime mark. Do you know what that implies? Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, she continued on her own. It means you can only gain one free attribute point per level. It means your pet is merely a burden. It means you have stepped into a monster's abyss, unable to defeat even the weakest level 1 creature. Surviving for 10 minutes would be a lofty expectation. I once thought your academic performance would lead to a prosperous future, which is why I kept my distance. I never imagined you were merely a vacuous dreamer, and when it came time to reveal your true worth, your facade crumbled. Her words struck like venomous serpents, tearing at Lin Feng's last shred of dignity. Look at Chun-Lei. Li Rongrong pointed towards the exuberant Chun-Lei, her gaze brimming with unabashed admiration and flattery. An A-grade talent, a senior profession. Now, that is a true potential asset, someone worthy of my reliance. With that, she turned without hesitation, her steps light and buoyant as she approached Chun-Lei, naturally linking her arm with his. A sweet smile blossomed on her face, a stark contrast to the harshness she had just displayed towards Lin Feng. Chun-Lei paused momentarily, then felt the soft sensation on his arm and the envious gazes surrounding him, an overwhelming surge of vanity coursing through him. He wrapped his arm around Li Rongrong's waist, proudly casting a derisive glance at the pale, despondent Lin Feng, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. Lin, the academic prodigy. Chun-Lei's voice dripped with sarcasm. It seems that no amount of theoretical knowledge can compare to sheer luck. From now on, I shall take care of Rongrong. As for you, perhaps you should contemplate how to preserve your one fragile life in tomorrow's novice trial. Oh, and don't forget the daily residence tax of 100 experience points. TSK. I truly pity you. The surrounding laughter grew louder. The admiration that once graced them had now transformed into ceaseless mockery and derision. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, his nails digging deep into his palm, drawing forth crimson droplets. He felt the blood within him reverse course, surging to his head as darkness encroached upon his vision. Rage, humiliation, unwillingness, and despair erupted within him like a volcano, nearly tearing him apart. He gazed at Li Rongrong nestled in Chun Lei's embrace, the girl he had once believed they could support each other through life. He observed her cold, calculating eyes, listened to Chun Lei's piercing laughter and the surrounding discussions that reveled in his misfortune. Lin Feng suddenly unleashed a low growl, suppressed to its utmost limits, akin to a wounded beast. He abruptly turned, shoving through the crowd of onlookers, stumbling as he fled the square. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, shrouding the world in an unwelcome gloom. A gentle drizzle began to fall, soaking his hair and garments. Yet the frigid touch could not extinguish the fervent flame that blazed within his heart. The rain mingled with tears of humiliation, blurring his vision. He ran aimlessly, desperate to escape the place that had stripped him of his dignity. His silhouette appeared alarmingly frail and desolate against the cold, relentless rain. Lin Feng could not recall how he returned to the academy dormitory. He pushed open the familiar, slightly peeling wooden door. The dormitory was a standard 4-person room, originally shared with 3 other boys, all on the cusp of turning 16. Once, he had been the nucleus of the group. The other 3 had always gravitated around him, eager to hear him analyze monster weaknesses and discuss tactical strategies, their flattery echoing like thunder. Brother Feng, once you awaken a great class, don't forget to bring your brothers along. Indeed, Brother Feng, you must have an S-rank talent. We'll stick with you. Brother Feng, here is the synthesized meat pie I saved for you today. Yet at this moment, the atmosphere in the dormitory was as frigid as the rain outside. All 3 roommates were present, clearly having learned through the Academy's live broadcast of Lin Feng's awakening to the dismal dual null combination. One leaned against the bed, idly toying with a rough F-rank dagger. At his entrance, he merely lazily lifted his eyelids before returning to his previous posture, feigning ignorance. Another, who had been polishing a tattered piece of leather armor, paused briefly, then turned his back to Lin Feng. The last one scoffed derisively, a mocking tone lacing his words. Oh, look who's back, our great genius, the king of slimes. What's the matter? Didn't you spend enough time with your beautiful classmate? These cutting remarks pierced Lin Feng's heart like daggers. He remained silent, offering no response, and walked directly to his bed nestled in the corner, collapsing onto it with a sense of utter exhaustion. The cold wooden board beneath him, its harshness, amplified his weariness and despair. We thought he was someone special, but it turns out he's a double null. Keep your voice down. He might be feeling sad. Haha. The unrestrained whispers were laced with unabashed malice. Lin Feng closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, the icy air searing his lungs with a painful chill. He opened his attribute panel. The pale blue screen now felt painfully ironic. Name, Lin Feng. Race, human. Class, summoner, low level. Talent, attribute sharing, F rank. Level, 1, 0, 100. Experience points, 0. Health points, 50-50. Mana points, 50-50. Attributes, strength 5. Constitution 5, spirit 10, agility 5. Intelligence 5, standard initial human values. Free attribute points, 0. Pet, slime, LV 1. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Experience points, 0. Attribute points, 0. Beneath the attribute panel, a glaring crimson countdown loomed. Town safety time, 23 hours 48 minutes. Upon reaching 0, if his experience points were insufficient, he would be forcibly teleported to the wilderness. As a low-level summoner, he could only gain 1 free attribute point per level, while Chun Lei's advanced class, Gale Warrior, earned 5 points per level. Li Rongrong's intermediate class garnered 3 points per level. The disparity would only widen as levels increased. Not to mention his F-rank trash talent, attribute sharing, weak effect. This meant that even if he summoned the slime, the attributes he could share would be negligible, perhaps not even reaching 0. 1, rendering them nearly insignificant. The slime, recognized as one of the weakest summons with the least combat potential, boasted no sharp claws, no sturdy shell, nor any special abilities, just a soft, gooey body with minimal impact. How could he possibly enter the newbie trials monster black hole tomorrow? How could he slay even the weakest level 1 monster to gain a paltry 10 experience points? How could he accumulate the daily 100 experience points required for residency? Even if he miraculously survived tomorrow, what about in a few days? Without the town's protection, he would be thrust into the wild, teeming with high-level monsters, and perhaps even elite and boss creatures. How long could a level 1 double null summoner survive? Despair washed over him like a frigid tide, wave after wave engulfing him. The betrayal of childhood friends, the scorn of the crowd, the snobbishness of his roommates, the darkness of the future, all wove together into a colossal net, ensnaring him tightly, and dragging him toward an endless abyss. What meaning was there in living? Rather than being torn apart by monsters in a few days, suffering a painful death, he would. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a low-quality F-rank knife, intended for peeling fruit, resting on his bedside. The blade reflected the cold light filtering in from the window. He reached out, slowly grasping the handle. The icy sensation seeped into his palm. It was time to end this. Let it conclude here. At least he could retain a shred of his pitiful dignity. Avoiding a demise at the hands of grotesque monsters, ensuring his body would not be left to rot in the wilderness. He tightened his grip on the knife, its tip trembling slightly as it pointed toward his heart. Breathing grew labored and slow. His eyes were shrouded in a deadened gray. Just as he was about to exert force with his arm, a faint hum, barely perceptible, resonated from the depths of his consciousness. It carried with it a sense of innocence, attachment, and perhaps hunger. It was the slime with which he had just formed a contract, yet to be summoned. This feeble sensation rippled through his nearly frozen heart, like a stone cast into stagnant waters, sending faint ripples across the surface. Had he really never even seen it? Was he truly going to take it along to his end? This one, his only companion, despite its utter insignificance? Lin Feng's arm froze midair. A tumult of complex emotions surging within him. There was defiance. There was rage. Why should I resign myself to this fate? Why should I be trampled upon like this? Chunlei, Li Rongrong, those who mocked me. I refuse to accept this. A sudden, fiery surge of indignation and wrath erupted from the deepest recesses of his heart, instantly igniting his entire being. He let out a guttural, beast-like roar, hurling the knife from his hand with all his might. Clang! The knife embedded itself into the wooden bed frame opposite him, emitting a dull thud as the handle quivered incessantly. His roommates were startled by this abrupt commotion, turning to see Lin Feng's eyes, bloodshot and filled with a wild resolve, momentarily silencing their mocking voices. Lin Feng surged to his feet, his chest heaving violently. Death. If I am to die, let it be on the path of battle. Dying in the monster black hole is far more honorable than ending my life like a coward in this cold dormitory. The newbie trial, is it? The monster black hole, is it? Even if it is a mere slime, I shall carry it forth and take a gamble. Even in death, I shall seize a morsel of flesh from those monsters. He cast one last disdainful glance at his superficial roommates, snatched the tattered overcoat from his bed, flung the dormitory door open with vigor, and strode out. Bang! The door slammed shut behind him, severing the ties to the repugnant surroundings. He was bound for the monster's black hole. Now, instantly, he was determined to validate this singular, almost non-existent possibility. The rain had ceased, unbeknownst to him. The cold air filled his lungs, carrying with it a faint scent of blood and rust. Lin Feng stepped through the puddles, his initially wobbly gait gradually solidifying as he approached the ominous flickering entrance of the novice trial monster black hole at the town's edge. His silhouette, cast against the dim twilight, elongated into a solitary and forlorn shadow, reminiscent of a cornered wolf revealing its last and most insignificant fangs. Chapter 2. The Bug Ability in Desperation. The cold rain had long ceased, yet the chill within Lin Feng's heart remained, replaced instead by a fierce resolve akin to a do-or-die determination. He marched steadfastly through the increasingly desolate streets towards the dark portal that twisted and turned at the town's periphery. There lay the entrance to the novice trial monster black hole. The closer he drew, the more palpable the ethereal energy waves became, imbued with a disquieting sense of repulsion. The area around the entrance was bustling with activity, thronged with youths, most around his age, just 16, their faces a tapestry of anxiety, excitement, or feigned composure. They usually congregated in small groups, checking each other's rudimentary F-grade gear, rough iron swords, battered wooden shields, and nearly ineffectual cloth armor. A few of them were classmates from his academy, casting furtive glances at Lin Feng, the academy's prodigy, as today marked the awakening ceremony. Look, it's that useless Lin Feng. Why is he here alone? Seeking death, perhaps? I heard Li Rongrong ran off with Chunlei. Maybe he couldn't handle the blow? The whispers and unabashed mockery buzzed around him like pesky flies. Lin Feng pressed his lips tightly together, choosing to remain oblivious to it all. His gaze was fixated on the swirling dark entrance, as if it were his sole lifeline and final battleground. Upon reaching the portal, a pair of twisted black light beams formed a gateway, its depths unfathomably profound, as if connecting to another realm. Beside the portal stood a translucent stone tablet, displaying the following information: Dungeon, Novice Trial Grassland, Normal. Level requirement, LV1. Recommended number of participants, 3 to 5. Monster type, Enchanted Rabbit, LV1. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated no longer. Summon slime. With a mere thought, his mental energy stirred slightly. A faint, almost imperceptible green glow flickered at his feet. Shortly thereafter, a jelly-like creature. Approximately the size of a basketball, appeared on the ground, its translucent pale green form quivering slightly. It lay there, seemingly harmless, with two tiny black dots serving as its eyes, exuding an air of innocent clumsiness. Pet, slime, unnamed. Level, LV1. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 5, Spirit 5, Agility 1. Intelligence 1. Health points, 50-50. Mana points, 25-25. Attack power, 5. Defense power, 5. Free attribute points, 0. Experience points, 0. Skills, none. Gazing at this gelatinous creature, a bittersweet smile tinged Lin Feng's lips. This was his only companion, a summoning creature ridiculed by all, the lowest of the low. Let us proceed, he murmured, uncertain if the words were meant for the slime or himself. With unwavering resolve, he stepped into the swirling darkness. A slight dizziness and sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. The scene before him shifted instantaneously. The damp, shadowy visage of the town vanished, replaced by an expansive grassland, slightly withered and yellowed. The sky was shrouded in gray, devoid of sunlight, yet illuminated by an unknown source, preventing the space from descending into complete gloom. The air was rich with the scent of grass and earth, mingled with a faint, almost imperceptible odor of magical beasts. In the distance, several gray-white rabbits, their eyes glowing red, bounded about. They were slightly larger than ordinary rabbits, their protruding incisors glinting ominously. Monster, enchanted rabbit. Level, LV1 normal. Health points, 50-50. Attack power, 8. Defense power, 3. Skill, Wineblade, releases a weak wind blade, inflicting approximately 10 points of magical damage. Cooldown time, 8 seconds. Lin Feng quickly surveyed his surroundings, feeling a modicum of relief. His landing was fortuitous, within 100 meters. Only 3 enchanted rabbits roamed, dispersed and not amidst a throng of monsters. This granted him the opportunity to take them down one by one. The flames of betrayal and mockery ignited anew within him. He needed an outlet. He yearned for battle. Go. Attack the solitary one. Lin Feng commanded the slime through his thoughts. The slime, receiving the order, wobbled slightly before slowly bouncing towards the nearest enchanted rabbit. Its pace was maddeningly sluggish. The enchanted rabbit soon noticed this unexpected visitor, its red eyes flashing with malice as it opened its mouth. Whoosh! A faint blue wind blade, palm-sized with slightly blurred edges, materialized instantly, hurtling towards the slime. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Drawing upon his solid academic knowledge, he swiftly discerned the trajectory of the wind blade. Dodge left, he urgently commanded through their mental link. The slime clumsily wriggled to the left. Thud! The wind blade grazed the edge of its rotund body, leaving a shallow mark on the ground. Missed a narrow escape. Yet the enchanted rabbit seized the opportunity. It kicked off with its hind legs and lunged fiercely, its sharp incisors sinking into the slime. 3. A crimson damage number floated above the slime's head. The slime's method of attack was equally rudimentary, relying solely on its body to collide with the enchanted rabbit. 2. A diminutive damage number ascended from the enchanted rabbit's head. The battle devolved into the most primal and ineffective form of brawling. Lin Feng watched in mounting frustration. His slime was far too clumsy, slow to move, slow to attack, and its dodging reliant on sheer luck. Meanwhile, the enchanted rabbit unleashed its wind blade the moment its cooldown ended. Thud! This time, the slime failed to evade. The wind blade struck solidly against it. 10. A colossal damage numeral ascended, and the slime's health plummeted instantaneously. Lin Feng's heart surged into his throat. He could not bear to witness the demise of the slime. Although it could be re-summoned post-mortem, such an act would deplete his mana, and there would be a subsequent period of weakness. He could not afford any wastage at this moment. Damn it, he would fight, Lin Feng muttered under his breath. Disregarding the principle that summoners should remain distant from the battlefield, he bent down to grasp a somewhat jagged stone from the ground and charged forward with fervor. His strength was a mere 5 points, rendering his attack power pitifully low. Yet at this moment, he was consumed by a fervent rage that demanded expression. Bang! The stone struck the corrupted rabbit, eliciting a meager damage numeral of 1. The corrupted rabbit recoiled in pain, its ire instantly drawn to Lin Feng, who was promptly targeted for a slicing wind blade. Lin Feng reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing a clumsy roll to narrowly evade the onslaught of the wind blade. Slime! Charge at it! Lin Feng bellowed. Seizing the opportunity, the slime hurled itself with all its might against the corrupted rabbit. 2. Thus, the three-way skirmish persisted for several minutes. At long last, the corrupted rabbit's health dwindled to nothing, emitting a mournful cry before being dispatched by the slime's collision, dissipating into a beam of white light. A few strands of gray rabbit fur were left scattered upon the ground. Simultaneously, two system notifications resonated within Lin Feng's mind. You have slain a LV1 corrupted rabbit, earning 10 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You have gained 1 free attribute point, and your pet slime has also gained 1 free attribute point. Just as Lin Feng was about to catch his breath, he suddenly froze in disbelief. Experience points were acquired as expected, but free attribute points? 1. For both him and the slime, 1 each. Lin Feng's heart felt as though it had been struck by a colossal hammer, abruptly ceasing its rhythmic beat. He stared wide-eyed in incredulity at his attribute panel, where the unexpected, free attribute points, 1, had manifested. Glancing at the slime's panel, he observed the same attribute points, 1. Could it be that slaying monsters affords free attribute points? How could this be possible? After years of study at the academy, every textbook and every mentor had unequivocally informed students that free attribute points were a unique and precious reward, solely derived from leveling up. With each level gained, one would receive 1, 3, 5, 7, or 9 points, depending on their profession. There had never been any record or rumor suggesting that defeating monsters could directly yield free attribute points. This was nothing short of a paradigm shift, a glitch, an extraordinary cheat. Elation surged within him like a volcanic eruption, instantly obliterating all his previous gloom and despair. The once dreary world seemed to be illuminated by a brilliant golden light in that very moment. Ha 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 ha! Lin Feng could not contain a low laugh, which gradually transformed from suppressed to exuberant, imbued with a madness born from survival and overwhelming excitement. This drew the attention of 2 other corrupted rabbits in the distance, who regarded him warily. Double waste? F-grade talent? Attribute sharing? To hell with that. Lin Feng finally comprehended. His F-grade talent, attribute sharing, was nothing but a ruse. Or perhaps it had been grossly misjudged. Its true effect was not merely to share a paltry amount of attributes. Rather, it facilitated the sharing of the attribute points plundered through his pet's kills. As long as I can survive, as long as I can continue slaying monsters, my attributes can grow boundlessly. A flame of unprecedented fervor ignited within Lin Feng's eyes. It was the flame of hope, the flame of ambition. Chunlei, A-grade talent, 5 attribute points per level. Li Rongrong, B-grade talent, 3 attribute points per level. What does that matter? Just give me time. And the attribute points I gain at each level will surpass yours by 10-fold, by 100-fold. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Feng swiftly regained his composure. He observed a crucial detail. The final blow had been dealt by the slime. What if he had executed the final strike himself? He needed to verify. Slime, restore your health, Lin Feng commanded, while cautiously surveying his surroundings. The slime's health gradually replenished, slowly recovering from 20 points to 25 points. Lin Feng, unable to wait for it to fully heal, carefully approached another solitary corrupted rabbit. He employed the same old strategy. The slime would draw aggro while Lin Feng lurked nearby, poised to disrupt. This time, he deliberately controlled his output. When the corrupted rabbit's health dwindled to a mere 5 points, Lin Feng seized the moment and struck down with the stone in his hand. 1. The corrupted rabbit's health was extinguished, and it collapsed, vanishing. You have slain a LV1 corrupted rabbit, earning 10 experience points. The experience notification chimed. However, there was no attribute point notification. Lin Feng's heart sank like a stone. He immediately opened his panel. Free attribute points remained at 1. The slime's attribute points also remained at 1. Indeed, the final blow must be delivered by the slime for them to jointly acquire attribute points. Lin Feng instantly grasped the core rule of this glitch-like ability, making him increasingly cautious. The survival and output of the slime became paramount. Attribute allocation. Without hesitation, Lin Feng invested the free attribute point he had gained into his spirit. Spirit, 11-12. His mana cap rose from 55 points to 60 points. Simultaneously, he felt a refreshing clarity in his mind, as if his thoughts had sharpened slightly. More importantly, as a summoner, the spirit attribute directly influenced his control over summoned creatures, the enhancement of their attributes, and the effect of his grossly misjudged F-grade talent, attribute sharing. Though it shared a minuscule amount of attributes, could a higher spirit attribute perhaps amplify that meager base ever so slightly? Next, he allocated a point to the slime's constitution. Constitution, 6-7. The slime's health cap increased from 60 points to 70 points, and its defense rose from 6 points to 7 points. Its health surged by 20 points in an instant. After a while, they resumed hunting. Lin Feng, invigorated, led the fully healed and bolstered slime toward the 3rd corrupted rabbit. The battle remained arduous. The slime's clumsiness had not abated, and Lin Feng still faced risks as he engaged in close-range harassment, evading wind blades. Yet this time, due to the slime's enhanced health and defense, their margin for error increased somewhat. Ultimately, with the slime retaining 35 health points, it successfully obliterated the 3rd corrupted rabbit. You have slain a LV1 corrupted rabbit, earning 10 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You have gained 1 free attribute point. And your pet slime has also gained 1 free attribute point. The melodious notification chimed once more. Attribute points had returned. Lin Feng trembled with excitement. He allocated another point to his spirit and 1 to the slime's constitution. Spirit, 12-13. Mana cap, now at 65 points. The slime's constitution, 7-8. Health cap at 80 points, and defense at 8 points. He glided cautiously across the novice grasslands, accompanied by his slime, meticulously seeking out solitary enchanted rabbits. Like the most patient of hunters, he commanded his soul, ever-strengthening companion to launch attack after attack. Dodging, body slamming, harassing, and controlling the final blow, time gradually slipped away. Lin Feng found himself wholly immersed in the exhilarating thrill of slaying monsters and upgrading his attributes. He forgot the humiliation, the betrayal, and his heart was filled solely with an insatiable yearning for attribute points and experience. 2 hours later, the status screen before him gleamed with a renewed vibrance. Name, Lin Feng. Race, human. Class, summoner, low level. Talent, attribute sharing, F grade. Level, 1-0-100, upgradable. Experience, 120. Health points, 50-50. Mana points, 95-95. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 5, Spirit 16, Agility 5, Intelligence 5. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, Summon Slime, LV1. Pet, Slime, LV1. Health points, 160-160. Mana points, 25-25. Attack power, 5. Defense power, 16. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 16, Spirit 5, Agility 1, Intelligence 1. Skills, none. Attribute points, 0. Experience, 120. Gazing at his and the slime's transformed attribute panels, Lin Feng felt as if he had traversed through time. In a mere 2 hours, he and the slime had vanquished 12 enchanted rabbits. His spirit attribute had soared from 5 to 16. His mana had doubled. Meanwhile, his slime had morphed into a formidable bulwark with an impressive health pool of 160 points and a defense rating of 16. Now, facing the enchanted rabbits, their physical attacks, with an attack power of 8, struck against the slime's defense of 16, resulting in 0. Even a magical wind blade, inflicting 10 points of magic damage, left the slime unscathed. Although the slime's attack power remained a modest 5, its substantial health allowed it to absorb the rabbit's onslaught and crush them with its robust form. The battles that had once been fraught with peril had transformed into a predictable affair. Was this the sensation of attribute domination? As Lin Feng felt the surging power of his spirit within, he looked upon the now plump and verdant slime, which even seemed to emit a faint glow of life. And a genuine smile graced his face for the first time since his arrival in this realm. Hope. He grasped it, yet it was not enough. Far from it. Lin Feng's gaze shifted deeper into the grasslands. The 120 experience points were sufficient for him to ascend to level 2, but he chose not to upgrade immediately. He aimed to maximize his efforts in this novice dungeon, to gather as many attribute points as possible during this safe period. Onward. With renewed vigor, Lin Feng, alongside his transformed slime, boldly ventured toward the clusters of enchanted rabbits that roamed further afield. In his eyes, despair and resignation had vanished, replaced by boundless ambition for the future. Chapter 3. Hidden Attributes, Omens of Reversal. On the parched grasslands, Lin Feng, accompanied by his remarkably altered slime, commenced a frenzied sweep. The previous caution and clumsiness had evaporated, supplanted by a ruthless efficiency. Bam! An enchanted rabbit bared its teeth and lunged fiercely at the slime, its sharp fangs sinking into the gelatinous body. 0. No damage. A pitiful number floated into the air. Confusion flickered in the rabbit's crimson eyes, as if it could not comprehend why its attack had no effect. In the next moment, the now hefty posterior of the slime surged forward. 4. A massive damage number erupted above the enchanted rabbit's head. Its health bar diminished in an instant. In pain, the rabbit attempted to retreat to unleash a wind blade. But Lin Feng would not grant it such an opportunity. Like a cheetah, he darted from the side. Although unarmed, his fist, propelled by the winds, struck the rabbit squarely in the kidneys. A flurry of chaotic maneuvers. 6. Critical hit. Another substantial damage figure appeared. The enchanted rabbit let out a mournful cry. Its health bar completely depleted, and it disintegrated into a wisp of white light. You have slain a LV1 enchanted rabbit, gaining 10 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target, granting you 1 free attribute point, and your pet slime also receives 1 free attribute point. The melodious notification chimed once more. Lin Feng's expression remained impassive, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. He adeptly allocated the attribute points, boosting his strength while enhancing the slime's constitution. He needed to ensure both himself and his pet possessed adequate survivability and offensive capabilities. After several more minutes of intense combat, he gained a clear understanding of his current prowess. With 200 health points and 20 defense, he had developed considerable resilience. Meanwhile, his slime had evolved into an indomitable shield with health exceeding 400 and a defense of 40. In this novice grassland, they were invincible. The 38th rabbit, combined with the previous 12, brought the total of ordinary enchanted rabbits within the novice trials abyss to 50. This yielded precisely 50 experience points. If a 5-person team were to divide the spoils, each would only receive 100 experience points, barely enough to cover a day's lodging fee. Lin Feng murmured to himself, watching as the final ordinary enchanted rabbit succumbed to the slime's onslaught. He opened his attribute panel, scrutinizing the bountiful rewards of this escapade. Name, Lin Feng. Race, human. Class, summoner, low level. Talent, attribute sharing, F grade. Level, 1, 500 100, upgradable. Experience, 500. Health points, 200 200. Mana points, 120 120. Attributes, strength 20, constitution 20. Spirit 24, agility 5, intelligence 5. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, summon slime, LV1. Equipment, none. Pet, slime, LV1. Health points, 400 400. Mana points, 25 25. Attack power, 19. Defense power, 40. Attributes, strength 19, constitution 40, spirit 5, agility 1, intelligence 1. Attribute points, 0. A powerful sense of strength coursed through Lin Feng's veins. He felt as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. Of course, this was merely an illusion born of his soaring attributes. Yet it sufficed to illustrate that his physical prowess had surpassed that of an ordinary level 1 player, rivaling even some advanced professionals of levels 4 and 5. Only one final enhanced rabbit remained. With keen eyes, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the center of the grassland. According to the knowledge gleaned from his academy texts, it was there that the guardian of this novice trials abyss resided, the enhanced enchanted rabbit. It is also the sole key to exiting this trials black hole. With a resolute stride, he advanced towards the central area, accompanied by the slime. As he drew nearer to the heart, the underbrush grew increasingly dense. A scent, far more pungent than that of the ordinary mutated rabbit, pervaded the air. Before long, Lin Feng beheld his objective. It was a colossal rabbit, its size vastly exceeding that of the typical mutated variety. Its fur, no longer a mere grayish-white, was imbued with an eerie dark crimson hue, muscles rippling beneath its coat, and its protruding incisors gleamed like daggers, flashing with a cold light. A pair of crimson eyes brimmed with ferocity and a thirst for blood. Monster, mutated rabbit, enhanced. Level, LV1, enhanced. Health points, 500 500. Attack power, 8 16. Defense, 5 10. Skill, enhanced wineblade, launches a powerful wind blade, inflicting approximately 25 points of magical damage. Cooldown time 6 seconds. 500 health points. A maximum defense of 10. Skill damage soaring up to 25 points. For an ordinary novice party of 5, this would undoubtedly be a grueling siege requiring seamless coordination and ample supplies. However, for Lin Feng at this moment, he commanded, slime, engage. Draw its attention. The slime obediently executed the order, bouncing towards the enhanced mutated rabbit. With a piercing shriek, the enhanced mutated rabbit clearly perceived the provocation. It propelled itself off the ground with its powerful hind legs, charging like a streak of red lightning. The speed was astonishing. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, recognizing that this velocity greatly surpassed that of a common mutated rabbit. Bam! The enhanced mutated rabbit collided violently with the slime. 0. No damage. A resounding impact echoed. Yet the slime merely swayed slightly, a large 0 floating above its head. The enhanced mutated rabbit appeared momentarily stunned. At that instant, the slime retaliated. Its hefty body surged forward. A rear attack. 9. A damage number floated above the enhanced mutated rabbit. Its health bar flickered slightly, diminishing by a fraction. The defense, indeed, was formidable. Lin Feng mused, understanding that the enhanced creature's defense significantly diminished the effectiveness of the slime's attack. With a furious screech, the enhanced mutated rabbit was incensed. It gaped wide, and a wind blade, denser than the ordinary variety and edged with a sharp green light, rapidly formed. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air was sharp and piercing. The wind blade hurtled towards the slime with incredible speed. Lin Feng's heart tightened. Although the slime's defense was high, this was still magical damage. Thud! The enhanced wind blade struck the slime squarely. 25. A red number appeared. The slime's health decreased by 25 points, which, in light of its total of 400, was not excessively dire. Yet Lin Feng understood the urgency. He could not afford to delay. This enhanced wind blade had a cooldown of only 6 seconds, and if they continued to endure, the slime would not withstand for long. Now it was my turn. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from its bow, charging at the enhanced mutated rabbit. His agility was a mere 5 points, not particularly swift, yet he seized the moment with precision, just as the enhanced mutated rabbit had expended its skill. Its old strength waning and new strength yet to be summoned. Take this, Lin Feng roared, channeling all his strength into his right fist. A burst of 20 points of power erupting. This punch landed squarely on the relatively weak side of the enhanced mutated rabbit. 10. A damage number floated up. The enhanced mutated rabbit howled in pain, emitting a furious screech, abandoning the slime to lunge at Lin Feng. But the slime dutifully fulfilled its role as a meat shield, shoving forward to block its path. 0. 0. The enhanced mutated rabbit's physical assault still failed to breach the slime's impressive 40 points of defense. Lin Feng danced around the periphery of the battle circle, resembling the most cunning of hunters, seizing opportunities to unleash heavy strikes. 10. 9. 10. Although his attack power did not vastly exceed that of the slime, his frequency was greater, and he was more agile. The enhanced mutated rabbit's health steadily dwindled at a visible rate. It attempted to retaliate with enhanced wind blades, yet Lin Feng had anticipated this, always utilizing the slime's body as cover or swiftly dodging in advance. The combat had transformed into a one-sided display of overwhelming attributes. Minutes later, the enhanced mutated rabbit's health was nearly depleted. Its once beautiful dark crimson fur became disheveled, its aura waning. The final blow. Slime. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, shouting. The slime exerted all its strength, leaping high into the air, then plummeting like a meteor. Thud. A muffled sound resonated. It landed with a crash. 9. The last sliver of health from the enhanced mutated rabbit was extinguished. It emitted a mournful cry of defeat, its massive body collapsing to the ground, transforming into a beam of light far thicker than that of other mutated rabbits. Simultaneously, a treasure chest gleaming with white light appeared on the ground, alongside several strands of superior dark red rabbit fur. Kill LV1 mutated rabbit, enhanced. Gain 100 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You gain 2 free attribute points. Your pet slime gains 2 free attribute points. Congratulations on completing the Novice Trial Black Hole, Normal. You will be forcibly transported out of the Trial Black Hole in 30 minutes. Pleasant notification sounds rang out in succession. Enhanced creatures yielding 2 attribute points. Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy. Perhaps the higher the monster's grade, the more attribute points one could acquire. He quickly gathered the treasure chest and materials from the ground. Acquired. Quality fur from mutated rabbit, E-rank material, X3. Acquired. Novice Trial Treasure Chest X1. He thought to open the treasure chest. As he silently willed it, the chest opened with a snap, a beam of white light flashing forth. Acquired. Rough Longsword, F-rank. Attack power, 5. Equipment requirement, strength, 3. A sword, appearing somewhat crude yet glinting ominously with a sharp edge, materialized in his hands. At last, he possessed a weapon of merit. Lin Feng weighed it, swinging it casually, creating a whooshing sound. With this sword, his attack power surged to a commendable 25 points. He allocated the 2 attribute points again, adding 2 points to agility for himself, while the slime received an additional 2 points in constitution. It was time to depart. A flash of white light enveloped them. Lin Feng and the slime were transported out of the dungeon, reappearing before the swirling dark entrance at the edge of the town. The sky outside had grown dim. Fewer people gathered at the entrance than during the day, yet there remained a fair number of teams that had just completed the trial or were preparing to enter. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge alone, somewhat disheveled yet unscathed, many displayed expressions of astonishment. Hey, that summoner with dual failures has come out? He didn't perish? He remained inside for so long. It appears he completed the trial? How is that possible? Whispers arose once more, though lacking the certainty of ridicule from when he had entered, now tinged with incredulity. Lin Feng remained indifferent to it all. He cast a silent glance at his experience points, 600, sufficient to cover 6 days of living expenses. For the moment, the pressure of survival was alleviated. Yet, he felt no sense of relaxation within. He understood that such meager strength still placed him at the bottom of this predatory town. The memories of the blows and humiliations dealt by Chun Lei and Li Rongrong weighed heavily on his heart, clenching the rough, long sword in his hand. He lowered his head and made his way towards the orphanage dormitory. He needed to remain low-key, to bide his time, and to accumulate more attribute points. Upon returning to the familiar dormitory building, he was greeted by the raucous laughter and chatter emanating from within. Ha ha. You should have seen the scene when Brother Chun lay awakened. The wind was so fierce one could hardly keep their eyes open. An A-grade talent. A high-tier profession. He was snatched up by the Bloodwolf Legion at once. Li Rongrong is impressive too, with her B-grade talent as a water mage. She also joined the Bloodwolf Legion. TSK, the Bloodwolf Legion. One of the top 5 legions in Donghai Town. Brother Chenlei and senior sister Li Rongrong are destined for greatness. Unlike certain worthless individuals who awakened with double F-rank talents. Probably so frightened in the novice dungeon, they wet themselves. It's a miracle they made it out alive. The last remark was clearly aimed at Lin Feng, who had just stepped to the doorway. He hesitated for a moment before walking in with an impassive expression. Inside the dormitory, his 3 roommates were huddled together, enthusiastically extolling Chunlei and Li Rongrong. Upon noticing Lin Feng's entrance, their voices abruptly ceased. They exchanged glances, each face betraying undisguised mockery. Ah, our Slime King has returned. One of the roommates, who had previously polished his leather armor, spoke first, his tone flippant. So, I hear you participated in the novice trial? Did your slime wreak havoc in there? The one leaning against the bed chimed in sarcastically. I bet you were hiding in some bush. Waiting for the trial's black hole to close, right? Did you get lucky? Any chance you managed to slay a stray demonic rabbit or 2 for some experience points? The last one stepped directly in front of Lin Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Upon seeing the rough long sword in his hand, he scoffed. Oh, did you even manage to loot some gear? An F-grade rough long sword? Trash paired with trash, quite the match. Let me tell you. When Brother Chun Lei joined the Bloodwolf Legion, he was issued D-grade standard equipment. Your scrap metal doesn't even compare. Faced with their piercing derision, Lin Feng merely cast a fleeting glance their way. His gaze was calm, yet it bore an unsettling indifference that left them inexplicably unnerved. As if he were observing a swarm of buzzing flies. He didn't retort, nor did he display anger. He simply walked silently to his bed, leaned the rough long sword against the headboard, and began to organize his meager belongings. In the eyes of the 3, his silence appeared as a manifestation of weakness and resignation. Humph, a worthless individual is still just that, too timid to even utter a word. Forget him. It's a waste of breath to talk to someone like that. Think of Brother Chenlei. He is the one we should follow. Feeling a sense of ennui, the trio resumed their new round of flattery towards Chunlei and Li Rongrong, their words laced with envy and sycophancy. Lin Feng turned his back to them, a cold smile curving his lips. The Bloodwolf Legion? A-grade talent? D-grade equipment? Very well. I hope you continue to bask in your glory. He gently caressed the rough sword's blade, sensing the extraordinary power coursing through him. It wouldn't be long now. I shall stand before you personally, and I will shatter everything you hold dear, along with your absurd pride. Chapter 4. The Face-Slapping Guild. F-rank score astonishes all. The following morning, Lin Feng rose early. After a night of rest, he felt an unprecedented clarity of mind. The surging power within him was palpable. His little slime was still fast asleep beside him. He glanced at his 3 roommates, who were still snoring loudly. His gaze remained unperturbed. These opportunists could no longer stir any ripples in his heart. He quickly tidied up his pitiful belongings. In truth, there was little to arrange, just a few pieces of worn clothing and the F-grade rough long sword. Grasping the long sword in his hand, its cold touch invigorated him further. Today marked the day he would officially leave the orphan academy he had called home for many years. According to the regulations, upon reaching the age of 16 and awakening, one must leave the academy and fend for themselves. The academy only provided the most basic shelter until the day of awakening. He made his way to the administrative building of the academy, seeking out his former homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, who had once held him in high regard. Mr. Li, a mild-mannered middle-aged man with glasses, displayed a complex expression upon seeing Lin Feng, one of regret tempered with sympathy. Lin Feng, you're leaving? Mr. Li adjusted his glasses. Yes. Mr. Li, thank you for your years of guidance. Lin Feng bowed slightly, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. Mr. Li sighed. Ah, the unpredictability of life. Do not lose heart. An F-grade profession is not entirely without prospects. He chose his words carefully, aiming not to wound Lin Feng's pride. I know the owner of a local restaurant. They are always in need of help. Your summoned creature is a slime. The slime's adhesive properties and cleaning abilities are quite effective for washing dishes and cleaning kitchen messes, though it may be arduous. The experience points earned would suffice to cover your living expenses. At least, it would ensure survival. Lin Feng listened quietly. He recognized Mr. Li's intentions were well-meaning. In this merciless era of gaming, survival was a luxury for many. For Mr. Li to offer him such a path was indeed an act of kindness. Had it not been for the extraordinary discovery in yesterday's trial black hole, he might have genuinely considered this humble route to existence. But now, thank you, Mr. Li. I will take it into consideration. Lin Feng refrained from arguing, responding politely instead. He signed his name on the graduation certificate Mr. Li presented. Lin Feng, Donghai Town 3rd Academy, graduated. Profession awakened, summoner, low tier. Talent awakened, attribute sharing, F grade. Gazing at the words, Mr. Li sighed once more. Yet Lin Feng maintained a tranquil expression as he accepted the certificate, bowing once more. Take care, Mr. Li. With that, he turned and strode out of the office. His posture straight and devoid of any sense of defeat. Mr. Li watched his retreating figure, puzzled, shaking his head. This child possesses a mindset better than I had anticipated. Leaving the academy, Lin Feng walked through the streets of Donghai Town in the early morning. The mist had yet to fully dissipate, and the air was a medley of peculiar scents, aromas of food, the metallic tang from the blacksmith's forge, and the faint energy scent emanating from the distant monster black hole. The streets were already bustling with pedestrians. Most were players clad in various armaments, their levels varying. Some were in their teens, exuding a robust aura, their gear shimmering with a soft glow. Others, like Lin Feng, had only recently awakened, donned in rudimentary novice attire, their faces reflecting a blend of confusion and excitement about the future. The architectural style of the town is remarkably unique, resembling a fusion of medieval fantasy aesthetics and futuristic technology. The stone-built houses are adorned with luminous magical runes, while translucent streams of data occasionally flit through the streets above. This is the primary habitat of humanity in the age of games, known as System Town. Next, it is time to register at the Explorers Guild. Lin Feng has a clear objective. The Explorers Guild is a global loose organization formed after the onset of the age of games. It does not belong to any faction, functioning more as a platform. All players can register their identities within the guild, accept quests, and earn rewards and points. Points are of paramount importance. The higher the explorer's points, the greater their privileges. This enables them to undertake tasks with higher rewards, purchase exclusive advanced skill books, rare equipment, special materials, and even gain access to certain limited monster black holes. Upon reaching a certain level of points, one can also enjoy discounts on town expenditures, rent superior housing locations, and acquire team privileges, among other benefits. It can be said that the explorer level is one of the crucial indicators of a player's status and strength in contemporary society. The guild building is situated near the central square of the town, exuding an impressive grandeur. It is a massive stone structure, flanked at the entrance by two lifelike knights statues wielding swords and shields. Stepping into the hall, one is met with a cacophony of voices. A gigantic magical screen hovers in midair, displaying a multitude of quest information. Collection quest: obtain 50 saber-toothed beast fangs. Reward: 500 experience points, 1 explorer point. Elimination quest: clear the giant rats. LV3, flooding the eastern sewer. Recommended levels: LV3, LV5. Reward: 1500 experience points, 3 explorer points. Escort quest: safeguard a caravan to the Black Rock camp. Required level: LV10 or above. Reward: 5000 experience points, 20 explorer points. A diverse array of players bustle around the hall. Some are exchanging quests, while others are rallying to form parties. The air thick with a sense of urgency and activity. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng approaches the counter for newcomer registration. Behind the counter sits a young woman clad in guild uniform. She is heavily made up, her expression one of formulaic indifference, with the corners of her eyes slightly arched, hinting at a barely perceptible sharpness. Name: awakened. Profession: talent level, awakening time. The woman does not lift her gaze, tapping her fingers impatiently on the desk. Lin Feng, summoner. F-grade talent. Summoned beast, slime. Awakened yesterday at noon. Lin Feng replies calmly, simultaneously picking up the form on the counter to fill it out. Upon mentioning summoner, low level, and F-grade talent, he can distinctly sense the registration clerk's gaze sharpening. At this moment, he has just finished writing the word slime. Smack. The woman abruptly slams her hand on the desk, standing up. The sound is loud enough to attract the attention of several nearby individuals. Hey, you. She points at Lin Feng, her voice shrill. Are you mocking me? Or did your academy's instructors fail to teach you the rules? Lin Feng pauses his writing and looks up at her, his brow furrowing slightly. What are you staring at? The clerk places her hands on her hips, spittle nearly flying onto Lin Feng's face. According to the Explorers Guild regulations, newcomers must first pass the newbie trial monster black hole to prove your basic survival ability. This is stated in the first clause of the newcomer guidelines. Didn't your instructor inform you? You, a pathetic duo, having just awakened yesterday. And you come here to register today? Have you passed the newbie trial? Are you trying to fool me? Her voice is shrill and piercing, cutting through the noise of the bustling hall. Instantly, many eyes are drawn to the scene. What is going on? It seems a newcomer is attempting to register, but has hit a snag. A pathetic duo? A summoner with an F-grade talent? And a slime? Huh. This configuration could never pass the newbie trial. I bet they didn't team make it, and are trying to sneak in. TSK looks somewhat handsome, but unfortunately, he is not quite right in the head. Whispers and mockery arise from the surrounding crowd. Seeing this, the clerk grows even more self-satisfied. As if she has seized Lin Feng's weakness, her voice rising further. Let me tell you, the Explorers Guild is not a place where just anyone can waltz in. Want to waste my time here? Hurry up and get lost. Come back only when you've managed to survive the newbie black hole. Her words are extraordinarily harsh and filled with disdain. At that moment, a commotion arises at the entrance of the guild. A few figures stride in. Leading the way is a tall individual clad in pristine D-grade leather armor, a longsword glowing with a faint green light hanging at his waist. A confident smile adorning his face. It is none other than Chun-Lei. Beside him stands Li Rongrong, decked out in a fitted E-grade water mage robe. Holding a finely crafted wooden staff, her face radiating happiness and pride. Following them are 3 young individuals, 2 males and 1 female, all evidently equipped with decent gear. Likely fellow newcomers recruited into the Blood Wolf Legion alongside Chun-Lei. Their impressive attire and formidable presence instantly capture the attention of everyone in the room. Look, it's the newcomers from the Blood Wolf Legion. That's Chun-Lei, right? I heard he awakened an A-grade talent and a high-level profession. And that girl beside him is Li Rongrong, a B-grade water mage. She is stunning. Goodness, it's infuriating how some people have it all. Awakening to a high-level legion right from the start is quite the advantage. Chun-Lei basks in the envious gazes of those around him, his demeanor brimming with self-satisfaction. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches sight of Lin Feng, who stands calmly encircled at the counter, along with the clerk berating him. Chun-Lei is momentarily taken aback, but his face quickly transforms into an openly mocking and derisive grin. He wraps an arm around Li Rongrong's waist and strides over with his entourage. Oh, isn't this our academy's top student, Lin Feng? Chun-Lei's voice, dripping with exaggerated surprise, rings out clearly in the silent hall. What is this? Running into trouble here? Li Rongrong also notices Lin Feng. A glimmer of disdain and contempt flashing in her eyes, as if she has encountered something unsightly, instinctively leaning closer to Chun-Lei. The clerk, upon seeing the elite gear and commanding presence of Chun-Lei and his companions, especially the Blood Wolf Legion insignia they wear, instantly adopts a sycophantic smile. Oh, it's the esteemed elites of the Blood Wolf Legion. You are here to process your point entries, I presume? Please wait a moment. I'll deal with this troublesome individual right away. She turns to Lin Feng, her expression quickly reverting to one of icy disdain. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave. Do you want me to summon the guards to throw you out? Chun-Lei waves his hand dismissively, feigning magnanimity as he smiles at the clerk. No worries, we're not in a rush. Let us see what is going on with our old classmate. He deliberately emphasizes the term old classmate, his tone dripping with sarcasm for all to hear. The 3 newcomers from the Blood Wolf Legion join in with laughter. So, this is the double pathetic summoner you mentioned, huh? TSK, F-grade talent, and a slime. And he dares to register at the Explorers Guild? Quite the audacity. I bet he is out of options, hoping for a stroke of luck. Too bad luck isn't something everyone possesses. Li Rongrong chimes in softly, her voice sultry yet laced with a chilling edge. Lin Feng, wake up to reality. This is not a place for someone like you. Hearing from Teacher Li, he intends to find you a place to wash dishes, which is indeed a viable path. Why humiliate yourself here? Her words struck Lin Feng like the sharpest of daggers. Had it been the Lin Feng of yesterday, such remarks would have undoubtedly torn at his heart. Yet, at this moment, Lin Feng merely cast her a fleeting glance, his expression as calm as that of a stranger. There was no anger, no sorrow, only an utter indifference. This indifference, paradoxically, stirred an inexplicable discomfort and irritation within Li Rongrong. How could he remain so composed? A useless person like him had no right to regard her with such eyes. Chun-Lei also noted Lin Feng's tranquility, feeling an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. He had envisioned Lin Feng to be utterly humiliated and consumed by shame. This calmness was a blatant disregard for his victorious stance. Lin Feng, the registrar's assistant, had stated correctly. Chun-Lei stepped forward, looking down upon Lin Feng with a condescending demeanor. The rules of the guild cannot be broken. You have not passed the novice trial. Thus you lack the qualifications to register. For the sake of our old school ties, I have a bit of spare change. I can lend you 100 experience points to extend your stay at the inn and contemplate your future path. What do you say? His words, seemingly benevolent, were in truth laced with malice. He aimed to trample Lin Feng beneath his feet in front of everyone, displaying his sense of superiority. The female registrar immediately chimed in. Look, how magnanimous your classmate is. You should thank him quickly. For someone like you, To receive help is a tremendous stroke of luck. Surrounding onlookers nodded in agreement, believing Chun-Lei to be quite generous. Faced with this relentless barrage of humiliation and assault, Lin Feng finally stirred. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the aggressive registrar, the self-satisfied Chun-Lei, the disdainful Li Rongrong, and the curious onlookers. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into the faintest hint of a smirk, tinged with mockery. "Who told you?" Lin Feng spoke, his voice soft yet unmistakably clear to all ears, "that I did not pass the novice trial?" At this proclamation, silence descended upon the crowd. Everyone was momentarily rendered speechless. The female registrar was the first to regain her senses, as if she had heard the most ludicrous of jokes, exclaiming, "You passed? With that? Accompanied by a slime? How did you manage that? Did you bore the demonized rabbit to death with your slime?" "Ha ha," Chun-Lei scoffed. "Lin Feng, is it amusing to cling to your pride while suffering? You didn't T-pass, so you didn't. Lying will only make you appear more foolish." Li Rongrong turned her head away in disgust, as if even a glance would sully her vision. Lin Feng paid them no mind. With a mere thought, he summoned his attribute panel. A soft blue glow enveloped him, visible only to his eyes. He located the section labeled Black Hole Journey, which clearly recorded his singular experience in the dungeon. Novice Trial Prairie, normal. Status, completed. He opted to share this record. Buzz. A gentle radiance emanated from Lin Feng, followed by the sudden appearance of a translucent virtual list, visible to all. At the top of the list, it boldly displayed, Player, Lin Feng. Dungeon, Novice Trial Prairie, normal. Completion status, completed. Completion rating, F. Completion time, 2 hours 48 minutes 17 seconds. Major kills, Demonized Rabbit, LV1, X50, Demonized Rabbit, Enhanced LV1, X1. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the once boisterous hall, where even a pin drop could be heard. All gazes were fixed, wide-eyed, on the floating virtual list. Completed? He truly completed it? Alone? With a slime? The novice trial was achieved? Despite taking over 2 hours, he managed to survive with his dual deficiencies and even killed 50 ordinary demonized rabbits and 1 enhanced demonized rabbit? How could this be possible? The female registrar's mouth fell agape, her heavily made-up face contorted in disbelief, appearing utterly ridiculous. She pointed at the virtual list, her finger trembling, lips quivering. Yet no words emerged. "No, it can't be." Chun-Lei's grin instantly froze, replaced by an expression of incredulous shock. "How could you possibly complete it? Especially alone? This is definitely questionable." Li Rongrong spun around, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, fixating on the words completed, her face a canvas of disbelief. An F rating, the lowest possible score for the novice trial, typically indicating an extensive duration, immense resources consumed, or even the use of dubious or exceedingly desperate tactics to barely scrape through. Yet, regardless of how low the score, it still signified completion. This meant Lin Feng had indeed acquired the ability to survive in the lowest-grade monster-infested black hole. This stark contrast to his dual deficiencies in class talent left everyone feeling a wave of absurdity and shock. Lin Feng regarded the ashen-faced Chun-Lei and the astonished Li Rongrong, observing the spectators as if they were choking, and the dumbfounded female registrar. He slowly retracted the shared panel. The virtual list vanished. He picked up the pen from the counter and meticulously filled in the final details on the form that the registrar had slammed down. Then, he gently pushed the form towards her. Now, Lin Feng's voice remained calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "May I register now?" The registrar's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor as she glanced at the form, then at Lin Feng's placid gaze, recalling her earlier scathing remarks. Feeling a burning shame wash over her, she opened her mouth, intending to salvage her dignity, but found that any words would ring hollow in that moment. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, she could only stiffly extend her hand to accept the form that felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. Her fingers trembled slightly from embarrassment and indignation as she swiftly operated the magical apparatus beneath the counter to input Lin Feng's information into the system. Before long, a rough, black iron badge, adorned with a delicate chain, was produced and slammed upon the counter. Explorer badge, Lin Feng. Level, Apprentice. Points, 0. Attributes, none. Take your badge. Next. The female registrar nearly ground her teeth in frustration, daring not to meet Lin Feng's gaze again. Lin Feng accepted the cold Apprentice Explorer badge, carefully fastening it to his chest. Though merely the most basic of badges, at this moment, it signified his official entry into this epic of gaming. He turned, casting a final glance at the discomfited Chun-Lei and Li Rongrong. He spoke not a word, yet his tranquil gaze struck them like a resounding slap. A silent rebuke that stung deeply. All their mockery, disdain, and superiority crumbled before the unyielding reality. rendering their previous actions as mere antics of pitiful jesters. Lin Feng lingered no longer, nor did he cast them another glance. He straightened his back and, under the complex and unspoken gazes of the crowd, stepped forward with steady strides, exiting the doors of the Explorers Guild. The sunlight streamed through the porch, illuminating the brand-new Apprentice Explorer badge affixed to his chest, casting a faint yet resolute glow. His silhouette vanished at the door. Inside the guild hall, silence persisted. Chun-Lei clenched his fists tightly, veins standing out prominently on his forehead. Li Rongrong's eyes flickered, and for the first time, she felt an indescribable unease towards Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the female registrar slumped back into her chair, feeling as though her face had been struck several times, burning with pain. Everyone was aware. The boy known as the Dual Waste appeared to be far more complex than they had initially perceived. Chapter 5. Braving the Level 2 Black Hole, the Slime's Counterattack. Lin Feng stood in the cramped room of the Explorer's Inn. Outside, the town was bathed in an eternal glow of magical lights, accompanied by the distant cacophony of life. He had just paid for a day's lodging, costing him 50 experience points, in addition to the 100 experience points deducted as a residence tax by the system. His hard-earned experience points swiftly diminished, leaving him with a mere 450. With a daily expenditure of 150 points, this paltry sum would barely sustain him for 3 days. Gazing at the meager balance on his attribute panel, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was merely the cheapest inn. To secure a more favorable environment and greater safety, the prices soared to astronomical heights. In this era of gaming, lacking experience points rendered one immobile. He needed to acquire new experience points post-haste. Upon leaving the inn, Lin Feng ventured into the bustling free trading district of the town. The atmosphere was vibrant, even more lively than the guild hall. The streets were lined with stalls, brimming with an array of shimmering equipment, materials, potions, and skill books. The air was filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and the clamor of bargaining. Come take a look. Freshly minted E-grade two-handed sword with an attack power of 15, only 800 experience points. Buying venom sacs from magical spiders, D-grade materials, 200 experience points each. Join us to grind level 5 monsters in the black hole swamp crocodiles. We need a robust tank with sufficient damage output. As Lin Feng navigated through the crowd, his keen eyes scanned the stalls. He first paused before a booth selling pet skills. The proprietor was a shrewd-looking, diminutive man. Hey there, take a look at our skills. We have every kind of pet skill book. The small man enthusiastically beckoned. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon an aged tome emanating a faint white glow. Skill book, charge, F grade. Effect, enables pets to master the charge skill, inflicting pet strength points x15, physical damage to the target, consuming 5 mana points. Cooldown time of 8 seconds. Learning requirement, pet level LV1 or above. Price, 200 experience points. Charge, Lin Feng mused. The slime currently possessed 19 strength. If it learned this skill, a single charge would deal 28 points of damage. This significantly surpassed its current meager 19 points of normal attack. For Lin Feng, who desperately needed to enhance his pet's damage output, this skill was an ideal fit. Boss, would you sell the charge skill for 150 experience points? Lin Feng attempted to haggle. The small man immediately shook his head. Brother, this is a pet skill book. The drop rate is quite low. 200 experience points is already a fair price. Go ask around. You won't find a better deal elsewhere. After a few more attempts at negotiation, realizing the necessity of the skill, Lin Feng decided against further hesitation. Fine, 200 it is. He extended his hand, making contact with the stall owner's palm. With a thought, 200 experience points were deducted from his panel and transferred to the proprietor. Payment successful, experience points, 200. Simultaneously, the F-grade skill book transformed into a streak of light and merged into Lin Feng's being. He immediately utilized the skill book on the slime through their mental link. Your pet slime has learned the skill, charge, LV1. Lin Feng sensed a slight tremor from the green jelly-like creature at his feet, as if a subtle change had occurred within its internal structure. After acquiring the skill, Lin Feng approached a stall selling miscellaneous goods. He spent 100 experience points on a basic, miniature storage bag. Item, miniature storage bag, F-grade. Effect, provides approximately 1 cubic meter of dimensional storage space. Description, an essential for adventurers. Although the space is limited, it allows you to venture into the black hole without lugging heavy bags. While the space was comparable to a small suitcase, it was sufficient to store essentials like food, potions, and materials he might acquire. Finally, with his remaining 150 experience points, he purchased several of the cheapest, rough black bread, and minor healing potions. Item, rough black bread, F-grade. Effect, consuming it restores 50 health points slowly over 30 minutes and alleviates hunger. Price, 10 experience points each. Item, minor healing potion, F-grade. Effect, Instantly restores 50 health points. Price, 20 experience points per bottle. Lin Feng bought 5 loaves of black bread and 5 minor healing potions, exhausting his last 150 experience points. As he gazed at the zeroed-out experience points on his panel, he took a deep breath. Burning the boats. Success or death. He stuffed all his belongings into the miniature storage bag, gripping only the rough long sword, and made his way toward the teleportation array for level 1 and 10 monsters in the black hole. In the vast plaza of the massive teleportation array, countless portals flickered, corresponding to various levels and types of black holes. Players flowed in and out. Some returned laden with spoils, laughter echoing, while others emerged battered and pale. And some had entered only to never return. Lin Feng had a clear objective, heading towards the area marked for the level 2 black hole. His gaze locked onto one of the swirling, ghostly green portals. The stone tablet beside it displayed, Dungeon, Goblin Forest. Level requirement, LV2, LV5. Recommended number of players, 5. Monster types, Goblin, LV2, Great Goblin, LV2 Enhanced, Goblin Slingers, LV2 Elite. Note, dungeon difficulty and landing location are random. The Goblin Forest. This was the black hole with the highest number of low-level monsters, boasting a staggering 120 ordinary goblins. This meant that if fortune favored him and he encountered an ordinary difficulty level, with the slime delivering the majority of finishing blows, he could amass a wealth of attribute points. However, the risks were equally formidable. Difficulty was random. The black hole's difficulty ranged from ordinary to hard, hellish, nightmarish, and deadly. With escalating difficulty, the attributes of the monsters within would also multiply, should he land in a deadly scenario. The attributes of the monsters could exceed those of ordinary difficulty by several times. Given his current attributes, the landing location was also random. If he were to drop directly into a horde of monsters, the consequences would be dire. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. A glimmer of resolution flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He could not form a party. No one would want a dual-waste summoner. He also could not reveal his secret ability to steal attributes. He had no choice but to brave the peril alone. Just as he was about to step into the portal, a voice, slick and insistent, echoed beside him. Hey, wait a moment, buddy. Lin Feng turned to see a young man clad in leather armor, his level estimated at around LV5, approaching with an air of brashness. The young man's hair was dyed a gaudy shade of purple, a blade of grass dangling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with a shrewd, merchant-like glint. He scrutinized Lin Feng, his gaze lingering on the slime perched on Lin Feng's shoulder and the F-grade longsword in his hand, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. Buddy, looking like that, are you planning to solo a level 2 black hole? That takes guts. The purple-haired youth chuckled, but do you have enough potions? It's perilous inside a level 2 black hole. Lin Feng frowned, wishing to dismiss him. However, the purple-haired youth continued unabated. I see your experience points might be a bit tight, huh? How about considering our Swift Loans experience loan? Fair interest, quick disbursement. Just a small collateral, like your sword. Or, you know what I mean. He rubbed his fingers together, the implication unmistakable. Lin Feng shot him a cold glance. He had heard of such lending organizations, notorious for exploiting desperate newcomers eager to enhance their power. The interest rates were exorbitant, and failure to repay often led to dire consequences, forcing one to explore treacherous black holes and face certain death. Not interested, Lin Feng replied curtly, turning away from him. Hey, don't go, buddy. Think it over. No experience points for potions means you'll just be walking to your death. Borrow a little, take a gamble, turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. It would be such a pity to die without spending your money. If you die, you won't have to worry about repayment. The purple-haired youth shouted after him. But Lin Feng remained deaf to his pleas, striding purposefully towards the portal to the Goblin Forest. He extended his hand, pressing it against the ethereal magical screen. Selecting Goblin Forest. Do you wish to enter the monster black hole, Goblin Forest? Difficulty random, landing location random. Warning, death within the black hole equals real death. Yes, no. Without hesitation, Lin Feng selected yes. With a resounding hum, the portal erupted in brilliant light, engulfing him entirely. The purple-haired youth watched as Lin Feng vanished, scoffing as he spat out the blade of grass. Bah, another fool seeking death. Soloing the Goblin Forest with a slime? Must have a screw loose. He shook his head, continuing his search for the next potential client. After a brief bout of dizziness and weightlessness, Lin Feng found his feet firmly planted on the ground. A wave of damp, putrid air, thick with a nauseating stench, filled his nostrils. The sharp, chattering cries of creatures pierced the air. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. The light was dim, towering ancient trees blocking out the sun, with only sporadic beams filtering through the thick foliage. He was amidst a dense primeval forest, encircled by stout trunks and entwined vines. Fortunately, He had not landed directly in a horde of monsters. Unfortunately, less than 20 meters ahead, 3 diminutive green-skinned creatures were meandering about. They stood only waist-high to an adult, their skin a repugnant dark green, with pointed ears and elongated noses, wielding crude wooden clubs, and clad in tattered animal hides. Monster, Goblin, LV2. Level, LV2, difficult. Health, 120-120. Attack, 12. Defense, 4. Skill, heavy strike, swings wooden club forcefully, inflicting 150 physical damage, cooldown 10 seconds. 3. Ordinary LV2 Goblins. Lin Feng's heart sank as he immediately glanced at the black hole difficulty indicator. Current black hole difficulty, difficult, difficulty. The attributes of monsters are 15 times that of ordinary difficulty. No wonder this standard goblin had higher health and attack than the data indicated. Suddenly, the 3 goblins spotted Lin Feng, their red eyes glinting with malice as they brandished their clubs, screeching and charging towards him. They were fast. Slime. Charge. Use impact. Lin Feng commanded instantly, gripping his rough longsword, bracing for the confrontation. With a splat, the slime obediently followed orders, its rotund body swelling and contracting before launching itself like a green cannonball at the foremost goblin. Skill. Impact. Bang. A dull thud resonated. 21. Red damage numbers floated up. The slime's impressive 19 points of strength, combined with the skill's 15-fold enhancement, delivered substantial damage. The goblin let out a shriek, its charge disrupted, its health visibly diminished. However, the other 2 goblins seized the opportunity, rushing in to strike the slime with their clubs. Bang. Bang. 0. 0. 2 massive zeros floated above the slime's head. With a formidable 40 points of defense, the goblin's 12 points of attack were utterly ineffective. Excellent. Lin Feng felt a surge of spirit. The slime's resilience against the LV2 monsters at this difficult level was impressive. Continue to use impact, he commanded, directing the slime to focus its assault on the first goblin. Simultaneously, he sprang into action. Pushing off the ground, he sidestepped one goblin's club swing, his rough longsword slicing through the air as he aimed directly for the throat of another goblin. 21. A commendable damage number floated up. With his strength soaring to 20 points, plus the F-grade longsword's inherent 5 points of attack, his total assault reached 25 points. The goblin's mere 4 points of defense meant that his strike inflicted a significant 21 points of damage. The goblin yelped in pain, furiously turning toward Lin Feng. Its club raised high, a faint red glow flickering ominously. Skill, heavy strike. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. He dared not take the hit head-on, exerting himself to swiftly retreat. Whoosh. The club, glowing red, barely missed his nose as it smashed into the ground, sending a spray of dirt flying. That was close. Had that heavy strike landed, with his 200 points of health and 20 points of defense, he would certainly have lost a hefty chunk of health. Slime, finish off the one with low health. Lin Feng ordered urgently. The slime abandoned its harassment of the other 2, launching itself once more into a fierce impact against the first goblin, whose health had dropped below half. Bang. 31. The goblin's health bar emptied, and with a final wail, it collapsed, transforming into a burst of white light. You have slain a LV2 goblin, earning 20 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target, earning you 1 free attribute point. And your pet slime also receives 1 free attribute point. The pleasant notification chimed. 1 point. As anticipated, it was indeed 1 attribute point. Lin Feng had suspected as much. Even a standard level 2 monster yielded just 1 attribute point. The acquisition of attribute points appeared to correlate directly with the quality of the monster rather than the level. Attribute allocation. In the heat of the moment, Lin Feng made his decision without hesitation. He allocated 1 point to strength for himself and 1 point to constitution for the slime. Strength, 2021. Raising his attack power to 26 points. The slime, on the other hand, increased its constitution by 1 point. Constitution, 42-43. Resulting in its health becoming 430 points and defense increasing to 43 points. The attributes had risen once more. The remaining 2 goblins, confronted by the formidable slime with its enhanced defenses and greater vitality, as well as the more powerful Lin Feng, stood no chance. Moments later, accompanied by 2 mournful cries, the last 2 goblins were transformed into shimmering light and experience points. You have slain a LV2 goblin, earning 20 experience points. Your pet slime has defeated the target, granting you 1 free attribute point, and your pet slime also receives 1 free attribute point. Another attribute point gained. Lin Feng promptly allocated it, adding 1 point to his strength and 1 point to the slime's constitution. Feeling the surge of newfound power within him and observing the slime's increasingly solid form, Lin Feng's confidence soared. The difficulty of the challenge appeared less daunting than before. He gazed into the depths of the forest, where the faint sounds of more goblin shrieks echoed. Excitement and desire ignited within his eyes. Here was not a place of despair, but a treasure trove for his rapid ascent. Let us go, slime. We shall convert every goblin in this forest into our attribute points. He resolutely ventured deeper into the shadowy woods with his loyal companion. The hunt had begun. Chapter 6. A Surge of Attributes. The slime becomes a bulwark of destruction. Lin Feng stood amidst the dim goblin forest, feeling the tumultuous power surging within him. After consecutively slaying 3 ordinary goblins, he reaped an additional 3 free attribute points. Yet this was merely the beginning. Without hesitation, he distributed these points, allocating 2 to strength and 1 to constitution. Strength, 25, resulting in an attack power of, including weapon, points. Constitution, 23. His life points rose to 230, and his defense to 23. The slime received 3 points in constitution. Constitution, 45, 48. Life points increased to 480, and defense to 48. A sense of overwhelming power coursed through him, yet it was not sufficient. Over 100 goblins still awaited in this forest. Excitement and greed sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. Accompanied by the slime, he ghosted through the dense underbrush, seeking isolated goblin squads. Combat became swift and efficient. Slime charge. Bang. 31. Skill damage. 1 goblin stumbled backward, reeling from the impact. Again, Lin Feng, like a specter, maneuvered behind, his rough longsword aimed precisely at the goblin's back. 24. Normal attack. The goblin's health plummeted rapidly as it attempted to turn and retaliate with a heavy strike. The slime's second charge was already ready. Bang. 31. The goblin wailed and collapsed, dissipating into white light. You have slain a LV2 goblin, earning 20 experience points. Your pet slime has defeated the target, granting you 1 free attribute point, and your pet slime also receives 1 free attribute point. The melodious notification sounded like the most exquisite music. Onward. Lin Feng pressed forth without pause, lunging at the next target. He resembled an unyielding machine of slaughter, working in tandem with the equally tireless slime, unleashing a bloody massacre within the goblin forest. Attribute points skyrocketed. 5 points, 10 points, 20 points, 50 points. Lin Feng surged his mental attributes to a staggering 100 points. Mental, 100. His mana surged to 500 points. A refreshing and vast sensation filled his mind, sharpening his thoughts to an unprecedented clarity, significantly enhancing his control over the slime and solidifying their mental link. The remaining attribute points were evenly distributed between strength and constitution. Strength, 62. Attack power reached 67 points, including weapon. Constitution, 61. Life points soared to 610, and defense reached 61. Meanwhile, the slime, after elevating its constitution to 100 points, invested the remaining points entirely into strength. Constitution, 100. Life points reached 1,000. Defense stood at 100. Strength, 64. Attack power reached 64 points. Its charge skill could inflict a terrifying 96 points of damage. At this moment, the slime was no longer the squishy green jelly it once was. Its size swelled to nearly half a meter, enveloped in a profound dark green hue. Its body solidified like resilient rubber, even glinting with a metallic sheen. When it moved, it no longer bounced sluggishly, but exuded a formidable weight and pressure. Pet. Slime, unnamed. Level, LV1, upgradable. Experience, 2,800. Life points, 1,000, 1,000. Mana points, 25, 25. Attributes, Strength 64, Constitution 100, Mental 5, Agility 1, Intelligence 1. Skill, Charge, LV1. A terrifying bulwark with 4-digit health. A creature capable of delivering nearly triple-digit damage with a single charge skill. Lin Feng beamed at his transformed attribute panel, filled with ambition. Name, Lin Feng. Race, human. Class, Summoner, Novice. Talent, Attribute Sharing, F grade. Level, 1, 2,200, 200. Upgradable. Experience, 2,200. Life points, 610, 610. Mana points, 500, 500. Attributes, Strength 62, Constitution 61, Mental 100. Agility 7, Intelligence 5. Free attribute points, 0, powerful. Incomparably powerful. He now felt capable of delivering a single punch that could obliterate 10 versions of his former self. Only 13 goblins remained, including some fortified and elite foes. Lin Feng's gaze turned toward the depths of the forest, where a cacophony of more raucous cries resonated. With the newly empowered slime at his side, he confidently advanced toward the final battlefield. Soon, he beheld his targets. In a relatively open glade, the last group of goblins gathered. 10 ordinary goblins encircled the perimeter. In the center stood two significantly larger goblins, their muscles bulging, wielding massive bone clubs. Monster, Great Goblin, LV2 Enhanced. Level, LV2 Enhanced. Life points, 1300, 1300. Attack power, 24. Defense, 18. Skill, Frenzied Heavy Strike. Charge strike inflicting 200 physical damage. Cooldown of 15 seconds. At the back of all the goblins, a cunning and vicious-looking goblin donned crude leather armor, brandishing a poisoned dagger, coldly observing Lin Feng's direction. Monster, Goblin Assassin, LV2 Elite. Level, LV2 Elite. Life points, 2600, 2600. Attack power, 36. Defense, 24. Skill, Backstab, launch a surprise attack from behind, inflicting 250 physical damage. With an additional bleeding effect that causes a loss of 10 health points per second for 5 seconds. Stealth, enter an invisible state, reducing movement speed by 50. Revealing oneself upon attacking or taking damage, cooldown time 30 seconds. An elite monster. It possesses both stealth and backstab. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. This goblin assassin undoubtedly posed the greatest threat. Roar. The two large goblins, having spotted Lin Feng, let out furious roars, wielding their massive bone clubs. Accompanied by 10 ordinary goblins, surging forward like a tide of green. The very earth seemed to tremble. Slime. Hold the line. Prioritize using impact to clear the ordinary goblins. Lin Feng commanded decisively. With a splat, the slime emitted a sound incongruent with its size, fearlessly charging toward the goblin horde. It stood like a green bastion, firmly blocking Lin Feng's path. Bang, bang, bang. Countless wooden and bone clubs struck its form. 0, 0, 0, 0. No forced health deduction occurs here. A series of astonishing zeros floated upward. With a formidable defense of 100, the goblin's attacks felt like mere tickles. Even the large goblin's 24 points of attack could not budge the slime in the slightest. Impact. Lin Feng calmly directed. The slime's body suddenly contracted, then launched forward like a cannon. Bang. 96. Red critical damage number. An ordinary goblin was instantly obliterated, torn asunder. Killed a LV2 goblin. Gained 20 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You gain 1 free attribute point. Your pet slime gains 1 free attribute point. Attribute points have been credited once again. Lin Feng himself was not idle. Like a fierce tiger among sheep, he swung his longsword. 55, 56, 57. With an astounding attack power of 67 against the mere 4 defense of these ordinary goblins, it was akin to chopping vegetables. Almost 2 strikes were enough to dispatch one. The number of goblins dwindled at a visibly rapid pace. But at that moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. The goblin assassin, who had been observing coldly, suddenly blurred and vanished from sight. Stealth. Not good. Lin Feng's heart raced with alarm. He abruptly turned around, concentrating his mental energy, attuning himself to the surroundings. Left, right, or behind. Whoosh. A barely perceptible sound of air being sliced came from behind. A poisoned dagger, glinting with deadly light, lunged toward Lin Feng's back. The speed was astonishing. Although Lin Feng sensed it, his agility of merely 5 hampered his reaction time. He desperately attempted to dodge. Slish. The dagger grazed his side, eliciting a spray of blood. 45. A significant damage number floated up. Simultaneously, Lin Feng felt a wave of numbness and excruciating pain at the wound. You are affected by the bleeding effect, losing 10 health points per second for 5 seconds. Damn it. Lin Feng cursed under his breath, hastily gulping down a minor healing potion. 50. His health increased, but the bleeding effect persisted. The goblin assassin, having struck successfully, swiftly retreated, its form once again blurring, attempting to re-enter stealth. Trying to escape? Slime, intercepted. Lin Feng bellowed. The slime abandoned its attack on the goblin before it, pivoting its massive body to charge toward the goblin assassin. However, with a constitution of 100 and strength of 64, it still possessed a pitiful agility of merely 1. Its movement speed was far too sluggish. By the time it arrived, the goblin assassin had long since vanished again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The remaining goblins seized this opportunity, frantically assaulting Lin Feng. Wooden and bone clubs rained down like a storm. 0, 0, 1, 0, 2. Most of the attacks still failed to breach his defenses. But the occasional blow from a large goblin or a few lucky strikes managed to inflict some damage. Many ants can bring down an elephant. Lin Feng's health began to decline slowly. More alarmingly, that elusive goblin assassin lurked like a venomous snake in the night, poised to launch another lethal strike at any moment. This cannot continue. Lin Feng's gaze hardened. He disregarded the disturbances from the ordinary goblins, focusing his energies on sensing the goblin assassin. His mental acuity heightened. The formidable perception granted by 100 points of intelligence came into play. He could faintly detect an abnormal disturbance in the air to his left. There. Lin Feng feigned a stumble, creating an opening. Sure enough, the blurry figure reappeared, dagger aimed directly at his neck. "I've been waiting for you," Lin Feng roared, neither dodging nor evading, as he channeled all his strength into his rough longsword, thrusting it directly at the goblin assassin's chest. An exchange of injuries. Thud. 45. Backstab damage. Lin Feng felt a chill at his neck, his health dropping once more. Simultaneously, his longsword plunged fiercely into the goblin assassin's chest. 55. The goblin assassin emitted a piercing scream, its stealth state shattered, its form fully revealed. Slime. Impact. Lin Feng howled. The already prepared slime crashed forward like a green war chariot. Bang. 96. Thus they engaged in a battle of attrition, exchanging injuries, and Lin Feng regretted not allocating agility points to the slime at that moment. Finally, once again, Lin Feng detected the goblin assassin's presence, as the slime wiggled its ample rear, executing another impact. The goblin assassin was sent soaring, its health bar plummeting. Killed a LV2 goblin assassin, elite, gained 400 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You gain 4 free attribute points. Your pet slime gains 4 free attribute points. An elite monster provided 4 attribute points, plus a whopping 400 experience points. Lin Feng was elated. The remaining goblins, having lost their leader, immediately descended into chaos. Before the newly empowered Lin Feng and slime, they stood no chance, swiftly being wiped out. Killed a LV2 large goblin, enhanced. Gained 400 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You gain 2 free attribute points. Your pet slime gains 2 free attribute points. As the last goblin fell, the entire forest fell into silence. Congratulations on completing the Goblin Forest Dungeon. Hard. Rating, F. Reward, F-grade treasure chest X1. You will be teleported out of the dungeon in 30 minutes. Lin Feng let out a long sigh, collapsing onto the ground, breathing heavily. Though the ordeal was somewhat perilous, he had emerged unscathed. He glanced at his gains. Total experience points. 120 ordinary goblins, X 202 400, 2 enhanced large goblins, 800. 1 elite goblin assassin, X 400 400, plus the previous totals, accumulating several thousand experience points. Additionally, over 20 goblin essence, F-grade material. The removal of a few free attribute points, resulting from Lin Feng's accidental defeat of several foes, yielded a total of 115 points. This was an immense fortune. He first elevated his level to 2. Level increased to 2. Health, 10. Mana, 5. Gained 1 free attribute point. Summoner is a low-tier profession, gaining only 1 point per level. A paltry increment, nonetheless. He also raised the level of the slime to 2, which similarly granted just 1 free attribute point, which Lin Feng allocated to its strength. Subsequently, he redistributed the remaining 16 points, adding all of them to his own strength. Strength, 78, with an attack power now reaching 78 points. The slime received an additional 16 points in agility. This time, Lin Feng truly felt the repercussions of the slime's low agility. He sensed he could easily defeat his former self 100 times over. He opened an F-grade treasure chest. Acquired, Boots of Agility, F-grade. Equipment slot, Feet. Attribute, Agility 2. Equipment requirement, none. Although it merely added 2 points of agility, it perfectly compensated for his previous deficiency. He immediately donned them, feeling a slight lightness in his body. After completing his adjustments, Lin Feng chose to teleport away. In a flash of white light, he was transported from the Goblin Forest, reappearing at the town's teleportation plaza. Just as he steadied himself, he heard a voice filled with disbelief from nearby. You really made it out?" Lin Feng turned to see a purple-haired youth staring at him in astonishment, mouth agape, as if one could fit an egg inside. His survival signified that he had soloed the level 2 black hole. Moreover, he had done so as a summoner. This utterly shattered the purple-haired youth's understanding. His gaze drifted to the considerably larger, dark-hued slime perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, exuding a subtle aura of pressure, and then back to Lin Feng's seemingly unchanged equipment, leaving him utterly bewildered. How is this possible? Could he not be a summoner? Perhaps a beast tamer? But even a beast tamer could not possibly tame a slime of such low caliber. And his attire? The purple-haired youth was flustered, watching Lin Feng calmly depart. Unable to comprehend the situation for quite some time, Lin Feng paid no mind to the gaze behind him. He touched the explorer's badge on his chest and felt the weight of experience points and materials in his storage pouch, a confident smile curling his lips. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 7, A Frenzy of Skill Acquisition. The slime's unprecedented simulation technique. Lin Feng disregarded the astonished purple-haired youth entirely. He strode directly away from the bustling teleportation plaza. Gazing at the 7,100 experience points in his attribute panel, he brimmed with confidence. This wealth must be utilized wisely. He first examined the status of his slime. Pet. Slime. Unnamed. As level 3 is a pivotal milestone, it unlocks new functionalities, resulting in significant changes, while subsequent levels are more stable. Level. LV20, 10,000. Experience points, 7,500. Health, 1050, 1050. Mana, 30, 30. Attributes, Strength, 65, Constitution 105, Spirit 6, Agility 17, Intelligence 1. Skill, Impact, LV1. To reach level 3, he required 10,000 experience points. This level was a significant watershed, as it was said that pets reaching level 3 could unlock an equipment slot, allowing the use of more special items. Lin Feng mused that he must expedite the leveling of his slime. However, enhancing his own strength was more urgent. Despite his explosive attributes, he remained a summoner, a class aligned with magic. Possessing a staggering 100 points in spirit, but lacking a single decent spell, was a gross misallocation of potential. Moreover, although the slime had gained in durability and attack power, its methods of attack were singular and its movement sluggish, even with an added 17 points in agility. It still fell short, making it vulnerable against agile foes or those with special abilities. Skills must be acquired. He needed to arm both himself and the slime. With a clear objective in mind, Lin Feng returned to the free trading area. This time, he was no longer the impoverished youth who counted every coin, but rather a buyer with substantial funds. He approached the stalls specializing in skill books. Upon noticing his approach, the stall owners, particularly sensing the remarkable aura emanating from the extraordinary dark green slime on his shoulder, became notably more enthusiastic. Hey there, looking for skill books? Just in, top-notch for mages. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the stalls, quickly filtering through the options. He needed skills that would compensate for his shortcomings and enhance the slime's capabilities. Soon, he focused on a tome radiating a chilling blue aura and another enveloped in a swirling green wind. Skill book, Ice Spike, E-grade. Effect, consumes 15 mana points to condense an ice spike to attack a target, inflicting, Spirit X12, points of ice attribute magical damage. With a 20 chance to apply a 1-second slow effect, reducing target's movement and attack speed by 10. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Learning requirement, Spirit over 20 points. Price, 1,500 experience points. Skill book, Wind Shield, E-grade. Effect, consumes 20 mana points to coalesce a wind shield around oneself or a designated ally. Capable of absorbing, Spirit X15, points of damage, lasting 30 seconds or until the shield is breached. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Learning requirement, Spirit over 15 points. Price, 1,500 experience points. Ice Spike provides damage and control, perfectly compensating for my deficiencies in ranged attack and crowd control. Wind Shield enhances my survivability, applicable to myself. And theoretically, it could also be bestowed upon the slime. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Boss, how about these two for 2,500 experience points? A bit of a discount? He attempted to bargain. The stall owner, a middle-aged mage with a goat-like beard, appraised Lin Feng and then glanced at the peculiar slime. Shaking his head, young man, these are E-grade skill books. Their effects are substantial. Ice Spike offers control, and Wind Shield can provide protection. Both are excellent for survival and monster slaying. A firm price of 3,000 experience points for both. Lin Feng frowned. While he had some funds, he had no intention of being taken advantage of. He feigned to walk away. Hey, don't be in such a rush. The goat beard owner quickly called after him. Seeing your genuine interest, how about this? 2,800. That is my lowest offer. If I go any lower, I'll truly be at a loss. Lin Feng paused, contemplated, and ultimately nodded in agreement. He was in urgent need of strengthening his abilities, and this expenditure was justified. After paying 2,800 experience points, 2 streams of light flowed into Lin Feng's body. You have learned the skill, Ice Spike, LV1. You have learned the skill, Wind Shield, LV1. A surge of knowledge concerning the condensation of ice elements and manipulation of wind elements flooded his mind, as if it were innate. With a thought, he concentrated, and his fingertips instantly coalesced into an ice blue spike radiating a chilling aura, lowering the surrounding temperature. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, dispelling the ice spike. Next came the pivotal task, finding skills for the slime. He perused several stalls, but found no particularly suitable pet skill books for the slime. Pet skill books were already rare, and those suitable for a subpar pet like the slime were even scarcer. As he stood there, a touch of disappointment creeping in and contemplating his departure, a dusty, dark golden tome nestled in an inconspicuous stall caught his eye. This book appeared remarkably ancient. Its cover devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, adorned only with some indistinct, twisted patterns. Skill book, simulation art, C grade. Effect, consumes 1 point of mana per second for pets, enabling the pet to mimic the external appearance of any monster, player, or object it has encountered, limited to non-living forms not exceeding twice its own size. During the simulation, the pet's attributes decrease by 20. No cooldown period. Learning requirements. The pet must possess malleability traits, and its intelligence must not exceed 1. Price, 3,000 experience points. Simulation art, a C-grade skill. Lin Feng's heart raced. This skill was exceedingly unique. Mimicking appearances? Although it incurs a 20-point attribute reduction, and the slime's low mana would limit its duration, the strategic implications of this skill were immense. It could be utilized for disguise, infiltration, deceiving enemies, or even manipulating terrain, such as mimicking a stone to obstruct a path, or transforming into a weaker monster to lower enemy vigilance. Furthermore, the slime perfectly fit the malleability requirement, with its intelligence precisely at the threshold for learning. Boss, I'll take this skill book, Lin Feng said, suppressing his excitement as he picked up the dusty tome. The stall owner, a young girl with thick glasses deeply engrossed in her reading, looked up at his words, adjusted her spectacles, and lazily remarked, "Oh, that? 3,000 experience points. No bargaining. This skill is quite niche. It hasn't sold in 6 months." She glanced at the slime resting on Lin Feng's shoulder, her curiosity piqued. "Your pet is a slime? Does it really meet the learning criteria?" Lin Feng nodded. "It should be able to." The girl's eyes lit up momentarily before she shrugged. Even if it can learn, the 20-point attribute reduction makes it less useful, especially since the slime's base attributes are already low. Plus, it consumes mana. "Are you sure you want to buy it?" "I am certain," Lin Feng replied without hesitation. After paying the 3,000 experience points, the long-neglected C-grade skill book finally found its owner. A stream of light flowed into the lowly slime's body. "Your pet slime has learned the skill. Simulation art, LV1. Blorp." The slime wiggled slightly, seemingly undergoing some peculiar transformation. Lin Feng attempted to command, "Slime, simulate that stone next to us." He pointed at an irregular rock, about half his height, beside the stall. The slime received the command and began to squirm violently, its form shifting as the dark green color rapidly faded to a dull gray, its texture roughening. In a mere 2 seconds, the once lively slime had truly transformed into a rock that appeared nearly identical to the one adjacent. "Your pet is using simulation art. All attributes decreased by 20. Mana is continuously consumed." Lin Feng could sense that the slime's strength and constitution had temporarily dropped to 80 of their original values, while its mana was slowly depleting at a rate of 1 point per second. Success! Lin Feng was overjoyed. Although the attributes were diminished and the duration brief, with its 30 mana points, it could last a maximum of 30 seconds. The potential of this skill was boundless. "Not bad. Your slime is quite interesting," the bespectacled girl remarked with newfound interest, clearly pleased that the skill had found a suitable owner. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude and promptly instructed the slime to revert from its simulation. In those brief seconds, the slime had consumed over 10 mana points, necessitating a natural recovery period. He contemplated methods to enhance the slime's mental attributes or find equipment to increase its mana pool. Thus, his freshly acquired 7,100 experience points swiftly dwindled, leaving him with a mere 1,300. The investment in skills was substantial, yet he deemed it worthwhile. Ice Spike, Wind Shield, Simulation Art. These 3 skills would immensely enrich his tactical repertoire. With his newly acquired abilities and scant experience points, he returned to the Budget Explorer's Inn. Shutting the door behind him, he isolated himself from the clamor outside. He first familiarized himself with the casting of Ice Spike and Wind Shield. With a mere thought, an oval shield composed of countless swirling winds materialized before him, gently rotating and radiating a faint energy wave. Based on his 100 mental points, this wind shield could absorb up to 150 points of damage. Quite impressive. Turning to the wall, he practiced Ice Spike. Whoosh! The ice blue projectile shot forth, striking the stone wall with a resounding impact, leaving a shallow dent adorned with a frosty sheen. The power was commendable, and he was pleased with the control he exhibited. Next, he began to explore the slime's simulation art. He urged the slime to attempt mimicking the wooden table, water cup, and even his own likeness. Though the humanoid form appeared somewhat distorted and uncanny, and the duration was shorter with heightened consumption, the resemblance was already quite striking. Excellent. With the skill, his tactical options for deception, strategy, had significantly expanded. A smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. He reclined on the bed, strategizing his forthcoming actions. His experience points were dwindling rapidly. He needed to earn money swiftly. The slime required 10,000 experience points to level up, which was no small feat. His gaze sharpened. Only half a month remained until the Lunar New Year. In the gaming era, the significance of real-world holidays had diminished considerably. However, the day of the Lunar New Year was exceptionally special, for on this day each year, the global gaming system hosted a grand New Year event. The activities varied from year to year. At times it was a time-limited dungeon, at others a special quest, or even a worldwide competition. Yet, without exception, the rewards were lavish enough to incite madness. Legends spoke of players acquiring SSS-grade talent evolution scrolls, mythical-grade equipment, or hidden class transfer books during these events. Lin Feng had encountered countless accounts and legendary tales of the New Year event in the Academy's textbooks. It was a genuine opportunity to alter one's destiny. He had to enhance his strength as much as possible before the New Year event commenced, striving for a commendable ranking to secure generous rewards. His fists clenched slightly. Chunlei, Li Rongrong, and all those who had mocked him, they would undoubtedly participate in the New Year event as well. When the time came, they would settle the score. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he closed them, beginning to meditate to restore his mental state, all the while contemplating which monster black hole to target for the most efficient attribute and experience farming. As the night deepened, the magical lights of the town filtered through the window, casting intermingling shadows upon his youthful face. The rough apprentice explorer badge lay quietly against his chest, gently rising and falling with his breath. Chapter 8, Skill Frenzy. Mocked as a poor soul, instant revenge in the black hole. Lin Feng could hardly remain still in the cramped room of the inn. The surging sense of power within him and the exhilaration of newly acquired skills clawed at his heart like playful kitten paws. Rest? Nonsense. He needed to master his new skills as swiftly as possible. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang from the bed, his gaze ablaze. He patted the slime, which had curled up to the size of a fist, resting and regaining mana. Let us go, Chubby. We're off to the training ground. The slime wriggled slightly, emitting a faint squelching sound as if to respond, maintaining its miniature form as it nestled on his shoulder, diligently replenishing its meager 30 points of mana. The public training ground of the town was situated in the southeastern corner, a space generated by the system and isolated by a force field. It was divided into numerous rudimentary compartments, allowing players to practice their skills and test their damage, albeit for a fee. Lin Feng opted for the most basic F-level training compartment, paying 100 experience points to secure 1 hour of usage. Inside the compartment were merely a few rough wooden stakes and targets, but for him at this moment, it sufficed. Let us give Ice Spike a try. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his focus sharpened. With a mental fortitude of 100 points, his perception of the elements was exceptionally acute. He extended his finger, channeling his intent. Buzz. The temperature around him plummeted abruptly, and visible icy blue motes rapidly coalesced at his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, an ice spike approximately half a foot long, glimmering with a cold sheen at its tip, took form. Go, Lin Feng commanded, and the ice spike shot forth like a released arrow, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, striking the distant wooden target with force. Splat. 125 points. Ice attribute magic damage. The spot where the target was hit erupted into a shower of wood shavings, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of frost, rendering its movements noticeably sluggish. Hiss. What damage? Lin Feng was taken aback himself. With a damage coefficient of 12 times his mental attribute, his theoretical damage for this ice spike was 120 points. Coupled with the potential minuscule penetration or enhancement from the ice attribute, it dealt an actual damage of 125 points. This power far surpassed the ordinary attack of his crude longsword. Moreover, there was a 20 chance of slowing the target. Splendid. Eagerly, Lin Feng resumed his practice. Disregarding the mana consumption, ice spikes flew from his hands one after another, tracing cold trajectories in the air. The sounds of impacts and the shattering of ice filled the air. He experimented with various casting angles, mobile spell casting, and the rhythm of consecutive casts. With a staggering 500 points of mana, he was free to expend it lavishly. Occasionally triggering the slowing effect, the wooden target would accumulate even thicker frost, its movements resembling that of a tortoise. The ruckus of his ice spikes quickly drew the attention of several players from adjacent compartments. Wow, what class is that guy next door? Ice Mage? His casting speed is incredible, one remarked. Just look at the solidity and speed of those ice spikes. This is definitely not a low-level skill. His mental attribute must be quite high. Could he be a B-class or higher ice talent? Or perhaps a rare ice mage profession? They whispered among themselves, curiosity piqued. Upon seeing Lin Feng, a seemingly 16 or 17-year-old youth clad in simple cloth attire, yet possessing such fluid and rapid casting ability, they were even more astonished. A young man in leather armor, with a longbow slung across his back, could not resist asking through the force field barrier, "Hey, brother, that's impressive. What class are you?" What is your talent level? Your ice spike is quite slick. Having just finished a round of practice, Lin Feng turned at the remark, wiping away the non-existent sweat from his forehead due to mental expenditure. Casually patting the still-sleeping mini slime on his shoulder, and replied with a hint of inexplicable pride. Me? I'm a summoner, a low-tier class. My talent is F-grade attribute sharing. Silence. A deathly hush fell upon the group of players, their expressions frozen, as if they had heard an absurd tale. A summoner? F-grade talent? The young man with the bow twitched at the corners of his mouth. Brother, are you kidding me? A summoner can cast ice spike that smoothly? Your pet is a slime, right? Does it share intelligence or mental attributes with you? Ha. His companions joined in laughter. F-grade talent? Attribute sharing? What good is sharing a measly point something of attributes? Dude, are you some rich kid here to experience life? Awakened a useless talent and relied on family resources to boost your skills? Exactly, a summoner with a slime, casting spells like a high-level mage. Are you pulling our leg? Lin Feng, observing their expressions of disbelief, could only shrug helplessly. Why was the truth so hard to believe? He was too lazy to explain further and turned back to continue practicing wind shield. With a mere thought, pale blue wind elements swiftly gathered, and an oval shield composed of countless fine whirlwinds appeared before him, slowly rotating and emitting a faint whirring sound. As the shield solidified, its energy fluctuations stabilized, eliciting further astonishment from the onlookers. Wind shield is also so proficient. This control over mental energy certainly does not seem like an F-grade talent. Oh well, he is probably just some foolish rich heir, awakened an F-grade talent in the most worthless class. And his family is just determined to boost his skill proficiency with vast resources, allowing him to find a sense of existence here. They shook their heads, dismissing him as a wealthy fool, or rather, a fool with an abundance of experience points. Finally, the players dispersed, no longer paying attention to the elated wealthy fool. Lin Feng found his surroundings blissfully quiet and immersed himself in skill practice. An hour swiftly elapsed. The proficiency of both ice spike and wind shield significantly increased. Though his level did not rise, his casting speed, accuracy, and mana control showed marked improvement. His understanding of these two skills deepened as well. Ice Spike, LV1. A ranged magic damage and control skill. With a range of approximately 20 meters, it serves as one of his primary means of offense. Wind Shield, LV1. Can be applied to oneself or allied units, absorbing 150 points of damage, potentially saving one's life in critical moments. That's enough. Lin Feng ceased his activities, content that the 100 experience points were well spent. The slime on his shoulder, having rested for an hour, finally restored its mana to full capacity, returning to a lively state, growing back to the size of a basketball, affectionately nudging Lin Feng's hand. Let us go to the guild to take on a quest, then into the black hole for attribute points and experience. Lin Feng, accompanied by the slime, left the training ground with high spirits. Upon arriving at the Explorer's Guild Hall once more, the enormous magical screen displayed quests rolling continuously. Lin Feng meticulously sifted through them. He needed a quest with a decent experience reward that would also allow him to hunt the necessary monsters in the black hole. Soon, his eyes lit up. Collection quest, Goblin Essence, E-grade. Requirements, submit Goblin Essence X50. Rewards, 500 experience points, 2 explorer points. Description, Goblin Essence is used as a material for crafting certain low-level potions and enchantments, obtainable from level 2 goblins and their variants. Drop rate approximately 20. Perfect. I already have over 20 Goblin Essences. Another run through Goblin Forest should yield the remaining 50. 500 experience points and 2 points of contribution. Even mosquito legs are flesh. Without hesitation, Lin Feng accepted the quest. The quest information was automatically recorded in his Explorer badge. He touched the badge and, alongside the slime, made his way back toward the area of level 2 monsters. As he approached the teleportation portal near Goblin Forest, he spotted 4 individuals standing at the entrance. At the forefront stood a young man appearing to be in his 20s, tall and clad in a somewhat outdated set of D-grade metal armor. He wielded a massive two-handed axe, his face etched with the marks of life's trials, yet his eyes gleamed brightly. Activating the display function above his head, it revealed his level, LV5. His class was Berserker, Intermediate. Following closely behind him were 2 men and a woman, all fresh awakeners, their levels ranging from LV1 to LV2. Dressed in crude F-grade gear, their faces reflecting a mix of tension and excitement. The LV5 Berserker noticed Lin Feng approaching alone, his gaze briefly flickering to the slime perched on Lin Feng's shoulder and the F-grade longsword in his hand. He called out with a booming voice, "Hey there, young brother. Out here all by yourself? How about teaming up? We're heading to Goblin Forest and could use an extra hand. Each of us would only need to chip in 200 experience points as a fee, and I guarantee your safe passage through, plus you'll gather plenty of experience and materials. A hearty yet shrewd smile graced his face as he added, I, Old Zhang, am well known for safely guiding newcomers. After deducting the fee, you'll still net a few hundred experience points, far better than venturing out alone. Lin Feng paused for a moment, instantly comprehending the situation. This was a season guide for newcomers. In the gaming epoch, such practices of assisting lower-level players to farm experience were commonplace. One could lead a group and charge a fixed experience fee. For high-level players, although leading low-level dungeons offered less profit per run than high-level ones. It was prized for its safety and stability, serving as a reliable means to earn experience points to support their living expenses. Observing Old Zhang, who at just over 20 years of age had only reached level 5 and donned modest equipment, it seemed likely he had settled down early, with a family to support, thus opting for the security of guiding newcomers rather than risking higher-level areas. In a sense, this could be considered a white-collar job, investing some time to barely make ends meet. The system imposed certain restrictions. Each player could enter low-level monster black holes no more than 5 times a day, preventing high-level players from monopolizing resources and hindering the growth of newcomers. However, there was no limit on entering black holes of equal or higher level, provided one had the strength to do so. Old Zhang could lead a maximum of 5 groups a day, taking 3 or 4 newcomers each time, collecting 200 experience points from each, potentially earning 300 to 400 experience points daily, enough to sustain a small family after expenses. Lin Feng understood the situation, but resolutely shook his head in refusal. No, thank you. I prefer to go solo. Teaming up? What a jest. Not only would it divide the experience points, but most importantly, he could not afford to expose the secret of his attribute theft. The final blow must be dealt by the slime, and in a team setting, precise control would be exceedingly difficult. This was simply a waste of his precious development time. Old Zhang, taken aback by the refusal, seemed surprised that this young summoner with a slime would turn down such a no-lose proposition. Furrowing his brow, he attempted to persuade Lin Feng further. Brother, the Goblin Forest is nothing like the Novice Plains. The goblins in the level 2 black hole have high attack power, and the difficulty is random. There are even elite monsters. It's too perilous to go alone. At that moment, one of the LV2 newcomers, a tall and lanky youth, suddenly pointed at Lin Feng and spoke with a mocking tone. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Isn't this the infamous double-waist Lin Feng from our academy? Lin Feng raised his gaze and recognized him as Wang Hao from the 3rd Academy, known for trailing after more capable classmates to curry favor. Wang Hao's face was filled with derision as he scrutinized Lin Feng. What is this? Our great Zhang is offering you a chance, a lifeline, and you still refuse? Or is it that you can't even muster 200 experience points? He turned to Old Zhang and the other newcomers, saying, Zhangge, you might not know, but this guy just awakened a trash F-grade talent yesterday, and his class is the most pathetic summoner, with a pet that's just this blob of slime. He has become the laughingstock of the academy. His girlfriend, Li Rongrong, immediately took up with our brother Chen Lei the same day. He spat out his words, vehemently belittling Lin Feng. With his character, he is still acting proud? What a fool. Who does he think he is? Preferring to go solo? I bet he is too broke to pay for the team fee, scared to die, just here putting on a show. The other 2 newcomers, hearing this, looked at Lin Feng with expressions filled with disdain and contempt. Old Zhang's frown deepened as he regarded Lin Feng with a complex gaze, seemingly sympathetic, but chose not to speak further. Guiding newcomers was for profit. He didn't want to attract trouble. Lin Feng listened to Wang Hao's taunts with an impassive expression, his heart devoid of any turmoil, even feeling a hint of amusement. Engaging with such a clown was a sheer waste of life. He couldn't muster the energy to respond even a single word. Ignoring the ranting Wang Hao and the complex glances, he strode directly to the portal leading to the Goblin Forest, extending his hand to press against the magical screen. Do you wish to enter the monster black hole Goblin Forest? Difficulty is random. Landing location is random. Warning. Death within the black hole equates to real death. Yes, no. Yes. Lin Feng silently thought. Buzz. The portal's green light surged intensely, instantly engulfing him and the slime on his shoulder. His figure vanished without a trace. On the spot, only Wang Hao remained, his face flushed with anger from being ignored, alongside the astonished expressions of Old Zhang and the others. None of them had anticipated that this boy, derided as a double waist and a pauper, would so decisively enter the level 2 black hole of the Goblin Forest alone. Wang Hao, after a moment of suppressed fury, shouted at the empty portal, "Keep pretending. Let's see how you die in there." Old Zhang observed the now tranquil portal, shaking his head as he thought to himself, "Young man, too impulsive, what a pity." He decided not to dwell on it further, calling to the other 3 newcomers. Let us go find another group and prepare to enter the dungeon. Chapter 9. Difficulty of Death. Desperation. The Slime's Ascendance. Buzz. The familiar sensations of dizziness and weightlessness washed over Lin Feng as he once again set foot on the damp, foul-smelling ground of the goblin forest. However, this time, the stench and oppressive atmosphere enveloping him were magnified several-fold. The sky loomed an oppressive dark red, as if soaked in blood. Towering ancient trees twisted grotesquely, their trunks adorned with eerie black markings. The air crackled with volatile energy particles, each breath taken felt like a burning sensation in his lungs. Current dungeon difficulty, death. The system's cold and merciless notification struck Lin Feng's heart like a sledgehammer. Death difficulty. His pupils constricted in shock. Terrifying knowledge regarding the death difficulty black holes surged through his mind like a tidal wave. According to the records in Overview of Black Hole Difficulties, death difficulty is an almost insurmountable existence among all levels of black holes. Monster attributes would be exponentially enhanced, exceeding 5 times the normal level. Even a well-equipped and coordinated elite team of 5 level 5 players would face less than a 30 survival rate against a level 2 black hole of death difficulty. And here he was, utterly alone, accompanied only by a slime. Bookish knowledge clarified the configuration of monsters in the death difficulty goblin forest. Normal goblins, LV, 100 units. Health, 800. Attack, 15. Defense, 5. Skill, heavy strike, inflicting 225 damage. Big goblins, enhanced LV, 10 units. Health, 3000. Attack, 30. Defense, 10. Skill, frenzied heavy strike, inflicting 300 damage. Goblin assassin, elite LV, 5 units. Health, 5000. Attack power, 45. Defense power, 20. Skill, backstab, deals 375 damage, inflicts bleeding. Stealth. Goblin slingers, boss LV, 2 units. Health, 8000. Attack power, 60. Defense power, 30. Skill, precision throw, deals 450 damage, extremely long range, summons minions. There is also a chance of encountering the Goblin Lord, Lord LV2. Health, 20,000. Attack power, 90. Defense power, 50. Possesses a lordly aura and an unknown formidable skill. Lin Feng gulped hard, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Despair. An unprecedented sense of hopelessness wrapped around his spine like a frigid serpent. He had just grasped the hope of rising. This was only his 3rd venture into the monster's abyss. How had he stumbled upon such a rare and deadly challenge? This was utterly tormenting. Damn it, is fate conspiring to end my life? Lin Feng roared to the heavens, his voice trembling with indignation. He gripped the rough longsword tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The slime perched on his shoulder seemed to sense its master's intense emotional turmoil and the perilous environment. Its body tensed, the dark green sheen of its surface dimming slightly. With a soft, anxious sound, it emitted a faint, distressed cry. Frustration and fear crashed over Lin Feng like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming him. Give up? Await death? No. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, a mad flame igniting in his eyes once more. To hell with it. Let us fight. ISNT at just slightly higher attributes. I can steal attributes. As long as the slime can deliver the finishing blow, I shall grow stronger with each battle. Monsters of deadly difficulty abound, their quality high, and the attribute points they yield plentiful. The risk is immense, but the rewards are greater. Fortune favors the bold. A fierce resolve, mingled with desperation and madness, surged from the depths of his heart. He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. He couldn't confront them head on. He must utilize the terrain and his new skills to take them down one by one. Cautiously, he began to stealthily maneuver, his mental acuity heightened, attuned to the sounds around him. Soon, he identified his first target, a normal goblin of deadly difficulty. Its size was notably larger than those of the challenging difficulty. Its green skin glistening, muscles bulging, wielding a wooden club transformed into a spiked mace, its eyes glowing red, radiating a violent aura. Monster, Goblin, LV2 deadly. Health, 800. Attack power, 15. Defense power, 5. Skill, death blow, swings the mace fiercely, dealing 225 physical damage. Cooldown 8 seconds. 800 health. 15 attack. Lin Feng SI twitched. This attribute was already comparable to the enhanced monsters of ordinary difficulty. Slime prepare. Wind shield. Lin Feng commanded, first casting a pale blue wind shield over himself and the slime. The shield, valued at 150 points, provided them with a faint sense of security. Ice spike. He locked onto the goblin, initiating the assault. Whoosh. An ice blue spike tore through the air, imbued with a bone-chilling cold, striking true. 115. Ice attribute magic damage. A significant damage number floated above the goblin's head, its health visibly diminishing, a thin layer of frost enveloping its body. causing its movements to falter slightly. Screech. The goblin let out a sharp cry, swinging its mace and charging like a green whirlwind. It was extraordinarily fast. Slime. Hold firm. Use charge. The slime bravely surged forward, its massive body propelled by an unstoppable momentum. Bang. 94. Charge skill damage. It collided with the goblin, inflicting considerable damage. Soon, the goblin retaliated against the slime. However, all damage amounted to 0. With an impressive defense of 100 points, it remained resolute. The normal goblin of deadly difficulty was still unable to breach that defense. Lin Feng felt a slight reassurance. Good. It can be fought. His spirits lifted. He unleashed a continuous barrage of ice spikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 115, 115, 115. He danced along the periphery of the battlefield, fully leveraging his range advantage, coordinating with the slime's charges, concentrating fire on the goblin. When the goblin's health dipped below half, it would frantically unleash its death blow. The mace shimmered with a deep crimson glow, accompanied by a terrifying pressure. Lin Feng dared not take it head-on, always prompting the slime to intercept with its body or employing the wind shield and evasive maneuvers himself. The battle stretched on, fraught with tension. It took nearly several minutes for them to finally vanquish this normal goblin of deadly difficulty. Kill LV2 Goblin, deadly. Gain 100 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You gain 1 free attribute point. Your pet slime gains 1 free attribute point. A melodious notification chimed. 1 attribute point secured. Lin Feng let out a long sigh, feeling more fatigued than after clearing an entire challenging dungeon. But it was worth it. As long as the slime could deliver the final blow, attribute points would flow abundantly. Level up. Without hesitation, he allocated that 1 point to himself. He needed greater survivability. Constitution, 6162. Health increased to 620. Defense rose to 62. For the slime's 1 attribute point, he chose to enhance its spirit. Spirit, 67. Mana increased to 35 points. He required the slime to possess more mana to sustain the simulation spell, which could prove crucial in pivotal moments. Having tasted success, Lin Feng, accompanied by the slime, embarked on a cautious yet resolute hunt within the treacherous goblin forest of deadly difficulty. He exploited the dense foliage and intricate terrain, continuously searching for isolated or small groups of goblins. The long-range attrition of Ice Spike, the timely protection of Wind Shield, and the slime's absolute defense and devastating charges. Together they operated like the most patient of hunters, gradually consuming the dominion of this death-ridden land. The battles were exceptionally arduous. Each goblin of deadly difficulty resembled a miniature boss, demanding significant time and energy to defeat. Lin Feng's mana often ran low, necessitating breaks for recovery. The slime, too, would occasionally lose its wind shield to a death blow, sustaining minor damage. Yet, their attributes were steadily increasing. 1 point, 2 points, 5 points. 10 points when Lin Feng and the slime finally dispatched the 100th normal goblin with a precise ice spike complemented by the slime's charge. He received the notification for his 100th attribute point acquisition, a staggering 100 free attribute points. This was an unimaginable source of power. Without hesitation, he began to allocate points fervently. First and foremost, his survival was paramount. He directly allocated 50 points to Constitution. Constitution, 62-112. Health skyrocketed to 1120 points. Defense rose to 112 points. Next, he needed enhanced spell damage and mana sustainability. He allocated 30 points to Intelligence. Intelligence, 535. The magical attack power has surged to a formidable 35 points. At last, he requires greater agility to evade deadly strikes. An additional 20 points are allocated to Agility. Agility, 45. His speed and reflexes have dramatically improved. A colossal sense of power floods through his entire being. Lin Feng feels a revolutionary transformation in his physical capabilities. His health has surpassed the 1,000 mark. His defense has exceeded 100. Agility has reached a commendable level. He gazes at the slime, noting the remaining 100 attribute points. Pet, slime. Attributes, Strength 65, Constitution 155, Spirit 60, Agility 17, Intelligence 1. Health, 1550, 1550. Mana, 300, 300. Defense, 155. Attack, 65. The slime's form swells once more, nearing a height of nearly 1 meter. Its entirety is enveloped in a profound, inky green hue. Its body is solid as tempered steel, glistening with a metallic sheen, exuding a disquieting aura of oppression. Its mobility has significantly increased due to the heightened agility. Splendid. Absolutely magnificent. Lin Feng, sensing the astonishing changes in himself and his companion, feels an overwhelming surge of confidence. The attributes gained from 100 ordinary goblins have truly metamorphosed them. Now, it is time to challenge even mightier foes. He, accompanied by the slime, ventures towards the heart of the forest. As he progresses deeper, the trees become increasingly sparse, the soil underfoot transforming into a dark crimson, as if steeped in blood countless times. The air is thick with a nauseating stench of blood and a faint, yet palpable, pressure. At last, he emerges from the last grove of withered trees, revealing a vast, rudimentary plaza constructed of bones and black stones. In the center of the plaza stands a grotesque structure, a cavernous edifice built entirely from bleached beast bones, towering 5 meters high. The entrance to the cavern resembles the gaping maw of a demon, dark and exuding an aura that sends shivers through the soul. The cavernous structure, the Goblin Lord's dominion. Lin Feng's heart sinks, plummeting to the depths of despair. Indeed, the worst has come to pass. Knowledge gleaned from tomes informs him that such a structure signifies the emergence of a Lord-level monster. This implies that they must confront not only 10 enhanced big goblins, 5 elite goblin assassins, and 2 goblin catapulters, but also that abominable goblin lord with its grotesque attributes and cunning intellect, rivaling that of humans. The true test of life and death is only just beginning. Lin Feng takes a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk. He meticulously observes the layout of the plaza and the distribution of monsters. 10 big goblins, resembling small giants, patrol the perimeter of the plaza. 5 indistinct figures flicker in the shadows, the goblin assassins in a state of stealth. 2 squat goblin catapulters, each bearing a massive sling, stand atop raised platforms flanking the entrance to the cavern, their crimson eyes scanning the area. From the inky depths of the cavern's entrance, a tangible sense of terror emanates. Surging forth like a tide, that is the Goblin Lord. Strength alone cannot prevail, cunning must prevail. Lin Feng's mind races, recalling all that he knows about Lord monsters. Lords possess remarkable intelligence, nearly indistinguishable from that of humans, and in some respects, even more devious. They understand tactics, command their subordinates, and may even set traps. One must exploit their arrogance or create chaos. His gaze falls upon the newly acquired skill, simulation, yet to be tested in battle. A bold and audacious plan begins to take shape in his mind. Slime, Lin Feng whispers, his eyes glinting with a desperate resolve. This time, it's your turn. Chapter 10, The Stealth Strategy. Death Difficulty. Attribute Overwhelm. Lin Feng fixates intently on the foreboding white-boned cavern, his heart racing within his chest, yet his demeanor remains eerily calm. A head-on assault is certainly not the solution. Deception is imperative. His gaze settles upon his loyal slime by his side, and an extremely audacious plan crystallizes in an instant. Slime, Lin Feng whispers, his tone imbued with unprecedented gravity. Use simulation to transform into an ordinary goblin. Pooh. The slime tilts its rotund body, seemingly puzzled, yet dutifully complies with the command. Its form begins to writhe dramatically, the dark green hue swiftly fading into a muted olive green, its size contracting and shifting until, in mere seconds, a lively, ordinary goblin wielding a crude wooden club stands before Lin Feng. Your pet is using simulation, all attributes decreased by 20. Mana is continuously consumed. In its simulated state, the slime's attributes temporarily transform to Strength 52, Constitution 124, Spirit 48, Agility 336, Intelligence 08, Health 1240, Defense 124, Attack 52. Although its attributes have diminished by 20, its impressive health of 1240 and defense of 124 still render it a formidable presence among level 2 monsters. As long as it avoids concentrated fire or elite magical attacks, it remains secure. Excellent. Now, disguise yourself as one of them and infiltrate. Lin Feng instructs. Pointing towards the big goblins meandering about the plaza, look for one that is isolated, approach them, and strike with a sudden assault. Eliminate them. Remember, a single decisive blow. Then retreat immediately, using the terrain to your advantage. I will provide support from the shadows with Ice Spike. The slime, now masquerading as a goblin, displays a flicker of excitement in its simulated red eyes, nodding vigorously before awkwardly mimicking the gait of a true goblin. Moving towards the plaza with a mix of clumsiness and naturalness, Lin Feng takes a deep breath, pressing his body tightly against a massive, decaying tree emanating a foul odor. Suppressing all presence, his mental energy spreading like an invisible web, closely monitoring the battlefield. His heart pounds with tension. Success or failure hinges on this moment. The slime, disguised as a goblin, successfully melds into the periphery of the plaza. Its somewhat vacant demeanor and feeble presence do not attract undue attention. The goblins under the death difficulty appear more ferocious and arrogant, casting only disdainful glances at such a weakling. The slime patiently prowls, and at last, it seizes an opportunity. A solitary big goblin, brandishing a massive bone club, patrols in a relatively secluded corner. Monster, big goblin, LV2 death enhanced. Health, 3000, 3000. Attack, 30. Defense, 10. Skill, Death Frenzy Heavy Strike, deals 300 physical damage. Now is the moment. The slime, embodying the goblin, its eyes flashing with ferocity, suddenly transforms its previously clumsy steps into a swift dash. It propels itself off the ground with the force of a tightly coiled spring. Collision, though soundless. The explosive momentum is unmistakable. Bang! 78. A thunderous crash reverberates through the air. The formidable goblin was utterly unprepared, struck with a sudden and terrifying force that collided mercilessly against its lower back. Its massive form was propelled into the air as if it had been struck by a battering ram, spewing forth green blood. While a colossal damage number floated above its head, the slime, relentless in its assault, continued to attack with fervor. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the square. All the goblins were rendered speechless by this unforeseen turn of events. They gazed in disbelief at their feeble kin, who had unleashed such a terrifying power that it sent the mighty goblin flying. In the moment of their astonishment, a swift, icy blue light shot forth from the desolate woods. It struck the airborne goblin with unerring precision, leaving it unable to evade. 135. With a splatter, the ice shard pierced through, unleashing a wave of frigid air. The duo had spent a considerable time delivering their output, while Lin Feng monitored their health. Immediately afterward, the slime executed a habitual heavy slam. The goblin's health bar was instantly depleted, its massive body stiffening midair before it crashed down with a thud, releasing a small pile of materials and experience points in a radiant glow. You have slain a LV2 goblin, death enhanced, gaining 1000 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You gain 2 free attribute points, and your pet slime also gains 2 free attribute points. Attribute points acquired. Splendid. Lin Feng's heart swelled with elation. The strategy proved effective. The slime, having struck successfully, was quick to retreat, its speed modest and unable to escape far. Lin Feng commanded it to swiftly burrow into a nearby pile of rubble, mimicking the appearance of stone. By the time the other goblins and the assassin lurking in the shadows reacted, roaring as they charged forth, they had already lost track of the perpetrator. The square descended into chaos. The goblins chattered anxiously, furiously searching in all directions. Just then, a colossal, chilling presence, imbued with endless cruelty and authority, erupted from the depths of the bone-laden cavern, akin to a slumbering beast awakening. The very air of the square seemed to freeze. The previously tumultuous goblins fell silent in an instant, trembling like ducks with their throats grasped. They crawled low to the ground, submitting towards the direction of the cavern. Lin Feng's heart raced. Here it comes, the Goblin Lord. Heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the cavern, each step reverberating as though crushing the very heart of those who heard it. A towering figure, 3 meters tall, clad in crude yet menacing black bone armor, wielding a colossal two-handed battle axe wreathed in black flames, emerged slowly from the shadows. It too bore green skin, but its hue was dark as ink, muscles bulging like granite, and its crimson eyes sparkled with an intelligence that was far from ordinary, filled with cunning and cruelty. Monster, Goblin Lord, LV2 Death Lord. Health, 20,000. 20,000. Attack power, 90. Defense power, 50. Skills. Lord level monster skills unknown. Lord's aura. All goblin units within the vicinity gain a 10 boost to all attributes. Its cold gaze swept across the square, immediately zeroing in on the location of the deceased goblin, then surveying the source of the chaos. Its nostrils flaring as if it were capturing some scent in the air. Suddenly, its crimson eyes fixed unerringly on the pile of rubble where the slime was concealed. This is bad. It has been discovered. Lin Feng's heart raced. The Lord's perception was astoundingly keen. Roar. The Goblin Lord unleashed a deafening roar, pointing its battle axe, aflame with black fire, toward the rubble. Crack. The 5 stealthy goblin assassins instantly revealed themselves, like specters, launching themselves from various angles toward the pile of stones. Meanwhile, 2 of the leader's slingers raised their slings high, aiming for that very spot. Simultaneously, the remaining 9 goblins, bolstered by the Lord's aura, surged forward with increased attributes, roaring as they charged head-on. Coordinated assault. Commanded with precision. This Lord indeed possessed remarkable intelligence. Hiding was no longer an option. A glint of resolve flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He knew he had to act. Wind shield technique. He first cast the wind shield on himself and the slime, which had just burst forth from the rubble. Ice spike technique. Targeting the slingers. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 ice spikes, brimming with chilling intent, flew toward the two goblin slingers atop their platforms. 120. 120. The damage was considerable, but in comparison to their 8,000 health, it was merely a scratch. However, the ice spikes triggered a slowing effect. One of the slingers noticeably faltered in its movements. Slime, no need to disguise anymore. Return to your true form and charge the Lord with all your might. Draw its aggro. Lin Feng bellowed. The slime's body twisted, instantly returning to its 1 meter tall, deep green form, attributes restored to their peak. Boom. It barreled forward like a green heavy tank, ignoring the daggers of the goblin assassins attacking from the side. And with an unstoppable momentum, it crashed into the goblin lord. Bang. 97. Impact damage. The tremendous sound resonated like a war drum. The goblin lord staggered slightly from the force of the impact, a damage number appearing above its head. It was furious. How dare a mere summoned creature challenge the Lord's authority? Roar. It dismissed its doubts about the rubble, and with a howl, its battle axe, engulfed in black flames, cleaved through the air toward the slime. This strike was as swift as lightning. With the force of thunder, Lin Feng's pupils dilated. He sensed the terrifying power contained within this blow. Slime withstand it. There was no evading. It could only endure. Boom. 0. Black flame battle axe attack power 90. Slime defense power 155. No damage. A colossal 0 floated above the slime's head, leaving even the goblin lord momentarily stunned. Not even the bizarre black flames clinging to its axe could penetrate the slime's extraordinary defense. What? The goblin lord's crimson eyes widened in disbelief for the first time. Its full-force strike had failed to even scratch the surface of its opponent. Just as it was momentarily stunned, Lin Feng sprang into action. His agility, at an impressive 45 points, allowed him to react with remarkable speed. He darted around to the lord's side, his rough sword gathering all his strength, and fiercely thrust it toward the joint of the lord's knee. 37. However, Lin Feng's goal was not to inflict significant damage. Ice spike technique. Almost simultaneously with the sword's impact, an ice spike accurately shot toward the lord's face. 120. Whoosh. The ice shards exploded upon the lord's visage. Although it did not inflict substantial damage, the frigid aura caused its movements to stall once more. Now's the time. Slime, strike repeatedly, seizing the opportunity. The slime's massive form slammed into the lord like a pile driver, again and again. Bang, bang, bang. 97, 97, 97. The goblin lord's health bar began to steadily decline. It roared in fury, its battle axe swirling wildly, but each blow against the slime was pitiful, dealing a mere 0. It attempted to command its subordinates to eliminate that bothersome summoner first. However, Lin Feng provided it with no opportunity. As soon as the wind shield spell cooled down, he cast it upon himself, bestowing a shield of 155 points along with his own 1120 health and 112 defense. The goblin assassin's backstab barely shattered the wind shield, inflicting a mere few dozen points of damage, utterly insignificant. He moved with the slippery grace of an eel, simultaneously using ice spike to harass the lord and the distant stone throwers, while skillfully parrying the occasional advances of the assassins with his longsword. Attribute dominance. This was the exhilarating thrill brought about by overwhelming attributes. The deathly difficult lord that had instilled despair in him upon entering the black hole now appeared utterly powerless before his and the slime's exaggerated attributes. The goblin lord was rich in wisdom and skill, yet in the face of absolute power and defense, its commands and techniques became a mere farce. It attempted to unleash its skills, but each time it began to cast, Lin Feng's precise ice spike would interrupt it, or the slime's brutish charge would disrupt its concentration. Frustration. An overwhelming sense of frustration. The battle had devolved into an unrelenting one-sided massacre. Half an hour later, accompanied by the goblin lord's agonized wail filled with resentment and despair, its massive form finally collapsed, transforming into a brilliant beam of experience points. Defeated LV2 Goblin Lord, Death Lord, gained 20,000 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You gain 16 free attribute points. And your pet slime gains 16 free attribute points. Subsequently, the remaining enhanced monsters, elite monsters, and bosses were effortlessly dispatched by Lin Feng and the slime. Defeated LV2 Big Goblin, Death Enhanced, X9, gain 9,000 experience points, attribute points 18. Defeated LV2 Goblin Assassin, Death Elite, X5, gain 10,000 experience points, attribute points 20. Defeated LV2 Goblin Stone Thrower, Death Boss, X2, gain 10,000 experience points, attribute points 16. The entire Goblin Forest under Death difficulty was conquered single-handedly by Lin Feng. standing amidst the corpses of monsters and traces of battle in the plaza. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath of relief, reflecting on the trepidation and near despair he felt upon entry, contrasting it with his current effortless victory through sheer attribute dominance. He was filled with profound emotion. Powerful. This is the sensation of true strength. Loot assessment. He suppressed his excitement and began to tally his gains. Experience statistics. Ordinary Goblin, Death, x 100, 10, 000 experience points. Enhanced Big Goblin x 10, 10, 000 experience points. Elite Goblin Assassin x 5, 10, 000 experience points. Boss Goblin Stone Thrower x 2, 21, 000 experience points. Goblin Lord x 1, 20, 000 experience points. Total experience points, 60, 000. An astonishing sum. Attribute point statistics, calculated separately for Lin Feng and the slime. Ordinary monsters, 1 point each, x 100, 100 points each. Enhanced monsters, 2 points each, x 10, 20 points each. Elite monsters, 4 points each, x 5, 20 points each. Boss monsters, 8 points each, x 2, 16 points each. Lord monsters, 16 points each, 16 points. Remaining total attribute points. Lin Feng, 72 points. The slime also earned 72 points. Equipment material statistics. Goblin Lord Drop. Lord's Bonefire Staff, Grade A. Equipment requirement. Level 2, Spirit 50. Attributes. Magic Attack Power 35, Spirit 15, Intelligence 10. Special effect. Increases fire skill damage by 10. Undiscovered. May possess hidden attributes. Elite and Boss Drops. Poison Dagger, Grade E. X2, Hardwood Sling, Grade E, X1. Goblin Lord Core, Grade C material. X1, various F and E grade materials in abundance. There was also an S grade completion treasure chest. Although it took a considerable amount of time, he had successfully soloed the Death difficulty monster Black Hole at level 2. The system provided a remarkably high evaluation. Gazing at the dizzying bounty of loot, Lin Feng could not help but burst into laughter. Haha, I've struck it rich. This time, he truly struck it rich. Death difficulty, a gamble of risks and rewards. He had won. Attribute allocation. Without hesitation, he evenly distributed the 72 free attribute points. Lin Feng, Strength 14, Constitution 14, Spirit 14, Agility 14, Intelligence 14. Slime, Strength 14, Constitution 14, Spirit 14, Agility 14, Intelligence 14. An unprecedented sense of overwhelming power surged through both Lin Feng and the slime. Attributes soared once more. Lin Feng felt that he had reached a level of strength that even he could not fathom. Although the slime's size remained unchanged, its color deepened to an abyssal hue, exuding an aura that even Lin Feng found slightly unsettling. Observing the A-grade staff in his hand, flickering with faint black flames, Lin Feng's lips curled into a confident smile. It was time to return. Chapter 11. Successful solo clear, pet level up. In the next moment, his feet landed upon the cold, hard ground of the East Sea Town's teleportation plaza. The cacophony of voices, the dazzling magical lights, and the unique blend of scents characteristic of the town instantly enveloped him, forming a stark contrast to the oppressive, bloody silence of the goblin forest under Death difficulty. He took a deep breath of the not-so-fresh air, yet felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He had survived. Moreover, he had triumphed with overwhelming ease over the fearsome Death difficulty level 2 black hole. He instinctively touched the rough surface of his apprenticeship explorer badge resting against his chest. It remained cool to the touch. Yet Lin Feng knew that beneath the badge lay a body infused with power beyond ordinary comprehension. On his shoulder, the slime had returned to its fist-sized mini-form, affectionately nudging his neck with a soft chirp, seemingly sharing in his joy. Just as Lin Feng prepared to leave the plaza to submit his quest at the guild, a fierce argument nearby captured his attention. Turning to look, he saw the LV5 berserker Old Zhang, who had previously invited him to team up only to be rejected, now in a state of dire disarray. His D-grade plate armor was marred with deep claw marks and grime, and blood still lingered on his lips, his breath heavy, his gaze betraying a hint of fear and fatigue. The situation was even worse for the 3 members of his party. Wang Hao, who had once ridiculed Lin Feng mercilessly, appeared the most tragic of all. His entire left arm had been severed at the shoulder. The wound was crudely bound with a rag, yet blood continued to seep through, staining half his body a deep crimson. His face was as pale as a sheet, sweat and tears mingling together as his body trembled uncontrollably from excruciating pain and terror. The once arrogant and sharp demeanor had vanished, leaving only despair and collapse. The other 2 newcomers were also battered and bruised, their leather armor tattered, and their faces still haunted by shock. Moreover, One member of the team was conspicuously absent. The sole female newcomer had vanished without a trace. Refund. Boss Zhang. You must refund us. You promised safety and successful passage. My sister died in there. My arm is broken. What kind of path are you leading us on? One young man, with a bloody gash across his face, was fervently gripping Boss Zhang's collar, his eyes ablaze with rage as he bellowed, spittle nearly landing on Zhang's face. Wang Hao, gritting his teeth against excruciating pain, hoarsely chimed in with a quavering voice, yes. Refund us. 200 experience points just down the drain, and a life lost. What kind of incompetent guide are you? Hellish difficulty. You knew it all along, didn't you? Boss Zhang's face turned ashen as he forcefully shoved away the young man clutching him, his voice hoarse, yet laced with fury. What nonsense. How was I to know it would randomly be hellish difficulty? I almost fell victim myself. The rules of bringing in newcomers are clear. Risk is borne by the individual. The contract? No, the terms were made clear before the team was formed. The black hole difficulty is random, and life and death are left to fate. Are you blaming me now? He gasped for breath, pointing to his own wounds. Look at my injuries. To bring you out, I used up my life-saving potions. Worth far more than your measly transportation fees. I've suffered losses. I don't care. You must compensate us. Otherwise, we'll report you to the guild. Wang Hao shrieked, his eyes filled with resentment and defiance. Report? Go ahead. Let's see if the guild pays you any mind. Boss Zhang, clearly incensed, shouted back. The two parties continued their heated exchange, drawing the attention of several onlookers, who pointed and whispered amongst themselves. Ah, it's Zhang Depeo's team. Looks like they've hit a wall. Hellish difficulty? What terrible luck. Someone died. Happens every month with newcomers. That one-armed kid looks like Wang Hao from the 3rd Academy. He's usually so arrogant. Now he's reduced to this. A mage losing an arm is unfortunate. For a warrior, that would mean near total incapacitation. Lin Feng stood by, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the unfolding farce. He felt no sympathy. Any semblance of camaraderie had dissipated after Wang Hao had relentlessly mocked him. In fact, he took a few steps forward, arms crossed, leaning casually against a stone pillar inscribed with magical runes, as if attending a theatrical performance. His gaze swept over the bickering individuals, particularly lingering on the disheveled Wang Hao. His eyes betraying neither mockery nor triumph, but a detached indifference, as if he were watching a pack of wild dogs ensnared in a quagmire, tearing at one another. At that moment, Wang Hao seemed to sense something and abruptly turned his head, locking eyes with Lin Feng's calm and unwavering gaze. Initially taken aback, his face flushed crimson with humiliation. He opened his mouth, instinctively aiming to unleash the fear and fury he had accumulated in the black hole upon this double waste he had always looked down upon. Lin Feng yet. Just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, they were caught in his throat, stifled by an invisible hand. He realized Lin Feng appeared unscathed. Aside from his slightly tattered and soiled rough-spun clothing, he bore no injuries whatsoever. His complexion was healthy, his breathing steady, and his gaze clear and profound, standing in stark contrast to the pitiful sight of Wang Hao and his companions. One person, he had truly entered alone, and now he emerged unscathed. If the hellish difficulty had wrought such carnage upon their team, then Lin Feng's solitary experience must have been far from effortless. Yet he stood here untouched. What did this indicate? Even the dimmest of minds could not overlook the chilling reality before him. This figure he had incessantly belittled, this Lin Feng, who had awakened the most inferior class and talent, possessed secrets or abilities beyond his comprehension. All his previous derision and disdain transformed into resounding slaps on his own face under Lin Feng's tranquil gaze, each one stinging fiercely. The venomous words that had been ready to erupt from Wang Hao's throat now rolled weakly, ultimately manifesting as a feeble whimper. He abruptly lowered his head, unable to meet Lin Feng's eyes any longer. His intact right hand clenched into a fist, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. A tumult of shame, fear, resentment, and a hint of unnameable regret churned within him, threatening to tear his heart asunder. The other quarreling newcomers and Boss Zhang also took note of Lin Feng's presence. Witnessing his pristine condition, their faces mirrored disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. Especially Boss Zhang, who had led numerous newcomers and understood all too well what the second-level black hole, even at the most ordinary difficulty, meant for a solo player, particularly a summoner. Yet Lin Feng not only survived, but appeared so relaxed. This completely shattered his understanding. Lin Feng regarded Wang Hao's cowardice and the astonished expressions of the others with disinterest. He had initially anticipated some amusing antics from these clowns, but there was not even a semblance of resistance. Pathetic. Lin Feng evaluated them indifferently in his mind, too weary to utter a single word. He straightened, gently patting the head of the mini slime perched on his shoulder, then turned and walked away with a composed and steady stride. leaving behind a silence punctuated by complex gazes. Inside the Explorer's Guild Hall, the atmosphere remained lively. Lin Feng navigated through the bustling crowd, returning to the familiar task submission counter. Coincidentally, the same registrar, adorned with heavy makeup and a sly smile, who had previously been so acerbic towards him, sat behind the counter. She was engrossed in flipping through a tome of magical accounts, her demeanor one of utter boredom. Sensing someone approaching, she instinctively lifted her head, her face adopting a mask of practiced indifference. However, upon recognizing Lin Feng, her expression momentarily stiffened, a flicker of surprise, embarrassment, and perhaps an imperceptible thread of fear flashing in her sharp eyes. She opened her mouth, seemingly intending to follow protocol and say something. But the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back, merely watching Lin Feng in silence, awaiting his cue. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to their last encounter. Lin Feng inwardly scoffed. His expression remained utterly unperturbed. He directly retrieved the 50 Goblin Essence, E-grade material, from his miniature storage pouch and placed them on the counter. These essences resembled semi-solid green amber, with a faint glow swirling within, exuding an unusual aroma that mingled the scents of decaying vegetation and magic. Submitting collection task, Goblin Essence. Lin Feng's tone was flat and devoid of emotion. The female registrar gazed in astonishment at the small mountain of Goblin Essence on the counter, her eyes widening in disbelief. 50 pieces. How much time had passed since his registration yesterday? To amass 50 pieces of Goblin Essence in a single day? Such efficiency. Even a 5-member elite team would find it a formidable challenge to gather that much in a day, given the drop rate hovers around 20%. How had he achieved this? Alone? Accompanied by a slime? The registrar felt her understanding of reality being violently shaken once more. Flustered, she hastily picked up the magical device to begin counting the materials and registering the task, her movements far more agile than during their previous encounter. Task submission successful. Experience gained. 500 Explorer points. 2. With the notification chime, Lin Feng's experience points flickered momentarily on his panel. The Explorer badge warmed slightly, its points transitioning from 0 to 2. Although these were merely the minimum novice level and a paltry 2 points, it represented a beginning. Mr. Lin Feng. The female registrar, having completed the formalities, forced a smile she believed to be amiable. Her voice softened considerably. How did you manage to collect so many goblin essences so quickly? Do you possess some efficient monster hunting technique? Or perhaps you've joined a formidable team? Her tone carried an air of probing mixed with a hint of flattery, starkly contrasting her earlier brusqueness. Lin Feng, however, barely lifted his eyelids, seemingly oblivious to her inquiries. He disregarded her sycophantic smile and inquisitive gaze, stowing away his badge and turning on his heel without a moment's pause, leaving her standing there once again. The registrar's smile abruptly froze as she watched Lin Feng's indifferent back retreat. Anger simmered within her, and her ample bosom heaved with indignation. Yet ultimately, she refrained from erupting as she had previously, instead sulking back to her seat, muttering under her breath, "What's so impressive about it? It's merely good luck." Even she found this justification feeble and unconvincing. Upon leaving the guild, Lin Feng first visited a clothing shop, spending 500 experience points to purchase 2 sets of neat E-grade adventurer's attire. Item: adventurer's attire, E-grade. Equipment slot: upper body, lower body. Attributes: defense 3. Equipment requirements: none. Description: woven from flexible magical fibers, lightweight and breathable, offering a degree of protection, a common choice for novice adventurers. After discarding his tattered novice attire and donning the fitted adventurer's garb, Lin Feng appeared significantly more vibrant. The air of despondency faded, replaced by an aura of competence and mystery. Next, he proceeded to a large acquisition firm in the free trading zone, where he unloaded the spoils from his perilous escapade in the Goblin Forest. Aside from the A-grade Lord's Bonefire Staff and the Goblin Lord Core C-grade material, he sold everything else that was of no use to him. E-grade Poison Dagger X2, each priced at 800 experience points. E-grade Hardwood Sling X1, priced at 600 experience points. Various F-grade and E-grade miscellaneous materials, totaling 2,200 experience points. Once all items were processed, Lin Feng's experience points surged to a staggering total of 63,500. A veritable fortune that would leave countless low-level players envious and breathless. Returning to his modest room at the Explorer's Inn, he shut the door, isolating himself from the outside world. At last, Lin Feng could meticulously assess his most significant gains, the enhancement of his attributes and the planning of his next steps for fortification. He summoned his attribute panel, a light blue screen floating before him, displaying data that was both clear and awe-inspiring. Name: Lin Feng. Race: human. Class: summoner, novice. Talent: attribute sharing, F-grade. Level: 2, 0, 10,000. Experience points, 63500. Health, 1120, 1120. Mana, 500, 500. Attributes, Strength 76, Constitution 112, Spirit 114, Agility 59, Intelligence 49. Free attribute points, 2. Skills, Ice Spike, LV1, Wind Shield, LV1. Equipment, Rough Longsword, F grade. Adventurer's Attire, E grade. Boots of Agility, F grade. Pet, Slime, unnamed. Gazing upon his impressively high attributes, Lin Feng felt a surge of ambition. With such stats, not even advanced players at levels 15 or 16 could rival his extraordinary prowess, particularly his health and defense, which could easily compete with some shield warriors who primarily focus on constitution at levels far beyond his own. His spirit attribute surpassed that of similarly leveled mages, showcasing the incredible advantage of his attribute-stealing ability. Next, he turned his attention to the Slimes panel. Pet, Slime, unnamed. Level, 2, 0, 10,000. Experience points, 6, 7, 100. Health, 1550, 1550. Mana, 300, 300. Attributes, Strength, 79, Constitution, 155, Spirit, 74, Agility, 51, Intelligence, 15. Free attribute points, 2. Skills, Charge, LV1. Mimicry, LV1. The Slime's attributes were equally formidable, 1550 health, 155 defense. In this low-level area, it was nothing short of an indestructible mobile fortress. Yet its level remained too low. Lin Feng stroked his chin, pondering. The elevation of a pet's level would not only augment its base attributes, but was also crucial for unlocking greater privileges, such as expanding equipment slots, skill slots, and even the possibility of evolution. Time to level up. Lin Feng focused his thoughts on the experience points stored within the slime, aiming to elevate it to level 3. Consuming 10,000 experience points, your pet slime has leveled up to level 3. Health 50, Mana 10, gained 1 free attribute point. A faint surge of energy radiated from within the slime, and its form appeared slightly more solidified. Lin Feng directly allocated this single attribute point to the slime's spirit. Spirit, 74-75, mana increased to 310 points. Onward. Level up to level 4. Consuming 20,000 experience points. Your pet slime's level has risen to 4. Health, 50. Mana, 10, gained 1 free attribute point. He once again increased the spirit. Spirit, 75-76, mana now stands at 320 points. Level up again, to level 5. Consuming 30,000 experience points. Your pet slime's level has risen to 5. Health, 50, mana, 10, gained 1 free attribute point. Yet again, he allocated points to Spirit. Spirit, 76-77, mana increased to 330 points. 3 consecutive levels up. The slime's level surged from 2 to 5. Its form remained unchanged. However, within its dark green body, a luminous energy seemed to flow. Its presence grew more profound and restrained. Pet, Slime, unnamed. Level, 5, 7,100, 40,000. 40,000 experience points required to reach level 6. Experience, 7,100. Health, 1,700, 1,700. Mana, 330, 330. Attributes, Strength, 79, Constitution, 155, Spirit, 77, Agility, 51, Intelligence, 15. Free attribute points, 0. Gazing at the inscription indicating that 40,000 experience points are needed to reach level 6, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Experience points are still insufficient. Fortunately, he still possessed over 60,000 experience points. He needed to contemplate how to enhance his strength. Now that the slime has reached level 5, it should have unlocked the pet equipment slot. He immediately checked. Indeed, beneath the slime's attribute panel, a new equipment section appeared. Currently, there was only one empty slot, designated for special accessories. It seems only special accessories exclusive to pets can be equipped, Lin Feng pondered. Pet equipment is far rarer than player equipment, particularly accessories. It appears he must pay more attention in the future. Subsequently, he examined his own status. His own level was still at 2. After some consideration, he temporarily decided against leveling up. As a low-level summoner, each level gained only grants 1 free attribute point. In comparison to the points he acquired through attribute theft, it was merely a drop in the bucket. It would be wiser to conserve experience points for potential emergencies or to utilize the instant full status upon leveling up during critical moments. The most crucial task at present was to familiarize himself with his newly boosted attributes and make use of the newly acquired A-grade staff. His gaze fell upon the Lord's Bone Fire staff, quietly resting within his storage pouch. A-grade equipment. This was his first high-quality piece of gear. He withdrew it. Buzz. The staff felt slightly heavy in his grasp, approximately 1.2 meters in length. The staff was crafted from the hardest vertebrae of a goblin lord. Pale as jade, yet carrying an eerie chill. At its apex, it was adorned with the skull of an unknown magical beast, within which two pools of dark flames flickered quietly, exuding a disquieting wave of energy. Equipment: Lord's Bone Fire Staff, A grade. Equipment requirements: Level 2, Spirit 50. Attributes: Magic Attack Power 35, Spirit 15, Intelligence 10. Special effect: increases fire skill damage by 10. Not identified. May possess hidden attributes. Level 2, Spirit 50. I certainly meet all the requirements. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He promptly equipped this striking staff. The moment the staff tightened in his grip, a searing and formidable power surged into his body. It resonated wondrously with his impressive spirit attribute of 114 points. He felt as though his mental fortitude had been infused with a wild flame, becoming more vibrant and powerful. His magic attack power soared by 35 points. His spirit and intelligence attributes also increased by 15 and 10 points, respectively. His strength surged once more. With a casual wave of the staff, he could even sense the air around him crackling with heightened fire elemental energy. Alas, I do not possess any fire skills. The special effect remains temporarily unutilized. Moreover, it remains unidentified, possibly harboring hidden attributes. Lin Feng lovingly caressed the icy, bone-like staff. It seems I must find time to visit the identification center. His gaze drifted to the window. The town's magical lights had begun to illuminate, casting a glow over this harsh yet opportunity-filled game world. He gripped the bone fire staff tightly, feeling the surging power within him, along with the affectionate vibrations emanating from his companion. His eyes glinted with sharp determination. His strength had significantly increased, yet it was still insufficient. Chapter 12. Identifying the A-staff shocks the crowd. Wealthy shopping followed. Lin Feng embraced the slime and enjoyed a deep and restful sleep on the creaky wooden bed of the inn. This slumber was particularly profound, alleviating the fatigue, tension, and mental exhaustion accumulated since his awakening, especially from the harrowing battles within the deathly difficulty black hole. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting mottled light patterns on the floor. Lin Feng awoke promptly, his eyes clear and brimming with vitality. Feeling the unyielding power coursing within him, he contentedly stretched, his bones cracking softly. Pudding, the slime, also stirred awake, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. The cool, bouncy touch brought a delightful mood. Let us go, mate. Today we'll get that big fellow identified and buy you some nice things. Lin Feng patted the slime and, in high spirits, descended from the bed. After a quick wash, he donned his newly purchased E-grade adventurer's attire, wielding the fearsome A-grade, Lord's Bone Fire staff, that burned with dark flames. Perched on his shoulder was the miniaturized slime, and he headed straight towards the town's identification center. The morning streets were already bustling with pedestrians. His peculiar outfit, a low-level adventurer-esque garb paired with an obviously extraordinary A-grade staff, along with an innocuous slime pet, immediately drew the curious gazes of many. Look at that person. That staff emanates a powerful energy wave. It's A-grade. Undeniably A-grade equipment. My detection talent shows a faint response. A-grade? What a jest. His attire is clearly E-grade adventurer's clothes. His level doesn't seem high either. Accompanied by a slime? A summoner? A low-level summoner wielding an A-grade staff? What a configuration. Whispers of astonishment filled the air. Lin Feng remained unfazed, ignoring their murmurs. Soon, he arrived at the identification center. It was a grand stone building, exuding an imposing presence. A colossal magnifying glass emblazoned with a myriad of colors hung at the entrance. Upon stepping into the hall, Lin Feng noticed a considerable number of individuals queuing in anticipation of their equipment assessments. The air was suffused with the peculiar energy fields emanating from various gear. As Lin Feng entered, particularly with the emergence of his bone fire staff, which exuded an aura of dominion and dark flames, an abrupt hush enveloped the entire hall. Almost every gaze swiftly converged upon him and his staff. Shock, disbelief, greed, a tapestry of complex emotions interwove within those stares. An A-grade. Undoubtedly an A-grade piece of equipment. The intensity of this energy is unmistakable. An older gentleman, bespectacled and evidently possessing a talent for appraisals, exclaimed in awe, his eyes ablaze with fervor as they fixated on the staff. A level 2 A-grade staff. My heavens. The difficulty of acquiring this item surpasses that of numerous level 10 A-grade pieces. How often does one encounter low-tier lord monsters, especially of the magical variety? A burly man adorned with a massive shield grumbled, envy etched across his face. Who is this young man? He appears unfamiliar. Could he possibly be the illegitimate offspring of a Grand Legion commander, here to experience life? It seems plausible. Just look at his composed demeanor. He shows no fear of being scrutinized. His background must be extraordinary. A summoner accompanied by slimes? Might he be harboring a hidden profession unknown to us? Or is his talent one that enhances drop quality? Whispers surged like a tide. Several individuals initiated conversations with Lin Feng. Young man, are you selling that staff? I'll offer you 50,000 experience points. A flamboyantly robed male mage, boasting an impressive level of 15, stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. 50,000? Are you jesting? A level 2 A-grade staff, no less. I'll offer 20,000. Young man, think it over. Another merchant-like rotund fellow quickly upped the ante. Young man, I am the external liaison officer of the Iron Blood Rose Legion. Would you be interested in joining our ranks? The benefits are sure to please you. We would also be willing to purchase that staff at a premium. A voluptuous female warrior clad in leather armor cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Feng. In the face of these advances and offers, Lin Feng maintained an expression of serene indifference. He merely shook his head lightly, his tone unwavering. Not for sale. And I shall not join. He then disregarded the crowd and proceeded directly to an available appraisal window, placing the bonfire staff upon the counter. Assessment, he articulated softly. Yet his voice resonated clearly throughout the now subdued hall. The elderly appraiser behind the window, who had been teetering on the brink of slumber, suddenly ignited with vigor upon encountering the bonfire staff. He gingerly lifted the staff, his hands quivering slightly with excitement. From within his robe, he produced a crystal monocle embedded with intricate runes and affixed it to his right eye, scrutinizing it intently, occasionally exclaiming in astonishment. Perfect. A flawless Lord-grade material. The bone patterns, the purity of the flames, extraordinary. Gentle white light emanated from the old appraiser's hands, infusing the staff with vitality. The dark flames within the skull at the staff's apex surged dramatically, burning with renewed intensity. Simultaneously, the previously muted intricate patterns etched upon the staff began to glow, radiating an even deeper brilliance. This process unfolded over approximately 10 minutes. Finally, the old appraiser exhaled deeply, cautiously returning the staff to Lin Feng. His gaze infused with a hint of reverence. Assessment complete, a reward of 3,000 experience points. Young man, you are fortunate. The attributes of this staff are exceptional among low-tier A-grade weapons. Lin Feng tendered the 3,000 experience points and promptly examined the updated attributes of the staff. Equipment, Lord's Bone Fire Staff, A-grade. Equipment requirement, Level 2, Spirit 50. Attributes, Magical Attack Power 35, Spirit 20, Intelligence 15. Effect 1, increases fire skill damage by 20. Effect 2, upon casting fire skills, there is a 10 chance to trigger bone fire entanglement, causing the target to suffer, Spirit X0. 5, Shadow Flame damage per second for 5 seconds. Effect 3, summoning skill effects enhanced by 5. Hidden attribute, now identified. Gasp. Despite Lin Feng's prior preparations, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Following the appraisal, the attributes had experienced a comprehensive enhancement. The spirit bonus rose from 15 to 20. The intelligence bonus escalated from 10 to 15. The fire skill damage increase surged from 10 to 20. Moreover, an additional effect that triggered sustained damage was revealed. Most thrilling of all was the identification of a hidden attribute that enhanced summoning skill effects by 5. Though it was merely 5, this implied an augmentation for the slimes as well. Their impact and mimicry would receive a slight boost. The expenditure of 3,000 experience points was undoubtedly a worthy investment. Thank you, Lin Feng expressed, uncharacteristically grateful to the old appraiser, before grasping the newly invigorated staff. Amidst a sea of envious and covetous gazes, he maneuvered through the crowd, departing the appraisal office without a backward glance. An enhancement to summoning skills. This staff was seemingly crafted just for me. Lin Feng caressed the smooth staff, his heart brimming with joy. After exiting the appraisal office, he did not linger, making his way directly to the tallest and most opulent edifice in the town's western district, the Donghai Town Comprehensive Mall. This towering 5-story structure catered to the diverse needs of players across various levels. The first floor served levels 1 to 10, the second, levels 11 to 20, the third, levels 21 to 30, the fourth, levels 31 to 40, and the fifth, levels 41 to 50. The higher the floor, the superior the quality of items, accompanied by astronomical prices. With a newfound fortune, in his own estimation, Lin Feng was eager to explore. He stepped into the mall's first floor, instantly enveloped by an atmosphere of luxury and bustling activity. The floors gleamed like mirrors, and crystal chandeliers radiated a soft glow from the vaulted ceiling. Exquisitely decorated counters displayed a dazzling array of gear, skill books, potions, and materials. Uniformed staff members greeted customers with smiles, while patrons, adorned in finery, exuded a formidable presence, starkly contrasting the chaos of the outdoor trading area. Lin Feng's peculiar ensemble, a low-tier robe paired with an A-grade staff and a slime, again drew numerous astonished glances. However, he remained unfazed, his purpose clear. First, he approached the counter selling storage items. "Greetings, how may I assist you?" A sweet-faced female attendant inquired with a smile. "An oversized storage bag," Lin Feng replied succinctly. "In this realm, we possess a D-grade expansion storage bag, offering a capacity of 5 cubic meters, priced at 8,000 experience points. We also have a C-grade spatial satchel, which provides 15 cubic meters of space, available for 15,000 experience points." "I believe I shall take the C-grade," Lin Feng interjected decisively, as his materials accumulated. The F-grade storage bag, with its meager capacity of 1 cubic meter, had long since become inadequate. The attendant's eyes brightened, her demeanor becoming increasingly enthusiastic. Soon, a delicately crafted satchel, seemingly no larger than the palm of one's hand, woven from a silvery thread and shimmering with faint spatial fluctuations, was presented to Lin Feng. Item: Spatial Satchel, C-grade. Effect: provides a stable dimensional storage space of 15 cubic meters. Description: woven from void silks, this satchel ensures spatial stability, making it the standard for intermediate adventurers. Payment of 15,000 experience points is required. Lin Feng readily completed the transaction, transferring all items from his original F-grade storage bag into the spatial satchel, instantly feeling a considerable alleviation of burden. Subsequently, he ventured into the section for skill books. With an A-grade bone fire staff in hand, it would be a gross waste not to acquire a few fire-related skills. He meticulously browsed through the skills listed on the screen. Skill book: Fireball, D-grade. Effect: consumes 20 mana points to conjure a fireball that strikes the target, inflicting Spirit X 15 points of fire damage. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Price: 1,000 experience points. Skill book: Flame Shock, C-grade. Effect: consumes 40 mana points to deal Spirit X 20 points of fire damage in a cone-shaped area ahead, with a chance to knock back weaker targets. Cooldown: 12 seconds. Price: 4,000 experience points. Skill book: Fiery Armor, C-grade. Effect: consumes 50 mana points to bestow fiery armor upon oneself, increasing defense by 20 points and inflicting Spirit X 05 points of fire damage to melee attackers. Duration: 60 seconds. Cooldown: 90 seconds. Price: 5,000 experience points. The Fireball spell is essential for ranged combat. Flame Shock provides area damage, and Fiery Armor enhances survivability and retaliatory strikes. After a brief contemplation, Lin Feng addressed the attendant. "I shall take Fireball, Flame Shock, and Fiery Armor." The attendant was taken aback. The total for these 3 skill books amounted to 10,000 experience points, a considerable sum. She hastened to retrieve the 3 skill books, each radiating a fervent aura. Lin Feng paid the experience points, and 3 blazing crimson streams of light flowed into his body. An immense wealth of knowledge surged into his mind. You have learned the skill, Fireball, LV1. You have learned the skill, Flame Shock, LV1. You have learned the skill, Fiery Armor, LV1. He felt an immediate enhancement in his perception and control over the surrounding fire elements, as if his abilities had ascended to a new echelon. With the bone fire staff in hand, he could distinctly perceive the vibrant red motes dancing in the air. Finally, he arrived at the pet supply section, intent on procuring an accessory for his slime. Pet accessories are exceedingly rare, and the counter displayed only a handful of items. His gaze was drawn to a pendant exuding a gentle blue glow, shaped like a droplet of water. Item: Heart of Azure, B-grade pet accessory. Equipment requirement: Pet level 5. Attributes: Spirit 30, Mana 100. Special effect: increases pet's mana regeneration speed by 50. Price: 15,000 experience points. This was it. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. An impressive spirit boost of 30 points, along with an increase of 100 mana points and a 50 enhancement in regeneration speed. For a slime that was severely mana-deprived and reliant on mana-consuming skills, this was akin to a boon from the heavens. Despite the steep price of 15,000 experience points, Lin Feng did not hesitate. "I will take this," he declared. Completing the payment, a stream of azure light enveloped the slime. "Your pet slime has equipped the Heart of Azure." The slime emitted a contented gurgle, its miniature form now shimmering with a faint blue aura. Its attributes surged dramatically. Spirit: 77,107. Mana: 330,535. Its mana regeneration speed had also improved significantly. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, thus concluded his shopping spree. He tallied his expenditures. Spatial Satchel: 15,000. Fireball: 1,000. Flame Shock, 4,000. Fiery Armor, 5,000. Heart of Azure, 15,000. Total, 40,000 experience points. Now, after deducting the previous appraisal fees, Lin Feng was left with just over 20,000 experience points. Yet, gazing at his fresh acquisitions, the newly learned skills, and his slime's revitalized state, a profound sense of fulfillment surged within him. Was this the exhilaration of spending experience points? Indeed, it felt delightful. He felt invigorated, brimming with power, eager to test the might of his new skills. With the A-grade bone fire staff ablaze with dark flames and the slime, aglow with blue light, perched upon his shoulder, he strode out of the marketplace, ready to head to the training grounds. However, just as he exited the marketplace and turned onto a relatively secluded street, the subtle smile that had graced his lips vanished, his expression sharpening. A chilling sensation, akin to that of a serpent's gaze, crept up his spine. He was being followed. Moreover, the follower exhibited remarkable stealth. Had it not been for his impressive spirit attribute of 134, which granted him extraordinary perception, he might never have noticed. Had greed taken hold of someone? Lin Feng chuckled coldly to himself. From the moment he left the appraisal office to his extravagant spending in the marketplace, he had likely caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. A seemingly low-level individual, yet possessing substantial wealth and exceptional equipment, was a veritable feast for those who thrived on plunder. An advanced assassin, perhaps? From the faint aura of malice and the nearly flawless concealment, Lin Feng surmised that the stalker was likely no low-level foe, probably above level 10, and likely of an assassin vocation. Yet, he felt no trepidation, rather, an exhilarating thrill surged within him. Perfect. This would be an excellent opportunity to test the power of my new equipment and skills. It would also serve to evaluate the extent of my extraordinary attributes. He maintained his composure, feigning ignorance of the impending threat, continuing toward the training grounds. His strides were measured and unhurried. Yet, his muscles had already tightened imperceptibly, and his spirit resonated like an invisible web, extending outward to ensnare the lurking aura of menace. The slime perched on his shoulder seemed to sense something amiss, its body shifting slightly. Lin Feng gently patted it, signaling for patience. The fish had already taken the bait. It was merely a matter of timing before he would reel it in. Chapter 13. Accepting you as a little brother. Yield or be conquered. Lin Feng deliberately took a circuitous route, navigating through narrow, secluded alleys that were rarely traversed. Eventually, he halted in a dead-end alley cluttered with discarded magical material crates. At the alley's end loomed a weathered, towering wall, completely obstructing any path forward. The dim light cast shadows that mingled with the scent of decay and dust in the air. The silence was palpable, broken only by the sound of his own breathing and an almost imperceptible breath that melded with the shadows. The cold, sinister aura, akin to a malignant specter, thickened in the atmosphere, coiling at the entrance of the alley like a poised serpent. Lin Feng slowly turned to face the empty alley's mouth, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. He spoke, his voice resonating with unusual clarity in the stillness. Come out. After following me for so long. Aren't you weary? There's no one here. It's peaceful. We can have a little chat. His words echoed against the walls, and after a moment of silence, the shadows at the alley's entrance rippled like water. A figure gradually emerged, as if seeping from the very wall itself. This was a young man, appearing to be around 18 or 19, tall and lean, clad in tight-fitting D-grade, shadow leather armor that shimmered with a muted metallic sheen. A black metal mask obscured the upper half of his face, revealing a sharply defined lower half with thin, straight lips pressed into a severe line. He stood there like a venomous dagger, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He concealed his ID and level information, and due to the significant level disparity, more than 5 levels, Lin Feng's detection skills could not glean his basic details. However, instinctively, Lin Feng surmised that this was at least an assassin of level 10 or higher. The young man, clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's forthrightness, raised an eyebrow behind the mask. His eyes, visible through the mask's holes, glinted like an eagle's, imbued with a mix of scrutiny and amusement as he appraised Lin Feng. His voice, intentionally gravelly, dripped with an icy demeanor. You're quite intriguing. Knowing full well that I'm stalking you with intentions to rob, you not only refrain from fleeing, but deliberately walk into this corner. What's your game? Do you believe you can turn the tables on me? He chuckled softly, a sound laced with unabashed disdain. I'm not sure where your confidence stems from, but I advise you. His voice suddenly turned frigid, infused with a chilling malice. Hand over your storage bag and that staff in your hand. Then kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, he licked his parched lips, his gaze sharpening dangerously. You may suffer some unimaginable torments, little brother. He emphasized the term little brother, dripping with mockery and menace. Listening to his words, Lin Feng's icy smile only widened. He remained silent, merely reaching over to unfasten the newly acquired C-grade spatial satchel, worth 15,000 experience points, slinging it from his left shoulder. With a casual flick of his wrist, he dropped it at his feet, stirring up a small cloud of dust. He tilted his chin toward the assassin, inviting him to retrieve it himself. This gesture brimmed with provocation. The assassin's gaze sharpened, scanning back and forth between the satchel on the ground and Lin Feng's composed demeanor. He hesitated, becoming more vigilant, his body slightly crouched, poised to either attack or retreat at a moment's notice. "Kid, are you trying to play games with me? Toss it over. Don't think you can pull a fast one," he barked, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible caution, wary of potential tricks. Lin Feng remained silent, arms crossed, watching him with a leisurely air, as if observing a clown performing a comical act. This silent disdain thoroughly irked the assassin, known as Shadow Blade, an A-grade talent with shadow affinity and a high-level shadow assassin class, boasting a level of LV-13. He was a standout among the younger generation of assassins in East Sea Town, having claimed the lives of many players of equal or greater level beneath his dagger. Today, he was being scrutinized with such disdain by a newly awakened summoner of only LV2. A surge of rage ignited within him. "Damn it. You're asking for it by disrespecting me. It seems you won't learn until you've tasted some pain," Shadow Blade muttered under his breath, his eyes flashing with cold fury. He resolved to teach this reckless boy a lesson he would never forget, illustrating that the gap in levels could not be bridged by a mere couple of good pieces of equipment. As for the storage bag and staff, they would naturally belong to him once he had dealt with this brat. With that thought, Shadow Blade hesitated no longer. His form blurred, merging into the shadows as he vanished without a sound. Skill, Stealth, C-grade, activated. In the next instant, behind Lin Feng, the air shimmered slightly, and a shadowy figure appeared as if conjured from thin air. Shadow Blade's D-grade dagger, Venomous Fang, glimmered with a ghostly green light. Propelled by a fierce and malevolent wind, aimed directly at Lin Feng's back. The angle of the attack was exceptionally treacherous, and the speed was as swift as lightning. This was the assassin's signature skill, Backstab, E-grade. When executed from behind, it inflicted 150 physical damage, augmented by his impressive strength attribute of 85 points. Moreover, the dagger possesses an innate attack power of 15 points. The theoretical damage of this strike could reach a staggering 85-15 x 15, totaling 150 points. Coupled with his A-grade talent, Shadow Affinity, which amplifies the damage of his first attack by 20 when in shadows or in a stealth state, the actual damage of this strike surges towards a formidable 180 points. To him, this mere level 2 summoner, even if he had fortuitously acquired exceptional equipment, could only muster a maximum of 300 to 400 health points. His defensive capabilities, at best, could barely scrape 30 points. This backstab would undoubtedly strip away at least 1/3, if not half, of his health, incapacitating him in an instant. Shadow Blade envisioned Lin Feng collapsing to the ground in agony, blood staining the earth beneath him. The corners of his mouth, hidden beneath his mask, curled into a cruel smile. However, in the next heartbeat, thud, the dagger struck precisely at Lin Feng's back, producing a dull sound of metal-piercing flesh. A red damage number slowly floated above Lin Feng's head, 65. The sadistic grin on Shadow Blade's face instantly froze. His sharp eyes widened in disbelief, the pupils constricting in sheer shock as if witnessing the most astonishing phenomenon imaginable. What? He gasped, his voice trembling with horror. 65? Only 65 points of damage. How could this be possible? He felt as though his dagger had not pierced a human body, but rather had struck against a piece of tempered steel. No. Even against a shield warrior of the same level, heavily armored in D-grade gear, his backstab would have inflicted at least 100 points of damage. It was utterly inconceivable that it could yield a mere paltry 65 points. Just how high was this level 2 summoner's defense? What monstrous physical attributes did he possess? Was he truly a summoner? Aren't summoners supposed to be fragile? In that moment, Shadow Blade's mind was utterly in disarray. A profound sense of absurdity and impending doom cascaded over him like a bucket of ice water, leaving him chilled to the bone. Something was amiss. There was absolutely something amiss. Shadow Blade reacted swiftly. Failing to land his blow, he retreated several meters to reassess the situation. This was the creed of an assassin. Without hesitation, he propelled himself away from the ground, his body drifting backward as if weightless, creating distance between himself and Lin Feng. He fixed his gaze intently upon Lin Feng, his expression rife with uncertainty and unprecedented gravity. This level 2 boy was far too uncanny. Lin Feng slowly turned around, gingerly touching the spot where the dagger had struck. The E-grade adventurer's attire had been pierced, leaving a small hole, yet the skin beneath merely glowed faintly red. Unbroken and unmarred. His impressive constitution of 112 points conferred a defense of 112 points, augmented by the base 3 points from the E-grade attire, culminating in a total of 115 points of defense. Shadow Blade Strike, factoring in the backstab and talent bonuses, had an attack power of approximately 180 points. Upon colliding with the 115 points of defense, the damage dealt was precisely 180 to 115, 65 points, subtracting from Lin Feng's towering health of 1120 points. This damage felt akin to a mere tickle. This was without Lin Feng activating Flame Armor. Had he done so, an additional 20 points of defense and retaliatory damage would have been added, potentially inflicting backlash upon Shadow Blade himself. As Lin Feng registered the insignificant pain and observed Shadow Blade's expression of sheer horror, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Was this the sensation of attribute dominance? Truly delightful. Through Shadow Blade's fluid movements during the failed strike and retreat, Lin Feng could distinctly sense that his opponent's skills, awareness, and combat experience far surpassed his own. Were their attributes equal, he would likely never even graze a corner of his opponent's attire before being instantaneously obliterated. Yet, reality held no what-ifs. He possessed the bug-like ability to steal attributes. Attributes would crush you. No matter how skilled you were, if you couldn't break through my defenses, what use was it? Nevertheless, Lin Feng understood that even with his superior attributes, achieving a counterattack against this nimble assassin would be a formidable challenge. His skills, whether Ice Spike or Fireball, possessed trajectories and casting times that could be easily evaded by a profession renowned for its agility. As for the slime, it was even more helpless. With a pitiful agility of only 51 points, unable to catch up to his foe. Clearly, mere attributes were insufficient. He needed to enhance his combat techniques and skill levels. Lin Feng mused. Yet, suddenly, a more audacious and reckless thought emerged in his mind. He recalled a book he had perused in the library of the Third Academy in EC Town. Revered by countless students as a scripture, The Legendary Path, the autobiography of Li Xuanji. This tome meticulously chronicled the epic journey of the legendary explorer Li Xuanji, who had awakened the same F-grade trash talent 50 years prior, as he overcame insurmountable trials to ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of the supreme war god. The book detailed how Li Xuanji's primary adversary was the unparalleled genius of the century, Tang Sanshao, boasting an SSS-grade talent and the supreme vocation of Chaos Mage. Awakening. He was immediately sought after by the three supreme temples. Tang Sanshao's path of growth was smooth sailing, devoid of any setbacks. However, in their numerous encounters, this prodigy was repeatedly surpassed and even defeated by the resourceful and determined Li Xuanji. In the end, Tang Sanshao's resolve twisted, his character darkened and extreme. He defected from human settlements, establishing a notorious anti-human camp, Snooker, in the perilous wilds. This organization attracted a multitude of psychologically twisted, hate-filled players who attacked merchant caravans, slaughtered the weak, and even colluded with monsters, becoming a malignant tumor in human existence. Ultimately, Li Xuanji's legendary battle was to lead the organization he had founded, the Xuanji Pavilion, deep into the wilderness, enduring countless hardships. Ultimately, the stronghold of Snooker was utterly obliterated. The fallen Tang San was personally brought to an end. That battle was so intense that it plunged the heavens into chaos and shattered the earth. It also firmly established the unparalleled renown of Li Xuanji, the supreme war god. The opening passages of that autobiography meticulously detail how Li Xuanji, through his unique charisma, extraordinary determination, and upright conduct, managed to sway and recruit a solitary assassin of far superior rank and skill at that time, Yi Wuhan. This individual became one of his most loyal aides and trusted allies. Yi Wuhan, Lin Feng's gaze once again fell upon the formidable assassin ahead, whose presence exuded an air of imminent danger. This assassin possessed peak skills, first-rate awareness, and an A-grade talent, holding the title of Advanced Assassin, truly a prodigy. If he could recruit him in the same manner as Li Xuanji did with Yi Wuhan, making him his first companion or subordinate, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon for his future endeavors. At the very least, during moments when he could not act directly or required intelligence in covert operations. Such a top-tier assassin could prove invaluable. Once this thought took root, it proliferated in Lin Feng's mind like wild grass. His gaze towards Shadow Blade transformed, losing some hostility and gaining an air of scrutiny and yearning. Shadow Blade felt unsettled under Lin Feng's suddenly shifting gaze. That look seemed akin to appraising a mere object, laden with calculation. The wicked fire within him, which had been suppressed, flared up once more, burning even brighter. Shadow Blade. The paragon among the younger generation of assassins in Donghai Town, with A-grade talent and an advanced profession, boasting a level of LV-13. Wherever he went, he was revered and courted. And yet today, he was being scrutinized in such a manner by a mere level 2 brat? You're courting death. Shadow Blade was thoroughly enraged. He resolved to hold nothing back. Whatever arcane or forbidden means, today, he would make this ignorant whelp pay a bloody price. The shadow energy surrounding him began to surge violently. The poisoned dagger in his hand glimmered ominously, clearly on the verge of unleashing a more formidable skill. However, just as he was about to strike again, Lin Feng spoke. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Resonating clearly in Shadow Blade's ears, I intend to recruit you as my subordinate. Are you willing? Chapter 14, Inexorable, ready to cry. Upon Lin Feng's utterance, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured into a boiling pot of oil, igniting an explosion. Shadow Blade felt the blood rush to his head. The face concealed beneath the cold metallic mask flushed crimson with humiliation and fury, veins on his forehead bulging like worms. You're seeking death. A low growl, suppressed to the utmost, erupted from the depths of Shadow Blade's throat, as if forced through clenched teeth. The eyes visible through the mask's openings were now bloodshot, brimming with a frenzied desire to kill. Recruit me as a subordinate? A level 2 garbage summoner? A nouveau riche boasting inexplicable luck and absurd defenses? Does he dare? What a monumental disgrace. This was, without a doubt, the greatest humiliation Shadow Blade had faced since his awakening. 100 times more humiliating than being killed by someone of a higher level. I will see you dead. Shadow Blade was completely deranged. He held nothing back any longer. All the shadow energy within him surged forth like a raging flood. The A-grade talent, Shadow Affinity, operated at full capacity. The air around him began to warp, light seemingly devoured, enveloping him in an impenetrable shroud of darkness. Skill, Shadow Burst, C-grade. Effect, instantly consumes a substantial amount of mana, enhancing attack speed by 30 and movement speed by 20 for 15 seconds. A powerful aura soared from him. Whoosh. His figure vanished once more. This time, his speed exceeded even that of before, appearing almost as if teleporting. He materialized instantly at Lin Feng's left side, the D-grade dagger, poisonous fong, slicing through the air with a piercing howl, aimed directly at Lin Feng's temple. Wind shield technique. Lin Feng thought, and an oval shield of pale azure, composed of countless fine wind spirals, materialized instantaneously before him, perfectly intercepting the dagger's trajectory. Thud. The dagger struck forcefully against the wind shield. -65. Wind shield absorbs damage. The wind shield quivered violently, its hue dimming significantly, yet it did not shatter. But that was not the end. Shadow Blade roared, his figure flickering like a specter, reappearing at Lin Feng's right. The dagger traced an eerie arc, aimed at Lin Feng's neck. Flame armor. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, calling out once more. Buzz. A wave of searing heat emanated from him, spreading outward. His body became enveloped in a layer of blazing crimson flame armor. The flames danced, radiating intense heat. Skill, Flame Armor, C-grade. Effect, increases defense by 20 points and inflicts mental X0, 5, fire reflection damage to close-range attackers. Shadow Blade's dagger struck again. This time, it made solid contact with the flame armor. Clang. It produced a resonating sound of metal clashing. -55. A damage number floated up, and simultaneously, a wave of scorching fire energy surged back along the dagger. -67. Fire reflection. A red number also floated above Shadow Blade's head. Ugh. Shadow Blade groaned, feeling a tingle in his wrist, with a few blisters forming from the heat. He stared in disbelief at the solid layer of flame armor enveloping Lin Feng, his incredulity nearly spilling over. What in the world is this skill? Where did he acquire such an abundance of high-level skills? Is there no justice left in the world? Damn it. Shadow Blade was completely blinded by rage. He refused to yield. Harnessing the extraordinary attack and movement speed granted by Shadow Burst, he became an unyielding specter, relentlessly assaulting Lin Feng with backstabs, thrusts, and dismemberments. One by one, the assassins unleashed their skills upon Lin Feng's wind shield and fiery armor like a torrential tempest. Uft, 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 clang, clang, clang. Numbers indicating damage, 65, 60, 58, 50, 52, rose from above Lin Feng's head in a relentless cascade. After withstanding 7 or 8 strikes, the wind shield shattered with a resounding pop, disintegrating into scintillating azure wisps that dissipated into the air. Yet, with but a mere thought, Lin Feng conjured a brand new wind shield in an instant. The cooldown for wind shield technique was 20 seconds, but his impressive spirit attribute of 134 points significantly reduced the cooldown period. coupled with his mana pool exceeding 600 points. He was more than capable of sustaining such consumption. Meanwhile, fiery armor boasted a duration of a full 60 seconds, proving to be extraordinarily resilient. Most of the Shadow Blade's attacks were nullified by the wind shield and fiery armor, with only the occasional stray strike landing on Lin Feng, inflicting a paltry single-digit damage. In comparison to his staggering 1120 health points, such damage was akin to a mere tickle. Lin Feng was so unfazed that he barely even attempted to dodge. He stood there, arms crossed, observing the Shadow Blade as it flitted about like a frantic monkey, futilely attacking around him. He even had the leisure to continue recounting the tale of Li Xuanji's recruitment of Yi Wuhan in a calm and slightly beguiling tone. In days of yore, Li Xuanji had encountered an ambush by Yi Wuhan in the shadowy valley. At that time, Li Xuanji was merely at level 5, while Yi Wuhan had already ascended to level 15 as a Shadow Walker. Much like Lin Feng now, he endured 3 hours of relentless assaults from Yi Wuhan without sustaining a scratch. In the end, Li Xuanji, addressing the exhausted Yi Wuhan, remarked, "Your daggers are swift, but your heart remains ensnared in shadows. Follow me, and I shall show you a broader sky." Lin Feng's voice resonated steadily in the silent alleyway, forming a bizarre symphony with the hurried gasps of the Shadow Blade, the whistling of daggers slicing through the air, and the sounds of skill collisions. Yi Wuhan had initially been skeptical, yet he would later affirm that following Li Xuanji was the wisest decision of his life. Together, they established the Xuanji Pavilion, fought against Snooker, and crafted a legendary saga. As Lin Feng grew increasingly animated in his storytelling, he began to outline a future blueprint for the two of them. "I see potential in your skills and talent, though your vision is somewhat limited. Follow me, and we can build our own team, explore higher-level black holes, establish our base in the wilderness, and even uncover the truths of this gaming epic. What do you say? Consider it? I can provide you with the finest equipment and ample resources." Meanwhile, the Shadow Blade's irritation intensified with every word. He was seething with rage, pouring every ounce of his strength into each strike, as if attacking a timeless mountain that he could never hope to shake. The profound sense of helplessness and frustration was nearly driving him to madness. "Shut up. Just shut your mouth," he bellowed, his fury manifesting in the increasingly frantic swings of his dagger. Yet the damage he inflicted grew ever more pathetic, dwindling to mere forced deductions of 1 or 2 points. Lin Feng, unfazed, simply replaced his shattered magic shield and renewed his fiery armor once it expired, maintaining an air of composure as if performing in a leisurely and delightful show. Perched on Lin Feng's shoulder was a slime, its tiny green eyes spinning curiously as it observed the little black figure bouncing around, occasionally emitting a soft puff as if critiquing the Shadow Blade's lack of grace. This scene was utterly comical, filled with an absurd contrast, a level 13 A-grade talent high-level assassin unleashing all his might, yet unable to breach the defenses of a mere level 2 summoner, while being incessantly lectured like a monk. If word of this spread, the entire Donghai town would scarcely believe it. As time ticked away, the duration of Shadow Eruption came to an end, causing the Shadow Blade's speed and attacks to momentarily falter. He gasped for breath, sweat soaking through his shadowy armor, dripping down his chin and echoing on the ground. His grip on the dagger trembled from exertion and skill usage. He gazed at Lin Feng, who remained unperturbed, not even breaking a sweat, his eyes tranquil like still waters. While the slime seemed to mock him, a wave of unprecedented despair and despondency washed over him, like icy tides engulfing him entirely. He could not win. Truly, he could not win. This was not a matter of skill. It was an overwhelming and disheartening disparity in attributes. All his pride and confidence were shattered in an instant by Lin Feng's monstrous defenses. He realized Lin Feng was serious. Had Lin Feng wished to kill him, he could have done so long ago. For all this time, Lin Feng had not retaliated. He was merely trying to persuade him to surrender. Though he could not fathom how this level 2 summoner could possess such abnormal prowess, he understood that he had truly met his match, crushed utterly. "Damn it, monster," the Shadow Blade muttered under his breath, his voice laced with exhaustion and resignation. He cast a long, meaningful glance at Lin Feng, as if to etch the memory of this humiliating encounter into his mind. Then, with a sudden stomp, he vanished into the shadows, hastily retreating toward the alley's exit. He was eager to leave this place. He did not wish to linger for even a second longer. However, just as he moved, Lin Feng's voice, echoing like an enchanting melody, pursued him. "Hey, don't go. I haven't finished speaking. Follow me, and I promise you a life of indulgence. Together, we shall dominate Donghai town and ascend to global heights. Give it a thought, will you?" As Lin Feng spoke, he leisurely trailed after the direction in which the Shadow Blade had vanished. When he reached the corner of the alley, there was no sign of the Shadow Blade left. The air was only tinged with a faint trace of shadow energy and the barely perceptible aura of anger and frustration. Lin Feng stood there, his formidable mental prowess extending like invisible tendrils, meticulously sensing the surrounding movements. Ultimately, he confirmed that the fellow had truly fled. He vanished without a trace. Truly swift in his departure. Lin Feng touched his nose, a hint of regret coloring his expression as he clicked his tongue. His interest in capturing the Shadow Blade was genuine. However, he remained undeterred. The size of Donghai Town was limited, and as long as the assassin wished to linger here, there would inevitably be another opportunity for their paths to cross. He firmly believed that with the potential he had demonstrated, remarkable defensive capabilities, and his earnestness, persistent persuasion, he would eventually be able to recruit this highly skilled assassin into his ranks. "Let us proceed, my gelatinous companion," Lin Feng said, patting the slime perched on his shoulder. "Since our friend has chosen not to play with us any longer, we shall venture to the training grounds ourselves." The slime responded with a cheerful puff, indicating its agreement. At the advanced training facility in Donghai Town, Lin Feng opted for a C-grade training room this time, costing him 500 experience points for an hour. The environment was exponentially superior to the previous F-grade room. Not only was it more spacious, but the training dummies were also specially designed to withstand greater damage, complete with basic data feedback functions. Standing in the center of the training arena, Lin Feng inhaled deeply and commenced his practice. He began by familiarizing himself with the 3 newly acquired fire-based skills. Fireball degrade. With a mere thought, the skull flame at the tip of his staff flickered momentarily, coalescing into a fist-sized, blazing crimson fireball. With searing heat, it hurtled toward the distant training dummy. Boom. 201. Fire damage. A fiery explosion erupted upon impact, leaving charred marks in its wake. The damage was commendable, nearly double that of the ice spike skill. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Next came Flame Surge, C-grade. He swept his staff forward. Boom. A fan-shaped wave of scorching fire surged forth, engulfing a vast area ahead. 268. Fire damage. The 3 training dummies within the radius were simultaneously consumed by the flames, swaying slightly. A remarkable area of effect skill. Lastly, he invoked the previously utilized Flame Armor, C-grade, once more. The scarlet flames enveloped him entirely, providing robust protection. After mastering each individual skill, Lin Feng began experimenting with skill combinations and combos, applying the theoretical knowledge he had gleaned from the academy in practice. Ice spike to slow. Whoosh. An icy blue streak struck the dummy, instantly coating its surface in a layer of frost, causing its movements to slow significantly. Followed by fireball. A dazzling collision of ice and fire. Boom. The fireball struck in quick succession. 215. Fire damage. The damage seemed to exceed that of a solo release by a slight margin. Was it the collision of extreme heat and cold that generated additional energy damage? Lin Feng pondered. Alternatively, he considered using Wind Shield for protection, allowing Flame Armor to reflect damage, and then charging in with Flame Surge. He tirelessly experimented with various skill combinations, alternating between long-range bombardments and close-quarters shield defense simulated, striving to perfectly integrate his formidable attributes with skill effects. The commotion he created was considerable, especially due to the powerful energy waves emanating from his A-grade staff, Lord's Bone Fire, and his adept transitions between multiple elemental skills, which drew the attention of numerous players training in the advanced facility. Who is that kid? He looks unfamiliar. Level 2? What a joke. A level 2 can unleash such spell power? Look at the damage from that fireball. It's higher than my level 5 fireball. That staff is undoubtedly of high quality, and his casting speed, his mental attribute must be extraordinarily high. Ice, fire, wind. What class is he? An elementalist? But an elementalist shouldn't be able to summon pets, right? What's that on his shoulder, a slime? Bringing a slime with him? A summoner? But can a summoner cast so many elemental spells? And so powerfully? Before long, a few players, appearing to possess considerable prowess and adorned in fine equipment, approached him. "Hey there, young brother, impressive skills," exclaimed a burly man clad in B-grade metal-heavy armor, wielding a large shield and boasting a level of LV-18. "I am the vice captain of the Steel Barrier Legion. Would you be interested in developing within our ranks? Our legion is in dire need of talents like you." Another player, a glamorous female mage in an elaborate robe, holding a crystal staff and at LV-16, chimed in, "Little brother, I am the captain of the Iron Rose Legion. Our guild is filled with beautiful ladies. Join us, and you'll have access to resources and lovely companions aplenty." In response to their solicitations, Lin Feng merely cast them a fleeting glance, continuing his training without pause. "Thank you, but I am not interested at the moment." His rejection was clear-cut and devoid of hesitation. At this juncture, he was solely focused on rapidly enhancing his combat abilities to prepare for the upcoming New Year event, and ultimately, to recruit that elusive assassin as his subordinate. The Legion representatives, witnessing his indifference, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, recognizing Lin Feng's extraordinary demeanor and unable to gauge his true capabilities, they dared not press further and reluctantly departed. Lin Feng remained in the training grounds for a full 2 hours, significantly improving his proficiency with the new skills and devising several practical combos. It was only when he began to feel mentally fatigued that he finally decided to cease his efforts. After paying 1,000 experience points, he left the training arena with the slime in tow, returning to the modest explorer's inn. As he gazed out at the gradually illuminating magical street lamps, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Tomorrow, which black hole shall he challenge? Chapter 15. A big shot seeks my help? Time to charge more. The following morning, like clockwork, Lin Feng arrived punctually at the Explorers Guild Hall. The early morning atmosphere in the guild was somewhat quieter than during the day, with only a few industrious players already present to hand in quests. The sound of task information scrolling across the magical display screens resonated distinctly. Lin Feng strode directly toward the task counter, intending to see if there were any suitable new quests to enhance his attributes. However, just a few steps into the hall, he felt a gaze firmly fixed upon him. The look was calm, yet bore an undeniable weight, akin to a mountain standing resolutely. Instinctively, Lin Feng turned to see a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, slowly rising from the resting area and approaching him. This man was clad in a seemingly simple, yet exquisitely crafted azure robe, the cuffs and lapels adorned with intricate silver-threaded wind runes that shimmered subtly. His demeanor was refined, his gaze gentle, and a faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips. The entire presence exuded a refreshing aura akin to a gentle spring breeze. Yet Lin Feng, with his remarkable mental attribute score of 134, was acutely aware that beneath this serene exterior lay a force as vast and formidable as an abyss. What captured Lin Feng's attention even more was that this man did not conceal his information. Above his head, a line of data appeared, one that most players would look up to in awe. Chen Kuan, LV-45, Hurricane Knight, rare profession. LV-45, a rare profession. This was the first time Lin Feng had encountered a player of such elevated level and elite vocation in person. Undoubtedly, he was one of the most distinguished figures in East Sea Town. Chen Kuan approached with measured steps, halting directly before Lin Feng. A gentle smile adorned his face as he initiated a greeting, his voice rich and imbued with a persuasive magnetism. You must be Lin Feng, my young brother. I hope I am not intruding. I am Chen Kuan, the head of the Explorers Guild's East Sea Town branch. His demeanor was exceedingly courteous, showing no hint of arrogance despite the vast disparity in their levels and statuses. Lin Feng felt a flicker of surprise within, but maintained a calm facade, nodding in acknowledgement. I am Lin Feng. Is there something you need, Director Chen? His curiosity piqued. What could prompt such a prominent figure to await him here? Chen Kuan smiled slightly and gestured towards a nearby lounge area. Shall we sit and talk? The two settled into the plush leather sofas of the lounge. Only then did Chen Kuan leisurely explain, Here's the situation. Yesterday, I happened to overhear a registrar in the guild chatting, and she mentioned you. She remarked that although you awakened as a, summoner with an F-grade talent, your performance was extraordinary. You completed the novice trial independently and also finished the collection task in the Goblin Forest on your own, with remarkable efficiency. She spoke with great enthusiasm. Chen Kuan's tone carried a hint of teasing, clearly aware that the registrar's account was likely embellished. I happened to hear this, and as the guild leader, I tend to keep an eye on promising young talents in town. Hence, I waited here for you today. Lin Feng listened quietly, understanding that it was that superficial woman's loose tongue that had drawn the attention of this esteemed individual. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, So, what specifically does Director Chen wish to discuss with me? Chen Kuan leaned slightly forward, his smile receding as his tone grew more serious. I would like to hire you for a rather challenging task. The task location is a level 3 large group monster black hole. The objective is to collect a strategic resource vital for human survival, blue ingrass. This plant only grows in that specific level 3 large group dungeon and is the primary material for crafting various health and mana potions. It is a long-term consumable, and the town's reserves are perpetually strained. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. A large group monster black hole. This was a far cry from the small 5-person dungeons he had previously tackled. He recalled the knowledge acquired in the academy. Large group black holes had strict level requirements. For instance, the level 3 black hole abundant in blue ingrass only permitted players of levels 1 to 3 to enter. Those above level 3 were not even eligible to form a party. Furthermore, the difficulty mechanism of large black holes was unique. Their challenge was not entirely fixed, but rather correlated with the number of entrants. The fewer the participants, the higher the likelihood of encountering lower difficulties such as normal or hard. Conversely, A larger group would significantly increase the chances of triggering hell, nightmare, or even death difficulties. This created a dynamic balance that encouraged cooperative play while curbing the mindless, steamrolling tactics prevalent in lower-level dungeons. Lin Feng swiftly analyzed the pros and cons in his mind. Such a large dungeon would undoubtedly feature a far greater number of monsters than a 5-person instance. If he could encounter high difficulty, the attribute point gains would be substantial. However, the risks were equally immense. More participants meant more uncontrollable variables, and the difficulty would escalate with the number of players. For the majority of novice players who were only at levels 1 to 3, triggering high difficulty would lead to a massacre. Although his attributes were formidable, could he secure enough last hits amidst such chaos? Could he protect himself and other liabilities when monster attributes soared? All of this remained uncertain, a classic scenario of laboring without reward. He had no compelling reason to jeopardize himself for a mere trickle of experience and points. Wasn't it far more appealing to comfortably farm attributes in small dungeons? With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng hesitated not a moment longer. Stating with a calm yet resolute tone, "I'm sorry, Director Chen. I must decline this task." Chen Kuen's warm smile faltered instantaneously. He had not anticipated such a swift and unequivocal refusal from Lin Feng, leaving no room for negotiation. As one of the top-tier powerhouses in East Sea Town and the head of the Explorers Guild branch, it was a significant gesture for him to personally approach a newcomer who had only awakened 2 days prior. In his view, this was a tremendous courtesy. Typically, any rookie would be astonished and grateful, readily accepting such an offer. Yet, Lin Feng Chen Kuen took a deep breath, suppressing a flicker of displeasure. He had indeed conducted thorough research on Lin Feng, reviewing his impressive awakening record and the dual waste designation. He had also scrutinized Lin Feng's submission for the Goblin Forest task, even sending someone to verify the details. The report indicated that the veteran guide, Old Zhang, had confirmed that Lin Feng had ventured into the Goblin Forest alone and emerged unscathed. Chen Kuen arrived at a conclusion. This Lin Feng was far from the dual waste he appeared to be. There was a strong possibility of a talent mutation or an unknown beneficial anomaly with his pet. In the over 100 years of the gaming era, myriad situations could arise. One could not hastily judge a person's future achievements based solely on initial awakening data. The Supreme Warrior, Li Xuanji, was a prime example. Thus, he had set aside his pride today, waiting here personally for Lin Feng, expecting a pleasant and mutually appreciative collaboration. Little did he know he had met with a firm rebuff. However, this batch of blue ling grass is undeniably of paramount importance, as it directly influences the supply of low-level potions for the town in the forthcoming period. He had to suppress his temper and patiently continue to persuade. "Young brother Lin Feng, please refrain from hastily declining. Allow me to elaborate on the rewards. If you can successfully navigate through the challenges and successfully procure the blue ling grass, each member who emerges will receive 20 Explorer points and 2,000 experience points. For players of your level, this is undoubtedly a substantial reward." Chen Kuen believed that by presenting such an enticing offer, Lin Feng would surely be swayed. However, upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression remained as unyielding as ever. 20 points? 2,000 experience points? While it sounds appealing, considering this is a large-scale group dungeon and primarily a collection task, the reward appears excessively generous. Such anomalies often conceal hidden dangers. Lin Feng was almost certain that the task's difficulty would far exceed expectations. With a considerable number of participants, the triggered dungeon's challenge level would be significantly high, and the mortality rate would undoubtedly be alarming. For novice players at levels 1 and 3, this was akin to a meat grinder. Seeing Lin Feng still unmoved, even revealing a hint of understanding in his eyes, Chen Kuen sighed inwardly at the boy's meticulous nature and decided to disclose part of the truth. "All right, I confess. The anticipated number of participants for this task is indeed substantial, likely triggering a higher dungeon difficulty, hence the generous rewards. I have investigated you. Your ability to solo clear the Goblin Forest indicates that you possess unique skills and survival tactics. Should you choose to join this team, it would greatly enhance the survival chances for other novices. This could also be seen as a contribution to the town." Chen Kuen spoke earnestly, even bestowing upon Lin Feng the flattering title of a contributor to the town. Had he been a fervent youth, he might have eagerly agreed. But who was Lin Feng? He was a survivor from the depths of an orphanage, well acquainted with the vicissitudes of human nature. He understood that in this ruthless era of gaming, survival was of utmost importance. The so-called contributions and ideals were mere illusions without sufficient strength. He would not be easily swayed by a few flattering words. Lin Feng shook his head resolutely, his tone devoid of any room for negotiation. "Director Chen, I must respectfully decline." With that, he rose, preparing to leave. Observing Lin Feng's unwavering demeanor, Chen Kuen's brows finally furrowed slightly. Given his status and strength, he could not afford to utter threats, as that would diminish his stature and tarnish his reputation. If it weren't for the town's pressing need for blue ling grass, he would never waste so much time negotiating with a mere level 2 player. The disparity in their standings was astronomical. As Lin Feng turned to leave, Chen Kuan could no longer restrain himself and spoke again, his tone still calm, but slightly hastened. Young brother Lin Feng, please hold on. If you have any conditions, feel free to express them. As long as they fall within my authority, we can discuss them. Lin Feng paused, turning to face Chen Kuan. This statement struck at the heart of the matter. Empty promises pale in comparison to tangible benefits. His previous refusal stemmed from a belief that the risks outweighed the rewards. But he also recognized the opportunity to negotiate. It was evident that Chen Kuan was in dire need of someone like him, a newcomer with special abilities, to bolster the team's survival rate. Seizing this opportunity to negotiate was only prudent. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng inquired, "How many participants do you intend to arrange for this group dungeon?" Chen Kuan assumed Lin Feng was concerned that too many participants would heighten the difficulty and quickly reassured him. "We plan to include 20 participants for this mission, tasked with collecting 2,000 blue ling grass, averaging 100 per person. But fret not, though all selected are novices, they, like you, are among the promising young awakeners in this batch. Many possess B-level or even A-level talents. The overall strength of the team is assured." Contrary to Chen Kuan's expectations, upon hearing there would be 20 participants, Lin Feng's resolve solidified. The more individuals involved, the greater the likelihood of triggering high difficulty. He welcomed the prospect of more participants. As for the so-called talented youths, Lin Feng could only chuckle inwardly. A-level talent? B-level talent? In the face of absolute strength attributes, they were mere illusions. His only concern was the attribute points. Lin Feng ceased to circumvent the issue and directly articulated his conditions. "I am willing to accept this task. However, I have an additional request." Chen Kuan's spirits lifted. As long as negotiations were underway, matters could be resolved. "Please, go on." Lin Feng regarded him intently and stated clearly, "Upon task completion, I require my Apprentice Explorer badge to be upgraded directly to a junior badge. As for the points and experience rewards, I can forego them. Advancing in Explorer rank is exceedingly challenging and necessitates the accumulation of substantial points. Upgrading from Apprentice to Junior typically requires 100 points. Lin Feng currently possessed only 2. If he were to rely on completing ordinary tasks, it could take an eternity. Moreover, Explorer rank is intimately tied to privileges, resource purchasing discounts, and even social standing, far more significant than mere experience points." Chen Kuan was taken aback by Lin Feng's request. He had not anticipated such a condition. After a moment's reflection, he acknowledged that there were indeed stringent regulations regarding the promotion of Explorer ranks. However, as the division head, he possessed certain discretionary powers. In exceptional circumstances, he could approve an elevation. If Lin Feng were to excel in this high-difficulty group task and return alive, an exception for promotion to junior would not be out of the question. With this realization, Chen Kuan nodded, no longer hesitating. "All right, I agree to this condition. As long as you can complete the task and return safely, I shall personally elevate your badge to the novice level." A faint smile finally graced Lin Feng's face. "Deal." Chen Kuan also exhaled in relief, his expression regaining its gentle warmth. "In that case, let us convene at the entrance of the black hole. The other team members should already be assembled. We are merely awaiting your presence." Lin Feng suddenly realized why this esteemed individual had been so eager to intercept him today. Most of the personnel had gathered, and he was the only variable remaining. Perhaps Chen Kuan had not anticipated that a level 2 novice like himself would prove to be such a challenge in negotiations. Acknowledging that it was best to know when to concede, Lin Feng recognized that since the terms had been agreed upon, it was time to demonstrate his corresponding value. "Very well. I shall proceed after accepting the task." With decisive grace, Lin Feng approached the task counter and accepted the C-level mission labeled Emergency Group Collection of Blue English Grass. Then, under Chen Kuan's expectant gaze, he brandished a bonfire staff ablaze with dark flames. A miniature slime perched lazily upon his shoulder and strode purposefully toward the town's outskirts, heading for the entrance of the level 3 large-scale group black hole. In his eyes flickered an imperceptible glimmer of excitement. A large-scale group dungeon, high difficulty, an abundance of monsters. This signified an immense influx of attribute points. This time, he intended to seize the moment. Chapter 16, Nightmare Difficulty? The slime plays the fool with delight. Lin Feng followed Chen Kuan at a leisurely pace to the entrance of the level 3 large-scale group black holes situated at the edge of the town. A small crowd had already gathered there. Upon cursory inspection, approximately 19 individuals, all youths of similar age to Lin Feng. They were clad in resplendent attire, each adorned with equipment no less than E-level, with many sporting D-level or even C-level refined gear. Their weapons shimmered with enchanted brilliance, their faces reflecting the youthful pride and eagerness typical of their age. Clearly, these were the cream of the crop, meticulously selected by Chun Kuan from the new generation of EC Town, each possessing at least C-level talent, with most holding intermediate professions or higher. They had been waiting for quite some time, seemingly impatient due to the absence of the final member. When they saw Chun Kuan personally escorting someone, all eyes abruptly turned to Lin Feng with curiosity, scrutiny, and bewilderment. They were eager to ascertain the identity of the individual who warranted such attention from a figure of Chun Kuan's stature, and it kept them waiting for so long. However, once they discerned Lin Feng's appearance, particularly the distinctive green slime languidly resting on his shoulder, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Is that him? Lin Feng, the so-called double-waist summoner? How is that possible? He asked the one that Chun is waiting for. A particularly piercing voice, filled with incredulity, rang out. It was Chun Lei. At this moment, both he and Li Rongrong were also within the group. Chun Lei was clad in a brand new set of D-level, Gale leather armor, wielding a D-level longsword, Wind Whisper, that shimmered with azure light. His expression of arrogant triumph was even more pronounced than during their time at the academy. He gaped at Lin Feng, as if witnessing the most astounding phenomenon in existence. Taking a bold step forward, he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, his voice tinged with disbelief and fury. You've got to be kidding. Lin Feng, you're that trash summoner, a waste with F-level talent. What are you doing here? How dare you join us in this large-scale black hole? Are you seeking death? He unleashed a torrent of insults, his spittle nearly reaching Lin Feng's face from several meters away. Do you even know where this is? A level 3 large black hole. Nightmare difficulty could very well be triggered with that pathetic slime of yours. It's not even fit to fill a gap. Go back and wash your dishes. Don't drag us down. Li Rongrong, standing beside Chun Lei, had donned a more fitted E-level water mage robe, wielding a staff embedded with blue gemstones. Her delicate makeup could not mask the astonishment and disdain reflected in her eyes. She gently tugged at Chun Lei's arm, appearing to counsel him, yet her voice was pitched just right to ensure all around could hear. Lei Gu, don't say such things. Perhaps Lin Feng has his reasons? After all, his parents were once part of the guild. Maybe Chun Kuan brought him here out of respect for a deceased predecessor, to look after him? Although her words seemed to defend Lin Feng, they inadvertently solidified the implication that he had taken advantage of connections to secure his position. The undertone of insincerity was palpable. The other students from the academy, who were previously unfamiliar with Lin Feng, quickly pieced together his background upon hearing Chun Lei and Li Rongrong's exchange. Double waist awakening? Summoner with F-level talent? Accompanied by a slime? What a combination. How on earth did he manage to join our group? Everyone here has at least C-level talent. With my B-level talent in fire control and intermediate profession as a flame mage, wouldn't he dare say I could handle this dungeon? Could he be some distant relative of Chun Kuan? Did he sneak in through connections? Absolutely. Otherwise, why would he be here? Is it because of his adorable slime? With a burden like that, how can we complete the mission? We have to protect him? Damn it, what bad luck. In an instant, the air was thick with murmurs of gossip, derision, and discontent. 19 pairs of eyes pierced through Lin Feng like icy needles, brimming with disdain, skepticism, and rejection. Lin Feng, trailing behind Chun Kuan, faced this deluge of mockery and doubt with an impassive expression, as if the cacophony surrounding him were nothing more than a swarm of flies. He leisurely extended his pinky finger, casually digging at his ear, then gently blew at his fingertip. His gaze roamed about, taking in the swirling shadows at the entrance of the black hole, completely disregarding Chun Lei and his entourage. His nonchalant demeanor, coupled with the similarly lethargic slime on his shoulder, only served to amplify the crowd's animosity toward him. Chun Kuan glanced back at Lin Feng's demeanor, then surveyed the fervent expressions of his team members, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. With a resigned gesture, he rubbed his temples, taken aback by the intensity of the young, ambitious individual's disdain towards Lin Feng. However, time was of the essence, and he deemed it unnecessary to expound further. Adopting a stern countenance, his voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Everyone is here. Prepare to enter the black hole. His gaze swept across the assembly, lingering momentarily on Lin Feng. Remember, the primary objective of this mission is survival. The secondary goal is to gather as much blue ingrass as possible. He addressed the whole group, yet his eyes betrayed a heightened focus on Lin Feng, conveying a clear message. Rein yourself in, boy. Do not create trouble. Assist when necessary. Chun Lei and the others contemplated protesting, their mouths agape, but under the weight of Chun Kuan's calm yet imposing gaze, they ultimately swallowed their words. Their glances towards Lin Feng grew increasingly hostile, almost igniting with fury. The consensus among them was that Lin Feng had infiltrated this elite team solely due to the residual influence of his deceased parents, thus securing Chun Kuen's favor. Li Rongrong astutely conveyed her suspicions to Chun Lei in hushed tones, who then relayed the sentiment with gritted teeth to those nearby. Consequently, labels such as useless, nepotism, and a burden swiftly became affixed to Lin Feng within the 20-member team. In their eyes, he had transformed into a liability, one that necessitated care and might jeopardize the entire group. Go, Chun Kuen commanded, his hand slicing through the air. The 20 prepared team members, each harboring disparate emotions, stepped sequentially into the ominous, swirling portal. A deafening hum reverberated, accompanied by a disorienting sensation of weightlessness. As Lin Feng regained his footing and beheld the surroundings, an overwhelming, nauseating sweetness mingled with the stench of decaying vegetation assaulted his senses. The sky loomed a suffocating shade of dark crimson, as though stained by blood. Twisted, grotesque purple vines coiled around ancient trees like serpents, while the ground was cloaked in a sticky layer of bioluminescent moss. Distant, unidentifiable creatures emitted deep, resonant growls, saturating the atmosphere with an unsettling aura of madness and peril. Simultaneously, a chilling system notification echoed in each individual's mind. Entered large group dungeon, dark swamp. Level requirement, LV1, LV3. Current dungeon difficulty, nightmare. Good luck. Nightmare difficulty. My heavens. This truly is a nightmare. It's over. How could it be nightmare difficulty? There are only 20 of us. Wasn't it said that fewer members would trigger lower difficulty? Damn, we're doomed. As the system notification concluded, chaos erupted within the team. Gasps, wails, and terrified screams filled the air. The faces of most turned as pale as parchment, devoid of color, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Nightmare difficulty. The attributes are several times that of normal difficulty. This implies that ordinary level 3 monsters would possess attributes comparable to level 5 or 6 creatures at normal difficulty. For this group, predominantly composed of level 2 members, with only a handful of level 3 prodigies, this was akin to a descent into hell. Even those previously boasting their invincibility fell silent, their faces drained of blood, eyes wide with fear and gravity. Their grip on weapons tightened, knuckles turning white from the strain. Chun Lei and Li Rongrong also bore grim expressions. Though confident, they were not arrogant enough to believe they could navigate a nightmare difficulty dungeon with ease. Only Lin Feng, upon hearing the term nightmare difficulty, exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, a subtle glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Nightmare difficulty? Excellent. Higher quality monsters likely mean greater attribute points, even if the quality remains constant, the sheer quantity. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the vast, perilous expanse of the dark swamp, perceiving not fearsome monsters, but a veritable landscape teeming with attribute points. He had no intention of aligning himself with these haughty prodigies. Their paths diverged, and the presence of many would only hinder his efforts to siphon attributes from slimes. As for Li Rongrong and Chun Lei, Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at them, a cold smirk curling his lips. Punishing them was merely a matter of time. But not now. They had allied with the Bloodwolf Legion. While he was unafraid, there was no need to provoke trouble before he had amassed sufficient strength to overpower them. Once he had stolen a few more attributes and bolstered his power, opportunities to assert his dominance would abound. However, while Lin Feng sought to avoid conflict, someone had set their sights on him. Chun Lei, consumed by jealousy and resentment towards Lin Feng, had twisted his feelings into a near-obsessive notion following their harrowing experiences in battle, in his view, and sensing his own strength surge. The mere thought of sharing an elite team with Lin Feng, whom he deemed a useless interloper, made his stomach churn with revulsion. Why did this scoundrel, who had taken the back door, deserve to be here? Chun Lei's eyes narrowed with malice as he fixated on Lin Feng's solitary figure, a cold flicker of murderous intent taking root in his heart. If a few unfortunate souls were to meet their demise within the black hole, it would surely be deemed normal, wouldn't it? Once this thought emerged, it spread through his mind like a venomous vine. Lin Feng remained oblivious to the various glances and sentiments directed his way. He discerned the direction and deliberately distanced himself from the raucous, chaotic throng, opting for a less populated path. Alone, he stepped into the dense, eerie purple woods. Hey, that useless one ran off on his own, someone exclaimed, noticing Lin Feng's departure. Let him be. Better for him to seek his own death than to drag us down. Chun Lei scoffed, longing for Lin Feng's demise in the outside world. Li Rongrong gazed in the direction of his disappearance, her eyes a complex tapestry of disdain and a barely perceptible hint of concern. After all, they were childhood sweethearts. Yet predominantly, there was a sense of relief, a realization that he was indeed as hopeless as mud unable to adhere to the wall. She grasped Chun Lei's arm tightly. Let go. Let us not concern ourselves with him anymore. We must focus on how to accomplish our task. Not long after Lin Feng ventured into the purple woods, He encountered a relatively open expanse of marshland ahead, where a horde of wandering monsters materialized. They were grotesque, massive wild boar-like creatures. Their tough hides marred by grotesque tusks and adorned with a huge tail bristling with bone spurs. Their skin exhibited an unhealthy grayish-black hue, riddled with pockmarks akin to festering sores, while viscous drool dripped from their mouths, corroding the moss-covered ground into small pits. Monster, Big-tailed boar, LV3. Quality, ordinary. Level, LV3, nightmare. Health points, 600, 600. Attack power, 18. Defense power, 12. Skill, barbaric charge, launches a swift charge forward, inflicting 160 physical damage, with a chance to knock back the target. Under nightmare difficulty, these ordinary level 3 creatures boasted a staggering 600 health points, with an attack power of 18 and a defense of 12. Their skill damage was truly terrifying. For ordinary players at levels 2 or 3, confronting even a single one required a cautious team effort. Yet here stood a formidable group of 20 big-tailed boars, gathered like a miniature army, exuding a stifling sense of oppression. Should they be detected and initiate a collective charge, even a well-equipped 10-member team would likely suffer immediate casualties. However, as Lin Feng surveyed these exaggeratedly formidable monsters, a smile of delight crept across his lips. Rather than preparing to engage directly with the slime, as was his customary approach, he was struck by a brilliant idea, one that could simultaneously siphon attributes and vex a certain individual, a delightfully mischievous scheme. He patted the slime on his shoulder and conveyed his instructions through their mental link. Meatball, use your mimicry technique. Transform into Chun-Li. The slime tilted its rotund body, a glimmer of anthropomorphic confusion flickering in its small green eyes, yet it dutifully complied. Its form began to writhe and morph violently, the dark green hue rapidly fading into a human skin tone, its shape elongating, features coalescing in a blurred manner. Within mere seconds, a figure resembling Chun-Li, dressed in degrade Gale leather armor, wielding the Wind Whisper sword, and bearing a striking resemblance to Chun-Li, stood before Lin Feng. Your pet is utilizing the mimicry technique. All attributes reduced by 20, mana continuously consumed. In its mimic state, Chun-Li version, the slime's attributes temporarily transformed to Strength, 632 Constitution, 124 Spirit, 856 Agility, 408 Intelligence, 12 Health Points, 1240 Defense Power, 124 Attack Power, 63. Though its attributes had diminished by 20, its impressive health of 1240 and defense of 124 still positioned it as a formidable force among level 3 monsters. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction at this incarnation of Chun-Li. Go forth, donning Chun-Li's guise, and vanquish those big-tailed boars. Lin Feng then found a concealed spot with a clear line of sight, comfortably leaning against a gnarled purple tree. He even retrieved a rough black loaf of bread from his spatial pouch, preparing to indulge in the spectacle ahead. With a resounding poochie, the slime, Chun-Li version, emitted a sound that was utterly incongruous with its current visage. It then adopted Chun-Li's characteristic swagger, raising its head high, puffing out its chest, and striding confidently toward the 20 big-tailed boars wallowing in the mud. This audacious display immediately captured the attention of the boar pack. Humph. One of the nearest big-tailed boars lifted its head, its crimson eyes glinting with a feral light. It let out a menacing growl, its hind hooves pawing at the muddy ground, clearly infuriated by the audacious intruder in its territory. Humph. With a sharp squeal, the big-tailed boar launched itself forward, its massive frame akin to a bolt from a crossbow, propelled by a gust of wind, lowering its head to expose its savage tusks as it activated its skill. Barbaric charge. Like a miniature tank, it thundered toward the slime, Chun-Li version, with ferocious momentum. If the real Chun-Li were present, he would likely pale at the sight of this 18-point attack power and the 160 damage from the charge, cautiously evading the oncoming threat. However, the slime, Chun-Li version, merely tilted its head, observing the charging big-tailed boar without flinching or dodging. In fact, it mimicked Chun-Li's penchant for taunting during battles, adopting a deliberately lowered voice it fancied to be cool, muttering indistinctly, "Trash, die." Then, facing the charging boar as it approached, it raised its hand. Oh no. It wielded no weapon. It simply lifted its simulated, empty hand and, with a clenched fist, delivered a straightforward punch toward the boar's head. Bang! A sound so profoundly thunderous it resonated as if a colossal drum had been struck. At the point of impact between fist and boar, a visible shockwave erupted, rustling the surrounding purple leaves. The once ferocious big-tailed boar halted abruptly, its massive head appearing to collide with an immovable iron mountain. The immense recoil lifted its entire front half. A colossal damage number floated above its head, 31. Normal attack. Immediately, The slime, Chun-Lei version, seizing the advantage, swung its other fist with the same simple, unembellished approach. Bang! 31. The big-tailed boar let out a wail, its health bar diminishing in an instant. It was thoroughly incensed. With a powerful swish of its enormous tail, adorned with jagged spines, it struck fiercely at the waist of the slime, Chun-Lei version. Crack! A colossal, despair-inducing zero floated into view. With a staggering defense of 124 points, the 18 points of attack power from the great tail pig seemed utterly feeble, barely a tickle. The slime, Chun-Lei version, appeared to find the slow, repetitive punches unsatisfactory. It crouched slightly, then lunged forward with a tremendous impact. Skill, charge activated. Boom. 94. The forceful collision landed squarely on the relatively vulnerable abdomen of the great tail pig. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream. Its massive form sent hurtling several meters into the air before crashing down into the muddy ground. Its health bar plummeted instantly. After a brief struggle, it lay still, transforming into a beam of experience points. Killed LV3 Great Tail Pig, Nightmare. Gained 120 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You gain 1 free attribute point, and your pet slime gains 1 free attribute point. A melodious notification chimed in Lin Feng's mind. 1 attribute point secured. Splendid. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Feng bit into his black bread with gusto, feeling elated. This sensation was even more exhilarating than personally engaging in battle. Especially witnessing Chun-Lei wreak havoc, a peculiar sense of wicked delight surged within him. After the slime, Chun-Lei version, dispatched a great tail pig. It seemed to find its rhythm. It brazenly beckoned the remaining pigs with a flick of its fingers, as if to say, "Come at me all together. I'm in a hurry." This provocation stirred a hornet's nest. Haha. The remaining 19 great tail pigs were thoroughly enraged. With eyes blazing, they emitted thunderous roars, akin to 19 tanks revving up simultaneously, charging en masse towards the audacious biped. The ground trembled slightly. Mud splattered everywhere. The scene was utterly terrifying. If surrounded, even a true steel-plated warrior would likely be reduced to mere pulp in an instant. Yet, the slime, Chun-Lei version, remained unfazed. It stood its ground, striking a pose it deemed quite dashing, though in truth, it appeared rather foolish, bracing for the oncoming onslaught. Bang, 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 bang. A series of dull thuds erupted like popping beans. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. An astonishing succession of zeros floated above the slime, Chun-Lei version. It stood like a rock amidst the raging torrents, impervious to the ferocious onslaught. In fact, it even found the opportunity to retaliate against the most aggressive of the great tail pigs, delivering a countercharge. Boom. 94. Another great tail pig was sent flying, screaming in defeat. Instant kill. Killed LV3 Great Tail Pig, Nightmare. Gained 120 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You gain 1 free attribute point. And your pet slime gains 1 free attribute point. The attribute points were rolling in once more. The battle had transformed into a one-sided massacre and a harvest of attribute points. The slime, Chun-Lei version, was akin to a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. Or rather, a slime dispatching piglets with every punch. Occasionally employing a charge could result in an instant kill. Its impressive 1240 health allowed it to disregard any attacks from the great tail pigs. And while its 63 attack power might not be particularly high, it was more than sufficient against the pigs' mere 32 defense. Not to mention the terrifying damage from its charge skill. In less than 10 minutes, all 20 Nightmare difficulty LV3 ordinary monsters, the great tail pigs, were converted into Lin Feng's experience and attribute points. Total experience gained, 2,400 points. Total free attribute points gained, Lin Feng 20, Slime 20. Exhilarating. Lin Feng rose from his hiding spot, brushing off the mud from his backside. He chuckled at the sight of Chun-Lei standing triumphantly amidst a pile of great tail pig corpses. The slime reverted from its mimicry, transforming back into a dark green jelly-like creature, bouncing over to Lin Feng, affectionately nudging against his leg. "Well done, my friend," Lin Feng praised without reservation. He allocated his 20 attribute points, adding 10 to strength and 10 to constitution. Strength, 86, bringing his attack power to 91, including weapons. Constitution, 122, elevating his health to 1220 points and defense to 122 points. The slime's 20 attribute points were entirely allocated to spirit. Spirit, 97, with mana reaching 585 points. The higher the mana, the longer the mimicry could be sustained. This charade of the slime feigning Chun-Lei to hunt pigs could certainly be revisited. After managing the attribute points, Lin Feng's gaze shifted toward the depths of the swamp. He began to recall information about blueing grass. This strategic resource typically flourished in areas rich in magical energy, with ample moisture, yet not overly soggy. According to the plant encyclopedia, it thrived on certain dry mounds within the swamp or near specific magical creatures' nests. The roots absorbed the faint magical energy emitted by these creatures. The fact that a figure like Chun Kuan personally organized the task indicated a severe shortage of blue-ing grass in the town. Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. While he wasn't a saint, he was not devoid of compassion either. Since he had accepted the task and promised Chun Kuan, he would endeavor to fulfill it. Moreover, he was quite eager about the benefits of advancing his explorer badge to a junior level. Let us go. As he brushed up on his attributes, he began his search for blue-ing grass. Lin Feng, accompanied by his satisfied slime, oriented himself and cautiously yet swiftly advanced toward the swamp area where dry mounds might exist. His figure soon vanished into the dense, impenetrable purple mist. Chapter 17. The slime disguises as a beauty to slaughter pigs. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Lin Feng, alongside the slime, continued to delve deeper into the perilous and shadowy swamp. His plan was distinctly outlined: to search for blue-ing grass while hunting the monsters encountered along the way, fervently collecting attribute points. Monsters of nightmare difficulty possessed attributes several times that of ordinary ones. The experience points gained from vanquishing foes were indeed bountiful. For him, it was nothing short of paradise. Before long, he stumbled upon the traces of the blue-ing grass. It was a plant approximately half a foot tall, exhibiting a translucent cerulean hue. Its leaves were slender, reminiscent of orchids, and at the apex, clusters of berry-sized fruits emitted a soft blue luminescence. In the dim, oppressive marshland, it stood out remarkably. Material: blue-ing grass, E-grade. Effect: a primary ingredient for crafting basic life and mana potions, also applicable for certain low-level enchantments. Description: thrives in magic-rich, humid environments, usually guarded by formidable creatures. As the description indicated, Lin Feng soon discovered that nearly every patch of blue-ing grass was patrolled by monsters. Moreover, they were no longer the ordinary level 3 big-tailed pigs, but rather colossal beasts with sharper tusks, enveloped in a faint sanguine aura. Monster: frenzied big-tailed pig, LV3. Quality: enhanced. Level: LV3, nightmare. Health: 2400. Attack power: 36. Defense: 24. Skills: 1. Barbaric charge, deals 160 physical damage, knocks back. 2. Bloodthirsty fury, triggers when health is below 30, increases attack speed by 20, attack power by 10. Nightmare difficulty, enhanced monsters, with a staggering health of 2400, an attack power of 36, a defense of 24, and 2 formidable skills. Their prowess far surpassed that of ordinary big-tailed pigs. Surrounding each patch of blue-ing grass were at least 5 of these frenzied big-tailed pigs standing guard. They moved like loyal sentinels, pacing around the blue-ing grass with their crimson eyes brimming with vigilance and ferocity. These enhanced monsters yielded 2 attribute points upon defeat. A glint of excitement sparked in Lin Feng's eyes. Rather than feeling trepidation, he was invigorated. He patted the slime on his shoulder, a mischievous grin gracing his face. Don't transform into Chun Lei this time. Let's try turning into Li Rongrong instead. The slime tilted its head, a flicker of resignation evident in its small, green eyes. Yet, it dutifully complied with the command. Its body began to undulate and reshape. The dark green hue faded, giving way to a fair complexion. Its form became graceful, and its features coalesced into a semblance of Li Rongrong. Moments later, a figure clad in E-grade water mage robes, wielding a blue gem staff, and bearing a striking resemblance to Li Rongrong, stood before Lin Feng. Your pet is using simulation technique. All attributes decreased by 20, mana continuously depleting. In a simulated state, the slime, Li Rongrong version, temporarily exhibited the following attributes: strength, 632, constitution, 124, spirit, 856, agility, 408, intelligence, 12, health, 1240, defense, 124, attack power, 63. While its attributes remained unchanged, its appearance had transformed into that of the delicate Li Rongrong. The stark contrast made Lin Feng stifle a laugh as he issued his command. Go forth and eliminate those pigs with your most elegant flair. Remember, your stance must be striking. Oh no, it should be as graceful as Li Rongrong's usual demeanor. The slime, Li Rongrong version, acknowledged the directive. It mimicked Li Rongrong's characteristic faux modesty, taking dainty steps as it sashayed towards the 5 frenzied big-tailed pigs guarding the blue-ing grass. As it approached, it raised its simulated slender, fair hand and pointed gently at the nearest frenzied big-tailed pig, imitating Li Rongrong's tone in a muddled manner, murmuring, "How annoying. I'm going to hit you now." Then, Under Lin Feng's barely contained laughter from a distance, its delicate form lunged forward. Skill, impact. With a resounding boom. 94. The enormous frenzied, big-tailed pig, alertly watching this suddenly appeared, seemingly delectable biped, was utterly unprepared for the explosive force and speed of its opponent. It felt an irresistible surge of power slam into its ribs. Crack. It seemed as if the sound of breaking bones echoed. 94. A massive damage number floated up. Its substantial health of 2,400 plummeted a notch. Gasping in agony, the frenzied, big-tailed pig emitted a heart-wrenching howl. Its small eyes turned a furious crimson, entering bloodthirsty fury state. Its attack speed and power surged dramatically. Ignoring all caution, it lowered its head, baring its menacing tusks, and charged furiously at the slime, Li Rongrong version. The other 4 frenzied, big-tailed pigs were also roused, simultaneously unleashing furious roars as they launched a savage assault from various directions against the audacious biped that had dared to provoke them and injure their companion. Faced with the onslaught of 5 enraged enhanced monsters, the slime, Li Rongrong version, stood unfazed. It remained elegantly poised in place, even using its hand to smooth its hair. Then, it raised a fist toward the foremost pig, delivering a gentle punch. Bang. 31. Next, it executed a refined elbow strike against another pig's snout. 31. Its movements appeared gentle, akin to a dance, yet each strike contained terrifying power. The attacks from the frenzied, big-tailed pigs, however, landed upon it with pitiful results. 0, 0, 0. Occasionally triggering a frenzied critical hit, they could barely muster a meager 1 or 2 damage. In comparison to its 1240 health, it was but a drop in the ocean. The battle had once again devolved into a spectacle of overwhelming attribute superiority. Only this time, the performer had shifted from Chun-Lei to Li Rongrong. Watching Li Rongrong, swaying her hips and embodying the water mage's form while unleashing powerful punches like a fierce beauty upon the frenzied, big-tailed pigs, Lin Feng concealed himself in the shadows, laughing until his stomach hurt. The scene was too exquisite to behold. Nevertheless, it was undeniably exhilarating. In a mere 7 or 8 minutes, 5 level 3 enhanced nightmare tier monsters, the rampaging big-tailed boars, succumbed beneath the delicate fists of Li Rongrong. Killed LV3 rampaging big-tailed boar, nightmare enhanced, gained 1,200 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target, granting you 2 free attribute points, and your pet slime also receives 2 free attribute points. The melodious notification sounds chimed in succession. The 5 enhanced monsters provided a total of 10 attribute points. Coupled with the various ordinary big-tailed boars he had previously dispatched, Lin Feng amassed over 40 additional attribute points. He allocated these points meticulously according to his strategy, enhancing his intelligence and spirit. Intelligence, 4969. Spirit, 134-154, resulting in a slight increase in his mana. His casting speed and spiritual perception experienced a significant boost. A more profound and expansive mental power surged within his mind. He felt an enhanced awareness and control over the elements surrounding him. Meanwhile, the slime's attribute points were entirely invested in strength, as per Lin Feng's design. Strength, 79-119. With an attack power reaching an astonishing 119 points. When employing its charge skill, it could inflict a terrifying 178 points of damage. Although the slime's size remained unchanged, its deep green form radiated an unsettling aura of power. After dispatching the guardian monsters, Lin Feng approached confidently, commencing the collection of the unattended blue ingrass. Acquired blue ingrass, E-grade, X15. He carefully placed the 15 stalks of blue ingrass into his storage bag. Continuing onward, he repeated the process, transforming the slime to resemble Li Rongrong or Chun-Lei, clearing guardian monsters, collecting blue ingrass, and acquiring attribute points with alarming efficiency. Within less than 2 hours, his spatial satchel contained over 300 crystalline blue ingrass. His personal attribute points and those of the slime surged significantly once more. Lin Feng, Intelligence 100, Spirit 180. Slime, Strength 150. The harvest was commendable, and Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, preparing to change direction in search of new blue in grass-gathering spots. However, just as he ventured a short distance, a cacophony of intense combat erupted from a dense thicket of purple shrubs several hundred meters ahead, accompanied by the panicked cries of humans and the roars of monsters. Help! Hold the line. Wang Hu, hold on. Heal me. Quick, heal me. No, there are too many. I can't hold on. Ah! Lin Feng furrowed his brow. His mental energy spread forth like invisible tendrils, instantly grasping the situation. 5 young players were being besieged by a horde of big-tailed boars. Judging by their equipment and disheveled appearance, They were likely the talented team members who had entered the black hole together. Their predicament was dire. They were surrounded by 5 nightmare tier enhanced rampaging big-tailed boars and 15 ordinary big-tailed boars of the same difficulty, 20 monsters in total. Like an overwhelming tide, they encircled the 5 players. Among them, 3 were melee fighters and 2 ranged. Their configuration appeared reasonable. Yet, against the surging attributes of the nightmare tier monsters, they seemed utterly inadequate. The main tank, a youth brandishing a D-grade shield, shimmered with a dusty yellow glow, evidently a talent or skill enhancing his defense. However, under the relentless charges and bites of the 5 rampaging big-tailed boars, his shield had begun to crack, and his health was depleting rapidly. The healer, a girl standing behind him, wore a pale expression as she waved her staff, casting green healing light upon the tank. 50. Yet this meager healing was but a drop in the bucket against the tank's rapidly diminishing health. The other 2 damage dealers, a fire mage and a bowman, were desperately attacking, fireballs and arrows raining down upon the boar horde. 45. 38. 50. Their damage was decent, yet the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Moreover, their tough hides rendered the attacks ineffective in swiftly eliminating the threat. As it appeared the tank could no longer endure, should their defenses crumble, they would be swiftly engulfed and shredded by the boar horde. Lin Feng observed this scene, his brow furrowing. Although he held disdain for these arrogant prodigies, he could not bring himself to stand idly by. After all, they were all humans, and in this brutal game epic, humanity should support one another against monsters. Moreover, there was no animosity between them, with the exception of Chun-Lei and Li Rongrong, who were not present. Very well, I shall lend a hand, Lin Feng sighed. He patted his slime, instructing it to transform into Chun-Lei's likeness to assist them. A swift resolution was imperative. The slime complied, its form writhing and reshaping into that of Chun-Lei. Then, it mimicked human movements, charging out from the bushes where Lin Feng was concealed, racing towards the tumultuous battlefield. Hold on, I'm here to help you. The slime, Chun-Lei version, shouted in a voice mimicking Chun-Lei's brash tone. Although its voice was somewhat garbled, it served as a rallying cry in this critical moment. The 5 besieged youths, upon hearing the voice and seeing Chun-Lei appear, felt as though they had grasped a lifeline. Chun-Lei, it's Chun-Lei. Wonderful. Big brother Chun-Lei has come to save us, they exclaimed excitedly, their attacks quickening in pace. The slime, Chun-Lei version, moved with astonishing speed, plunging into the fray. Without hesitation, it targeted one of the rampaging big-tailed boars, furiously battering the tank, launching a ferocious charge. Boom. 178. Skill damage. The horrifying damage number erupted forth. The rampaging big-tailed boar emitted a chilling wail as nearly 1/10 of its health vanished in an instant. Holy smokes. What damage? Big brother Chun-Lei is incredible. The youths, witnessing such exaggerated damage, nearly had their eyes pop out in disbelief, unable to refrain from exclaiming expletives. This damage was even surpassing the combined output of the 5 individuals. However, what astonished them even more lay ahead. The furious savage giant boar, which had been attacked, along with several ordinary giant boars nearby, angrily redirected their assault towards Chun-Lei. Their tusks clashed, their massive tails whipped. Bang, bang, bang. A series of astonishing zeros floated above Chun-Lei's head. He didn't even flinch. This defense, the monsters inflicted no damage upon him? My heavens. What profession could Chun-Lei possibly be? A shield warrior, but he wields a sword. How incredibly strong. How utterly monstrous. The 5 youths were utterly dumbfounded. They watched as Chun-Lei strode through the boar horde like a deity of war, effortlessly delivering punches and kicks that dealt immense damage to the creatures. While their attacks against him felt like mere tickles, this was truly a dimensional strike. With the inclusion of Chun-Lei, this extraordinary powerhouse, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The once precarious defensive line was now firmly established. The battered tank youth felt a significant reduction in pressure, and with the aid of healing, his health gradually increased. The other 2 attackers were also able to safely retreat, pouring their firepower into the fray. Chun-Lei, we are immensely grateful to you. If it weren't for you, we would have met our demise here today. Chun-Lei, have you seen the others? It's just the 5 of us here. Chun-Lei, we have scouted this area and found over 100 blue herb plants, just behind that dirt slope. Alas, they are guarded by these damned boars. As they continued to attack, they excitedly spoke to Chun-Lei, attempting to bridge the distance. However, throughout it all, Chun-Lei never cast a glance their way, nor did he respond to their words. His expression remained indifferent, his gaze icy, as he focused intently on the monsters before him. With each punch, kick, and blow, he coldly and efficiently reaped the lives of the giant boars. This aloof demeanor did not incite disdain among the youths. Rather, it deepened their impression of Chun-Lei as a hidden master. This was the true essence of a skilled warrior, unmoved by praise or blame. Remarkable. They filled in the gaps in their minds, interpreting Chun-Lei's silence as the pride of a formidable individual. The battle concluded swiftly. With Chun-Lei's extraordinary attributes and the assistance of the 5 youths, all 20 giant boars, 5 enhanced, 15 ordinary, were eradicated. Killed LV3 giant boar, Nightmare, X15. Gained 1,800 experience points, 15 attribute points. Killed LV3 savage giant boar, Nightmare enhanced, X5. Gained 6,000 experience points, 10 attribute points. A total of 7,800 experience points and 25 attribute points were acquired. Without hesitation, Lin Feng allocated 15 points to spirit and 10 points to intelligence. The slime once again added 25 points to strength. Attributes soared to new heights. As the battle ended, the 5 youths intended to approach and express their heartfelt gratitude to the enigmatic Chun-Lei, and perhaps even cling to this robust pillar of strength. However, before they could utter a word, they witnessed Chun-Lei turn away without a single glance, disregarding the now unguarded blue herbs. He simply pivoted, exerted his strength, and in a manner beyond their comprehension, vanished into the dense purple mist with a few effortless leaps, clear and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Leaving the 5 youths standing in place, exchanging bewildered glances. Was that it? He didn't even bother with the blue herbs? Do all masters possess such individuality? Perhaps Chun-Lei deemed those blue herbs beneath him? Truly, how cool. They gazed in the direction Chun-Lei had disappeared, their eyes brimming with gratitude, admiration, and a touch of incomprehensible confusion. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Lin Feng observed the influx of attribute points and the reverence in the eyes of the 5 youths directed at Chun-Lei, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chun-Lei, this favor, I shall accept on your behalf, but it must be repaid in the future. Chapter 18. Attributes surpassing 1,000. Slimes soloing the Guardian. This time, delving into the dim, murky swamp, Lin Feng thoroughly comprehended the stark contrast between a large group black hole and a small 5-person black hole. It was far more vivid and shocking than the dry descriptions he had encountered in textbooks at the academy. This monster world generated by the system seemed boundless. Lin Feng pressed forward relentlessly in one direction, effortlessly dispatching wave after wave of monsters, relying on the slime's transformation into Chun-Lei or Li Rongrong. He had eliminated over several hundred nightmare difficulty giant boars and savage giant boars combined. The attribute points gained sent his and the slime's attributes skyrocketing. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, the pervasive purple toxins, twisted bizarre plants, and the seemingly endless muck of the swamp remained. The edges of this world were nowhere in sight. If a mere 5 or 6 individuals were to explore this expanse, it would likely take half a day just to locate the Guardian. Lin Feng realized that if he weren't worried about straying too far and leaving his less capable teammates to be ambushed by the Guardian, he would gladly remain here, treating this nightmare difficulty swamp as his own backyard, grinding endlessly. After all, who wouldn't want more attribute points? To avoid drawing too much attention and unnecessary trouble, Lin Feng resolved to call it a day and began his return journey. According to the records in the theory of black holes, the guardians of such low-level large group dungeons typically do not spawn more than 5 kilometers from the player's landing point. This was a latent rule of the system, providing players with a degree of exploration space while preventing the search for the boss from becoming excessively lengthy and despairing. As Lin Feng recalled his path, he swiftly navigated through the complex terrain, aided by his impressive agility attribute of 100, which granted him a light-footed gait and keen sense of direction. He felt the surging power within him and couldn't resist summoning his attribute panel once more. The pale blue light screen hovered before him, displaying data that had reached a terrifying level. Name, Lin Feng. Race, human. Occupation, summoner, low level. Talent, attribute sharing, F grade. Level, 2, 0, 10,000. Upgradable. Experience points, 160,000. Health points, 2,000, 2,000. Mana points, 1,500, 1,500. Attributes, strength 200, constitution 200, spirit 300, intelligence 200, agility 100. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, Ice Spike, LV1, Wind Shield, LV1. Fireball, LV1, Flame Impact, LV1, Flame Armor, LV1. Equipment, Lord's Bone Fire Staff, A grade. Adventurer's Robe, E grade. Boots of Agility, F grade. The sum of the 5 fundamental attributes astonishingly reached a staggering total of 1,000 points. This is a figure capable of leaving any player of the same level, or even those of higher tiers, utterly bewildered. It is a value that defies comprehension. One must realize that an ordinary level 2 low-tier class player, after accounting for attribute points gained from leveling up, might not even accumulate 50 points in total. Even those like Chun Lei, possessing A-grade talent as a high-tier level 2 player, would struggle to exceed a few dozen points. Yet, Lin Feng's total attributes are more than tenfold that amount. What an absurd disparity. He even harbored the illusion that should he encounter that assassin, Shadowblade, again, there would be no need to activate Wind Shield or Flame Armor. Standing still, he would likely withstand all attacks without faltering. Moreover, the attributes of his slime companion are equally outrageous. Pet, slime, unnamed. Level, 7, 37,100, 80,000. Experience points, 37,100. Health points, 4,350 for 1,350. Mana points, 1,000, 1,000. Attributes, Strength 200, Constitution 400, Spirit 200, Intelligence 92, Agility 100. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, Charge, LV1. Mimicry, LV1. Strength of 200 points. Constitution of 400 points. Health soaring to 4,000. Defense of 400 points. This is no mere slime. It is clearly a humanoid entity cloaked in the guise of a slime. Nay, a slime boss. Lin Feng had elevated the slime's level. Meanwhile, his own level remains steadfast at 2. He is in no hurry to level up. As a summoner of a low-tier class, each level gained only grants a meager 1 free attribute point. In comparison to the vast number of points he has acquired through attribute theft, this is insignificant. It is far more prudent to conserve experience points for unforeseen circumstances or to utilize the instantaneous full state granted upon leveling up during critical moments to tackle sudden crises. At this juncture, one might say we have transformed into humanoid bosses, have we not? Lin Feng stroked his chin, gazing at the extravagantly exaggerated attribute panels of himself and the slime, a surge of formidable confidence welling within him. Suddenly, he recalled that upon completing the death-defying difficulty of the Goblin Forest, he had earned an S-grade treasure chest that he had yet to open. With a thought, a chest radiating a brilliant golden glow and adorned with arcane runes, emanating a powerful surge of energy, materialized in his hand. S-grade treasure chest. Description: a reward granted to heroes achieving S-grade or higher evaluations in dungeons, containing unexpected surprises. Open. Lin Feng whispered with a hint of anticipation. The chest responded. Bursting open, a dazzling beam of golden light shot skyward, momentarily dispelling the surrounding thick purple miasma. As the brilliance faded, the chest vanished, revealing a scroll that appeared ancient and weathered, crafted from an unknown dark golden beast hide, bound with black silk thread, now resting in Lin Feng's hand. The scroll felt slightly heavy and cool to the touch, with an undeniable powerful sealing force swirling about it. Item: Sealing Scroll S-grade. Level: 2. Effect: upon use, forcibly reduces the full attributes, health, attack power, defense, etc. of any gatekeeper, including bosses, lords, domain masters, etc., by 50 points, lasting 5 minutes. Usage requirement: none. Description: an ancient, mysterious scroll passed down through the ages, containing formidable sealing power. Regrettably, part of the crafting technique has been lost, rendering it significantly less effective against units above level 10, or even entirely ineffective. An S-grade item, reducing a gatekeeper's full attributes by 50, lasting for 5 minutes. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This effect is truly extraordinary, especially when challenging high-difficulty bosses beyond one's level. This 5-minute period of weakness could decisively alter the tide of battle, perhaps even enable a counterattack. However, the limitation of being applicable only to those below level 10. Lin Feng glanced at the usage restriction, then at his own absurd attributes, and could not help but smirk. It seems rather pointless for me. With the current attributes of himself and the slime, why would they need to weaken a gatekeeper below level 10? They could simply overpower them directly. This scroll is merely an embellishment for now, or perhaps a tool to deal with particularly troublesome gatekeepers possessing outrageous skills in the future. Better than nothing, I suppose. Lin Feng carefully stowed this invaluable S-grade scroll into his storage bag. Chapter 19. Attributes surpass 1,000. The slime soloing the gatekeeper. 2. He continued onward, toward the location where he sensed the presence of the gatekeeper. His agility of 100 points afforded him a movement speed that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In the midst of the intricate terrain, he navigated with ease. Yet, this swamp was vast, and the topography exceedingly convoluted. Relying on his vague sense of direction and mental perception, he wandered for nearly 2 hours before finally locating his ultimate target in a secluded corner, reeking of decay, rife with putrid muck and piles of bleached beast bones. This was the gatekeeper of the level 3 large group dungeon. It was a colossal nest, entwined with muck, bones, and twisted vines. Surrounding the nest, a multitude of monsters prowled. Lin Feng's gaze swept across, instantly discerning the composition of the gatekeeper's forces. A massive creature, resembling a small hill, with tusks akin to two curved scythes, draped in thick mud armor, and with eyes ablaze with dark red flames, lay dozing in the center of the nest. Monster, Swamp King Mud Armor Giant Boar, LV3. Quality, Boss. Level, LV3, Nightmare. Health points, 28,000, 28,000. Attack power, 120. Defense power, 60. Skills, 1. War Stomp, stomps the ground, causing area damage and stunning nearby foes. 2. Mud Armor, passive, reducing all incoming damage by 20. 3. Frenzied Summon, for every 20 health points lost, summons 2 elite Frenzied Boar guards to join the battle. In 2 other directions of the lair, there roamed 2 slightly smaller, yet equally ferocious elite monsters. Monster, Frenzied Boar Guard, LV3. Quality, Elite. Level, LV3, Nightmare. Health, 6,000, 6,000. Attack power, 90. Defense power, 60. Skills, 1. Loyal Guardian. When the boss is attacked, it instantly teleports to the boss's side to share part of the damage. 2. Bloodthirsty Bite. Inflicts bleeding damage. Furthermore, surrounding the lair, there were more than 20 nightmare difficulty enhanced monsters, patrolling frenzied boars. The defensive power of the entire gatekeeper area was indeed formidable. With only 1 boss and 2 elites, Lin Feng gazed at this lineup, his face betraying a hint of disappointment. There wasn't even a Lord-level monster. This gatekeeper seemed rather weak. He had initially hoped for a Lord-level gatekeeper to engage in a vigorous bout with the slime and perhaps reap some attribute points in the process. But this? For the outrageous attributes that he and the slime possessed now, this seemingly powerful gatekeeper assembly was nothing more than an appetizer. Well, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Lin Feng patted the slime beside him and said, as per our usual routine, transform into Chun-Lei's form. You tackle them alone. Let us make this swift. The slime complied, its body writhing as it transformed into Chun-Lei's likeness. Its attributes temporarily diminished by 20, yet it remained tremendously formidable. Then, under Lin Feng's leisurely gaze, Chun-Lei swaggered directly towards the lair that exuded a foul stench and an aura of danger. It even deemed stealth and ambush unnecessary, opting instead for the most brutal and direct approach, a frontal assault. A patrolling enhanced frenzied boar was the first to notice this uninvited guest, letting out a warning growl. However, the response it received was Chun-Lei's lightning fast punch. Bang! 103. Normal attack, attributes diminished by 20. In no time, that boar was obliterated with a single blow to its head. Killed LV3 Frenzied Boar, Nightmare Enhanced. Gained 1,200 experience points, 2 attribute points. The battle erupted instantaneously. All the monsters surrounding the lair were alerted. The 2 elite Frenzied Boar guards let out furious roars, flanking Chun-Lei like crimson whirlwinds. Their glimmering tusks lunged towards Chun-Lei's midsection. Simultaneously, the boss of the lair, the mud-armored giant boar, resembling a small mountain, abruptly opened its eyes ablaze with dark red flames. It released a deafening roar, one that could seemingly rend the very soul. Its colossal form rose upright. With its heavy mud armor-clad forehooves, it stomped down with a force capable of annihilating all in its path. Skill, War Stomp. Boom. Centered around it, a visible shockwave of earthy yellow surged outward like a tsunami. The ground trembled violently, cracking beneath the force. The surrounding violet monster trees were uprooted. Mud erupted skyward like a fountain. Yet, in the face of this terrifying skill, which could annihilate an ordinary level 3-player team in an instant, Chun-Lei merely furrowed his brow slightly. Then, without flinching or dodging, he charged headlong into the fray, directly confronting one of the elite guards with a vicious impact. Boom. 154. The horrifying damage number erupted. The elite guard let out a piercing wail, as nearly 1/8 of its health vanished in an instant. It attempted to activate Loyal Guardian to share the boss's damage, but Chun-Lei's assault was akin to a torrential storm. It afforded the guard no opportunity whatsoever. Fists. Fierce impacts. Normal attacks. 103. 154. 103. Damage numbers cascaded like a waterfall. The other elite guard and the surrounding enhanced monsters struck Chun-Lei. Yet their attacks resulted in pitiful numbers, 0, 0, 0. Occasionally triggering a critical hit or skill, they could only muster a meager 1 or 2 in damage. They utterly failed to breach his formidable defense of 320. The battle was devoid of suspense. It was an absolute crush in terms of attributes. Chun-Lei moved through the swarm of monsters like a relentless killing machine, unstoppable. Each punch battered the enhanced monsters. Each impact sent the elite monsters' health plummeting. The boss, the mud-armored giant boar, raged, repeatedly unleashing War Stomp in an attempt to control the insufferable biped. However, with an agility of 80, Chun-Lei effortlessly evaded the core area of the skill or simply withstood it, continuing to unleash his assault. As the boss's health dipped to 80, it activated Frenzied Summon, conjuring 2 new elite guards. Chun-Lei hardly paid them any mind, fixated instead on delivering relentless blows to the initial elite guard. In a mere 2 to 3 minutes, the first elite guard fell with a mournful cry, dissipating into a wisp of white light. Killed LV3 Frenzied Boar Guard, Nightmare Elite, gained 2,400 experience points for attribute points. Then came the second and third guards. Once all the elite and enhanced monsters were vanquished, leaving only the solitary boss, the battle became even simpler. Chun-Lei leaped onto the massive back of the boss, disregarding its frenzied struggles and stomps. His fists hammered down like a pile driver against the relatively vulnerable junction of the boss's neck, unleashing a torrent of blows. Bang, 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 bang. 103, 103, 103, 103. The boss's colossal health of 28,000 dissolved at an alarming rate, akin to snow under the sun. It futilely thrashed and roared. Yet he found himself utterly unable to rid himself of that insidious little creature clinging to his back like a malignant parasite. Ultimately, in less than 20 minutes, this seemingly invincible level 3 nightmare boss let out a cry filled with reluctance and despair. Its massive form collapsed with a resounding thud onto the muddy ground, splattering filth everywhere. Defeated LV3 Swamp King Mud Armor Giant Boar Nightmare Boss, gained 4,800 experience points, 8 attribute points. Congratulations. Your team has completed the dungeon Dark Swamp, Nightmare. Team rating, C. You will be teleported out of the dungeon in 30 minutes. The chilling sound of the system prompt echoed. AC rating, Lin Feng scoffed, a hint of disdain in his expression. Had he tackled it solo? With the efficiency of himself and the slime, coupled with potential hidden elements, achieving an A or even S rating would have been a distinct possibility. Alas, burdened with a group of nearly ineffectual hangers-on, a C rating was already commendable. He did not hasten to exit the dungeon, but rather strolled forward calmly to collect the spoils. The boss and a few elite monsters had indeed dropped several pieces of equipment, their brilliance shimmering, suggesting they were of commendable quality. Equipment: Swamp Heavy Armor, D grade. Location: Upper Body. Attributes: Defense 25, Constitution 8. Equipment requirement: Level 3, Strength 30. Description: Forged from the essence of the Swamp King's mud armor, it boasts exceptional defense. Equipment: Guardian Fong Dagger, D grade. Location: Main Hand, Offhand. Attributes: Attack 20, Agility 5. Equipment requirement: Level 3, Agility 25. Description: Crafted from the fangs of elite guardians. Sharp and lethal. There were also several similar D-grade scattered items and a plethora of E-grade materials such as Swamp King leather and tough fangs. For ordinary level 3 players, these D-grade items could be considered minor treasures. However, for Lin Feng, who possessed an A-grade staff with outrageously formidable attributes, these trinkets were of little use. He casually swept the equipment and materials into his spatial pouch, intending to sell them for experience points upon his return. Having completed this task, Lin Feng found a relatively clean stone to sit upon. The slime dispelled its simulation art, reverting to a dark green gelatinous mass, affectionately resting at his feet. He waited quietly until the system's teleport countdown dwindled to the final 5 minutes, at which point he slowly rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his person. It was time to leave. What expression would that fellow Chun-Lei have when he heard the multitude praising him for being concealed and exuding an air of mastery? A mischievous smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips as he focused his thoughts and chose to exit the dungeon. Buzz. A beam of white teleportation light enveloped him and his extraordinarily powerful companion, vanishing from the nightmarish swamp they had just ravaged. Chapter 20. Everyone is astonished. The dead have returned to life. Lin Feng was teleported out of the dark swamp, his feet once again planted on the hard, cold ground of the East Sea Town's Black Hole entrance plaza. The familiar clamor and magical lights of the outside world caused him to squint slightly. Habitually, he surveyed his surroundings, eager to witness the disheveled appearances of those genius teammates upon their emergence. However, to his dismay, apart from a few hurried, unfamiliar players, he saw no trace of his accustomed companions. The plaza was conspicuously empty. Where were Chun-Lei and Li Rongrong? They hadn't waited for him? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then shrugged in disbelief. TSK. Such ungrateful wretches. After all, they had ventured into the dungeon together as teammates. Were they so eager to depart? Yet, he felt no surprise. After all, he had always been an unappreciated figure within the team. They probably wished for his demise within. Why would they wait for him? Oh well, the absence of company was a boon. It spared him from their incessant chatter. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently and patted the mini slime, which was still in a state of semi-sleep, recovering its mana. Alone, he merrily trotted toward the Explorers Guild, eager to submit his quest and acquire that crucial Junior Explorer badge. Rewind time to about half an hour earlier, when Lin Feng was effortlessly soloing the Guardian Swamp King while controlling the slime disguised as Chun-Lei. Inside the dungeon, the remaining struggling team members simultaneously received the chilling system prompt. Congratulations! Your team has completed the Dungeon Dark Swamp Nightmare. Team rating, C. You will be teleported out of the dungeon in 30 minutes. At that moment, every survivor in the dungeon froze. Completed? The Guardian was slain. Who did it? Was it that team led by Brother Chun-Lei? Had they found the Guardian? Splendid. We are saved. Gasps of astonishment erupted from every corner of the swamp, filled with the euphoric disbelief of having survived a calamity. For those frantically gathering blue English grass, or those who had just emerged from arduous battles, this was undoubtedly celestial music. However, for those currently ensnared in danger, besieged by monsters, and on the verge of collapse, this sudden notification of success was a lifeline. Quick! Escape the battle. The Guardian is dead. We can leave. Forget about these monsters. Run. Without hesitation, they immediately abandoned their resistance and gathering efforts, braving a few blows from the monsters as they hastened towards Leave Black Hole. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Beams of white teleportation light began to flicker in the perilous swamp, each battered figure scrambling like refugees, vanishing in haste. They dared not linger even for a moment, fearing that a moment's delay could lead to becoming a meal for the monsters. In East Sea Town, at the Black Hole entrance plaza, beams of white light flickered in succession, revealing the silhouettes of the survivors. Most appeared ragged, bearing various degrees of injuries, their faces etched with fear, fatigue, and a hint of relief at having completed their quest and returned alive. They had made it. Finally out. Damn, the nightmare difficulty was terrifying. I almost didn't make it back. It feels so good to be alive. Did you all see who defeated the Guardian? I have no idea. We were gathering resources in the east when suddenly we received the notification that we had cleared the stage. It must have been Brother Chun-Lei's team, right? They are the strongest. Indeed, it has to be Brother Chun-Lei. The survivors gathered together, their hearts still racing as they engaged in fervent discussions. They inquired about the circumstances surrounding the Guardian's defeat. Almost everyone instinctively attributed the credit to Chun-Lei. After all, with his A-class talent and advanced profession, he was one of the most formidable members of the team. Moreover, his squad was equipped with the best configuration. It seemed only logical that he led the charge against the Guardian. Chun-Lei and Li Rongrong had long since been teleported out. Their team had experienced fortunate circumstances. Although they encountered several waves of monsters, they emerged unscathed. Chun-Lei even managed to slay a few isolated enhanced giant boars thanks to his A-class talent. Favor of the Wind, which granted him remarkable mobility, paired with Li Rongrong's B-class water spells for support, thus yielding valuable experience and materials. At this moment, listening to the discussions among the surrounding survivors, especially as many speculated that it was indeed he who had vanquished the Guardian, Chun-Lei felt a flicker of doubt within. Yet, he unconsciously wore a modest yet triumphant smile, puffing out his chest as he reveled in the admiration and awe directed at him, as if tacitly accepting the accolades. Li Rongrong nestled beside him. Although she was uncertain if Chun-Lei was the one who killed the Guardian, there was indeed a moment when they separated to gather blue spirit grass. Observing Chun-Lei's current expression, she concluded that it must have been him. In that moment, a proud expression adorned Li Rongrong's face, her gaze towards Chun-Lei brimming with admiration and sparkling stars. Brother Lei, you are truly the most formidable, she whispered, her voice sweet as honey. Upon hearing this, Chun-Lei felt even more elated. With a grand gesture, he feigned humility, while actually reveling in the praise, and said, "Hee, you are all too kind. It was merely the Guardian. It is not a significant achievement. Just luck, really." His words only solidified their assumptions. It really was you, Brother Chun-Lei. Incredible. You single-handedly defeated the Guardian on nightmare difficulty. A-class talent is truly remarkable. From now on, Brother Chun-Lei will be my idol. The waves of praise surged towards Chun-Lei, gratifying his vanity immensely. However, at that moment, someone began to tally the numbers and exclaimed, "Wait, we entered with 20 people, yet only 12 have returned." This statement was like cold water splashed into a boiling pot, instantly cooling the previously fervent atmosphere. The crowd exchanged glances and recounted carefully. Indeed, including those recently teleported out, only 12 survivors remained present. The absence of the other 8 was undeniable. This meant, quite clearly, that they had perished, forever trapped in that nightmarish swamp. A wave of sorrow and oppression spread among the survivors. Though they had been strangers before, and perhaps had even encountered competition and friction, they had fought alongside each other, albeit in their own capacities. The death of a rabbit grieves the fox. Their shared struggle had forged a bond. Chun Kuan appeared in the square at some point, gazing at the remaining 12 team members and the lingering expressions of terror and grief etched on their faces. He sighed softly, a trace of regret and sorrow appearing on his face. He counted the blue spirit grass collected by the group. Together, the 12 had gathered less than 1,000 stalks. They were still far from the target of 2,000, missing more than half. This outcome left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Yet, looking at these young survivors who had narrowly escaped death, he could not bring himself to chastise them further. After all, returning alive was already a tremendous achievement. Children, you have worked hard. Chun Kuan's voice was gentle, infused with a soothing strength. Your safe return is our greatest success. If we lack blue spirit grass, we shall devise another plan. As for our fallen comrades, he paused, his tone turning somber, we shall remember their sacrifices. Their names will be etched upon the guild's monument of heroes. In Chun Kuan's eyes, among the 8 who had perished was Lin Feng, the young man he had high hopes for, who unfortunately succumbed to the brutality of nightmare difficulty. What a pity, just as Chun Kuan was comforting the crowd. And they were enveloped in a complex mix of sorrow and relief. The 5 young men whom Chun Lei had saved exchanged glances and then approached him in unison. Their faces radiated immeasurable gratitude and admiration as they encircled him. Brother Lei, we can't thank you enough. If it weren't for your timely appearance, the 5 of us would have surely perished within. Indeed, Brother Lei, you are our savior. You are simply incredible, Brother Lei. You took on so many monsters single-handedly and emerged unscathed. Truly a warrior of the highest caliber. They spoke in a flurry of excitement, their sincere tones overwhelming Chun Lei with confusion. He stared at the 5 overly enthusiastic individuals, his mind filled with questions. Saved you? When did I save you? I didn't even see you in that black hole, okay? And single-handedly taking on so many monsters? Unscathed? What are you talking about? I had to tread carefully around 2 enhanced boars. Chun Lei was bewildered, his heart racing. Are you sure you have the right person? He couldn't help but ask. Oh, Brother Lei, please, don't be modest. Exactly. We all understand. Skilled individuals tend to be low-key. Rest assured, we will never spread rumors. Yes, we get it. The 5 of them wore expressions that conveyed their understanding, gazing at Chun Lei with knowing eyes, as if to say, Brother Lei, we comprehend your secret and will keep it safe. They even filled in the gaps in their minds, convinced that only Chun Lei could possess the strength to defeat the Guardian. After all, they had witnessed his formidable defensive capabilities. Thus, they were unwavering in their belief that Chun Lei had indeed slain the Guardian. The extraordinary defensive and offensive prowess displayed was undeniably formidable. Lei Gu was truly the hidden powerhouse within the team. Chun Lei, observing their knowing glances and listening to their inexplicable remarks, felt his lips twitch and an uncomfortable sensation envelop his entire being. What on earth was happening here? Li Rongrong, standing beside him, blinked her large eyes, alternating her gaze between Chun Lei and the 5 others, her expression a portrait of confusion. When had Lei Gu become so formidable? Why was she unaware of this? The 2 groups were at odds. One was overwhelmed with gratitude and admiration, while the other was perplexed and utterly baffled, lost in their own thoughts. The atmosphere grew increasingly surreal. Meanwhile, the other survivors gazed at Chun Lei with heightened admiration. Look, this is the demeanor of a true expert. He saves others, yet remains unacknowledged. So low-key, so humble, truly a role model for our generation. Chun Kuan observed all of this keenly, though he harbored his own doubts. Witnessing the heartfelt gratitude of the 5 and Chun Lei's feigned modesty compelled him to stifle his questions. Perhaps Chun Lei had encountered some fortuitous event within the black hole, or had he been concealing his true abilities all along? Clearing his throat, he prepared to offer some encouraging words before leading the 12 accomplished individuals back to the guild to process their rewards. However, just minutes after their return to the guild, before Chun Kuan could utter his words of praise, the heavy door of the Explorers Guild, embedded with metal strips, creaked open. A figure, silhouetted against the light streaming in from outside, sauntered in at a leisurely pace, clad in the unassuming garb of a Tier E adventurer. A languid green slime perched upon his shoulder, and wielding a grotesquely shaped bone staff engulfed in dark flames, he bore an expression of faint, lazy amusement. Who else could it be but Lin Feng? In an instant, the entire guild hall seemed to have been silenced. Every sound and movement abruptly ceased. The silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Chun Kuan's gentle eyes widened in disbelief, his previously soothing expression frozen in shock and incredulity. The 12 survivors, including Chun Lei and Li Rongrong, stood as if frozen in time, their bodies rigid. They collectively turned their heads, their gaze fixated on Lin Feng, who had just entered, their pupils narrowing in astonishment. Their mouths hung open as if they could fit an egg inside, their faces reflecting sheer bewilderment. It was Lin Feng, the double failure summoner, the very one they believed had perished in the nightmare swamp. A mere burden? He had somehow emerged alive. How could this be? Especially for Chun-Lei and Li Rongrong. Their expressions were nothing short of captivating. Chun-Lei's air of self-satisfaction and restraint vanished without a trace, replaced by a feeling akin to having swallowed a fly, and a furious embarrassment at being so thoroughly blindsided. His eyes were filled with an incomprehensible shock and a hint of vague unease. Li Rongrong, in a most uncharacteristic display, covered her mouth with her hand, her beautifully made-up eyes wide with disbelief, filled with a sense of panic that she was entirely unaware of. How could he have survived? By what right did he emerge unscathed? In that nightmarish dungeon, even they, the so-called prodigies, had faced life-threatening dangers, with 7 of them meeting their demise. How had he, a level 2 double failure summoner accompanied by a worthless slime, managed to survive? It was utterly illogical. Silence. An oppressive silence enveloped the Explorer's guild hall. All eyes were riveted on the youth who had just entered, his face bearing a hint of feigned bewilderment. Lin Feng appeared momentarily startled by the eerie stillness and the collective gaze upon him. He scratched his nose and offered an awkward smile. Am I late? Chapter 22. Thousands of blue-winged grass leave the crowd astounded. Chun-Lei's mental state crumbled. Lin Feng's appearance was akin to a colossal stone crashing into a placid lake, instantly creating ripples throughout the Explorers Guild Hall. Yet, this sudden revelation elicited vastly different reactions from various individuals. For those survivors who bore no ill will towards Lin Feng, their feelings were predominantly surprise and curiosity. They were astonished that this double failure summoner had managed to survive in a nightmare difficulty dungeon. They wondered how he had accomplished such a feat. Was it sheer luck? Or did he possess some undisclosed means? However, for Chun-Lei, Lin Feng's reemergence felt like a searing brand pressed against his most sensitive and fragile nerves, driving him to the brink of madness. Just moments prior, when he confirmed that Lin Feng had not teleported out with the others, his heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of relief and exhilaration, as if a massive weight that had burdened him for over a decade had finally been lifted. The clarity of thought and the lightness of spirit nearly compelled him to let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. He and Lin Feng had grown up together in the 3rd Academy of Donghai Town. From a young age, Lin Feng had always been the exemplary child, consistently at the top of his class, excelling in both theoretical knowledge and practical simulations. Disciplined, hardworking, and goal-oriented, he was the pride of all his teachers, the brightest star within the academy. In stark contrast, Chun-Lei lagged at the bottom of the class, hesitant in practical scenarios, lazy and aimless, often regarded as a cautionary tale by his instructors and a mere backdrop to highlight Lin Feng's brilliance. Look at Lin Feng. If only you had half his diligence. Being orphans, how could their disparity be so vast? These words had haunted him like a curse throughout his childhood and adolescence. He felt like a pitiful creature forever overshadowed by the sun, desperately striving to break free, yet only rendered more insignificant by Lin Feng's dazzling brilliance. He felt hatred. He felt resentment. Countless nights, he had clenched his teeth in fury. Why must it be Lin Feng? Why must I live under his shadow? Just a few days prior, during that awakening ceremony, he finally glimpsed a chance for redemption. An A-grade talent, blessing of the wind, a high-ranking profession, Gale warrior. Such dazzling statistics instantly elevated him from the depths of despair and propelled him to the heights of glory. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, once a prodigy, had plummeted to the mortal realm, becoming the subject of ridicule as a dual failure. In that moment, Chun-Lei felt the pent-up resentment of over a decade finally being released. Subsequently, he joined the Blood Wolf Legion, engaging in several fierce battles, where he witnessed the power that brought with it authority and exhilaration. He became even more convinced that he was the one destined for greatness. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was fated to be forever trodden beneath his feet, struggling in the mire, ultimately to perish silently in some inconspicuous corner of a black hole, just like his parents. Thus, when he believed Lin Feng had truly met his demise within that nightmarish black hole, his heart bore no sorrow, only the sweet satisfaction of vengeance. He felt that fate had finally favored him once, erasing the greatest shadow in his life. However, just as he basked in the glory of admiration from the crowd, including those 5 inexplicably strange individuals, Lin Feng, the man he thought had become a relic of the past, miraculously reappeared before him. It was as if fate had just bestowed upon him the sweetest of candies. And before he could savor it, it fell before his eyes, shattering into pieces. He desperately wished to retrieve it, to piece it back together, but could only watch helplessly as it melted away, disappearing forever. The overwhelming contrast of plummeting from the pinnacle of joy The ultimate fury and bitterness following the shattering of hope nearly drove Chun Lei to the brink of madness. He fixated on Lin Feng, his eyes bloodshot with rage. His teeth grinding audibly, his grip on the wind whisper, sword tightening until his knuckles turned white, his body trembling slightly. The hatred within him surged like a poisonous vine, growing wildly. Why? Why do you still live? Why do you dare to stand before me? You, a worthless dual failure. By what right do you survive? In that moment, Chun Lei's thoughts twisted beyond recognition. He gazed at Lin Feng's calm visage, as if transported back to the orphanage, where he was overshadowed by Lin Feng's superior achievements, engulfed by dread and inferiority. The new grudges and old grievances intertwined, intensifying his murderous intent towards Lin Feng to an unprecedented degree. He began to frantically plot in his mind how, next time, he could make Lin Feng vanish without a trace, unnoticed by anyone. Li Rongrong also sensed the icy aura emanating from Chun Lei. Fearfully, she tugged at his arm, softly calling out, "Lei Gu." Chun Lei abruptly snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply to forcibly suppress the murderous intent that threatened to overflow. He could not afford to lose composure here. He must not reveal any signs. He shot Lin Feng a glare, filled with malice and menace, as if to convey, "You wait." Lin Feng, however, remained entirely indifferent to Chun Lei's murderous gaze and the myriad complex stares in the hall. He was utterly unconcerned with what these individuals thought. To him, Chun Lei and Li Rongrong were merely two foolish clowns, destined to be dealt with in due time. But for now, he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 23. Thousands of blue English grass stun the crowd. Chun Lei's mental state crumbles. He strode directly to the equally bewildered Chen Kun, wearing a perfectly timed expression of embarrassment and regret. Rubbing his head, he spoke with a hint of regret. Chief Chen, I'm sorry. I found a spot inside that was teeming with blue English grass. I was so engrossed in gathering that I completely forgot to heed the system's notifications. I hadn't finished collecting when I was forcibly teleported out. Alas, what a pity. He sighed dramatically, as if genuinely lamenting the inability to complete his non-existent collection of blue English grass. His words were a mixture of truth and deceit. He had indeed gathered a substantial amount of blue English grass, but he had long known that the gatekeeper had been slain and had deliberately delayed his exit until the last moment. In any case, he would never confess that it was his or his slime's doing that defeated the gatekeeper. No one would believe it. An awakened dual failure summoner taking down a nightmare-level gatekeeper? What a ludicrous jest. Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, the crowd exhibited expressions of realization. So he had hidden away to gather blue English grass. No wonder he had survived. What incredible luck. Yes, he didn't encounter any formidable monsters. I told you. How could he, a summoner, possibly? The crowd automatically filled in the blanks, attributing Lin Feng's survival to luck and concealment. Their gazes toward him lost some astonishment, replaced by disdain and contempt. Indeed, he was merely a waste relying on fortune. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng's actions caused the expressions of everyone to freeze once more. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he exclaimed, "Oh right. This is the blue English grass I collected. This should suffice for the task, right?" Saying this, he casually opened the C-grade spatial bag, and amidst the dazed gazes of all, he dumped out the mountains of blue English grass, glowing with a crystalline blue light. As if discarding rubbish. Instantly, a small hill nearly a person's height piled up in front of Chen Kun. The blue light shimmered and swirled, casting the entire guild hall in a cerulean hue. The rich fragrance of herbs swiftly overwhelmed the various scents that had previously filled the hall. Acquired blue English grass, E-grade, X1. Acquired blue English grass, E-grade, X1. The system notification echoed like a broken record, flooding the mind of the guild staff responsible for counting. The entire guild hall, again, the atmosphere thickened with an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Everyone, including Chen Kun, stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. They were wide-eyed, their expressions locked in disbelief, gazing intently at the small blue hill before them. The muscles of their faces contorted in sheer astonishment, their mouths agape, as if they could accommodate an ostrich egg. What? What is happening? Am I seeing things? How many could there possibly be? 1,000? 2,000? No, at least over 3,000. My heavens. Did he gather them all by himself? What a joke. Our group of over a dozen barely managed to collect 1,000. Has he single-handedly taken down the stronghold of the Guardians? After a brief, suffocating silence, a cacophony erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption. Exclamations of shock, gasps of disbelief, and incredulous screams echoed throughout the hall. The entire guild hall was in chaos. One individual managed to collect over 3,000 blue essence herbs. Such efficiency is utterly unfathomable. Even if he were extraordinarily lucky to stumble upon an area dense with blue essence herbs, what about the guardian monsters? Are the nightmare-level monsters herbivorous? How could they possibly allow him to harvest so many without interference? Chen Kuan, too, was profoundly shaken. He stared at the hill of blue essence herbs, then shifted his gaze to the innocent yet remorseful Lin Feng. His eyes brimmed with suspicion and scrutiny. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumultuous waves of emotion within him and regarded Lin Feng with a penetrating gaze. This youth is certainly not as simple as he appears. Given this astonishing yield, a thought, both ridiculous and seemingly the only plausible explanation, flashed through Chen Kuan's mind. Yet, he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he donned a gentle smile and commended, "Well done, Lin Feng. You have excelled in this task." Without further hesitation, he began distributing rewards as promised. The 12 surviving team members each received 20 explorer points and 2,000 experience points. While this paled in comparison to Lin Feng's staggering contribution, it was still a commendable sum. Chun Lei and Li Rongrong accepted their rewards with ashen faces, nearly immediately whisked away by the Blood Wolf Legion personnel who had rushed over. They were eager to leave, especially Chun Lei, who felt that even a fleeting glance at Lin Feng would provoke an uncontrollable outburst. The 5 youths whom Chun Lei had rescued waved enthusiastically at his retreating figure. "Brother Lei, let us keep in touch." "Thank you, Brother Lei." Their exuberance nearly caused the real Chun Lei to stumble, prompting him to hasten his steps. Disappearing through the guild's entrance, Lin Feng observed Chun Lei's hasty exit, a barely perceptible, cold smile forming at the corners of his lips. After the rewards were distributed, Chen Kuan summoned Lin Feng to his office. He fulfilled his promise, personally operating the guild's magical apparatus to replace the rough apprentice explorer badge on Lin Feng's chest with a more exquisite one, glimmering with a bronze sheen, its edges adorned with intricate patterns. Explorer badge, Lin Feng. Level, beginner. Points, 0. Attributes, none. Permissions, 10 discount on internal guild goods, eligible for C-level and lower tasks. Can rent the guild's beginner training ground. "Congratulations, Lin Feng," Chen Kuan said, handing the badge to him, his tone tinged with nostalgia. It is rare for someone to possess a beginner explorer badge merely days after awakening. Such individuals are invariably extraordinary talents. And you? He paused, his gaze complex as he regarded Lin Feng. Achieving this with an F-grade talent and a low-level profession is exceedingly rare. I hope you remain humble and continue to strive. Lin Feng accepted the badge, feeling its cool touch and the faint authority it conferred, his heart fluttering with excitement. A beginner explorer. This signified his formal liberation from the lowest rungs of society, granting him a semblance of social standing and privileges. "Thank you, Director Chen," Lin Feng expressed politely, though he was eager to evade any further inquiries that might reveal inconsistencies. Who knows what this esteemed figure might discern? He quickly feigned urgency, saying, Director Chen, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have some items to purchase." Without waiting for Chen Kuan's response, he bowed and swiftly exited the office, his pace quickening as though pursued by a monstrous threat. Chen Kuan watched Lin Feng's retreating figure with a resigned shake of his head, muttering with a chuckle, "This lad." Move swiftly. Settling back into his chair, he lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Alone, he mused, with a mountain of blue essence herbs. "Lin Feng, what secrets do you harbor?" Bursting forth from the Explorer Guild, Lin Feng basked in the warmth of the artificial sunlight, exhaling a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. The badge upgrade had been successful. Next on his agenda was, of course, shopping. He glanced at the substantial experience points displayed on his attribute panel, unable to suppress the smile creeping across his face. The rewards from this nightmare-level expedition to the Dark Swamp had been extraordinarily bountiful. In addition to a surge in attribute points and the badge upgrade, his experience points had reached a staggering total. Along with the recent large-scale venture into the black hole, he had amassed nearly 170,000 experience points, bringing his total to an impressive 950,000. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a veritable fortune, enough for a splendid spree. "Let us go, Chubby," he exclaimed, patting the slime perched on his shoulder. "We're off to shop. Time to upgrade your gear as well." The slime responded with a cheerful pudding, indicating anticipation. Together, the duo, brimming with joy, strode towards the town's bustling commercial district. The journey of Lin Feng's ascension through the realm of investment, experience points, had only just begun. Chapter 24. A single kick to defeat a Tier 3 pet. A retaliatory strike against the scammer dog. Lin Feng, holding on to his newly acquired vast experience points, walked merrily along the main thoroughfare leading to the commercial district. The sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, illuminating the unique magical architecture lining the streets. A dazzling halo refracted in the air, which was suffused with the tantalizing aroma wafting from the breakfast stalls, complemented by the rhythmic clanging emanating from the blacksmith's forge, a vibrant scene alive with energy. As he strolled along, his mind busily calculated the list of items he needed to procure. First and foremost, he intended to equip his slime with a more formidable offensive skill. Relying solely on its hefty body slam and mimicry was rather monotonous. Next, he pondered the availability of gear or special items that could enhance his pet's attributes. He also felt it was time to upgrade his own attire, as the E-grade cloth garments were rather beneath the dignity of a novice explorer. Additionally, he needed to replenish his stock of potions, scrolls, and other consumables. Immersed in the delightful strategy of shopping, his thoughts wandered, causing him to momentarily neglect his surroundings. Suddenly, as he approached a rather crowded intersection, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A sharp, piercing avian screech erupted from the side. Almost immediately, a vibrant figure burst forth from the throng, akin to an arrow released from a bow, exuding an aura of ferocity as it lunged directly at Lin Feng's face. It was a bird-like creature, comparable in size to a large goose, its plumage resplendent like that of a wild pheasant, adorned with a vivid red comb atop its head. It opened its sharp beak, revealing a set of finely serrated teeth, its small eyes glinting with a fierce light. Monster, Big Flower Chicken, LV3. Quality, Common, Pet. Health, 180-180. Attack Power, 15. Defense, 5. Skill, Peck, swiftly strikes the target, inflicting 120 physical damage. This was a tamed level 3 pet that had inexplicably broken free from its owner's control and was now attacking passersby in a frenzied manner. The incident occurred with startling abruptness, and the distance was minimal. The Big Flower Chicken moved with astonishing speed. Its pointed beak was poised to strike Lin Feng's eyes. For an ordinary level 2 player, caught off guard, such an attack could potentially result in severe injury or even instant death. However, who was Lin Feng? His current attributes rendered him akin to a humanoid boss. Though his mind was somewhat scattered, his agility, bolstered by a staggering 100 points, granted him lightning-fast reflexes, while his innate defensive instincts, derived from an impressive 200 points in constitution, far surpassed those of an average individual. At the very moment the Big Flower Chicken's beak was about to make contact with his skin, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Almost instinctively, without a moment's thought, he exerted force from his waist, shifting his body at a swift, minimal angle. Simultaneously, his right leg shot upward like a spring, executing a decisive, almost casual side kick. He struck first, landing a perfectly precise blow to the soft underbelly of the Big Flower Chicken. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, akin to kicking a water-filled balloon. The once ferocious Big Flower Chicken's momentum abruptly halted. Its colorful form was propelled backward with greater speed than it had advanced, akin to a ball launched with full force, crashing violently against the hard stone wall of a shop across the street. A sickening, squelching sound resonated as it splattered against the wall, a gruesome mixture of blood and feathers erupting forth. Reds, yellows, and greens blended together, splattering across a significant portion of the wall. Its health bar was instantly depleted. Killed LV3 Big Flower Chicken, Common, gained 30 experience points. The system's notification rang in Lin Feng's mind. A bit taken aback, Lin Feng gazed at the abstract mural created by the splattered remains on the wall, then glanced down at his right foot that had so nonchalantly delivered the kick. Blinking in disbelief, he mused, had he truly exerted no force at all? It was merely a casual, instinctive kick. How had it resulted in such devastation? Was this Big Flower Chicken made of paper? Before he could ponder further, a shrill, almost falsetto voice pierced the air behind him, reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Ah, my little flower. You killed my little flower. Furrowing his brows, Lin Feng turned to confront the source of the commotion. A young woman, clad in revealing leather armor, her face heavily made up and her figure curvaceous, stood before him, her skin slightly darkened, yet unmistakably of Asian descent. Her expression a mix of fury and grief as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her finger, adorned with crimson nail polish, trembled slightly in her rage. Beside her stood a tall, dark-skinned man, clad in the standard leather armor of the Blood Wolf Legion, his features coarse and unappealing. This man appeared to be in his 30s, his imposing stature and closely set facial features exuding an unsettling aura. Together, the sight of a yellow-skinned woman and a black-skinned man was strikingly incongruous. The woman advanced towards Lin Feng, disregarding the curious gazes of passersby, and jabbed a finger at him, her voice rising in a furious crescendo. You owe me for my little flower. You killer of chickens. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into taming it? Pay me. You won't leave here without compensating me today. Lin Feng observed the woman's animated demeanor and caught a glimpse of the unfriendly gaze from the man beside her. Realization dawned upon him. He had been set up. He had not anticipated that a casual kick would result in the demise of the big flower chicken. But could he be held accountable for that? It was their pet that had initiated the attack, after all. Moreover, the glint of cunning and avarice that flickered in the woman's eyes, along with her frequent glances at his previously wielded staff, which he had now stowed away, made Lin Feng understand her true intentions. The claim of compensation for the pet was a ruse. They were likely angling to extort him for his A-grade staff instead. Clearly, these two individuals had misjudged him due to his youth and the high-tier staff he had been brandishing earlier, alongside his harmless slime perched on his shoulder, perceiving him as a naive, wealthy heir ripe for exploitation. Particularly the dark-skinned man, whose Bloodwolf Legion insignia gleamed with a cold sheen in the sunlight. The Bloodwolf Legion was the very faction to which Chun-Lei belonged, a formidable force ranking among the top 5 in East Sea Town. As a formal member, it undoubtedly wielded considerable influence and arrogance. Typically, anyone who glimpsed that emblem would. I fear that they have long been paralyzed with fright, resigning themselves to their misfortune and accepting their losses. Yet, is Lin Feng an ordinary individual? He even seeks opportunities to deal with Chun-Lei. Would he be intimidated by a mere member of the Bloodwolf Legion? Moreover, this peculiar duo before him, a fair-skinned maiden from the Eastern Divine Nation, who, despite the ambiguous concept of nations in this gaming era, retains her ethnic and cultural traits, chooses to grovel before a seemingly repugnant and grotesque black man. This combination has always been a source of particular disdain and aversion for Lin Feng since his days in the academy. In his view, it is nothing short of a betrayal and an affront to his own heritage and culture. Emotionally, as the adversary's pet has already attacked, logically, with their intentions to extort. And personally, given his distaste for this pairing, Lin Feng would never bow before them. Observing Lin Feng's impassive expression, the woman became even more emboldened. With hands planted firmly on her hips and her voice elevated an octave, she shouted, "Hey, kid, are you deaf? You killed my pet and still pretend nothing happened? Let me tell you, you won't leave today without 1,000 experience points." As she spoke, she gestured to the black man beside her, who understood her cue. Stepping forward, he threatened in a harsh, accented common tongue, "Hey kid, did you hear that? Pay up, 1,000 experience points. Otherwise." He clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously, and a sinister grin spread across his face. "I'll show you what I'm capable of. 1,000 experience points?" Lin Feng nearly laughed in disbelief. An ordinary level 3 pet, the Dawaji, would barely fetch a few dozen experience points on the market. To demand 1,000 was not mere extortion, it was outright robbery. Furthermore, Lin Feng could clearly perceive the avarice in the woman's gaze as she eyed his storage bag. What she truly coveted was likely his A-grade staff. With a light chuckle, Lin Feng displayed no fear, instead adopting an air of indifference, which sparked a glint of triumph in the woman's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, she pressed on. "What? Trying to play deaf and mute? Let me tell you, it's no use. You must pay today." Lin Feng, witnessing their vile demeanor, had already devised a plan. Drawing a deep breath, he suddenly donned an expression of alarm and grievance. Then, in a move that took everyone by surprise, he willingly opened his personal information panel, opting to display select details. Above his head, a few lines of text materialized clearly. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV2. Occupation, Summoner, low level. Talent, Attribute Sharing, F grade. Upon this revelation, the onlookers, who had initially gathered to witness the commotion, erupted in a murmur of astonishment. LV2? A summoner? A low-level occupation? An F-grade talent? Attribute sharing? Wasn't that one of the most wretched talents? My heavens, a double useless start. This brother is in quite the predicament. It was no wonder he only had a single slime with him. Sympathy and pity converged upon Lin Feng in an instant. In a world where strength reigns supreme, a double useless awakener undoubtedly occupies the lowest echelon of existence. Lin Feng raised his head, his innocent yet defiant eyes fixed upon the man and woman. In a voice that was soft yet resonant enough to reach the entire intersection, he addressed them. "Dear sister, and you, brother, have you discerned my information clearly? I am level 2, with the most rudimentary occupation of summoner and an F-grade talent of attribute sharing. Pray tell," he paused, his tone imbued with deep confusion and grievance. "How could someone of my level, with such a talent and such an occupation, possibly?" He gestured towards the wall across the street, where a pool of filth continued to trickle down. "Kick your level 3 Dawaji to death with a single kick. Is that reasonable? Is that scientifically plausible?" His voice suddenly crescendoed, filled with righteous indignation. "Am I to believe that my F-grade talent conceals the power to obliterate a level 3 monster with a single blow? If that were the case, would I still be labeled a double useless?" This barrage of rhetorical questions struck the man and woman dumbfounded. The woman opened her mouth, her complexion shifting from red to pale as she struggled to formulate a rebuttal, only to discover she had no grounds to stand upon. A level 2 double useless summoner kicking a level 3 pet to death? Who would believe such a tale? The surrounding crowd began to murmur in realization. Indeed, how could a level 2 double useless possibly kick a level 3 Dawaji to death? The Dawaji is a fairly standard monster, with formidable attack power. Could it be that the chicken met its demise through sheer misfortune? I suspect so. Or perhaps it had some hidden ailment. Surely, it couldn't be a deliberate attempt at extortion, could it? I believe it might. Upon hearing the murmurs, the woman's countenance grew increasingly grim. Yet Lin Feng was not finished. Seizing the moment, he lifted the mini slime, still feigning slumber on his shoulder, and presented it before the crowd. With a voice tinged with faux emotion, he exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is my pet, the slime. It is also level 2. Do you truly believe that? With its petite frame, it possesses the capability to slay your beloved level 3 Dawaji in a single strike before 2 formidable beast tamers and warriors such as yourselves?" At that moment, the slime emitted a faint and pitiful sound, Pudgy. The sound, weak and helpless, instantly evoked the maternal instincts of nearly all the women present. Oh dear, what a pitiful slime. How could it ever kill a Dawaji? That woman is truly wicked to accuse such an adorable slime. Indeed, just look at her. She is clearly no good. Associating with that black man. Bah, she is a disgrace to our Eastern divine nation. The tide of public opinion swiftly turned in favor of Lin Feng. Countless glares of reproach, disdain, and loathing pierced through the air, aimed squarely at the man and woman. The black man, now under the scrutiny of the crowd, began to lose face, his anger boiling over. Amidst the throng of onlookers, he brandished his fists and bellowed in a crude vernacular, "What are you staring at? Get lost. Anyone who dares to meddle again will face my wrath." His audacious demeanor only served to incite the ire of the crowd. "Hey you black scoundrel, who do you think you are to call yourself my lord before me? The Blood Wolf Legion is impressive, is it? So you think you can bully others at will? Depart from East Sea Town." Observing the escalating situation, a woman swiftly intervened. Grasping the nearly uncontrollable black man, her eyes, filled with venomous resentment, fixed upon Lin Feng. Suddenly, as if seizing a lifeline, she shrieked, You had a high-grade staff in your hand just now, didn't you? You must have attacked with it." "Yes, that's right. You killed my little flower with your staff." Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile crept across Lin Feng's face. "Oh dear lady, you were just proclaiming that I kicked your pet to death. How is it that your narrative has now morphed to suggest I used a staff? Your ability to flip-flop is swifter than the turning of a page." He surveyed the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Or perhaps you have been coveting my staff and sought to frame me, thinking me an easy target due to my low level and lack of connections? What say you, everyone? Is this reasonable?" A few nearby could not stifle their laughter, and soon a chorus of derisive chuckles and accusations erupted. "Haha, this is hilarious. You can't even keep your own story straight. Clearly, you were eyeing his staff. How shameless. Get out of here. You're just embarrassing yourself." The woman, thoroughly flustered by Lin Feng's relentless retorts, was left speechless, her face flushed with indignation. The black man, too, felt the heat of humiliation rising to his cheeks. Unable to bear it any longer, he shot Lin Feng a venomous glare as though wishing to devour him whole. Then, he roughly seized the still-stomping woman and half-dragged, half-pulled her through the crowd, their retreat marked by a cacophony of scornful hisses and laughter. As Lin Feng watched their retreating figures disappear into the distance, he gradually wiped the aggrieved expression from his face and expelled a breath of exasperation. Truly, as one walks the road, troubles may rain down from the sky. He shook his head in resignation, concluding that he must maintain a lower profile in the future. That A-grade staff was simply too conspicuous. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be wiser to keep it tucked away in his storage bag. Straightening his attire, he addressed the still chattering crowd with a polite gesture. "Thank you all for your principled support." Then, without lingering any longer, he cradled his slime companion and swiftly departed from that contentious place. After such a commotion, his desire to shop had only intensified. Power. He needed to become even stronger. If he could exhibit the pressure of a higher level now, would those two clowns dare to confront him again? "Let us go, chubby," Lin Feng said, patting the slime. His gaze resolute. "We shall procure fine items and continue to grow stronger." Chapter 26. Spending 90,000 on a set. Shadow Blade appears seeking assistance. With nearly 200,000 in hand, Lin Feng felt a newfound sense of poise, his back straighter than usual. This time, he did not venture into the free trading zone to hunt for goods, for it was a veritable den of chaos. While there was potential for a lucky find, the risk of time wasted was far greater. Instead, He made his way directly to the most bustling area of East Sea Town, to the grand 5-story comprehensive mall. This time, he had a clear objective, heading straight for the first floor's upscale equipment and skill specialty area. The environment here was far more opulent than that of the ordinary zones. The mirror-like surface of the magical crystal floor reflected the brilliance of the chandeliers above. Each independent display case, separated by shatterproof glass, showcased exquisite gear and skill books radiating various hues. The air was suffused with a faint scent of sandalwood intertwined with the essence of magical energy, creating an atmosphere of luxury. Though the foot traffic was noticeably reduced, the patrons who navigated the space exuded an air of calm and sophistication, clearly able to afford high-end products. Lin Feng, clad in his unadorned E-grade adventurer garb, appeared somewhat out of place, yet the languid slime perched on his shoulder and the calm confidence on his face deterred several sales associates from dismissing him lightly. A well-dressed, attractive female sales associate approached him with a warm smile. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Without hesitation, Lin Feng directed his gaze toward the enormous magical electronic screen in the center of the hall, where information and 3D projections of rare items were scrolling by. As he observed, he conveyed his requirements to the sales associate in a tone that was calm, yet undeniably authoritative. "I require a complete pet set, with a minimum grade of C, preferably a 6-piece ensemble. In terms of attributes, I prioritize enhancements to mana recovery and health regeneration. Additionally, please find me a B-grade pet skill, one that offers explosive area damage." Upon hearing Lin Feng's demands, the sales associate's eyes sparkled with excitement. A pet set, a 6-piece C-grade set, a B-grade area skill. This was undoubtedly a lucrative client. Her smile grew more enthusiastic and sincere, her voice softened. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment. I will check our inventory immediately." She briskly approached the nearby magical query terminal, her slender fingers deftly maneuvering across the touchscreen. Soon, she lifted her gaze, a flush of exhilaration coloring her cheeks. "Sir, you are in luck. We have just the C-grade pet set you desire. The Nature's Favor Forest language set, along with a B-grade area skill book, Flame Tempest." She guided Lin Feng to 2 independent display cases, pointing out the items that shimmered with soft green and azure light, providing a detailed introduction. Equipment: Nature's Favor Forest language set, C-grade. Components: 6-piece pet set, crown, collar, armor. Leggings, shoes, special accessory. Set attributes: activated when all 6 pieces are collected. 1. All attributes 15. 2. Health 300. 3. Mana 200. 4. Health regeneration rate increased by 50. 5. Mana regeneration rate increased by 50. 6. Effectiveness of nature-based healing spells increased by 20. Equipment requirements: Pet level 5. Set price: 70,000 experience points. Skill book: Flame Storm, grade B. Effect: consumes 150 points of mana. Pet: summons a torrential rain of fire in a designated area. Dealing: Pet's Spirit X 30 points of flame damage to all enemies within the range, with a 30 chance to inflict a burning effect, causing a loss of Pet's Spirit X 2 points of health per second, lasting for 5 seconds. Cooldown time: 60 seconds. Learning requirements: Pet must possess fire affinity or related traits, and have a spirit of over 50 points. Skill price: 20,000 experience points. Lin Feng gazed at the attributes of the set and the effects of the skill, feeling immensely satisfied. A 6-piece set, all attributes 15. Furthermore, there was a substantial increase in health and mana regeneration speed. This was an absolute boon for his mana-starved slime. The Flame Storm, B-grade skill perfectly compensated for the slime's deficiency in area attacks, with a damage coefficient of Spirit X 30. Calculating with the slime's current 200 points of spirit, this amounted to a staggering 600 points of area magic damage, and it could also inflict burning. Truly a divine skill for clearing monsters. Excellent. This is the one. Lin Feng waved his hand decisively. Payment made. The saleswoman suppressed her inner excitement, swiftly processing the transaction. With the expenditure of a monumental 90,000 experience points, Lin Feng felt as though his heart was bleeding. It was exceedingly expensive. A C-grade pet set costing 70,000. A B-grade skill book costing 20,000. The C-grade simulation technique he had purchased earlier was merely 3,000. The price disparity was outrageous. He momentarily questioned whether he had stumbled into a scam. Yet, upon beholding the resplendent pet equipment and the B-grade skill book emanating a scorching aura, he felt the expenditure was justified. Your pet slime has equipped the Nature's Favor Forest language set. Your pet slime has learned the skill Flame Storm, LV1. 2 streams of light merged into the slime's body. The slime emitted a contented poochie sound. A soft green radiance and flickering red flame patterns subtly appeared on its dark green surface, its aura becoming more profound and powerful. Pet. Slime, unnamed. Level, 7, 37. 180, 000. Health, 4, 304, 300, 4, 0003, 000. Mana, 1, 201, 200, 1, 000, 200. Attributes, Strength 215, Constitution 415, Spirit 215, Intelligence 107. Agility 115, all attributes 15. Health recovery speed, 50. Mana recovery speed, 50. Skills, Impact, LV1. Simulation technique, LV1. Flamestorm, LV1. The attributes surged again. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He felt this investment was well worth it. Originally possessing 950,000 experience points, he had spent 90,000 on these two items, leaving him with 1050,000. Next, it was time to procure himself a set of gear. He walked to the mage equipment area, opting for a D-grade mage set that was not overly ostentatious. Firstly, he was concerned about the potential cost, and secondly, even if he bought something extravagant, it would draw too much attention, contrary to his low-key development principle. He selected a balanced D-grade mage set. Equipment, Elemental Affinity Meditation set, D-grade. Parts, 6-piece set, mage hat. Robe, pants, boots, gloves, belt. Set attributes, activate upon collecting all 6 pieces 1. Spirit 20. 2. Intelligence 15. 3. Mana 100. 4. Spell cooldown reduction 5. 5. Elemental resistance 10. Equipment requirements, Level 2, Spirit 20. Set price, 20,000 experience points. After paying the 20,000 experience points, Lin Feng donned the deep blue robe, adorned with silver runes, exuding a faint elemental aura. His entire demeanor transformed. He lost some of the previous disheveled appearance and gained an air of mystery and elegance associated with the magical arts. Although it was merely a D-grade set, the cumulative effects of the 6 pieces were still quite impressive. Chapter 27. Splurging 90,000 on a set. Shadow Blade appears seeking assistance. 2. Subsequently, he ventured to the potion area, replenishing a substantial amount of intermediate healing potions, intermediate mana potions, and various auxiliary potions, purchasing 20 bottles of each, totaling several hundred bottles. This cost him nearly another experience point. Item, Intermediate Healing Potion, D-grade. Effect, instantly restores 300 points of health. Price, 300 experience points per bottle. Item, Intermediate Mana Potion, D-grade. Effect, instantly restores 200 points of mana. Price, 200 experience points per bottle. Finally, he arrived at the materials recycling area, clearing out all the unused D-grade and E-grade equipment and materials he had previously acquired. This netted him approximately over 10,000 experience points. Thus, the shopping frenzy came to a temporary halt. Lin Feng took stock of his assets, discovering he still had over 80,000 experience points remaining. Although significantly depleted, it was compensated by the remarkable enhancement in both his and the slime's strength. Let us go. Chubby. Lin Feng, in high spirits, patted the excitedly wriggling slime on his shoulder, exclaiming, "Today, I shall treat you to a feast. Let us indulge a little." He led the slime directly to an upscale magic-themed restaurant near the mall. Starry Sky Restaurant. At the entrance stood 2 elegantly dressed hostesses, their beauty striking. Upon seeing Lin Feng clad in his pristine D-grade mage attire, with a rather unique-looking slime perched on his shoulder, the forest language set rendered the slime far from ordinary. The 2 hostesses immediately broke into professionally sweet smiles, slightly bowing as they welcomed him to the starry sky. Their voices were melodious and their attitudes exceedingly respectful. A stark contrast to the disdain and indifference he had encountered when dressed in rags. Lin Feng inwardly mused, indeed, wealth commands respect. He calmly nodded. Guided by an elegant and tall waitress, he was led to a quiet table by the window. The menu was magically projected, showcasing dishes with increasingly extravagant names and equally beautiful prices. Volcanic Lava Grilled Ribs, Magical Rhinoceros 800 experience points. Frost Sturgeon Caviar, Northern Cold Pool 1, 200 experience points. Emerald Forest Salad, Elven Specialty, 500 experience points. Starlight Special Magic Drink, Limited Edition 600 experience points. Lin Feng did not even blink. He ordered every signature dish without hesitation and also requested the most expensive Starlight Special. By the end of this meal, he had amassed at least 3,000 experience points. The beautiful waitress, observing Lin Feng's extravagant ordering demeanor, wore an even brighter and more enchanting smile. Her service became increasingly attentive and meticulous. As she occasionally leaned in to inquire if he required anything further, revealing her alluring curves. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, wholly engrossed in relishing this sumptuous feast. The most lavish since his arrival in this world. It must be said, there is a reason for the high prices. The dishes crafted from enchanted ingredients not only boasted exquisite flavors, but also provided slight temporary attribute enhancements. For instance, the grilled ribs increased strength by 10 points for 1 hour, while the caviar enhanced spirit by 10 points for the same duration. Although the effects were fleeting, they were certainly impressive. After indulging in his meal, Lin Feng reclined comfortably against the soft chair, gazing at the nocturnal scenery of the town outside. After a satisfying burp, he summoned the lovely waitress who had been attending to him, ready to settle the bill. The total expenditure came to 3,500 experience points, yet Lin Feng did not flinch. He paid without hesitation, and then, to the waitress's astonished gaze, he generously tipped an additional 500 experience points. "Thank you, sir. You are truly too generous." The beautiful waitress blushed with excitement, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. The way she looked at Lin Feng was almost as if she were about to swoon. Lin Feng smiled gently and waved his hand dismissively. The thrill of such extravagant spending was indeed delightful. He rose and departed from the establishment that had allowed him to experience the life of a wealthy patron, intending to find a more suitable inn to change his lodging environment. After all, he was now a man of means and could no longer afford to stay in those cheap inns that charged merely a few experience points per day. However, as he stepped out of the restaurant, not having traveled far, he felt the familiar, chilling sensation of being watched, slithering up his spine like a venomous serpent. Someone was following him. Lin Feng's expression sharpened instantaneously, his mental acuity spreading silently like an invisible web. Was it that black man? Had he come for revenge? He speculated inwardly, but quickly dismissed the thought. That man was a warrior, his presence wild and overt, while the aura of the one tracking him was notably concealed, bearing the cold shadows characteristic of an assassin. Was it one of his associates? Or someone else entirely? Lin Feng maintained his composure, deliberately heading towards a sparsely populated alley. Cloaked in dim light, he prepared to confront this audacious stalker, intending to deliver a profound lesson, much like he had done with Shadowblade previously. However, just as he was about to turn into a dead end, the presence that had been shadowing him suddenly quickened its pace and ceased its attempts at concealment. A blurred figure, like a specter, flickered and stood directly before Lin Feng. In the dim light, the familiar dark leather armor and the cold metallic mask unmistakably belonged to Shadowblade. Lin Feng stared at the suddenly revealed Shadowblade, momentarily taken aback, but soon his face broke into a radiant smile, his eyes narrowing into slits of delight. He believed that Shadowblade had come to his senses and was prepared to ally with him. Rubbing his hands together, he approached with a beaming expression, speaking in a tone of revelation. "Ah, is that not my dear brother, Shadowblade? What is this? Have you made up your mind? Ready to join me? Fear not. Stick with me, and you shall enjoy the finest of delights. A bright future awaits." Shadowblade regarded Lin Feng, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and the expression of someone who had discovered a treasure caused the skin beneath his mask to twitch involuntarily, flooding him with an inexplicable sense of shame and discomfort. He fought the impulse to turn and flee, taking a deep breath to quell the chaotic thoughts swirling within him. In his characteristic hoarse and icy tone, he finally spoke. "I have a task. I wish to trouble you with it." He paused, seemingly struggling to articulate his request, but pressed on. "If you can accomplish it, as a reward, I shall agree to your earlier proposal, to become your subordinate." The last statement escaped his lips with a clenched jaw, imbued with a resolute finality. Lin Feng's smile transformed into an even more radiant expression, akin to a weasel that had stolen a chicken. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the task, the fact that Shadowblade sought him out surely indicated that it aligned perfectly with his needs. Chapter 28. The Cold-Blooded Assassin is a Sister Complex? Herbal foraging commences. Lin Feng's beaming smile quickly dimmed slightly. He stroked his chin, sizing up the assassin exuding an unmistakable aura of "do not provoke me" before him, his gaze adopting a teasing glint. "A task? What kind of task? Speak, and let me hear it. If it's too troublesome or perilous, I shall not partake." Lin Feng was not one to blindly agree simply because the other party might become his subordinate. What if it turned out to be a trap? Shadowblade appeared to have anticipated Lin Feng's skepticism. He fell silent for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts, then slowly articulated in his gravelly voice. "I need to venture into the wilds to gather a certain herb, moonlight grass. This is the essential ingredient for crafting white chicken black phoenix pill." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. White chicken black phoenix pill. The name sounded reminiscent of traditional herbal remedies from a bygone era, didn't it? Shadowblade nodded, the metallic mask reflecting a cold gleam in the dim light. "It is an ancient formula from the olden days, specifically designed to treat certain female ailments. The herbs required for this formula cannot be found in the system-generated black hole world. They can only be sourced from the wilds that still retain the ecological remnants of the old era. Lin Feng came to a realization. So that is how it is. After the onset of the game epoch, the creatures and materials within the black hole world were predominantly infused with data and magical properties. Many flora and fauna from the old era had either gone extinct or mutated, leaving only a few special areas in the wild to preserve fragments of the old ecological system. Ancient texts have recorded the existence of original medicinal materials. Thus, Lin Feng gazed at Shadowblade, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar. You, a cold-blooded assassin, have been secretly tailing me for the sake of such a gynecological elixir? For your beloved? It was indeed challenging for him to reconcile Shadowblade's aloof killer persona with something as nourishing as the Bai Ji Wu Feng Wan. Shadowblade, feeling the weight of Lin Feng's odd gaze, became visibly uncomfortable. The skin hidden beneath his mask flushed slightly. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to arrive at a resolution and explained in a low voice, "Yes, it is for my sister-in-law." Lin Feng's eyes widened in an instant, his mouth slightly agape, revealing a remarkably vivid expression. Sister-in-law? Good heavens! That's quite the revelation. He observed the trace of embarrassment on Shadowblade's face, still obscured by the mask. A bold and mischievous thought emerged unbidden. Could this ostensibly cold assassin perhaps be infatuated with his sister-in-law? How unexpected! One would not presume that someone with such striking brows and eyes, albeit unseen, and a seemingly merciless demeanor could harbor such sentiments behind the scenes. Lin Feng's expression morphed from peculiar to one tinged with an understanding, suggestive ambiguity. Although Shadowblade could not perceive Lin Feng's full expression, the change in his gaze hinted that this fellow was certainly concocting less than virtuous thoughts. Enraged yet flustered, Shadowblade growled, "What nonsense are you imagining? My parents passed away when I was young. It was my elder brother and sister-in-law who raised me. My brother died in the wilderness 3 years ago. Now, it's just my sister-in-law and me relying on each other. Her health has been poor, and this ailment has tormented her for far too long. I must heal her." His voice trembled slightly, revealing not only his anger at Lin Feng's wild speculations, but also his deep concern for his sister-in-law's condition. Lin Feng sensed that Shadowblade's emotions were escalating, imbued with palpable urgency and concern. The mockery on his face gradually faded, and he restrained his playful thoughts. Clearly, there was a deeper story behind this. However, he did not allow himself to be swept away by sympathy for Shadowblade's tragic circumstances. The wilderness was no trifling matter. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Even if it is for your sister-in-law's treatment, the wilderness is fraught with peril. How can you be so certain that I can assist you? Moreover, how did you come to seek me out?" This was the crux of the matter. Shadowblade, an A-grade assassin with a level 13 talent, found himself unable to navigate an area that Lin Feng, whose public profile revealed him to be a mere level 2 summoner with negligible talents, was expected to handle. Was this reasonable? Shadowblade appeared to have anticipated Lin Feng's inquiry. He composed himself and explained in a steady voice, "Yesterday, I sought information at the Explorers Guild and learned that signs of moonlight grass have recently emerged in the Shattered Stone Canyon west of the city. However, that location is perilous, inhabited by numerous granite stone monsters with formidable physical attacks. They possess high defenses, fierce assaults, and acute awareness of stealth. My chances of success alone are minimal." He paused, his tone laced with resignation. "I would prefer to hire someone using experience points, but alas, I have no funds. All my savings have gone towards purchasing medicine for my sister-in-law to manage her condition." Lin Feng nodded, finding this reasoning plausible. For casual players, earning experience points was inherently difficult. Most of it went towards paying residence taxes and acquiring basic equipment and potions, leaving little room for savings. Shadowblade continued, "My sister-in-law's illness cannot be delayed any longer. Moreover, the news of the moonlight grass is not solely in my possession. If others beat me to it, who knows when I will have another chance to find it." His voice bore a hint of urgency. Thus, I resolved to swallow my pride and approach the guild leader, Chun Kuan. At the mention of Chun Kuan's name, Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly, signaling for him to proceed. "I initially intended to borrow experience points from him or request his assistance in obtaining the moonlight grass. Shadowblade's voice dropped, tinged with humiliation. "I was prepared to offer myself to the guild as a hired hand." Lin Feng felt a stirring within. To offer oneself to the guild as a hired hand was a choice made only by those with no alternatives left, signifying a loss of most freedoms and becoming the guild's property to execute dangerous or unsavory tasks. Clearly, Shadowblade was willing to pay a steep price for his sister-in-law. However, Shadowblade's tone shifted. "But after hearing my request, the guild leader did not agree to lend me experience points or intervene directly. Instead, He looked at me with a complex expression and devised a bold arrangement. He instructed me to seek your assistance. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Find me? Chen Kuan sent you to me? What else did he say? Shadowblade nodded. He showed me your profile, those records from your guild registration. Level 2, Summoner, low level, talent F grade. Attribute sharing. I was quite astonished to learn that you, of all people, received a recommendation from Chen Kuan. Lin Feng rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His superficial profile indeed lacked persuasive power. Shadowblade continued. The guild leader also assigned me a task. While I accompany you, I am to find a way. He hesitated momentarily before continuing, to investigate your secrets. It seems he is quite interested in you. A flicker of understanding crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Indeed, that old fox Chen Kuan had set his sights on him. Yet, he was not surprised. His previous performances had indeed been somewhat extraordinary, inevitably drawing the attention of such significant figures. And what is the reward for investigating my secrets? Lin Feng inquired with keen interest. Chen Kuan stated that if I agreed to investigate, he would notify other explorers interested in the moonlight grass to refrain from entering the Shattered Stone Canyon for 3 days. After 3 days, let each rely on their own abilities. The voice of Shadowblade carried a hint of resignation. I found myself unable to refuse. Moreover, as per the intention of Chief Chun, he seemed to have concluded that as long as I accompanied you, the collection task would undoubtedly be accomplished. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally grasped the intricacies of the entire situation. That old fox, Chen Kuan, was indeed a master of dual objectives. He skillfully leveraged the information about moonlight grass and the 3-day protection period to ensnare the desperately in need Shadowblade, compelling him to willingly act as a scout. Simultaneously, he cleverly maneuvered the unpredictable variable, myself, onto the more perilous stage of the wilderness, intending to observe my true capabilities and hidden cards. Astute, truly astute. However, Lin Feng did not feel anger or refusal. Instead, he found satisfaction in Shadowblade's candor. This fellow, though a cold-hearted assassin, displayed a degree of sincerity in his interactions concerning my sister and our collaboration, not concealing any vital information. Thus, Lin Feng regarded Shadowblade and summarized, "You seek my assistance for 3 reasons. Firstly, due to Chen Kuan's recommendation. Secondly, because you genuinely require support. And thirdly, to fulfill the reconnaissance task assigned by Chen Kuan. Am I correct?" Shadowblade nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Lin Feng stroked his chin, delving into serious contemplation. The Shattered Stone Canyon. Granite monsters, high physical attack, formidable defense, acute perception of stealth. This information rapidly filtered through his mind, coupled with his current attributes and the new skills of the slime. As long as extreme situations did not arise, such as an unexpected level 50 boss monster springing forth from some hidden corner, the wilderness is not akin to the black hole world. Monster levels and qualities are not confined to fixed regional limits. Anything can happen, a crucial point repeatedly emphasized in the Academy's textbooks. The danger should be manageable. Furthermore, could the wilderness monsters also yield stolen attribute points? With this thought, Lin Feng's heart ignited with fervor. He looked at Shadowblade, a smile returning to his face. All right, I shall assist you with this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Shadowblade, who had remained tense, seemed to relax slightly. He looked at Lin Feng and earnestly said, "Thank you. Regardless of the outcome, I will remember this favor." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "No need for pleasantries. Prepare yourself. We shall set off at dawn tomorrow to confront those rocky behemoths." Chapter 29. An initial wilderness encounter leads to an ambush. The slime gains insight. The morning sun filtered through the cracks of the inn's window, casting a mottled light upon Lin Feng's face. His eyelids fluttered, yet he did not immediately open them. The destination for today echoed repeatedly in his mind. The wilderness. Not the monster-laden black hole, safeguarded by system rules with clear level distinctions, but a realm fraught with true peril, where anything could transpire. Though he possessed absolute confidence in his attributes, the gruesome descriptions of the wilderness in the Academy's textbooks, tales of level 50 boss monsters strolling at village entrances, elite monsters hunting in packs, still made his novice heart flutter with trepidation. Damn it, my attributes are nearly on par with a minor boss. What is there to fear? With a sudden jolt, Lin Feng sat upright, mustering courage, though his palms remained slightly clammy. At that moment, a bouncy, cool sensation danced across his face. Pudding, pudding. Lin Feng opened his eyes to see his emerald green slime companion, bouncing its plump, soft rear against his cheek, its little eyes seemingly urging him. "Hey, you rascal." Lin Feng chuckled, lifting it from his face and cradling it in his hands. "You've gained 100 intelligence points. Have you really grown a brain? Are you here to urge me to rise? Afraid I might be late?" The slime wriggled in his palm, emitting a soft, pudding-like sound, as if in response. Gazing at its increasingly profound green hue and the subtly flowing luster, Lin Feng's earlier apprehension regarding the wilderness was swiftly replaced by a surge of boldness. With such a partner brimming with potential by his side, what threats could the wilderness pose? Let's get to it. He adeptly rose from bed and donned the D-grade, Elemental Affinity meditation set. The deep blue robe and silver runes accentuated his mysterious and composed demeanor. Carefully stowing away the A-grade, Lord's Bone Fire Staff, in his space pouch, he retained only an ordinary F-grade novice staff for appearances. With all preparations complete, he patted the slime on his shoulder. Let us go, Chubby. Time to show you the world outside. The entrance of the small town stood in stark contrast to the lively square of the black hole's teleportation portal. Here, it appeared desolate and solemn. The towering magical metal gate stood ajar, revealing an endless stretch of oddly colored wilderness. Occasionally, groups of explorers entered and exited. Few in number, yet each exuding a refined aura, with sharp gazes and equipped with at least D-grade gear, shimmering with enchanting brilliance. The explorer badges they wore gleamed silver, indicating they were seasoned veterans of the perilous trade, generally above level 20. In this setting, Lin Feng's pristine D-grade outfit and youthful visage seemed out of place. His presence drew several scrutinizing glances, sharp as icy blades, assessing him with a tinge of barely concealed disdain. Another naive newcomer, judging by his gear, likely a spellcaster. Accompanied by a slime? A summoner? Such a reckless combination. Probably some young master from a prominent family, venturing out for a taste of life. Humph. The wilderness won't show him any mercy. Low murmurs drifted on the wind, but Lin Feng paid them no heed, swiftly locating shadow blades standing in the shadows. Clad in dark leather armor, with a metallic mask obscuring half his face, he seemed to meld into the shadows of the surrounding architecture, an anomaly, yet harmoniously integrated. Upon noticing Lin Feng, he merely nodded slightly, a silent greeting. Ready? Shadowblade's voice, muffled by the mask, retained its characteristic rasp. Yes, Lin Feng replied succinctly. The two converged, exchanging no further words, and stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the door that symbolized the boundary between safety and danger. As they exited, the complex glances of the seasoned explorers behind them deepened, most shaking their heads in disbelief. A rogue and a summoner? What an absurd pairing. Lacking even a tank to absorb damage, should they encounter a formidable foe, escape would be impossible. Such a pity, yet another pair of heads to be handed over. Shadowblade, evidently accustomed to such scrutiny, remained unfazed, quickening his pace and choosing a narrow, overgrown path that appeared seldom traversed. Lin Feng followed closely behind. The moment they stepped out of the town, the atmosphere in the air shifted dramatically. The unique aura of safety, upheld by magical formations in the town, has dissipated, replaced by a raw, primal atmosphere imbued with a faint scent of blood and decay. The wind rustles through the desolate grasses of the wilderness, producing a whispering sound, as if countless watchful eyes are concealed within. The sky looms darker, with leaden clouds hanging low, creating a stifling pressure that is hard to bear. Lin Feng takes a deep breath, sensing that the blood coursing through his veins seems to simmer with excitement. This is the wilderness. Authentic, brutal, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. Ingren moves swiftly, his steps light as a feline, weaving effortlessly through the intricate terrain, making scarcely a sound. This instinct is a result of the elite assassin class, Shadow Assassin, and the A-grade talent, Shadow Affinity. However, Lin Feng, a mere level 2 summoner, astonishingly keeps pace with him effortlessly. Although his steps may not possess the same finesse as Ingren's, there is a nonchalance in his demeanor, as if traversing the rugged terrain were as easy as walking on flat ground. This fellow's agility attribute must be quite remarkable. Ingren furrows his brow beneath his mask, his appraisal of Lin Feng rising another notch, and his anticipation intensifying. The duo journeys in silence for over an hour. Apart from the wind and the occasional chirping of unknown insects, the surroundings are engulfed in a profound stillness. The anticipated wild monsters, which could have sprung forth at any moment, have yet to reveal themselves, leaving Lin Feng puzzled as he had hoped to accrue some attribute points from them. Unable to contain his curiosity, he breaks the silence. Hey, Ingren, why is it so quiet out here? We've been walking for quite a while without encountering a single creature. Wasn't it said that the wilderness is perilous? Ingren, without slowing his stride or turning back, explains with a hint of resignation, as if enlightening a novice. Do you think wild monsters line up like they are in a black hole, waiting for you to slay them? Creatures that can roam freely in the wilderness, actively avoiding commonly used human paths, are either of exceedingly high level, possessing considerable intelligence to evade risks, or have exceptional qualities with unique stealth or sensing abilities, preferring not to engage us directly. If we were to encounter them casually, that would indeed be troublesome. It would imply we have likely intruded upon the territory of a powerful entity or encountered a particularly cunning and tenacious predator. Lin Feng realizes. So there is such wisdom to it. It appears that the Academy's teachings are merely foundational. True survival experience must be amassed through practice. Just as he is about to inquire further, an exceedingly faint sensation of being watched pierces through his heightened mental perception of 300 points, akin to a tiny ice shard. It is not a monster. It is a person, and one imbued with malevolence. In an instant, Lin Feng's gaze sharpens, and his pace momentarily falters. He discreetly tightens his grip on the seemingly ornamental F-grade novice staff, while simultaneously signaling his shoulder-sitting slime to remain vigilant through their mental link. What's wrong? Ren, acutely aware of Lin Feng's unusual demeanor, stops abruptly, his body sinking slightly as his hand rests on the dagger at his waist, entering a combat-ready state. Although he has sensed nothing amiss, he trusts Lin Feng's instincts, which seem to surpass even his own as an assassin. This alarms him greatly. Lin Feng does not respond immediately. Instead, his eyes scan the chaotic pile of rocks ahead and the sparse deadwood to the right, reminiscent of an eagle surveying its territory. The malice is exceedingly subtle, intermittent, indicating that the ambusher is adept at concealment. Drawing a deep breath, he deliberately raises his voice, as if musing aloud yet directing it towards Ren. Alas, it seems today is not my lucky day, having walked so far without encountering any monsters. It appears I have stumbled upon a few timid rodents lurking in the shadows. As he speaks, he retrieves the A-grade, Lord's Bonefire staff, which he had kept stored away in his spatial pouch, clasping it tightly in his hand. The staff, emanating dark flames, unleashes a powerful energy wave that instantly disperses the oppressive atmosphere around them, seemingly agitating the hidden watchers. Attack! A rough, thunderous roar suddenly erupts from the right side deadwood forest. Instantly, 5 figures, like phantoms, leap from the pile of rocks and the deadwood, surging towards Lin Feng and Ren with lethal intent, akin to 5 poisoned arrows released from their bows. Run! Lin Feng, run! Ren's voice is filled with an unprecedented urgency and resolve. His gaze locked onto the rapidly approaching 5 figures. They are scavengers, an evil organization dedicated to hunting down their fellow humans. Their murderous intent is palpable. What are scavengers? Lin Feng's brow furrows deeply. He has never encountered this term in the Academy, nor is it recorded in any texts. There is no time to explain. Ren replies in a flurry. I will hold them off. You run with all your might towards the town. If you manage to escape, seek out Chen Kuan. I have something left for your sister-in-law, please. His words carry a weight that implies a finality, invoking a sense of dire urgency in Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng stands rooted to the spot, immovable. Run? Why should he run? Instead of fleeing, he raises his hand and gestures. Wind shield technique. An ethereal, pale blue, oval shield composed of countless delicate wind spirals materializes before Ren, slowly rotating and emitting a soft humming sound. Immediately following, he envelopes himself in a layer of flickering crimson flames, fiery armor. Having completed these maneuvers, to Ren's astonishment, Lin Feng produces a seemingly ordinary F-grade, rough longsword, with a pitiful attack power of merely 5 points, from his spatial pouch. Ren watches Lin Feng's fluid actions, his gaze ultimately fixating on the wretched sword, leaving him utterly bewildered. Brother, opposite us stand 5 ruthless fiends, each at least level 15. You, a level 2 summoner, are not preparing to have your slime fight for you, nor are you using your staff for ranged attacks. Instead, you don a shield and brandish an F-grade broken sword. What do you intend to do? Engage them in close combat. You are a summoner, for heaven's sake. Where's your head? Just as Ren internally berates Lin Feng, nearly convinced that he has been rendered speechless by fear, a swift figure from the opposing team, a slender assassin, akin to a venomous snake, makes the first move. In an instant, he blurs, entering a state of stealth, and the next moment, a glimmering poison dagger strikes silently towards Ren's throat. Humph. Trivial skills. Ren scoffs, activating his A-grade talent, Shadow Affinity, significantly enhancing his perception of shadows and stealth units. The advanced class, Shadow Assassin, grants him quicker reflexes and superior countermeasures against concealment. His body twists at an incredible angle, narrowly evading the lethal strike, while simultaneously drawing his D-grade dagger, Poison Fang, to counterattack, thrusting it beneath the opponent's ribs. Clang. Sparks fly. The 2 daggers clash in rapid succession, moving so swiftly that only afterimages can be seen. Clearly, Ren's talent and class level exceed that of his opponent. And for a brief moment, they are locked in a fierce duel. But at that moment, whoosh, an arrow, gleaming with a chilling light and slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, darted toward the opening exposed by Ren's block, as if it had eyes of its own. It was the distant archer who had taken action. A cruel grin played upon his lips, clearly intent on a swift resolution. Caught between enemies, Ingren felt the pressure mount. Relying solely on his exceptional agility and positioning to barely hold his ground, swiftly falling into a precarious situation fraught with danger. Meanwhile, Lin Feng encountered 3 others. 2 burly warriors clad in heavy D-grade armor, wielding long spears, loomed like moving iron towers, effectively cutting off his escape routes. They looked at the comically inadequate F-grade longsword in Lin Feng's hand, glancing at the seemingly drowsy slime perched upon his shoulder, their faces betraying unabashed mockery. The mage, adorned in E-grade robes and grasping a staff, sneered audibly, his voice sharp as a blade. "Ha ha, boss, look at this kid. Is he terrified? This pathetic little mage, instead of begging for mercy, dares to brandish a broken sword? Does he think he can pierce you two with that?" He pointed at Lin Feng, addressing the 2 warriors with a tone dripping with derision. "When I was engaging in melee, you were still playing in the mud." One of the warriors grinned wickedly, joining in the mage's taunts. Lin Feng, expressionless, slowly raised his F-grade longsword, its tip pointing forward as he assumed a standard stance learned in basic academy swordsmanship. Preparing for a thrust, the motion was precise and steady, imbued with an inexplicable rhythm. The 5 seasoned veterans, accustomed to the bloodshed of battle, sensed an unsettling aura from Lin Feng's peculiar posture, particularly his calmness, which seemed utterly incongruous with his level and class, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Detect. Almost simultaneously, the 2 warriors and the mage utilized their skills on Lin Feng. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV2. Class, Summoner, low level. This was the information revealed by the detection skill. Level 2, Summoner, low level class. What the hell is he playing the fool to eat the tiger? This thought flashed like lightning through the minds of the 5, causing their advance to falter. Uncertainty flickering across their faces. Could it be that this kid was a hidden powerhouse? Otherwise, how could he be so brazen? In that moment of hesitation, Lin Feng made his move. He did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward, targeting the warrior on the left. Seeking death. The warrior perceived Lin Feng's actions as an arrogant display, feeling a sense of insult being toyed with by a mere level 2. He roared, thrusting his D-grade spear. The armor-piercing spear, with ferocity, the skill S brilliance igniting. Skill, thrust E-grade. Effect, concentrates power at the spear tip, dealing 130 physical damage. With a chance to ignore some defense, the spear shot forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. A fierce gust trailing it, as it aimed straight for Lin Feng's heart. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless, clearly intended to be a one-hit kill. Simultaneously, the other warrior launched an attack, sweeping his spear to block Lin Feng's escape route. The mage, from a distance, waved his staff, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist, its scorching aura palpable. Faced with this nearly certain death from 3 directions, Lin Feng's gaze remained chillingly calm. His agility of 100 points allowed him to discern the trajectory of the incoming spears. With a physique and defense of 200 points, he had the resilience to withstand the assault. He did not evade. Instead, he slightly tilted his body, exposing his vital organs, allowing the shimmering spear tip, with a resounding thud, to pierce his left shoulder. -18. A meager red damage number floated above Lin Feng's head, in light of his robust 2,000 health points. This damage was scarcely more than a tickle. The sneer on the warrior's face froze instantly, his eyes wide as saucers. No, it was impossible. He felt as if his thrust had struck solid, tempered steel. How could this little brat possess such formidable defense? Just as the warrior was left breathless, Lin Feng struck. Gripping his crude F-grade longsword in his right hand, he aimed it with the precision of a striking serpent, slipping through the gaps in the opponent's armor at an exceptionally acute angle, targeting the weak connection beneath the warrior's armpit. There, the defense was relatively thin. Thwack. -108. A colossal, crimson damage number erupted above the warrior's head. The warrior let out a harrowing scream as his left arm dropped limply, blood gushing forth. His health bar visibly diminished in an instant. Although they were level 15 warriors primarily focused on physique and strength, boasting around 2,000 health points, Lin Feng's casual strike, devoid of any skill enhancement and merely relying on his own staggering 200 points of strength, equating to an attack power of 200, and the F-grade sword's inherent 5 points of attack, had still inflicted a terrifying damage exceeding 100 after accounting for the opponent's defense. Is this really a level 2 summoner? The other warrior and the distant mage were left dumbfounded, nearly popping their eyes out. Damn it, let us take him down together. The injured warrior, both alarmed and enraged, roared as he lunged forward with his spear, while the other warrior also attacked fiercely. The mage, regaining his senses, hurled the now-formed fireball toward Lin Feng. -16, -19, -45, fireball. A flurry of damage numbers floated above Lin Feng's head, but compared to his 2,000 health, they were inconsequential. Lin Feng moved as if strolling through a tempest, his footwork agile, wielding that seemingly tattered F-grade longsword, as if it were a divine weapon. Thrust, jab, flick, strike, parry, block. The Academy's top swordsmanship theories were brought to life under his staggering 200 points of strength and 100 points of agility. He employed no flashy skills, only the most fundamental, straightforward, and lethal sword techniques. Each strike found its mark, exploiting the gaps in the opponent's defenses or the blind spots of their weapon swings. -105, -98, -111. A series of 3-digit damage figures erupted from the heads of the two warriors. The D-grade armor they wore seemed to disintegrate like paper under Lin Feng's overwhelming strength and pinpoint accuracy. A monster. He is a monster. How could a level 2 summoner possess such high attack and defense? The two warriors grew increasingly alarmed and terrified as they battled on. They felt as though they were confronting not a mere human, but a ferocious beast clad in human skin. The mage, pale with fear, struggled to maintain control over the fireball he had conjured. Desperately, he unleashed fireballs, ice shards, and other low-tier spells at Lin Feng, yet the damage inflicted was negligible, failing to even breach the layer of fiery armor surrounding him. Though Ingren was straining under pressure, he kept a watchful eye on Lin Feng's battle from the corner of his eye, as he beheld Lin Feng effortlessly fending off the onslaught of 3 adversaries. Dispatching 2 level 15 warriors with the ease of slicing through vegetables, his mouth fell agape beneath his mask, wide enough to accommodate an egg. His heart was overwhelmed by an unparalleled shock. What in the world was this, a level 2 summoner? What on earth were those attributes? Could it be that he was a second awakened entity, a chosen one akin to the illustrious Li Xuanji? An absurd yet seemingly singular explanation thundered through his mind like a lightning bolt. In the heart of the battlefield, Lin Feng wielded his sword with precision, deftly deflecting the long spear of the warrior on his left, before swiftly plunging his blade into the exposed throat of his foe, who was left vulnerable from the block. A staggering 215 critical hit emerged alongside a colossal damage number. The warrior's eyes bulged in horror as his health bar was instantly depleted, and with an expression of utter terror and confusion, he collapsed heavily to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of white light, leaving behind only a few pieces of equipment and materials. Kill LV-15 player? Your pet slime did not participate in the kill, unable to gain attribute points. Experience gained, 300. The system notification chimed, causing Lin Feng to frown slightly. As expected, eliminating players yielded no attribute points, and the experience was pitifully scant. Disappointment flickered within him, yet his actions remained unceasing. The remaining warrior and the distant mage, witnessing their companion's demise, were paralyzed with fear. Retreat. We must flee. This lad is cursed. They could no longer afford the dignity of their scavenger status and turned to escape. But how could Lin Feng allow them to slip away? With a powerful push, his agility surged to an astounding 100 points, propelling him forward with a ghostly swiftness, and in mere moments, he caught up to the bloodied warrior. Hoping to flee? Too late. The F-grade longsword gleamed with a chilling light, akin to a death sentence, as it swung once more. Chapter 31. The First Kill. A quivering hand in the stony canyon meets stone monsters. With a sickening sound, the F-grade crude longsword pierced through the vest of the last fleeing mage with pinpoint accuracy. A damage figure of 198 soared into the air, causing the mage's forward momentum to abruptly halt. In disbelief, he looked down to see the bloodied, rusted sword tip protruding from his chest. How could this be? A wheezing gasp escaped his throat as fear of death filled his eyes, directed at this level 2 summoner before him. In the next moment, his body weakened, collapsing to the ground, dissolving into a beam of white light, leaving behind scattered equipment and a few materials. Kill LV-15 player? Your pet slime did not participate in the kill, unable to gain attribute points. Experience gained, 150. The cold system notification echoed in his mind once more. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his longsword, the blood on the blade vanishing in the white light as if it had never existed. He stood still, motionless. His hand, gripping the hilt, trembled imperceptibly. This was his first act of taking a life. Though the act was as simple as cutting vegetables, and though his victims were ruthless scavengers intent on his demise. And in this era where lives were as disposable as grass, death had become commonplace. The sensation of extinguishing a fellow being's life still stirred a complex ripple in the still waters of his not-so-hardened heart. There was no imagined nausea or bloodlust, only a faint, ineffable heaviness. He inhaled the cold, blood-scented air of the wilderness, forcibly suppressing that strange feeling. In this damned world, showing mercy to foes equates to cruelty towards oneself. He silently admonished himself, his gaze sharpening with renewed determination. Are you alright? The voice of Shadow Blade resonated beside him, laced with a subtle concern and deeper inquiry. He had already dealt with the enemy assassin who had long been a threat to him, now standing nearby. His gaze behind the metallic mask complexly fixed upon Lin Feng. This young man had left him utterly astounded. With the power of a level 2, he had withstood the assault of 3 level 15 players unscathed, even turning the tables to annihilate them completely. That terrifyingly formidable defense, that exaggerated strength rivaling high-level warriors. That exquisite swordsmanship far surpassing his peers. This was no mere dual-waist summoner. This was clearly a slime draped in human guise, or rather, a humanoid beast of slaughter. I'm fine. Lin Feng shook his head, stowing away the F-grade longsword as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He turned to Shadow Blade, voicing the confusion that lingered in his mind. What exactly is this scavenger organization you mentioned? I have never heard of it during my time at the academy. Shadow Blade approached the corpse of the assassin he had slain, still not fully dissolved into white light, crouching down to examine it carefully. He retrieved an inconspicuous black badge, engraved with the image of a twisted skull and a tattered bag. He handed the badge to Lin Feng. Item: Scavenger Emblem, Special. Quality: None. Effect: None. Description: Identification of a member of the scavenger organization, symbolizing plunder and betrayal. All who bear this emblem are enemies of humanity. Gazing at the ominous badge, Shadow Blade's tone grew grave. The scavengers are an exceedingly secretive and malevolent organization. It is said that after the downfall of the snooker organization established by the defector genius Tang Sanshao, some twisted remnants emerged to form a loose alliance. They disguised themselves as ordinary explorers, infiltrating towns and the wilderness, specializing in ambushing solitary or weaker players to seize resources and experience. They are akin to hyenas in the wild, preying on the weak while fearing the strong, employing brutal tactics, and are vehemently despised by all legitimate explorers. Lin Feng rubbed the cold emblem in his hand, his brow furrowed. The remnants of Tang Sanshao? No wonder. He recalled the detailed accounts in the autobiography of Li Xuanji he had perused in the academy library, which chronicled the malevolence and power of Tang Sanshao and his snooker organization. It was astonishing that decades later, remnants still wreaked havoc. These individuals were like vermin lurking in the shadows, difficult to eradicate completely. They typically dared not confront large teams, instead targeting those who appeared vulnerable, like small squads or lone players. Shadow Blade added, a hint of trepidation in his voice. If it weren't for you today. The unspoken words hung heavily in the air, but the implication was clear. Had it not been for Lin Feng's extraordinary presence, they might very well have met their end today. It seemed that in the wilderness, they would need to be wary not only of monsters, but also of these fellow humans. Lin Feng casually tossed the emblem into his storage bag, his gaze icy. He approached the equipment and materials dropped by the slain scavengers, beginning to collect the spoils. Most were D-grade or E-grade items along with a few materials, which, for Lin Feng's affluent status, could only be deemed a pittance, likely yielding a few thousand experience points when sold. Let us proceed swiftly to find the herbs. Lest we encounter further complications, Lin Feng instructed Shadow Blade. Chapter 32. The First Kill, A Quivering Hand in the Stony Canyon Meets Stone Monsters. 2. Shadow Blade nodded, suppressing his endless curiosity regarding Lin Feng's prowess, and resumed leading the way ahead. Following this sudden clash, the atmosphere between the two seemed to shift subtly. Shadow Blade no longer regarded Lin Feng as a burdensome figure in need of protection, but rather as an enigmatic and equally formidable partner. The duo quickened their pace, traversing the rugged and desolate terrain of the wilderness. As they advanced, the surrounding vegetation grew increasingly sparse, the ground began to be littered with jagged stones, and the air turned arid. In the distance, a canyon formed by colossal grayish-white rocks, as if cleaved by a giant axe, gradually came into view. They were approaching the Shattered Stone Canyon. Shadow Blade pointed ahead with a hint of caution in his tone. Be careful. The granite golems may well be lurking amidst the rubble. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous rumble echoed. Just a dozen meters to their side, a cluster of seemingly ordinary massive rocks suddenly began to tremble violently. Countless fragments cascaded down, and to their astonishment, the rocks began to assemble autonomously, rising to form two towering humanoid monsters, each standing 3 meters tall and entirely composed of grayish-white granite. They bore no facial features, only the rough contours of stone, their massive forms exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression, with fists as large as millstones, creaking ominously as their joints moved. Monster, Granite Golem, LV-18. Quality, Common. Health, 3,600, 3,600. Attack Power, 90. Defense Power, 72. Skills, 1. Heavy Fist Strike. Swings a rocky fist to smash the target, dealing 180 physical damage, with a chance to inflict 1 second of stun. 2. Rock Throw, grabs ground debris and hurls it at a distant target, dealing 150 physical damage. Description: a common monster inhabiting the Shattered Stone Canyon, possessing extremely high physical defense, relatively slow movements, yet exhibiting special perception towards stealth units. Monster: Granite Golem, LV18. Quality: enhanced. Health: 7,200, 7,200. Attack power: 108. Defense power: 86. Skills: 1. Heavy Fist Strike. 2. Rock Throw. 3. Seismic Wave, slams the ground, releasing a shockwave in a fan-shaped area, dealing 120 physical damage and significantly slowing targets. Description: an elite individual among granite golems, possessing superior attributes and an additional area control skill. One was common, the other enhanced. At level 18, coupled with their naturally robust defenses, they were undoubtedly a nightmare for most explorers. Here they come. Shadow Blade hissed, his form instantly becoming indistinct as he entered a stealth state, seeking an opportunity to flank. However, the enhanced Granite Golem's hollow eye sockets abruptly turned towards Shadow Blade's direction, emitting a deep, rumbling roar reminiscent of grinding stone. It had indeed sensed Shadow Blade's presence. Be cautious. They possess resistance to stealth. Shadow Blade immediately revealed himself, moving swiftly to evade the potential area attack from the enhanced golem. At that moment, the common Granite Golem had already taken heavy steps forward, barreling towards Lin Feng like an out-of-control heavy truck, rumbling ominously. The fist, the size of a millstone, sliced through the air with a terrifying shriek. The skill's brilliance flashing. Skill: Heavy Fist Strike. This punch, imbued with tremendous force, could easily crush a car into a pancake. Shadow Blade felt a tightening in his chest. Although he knew Lin Feng had extraordinary defenses, this was still an attack from a level 18 monster. Lin Feng dodged. His warning was barely uttered when the subsequent scene shattered his understanding once more. Facing a punch capable of splitting mountains, Lin Feng not only did not evade, but instead stepped forward. He even sheathed his recently drawn staff and withdrew the crude F-grade long sword once more. This time, the layer of crimson flame armor enveloping him burned even more fiercely. Perfect. Let us see how much attribute points these wilderness monsters can yield. A spark of excitement gleamed in Lin Feng's eyes as he defiantly positioned the pitiful F-grade long sword before him, adopting a blocking stance. He intended to withstand the level 18 monster's powerful strike with this broken sword. Roar. The Granite Golem's roar was deafening, and its devastating rock fist struck decisively against Lin Feng's F-grade long sword. Clang. A sound akin to a resounding bell erupted, entirely unlike the collision of metal and stone. From the point of impact, a visible shockwave radiated outward, stirring up countless grains of sand and gravel from the ground. Shadow Blade instinctively squinted, his heart racing. In the next moment, he witnessed an unforgettable sight. Lin Feng stood utterly unyielding. The ground beneath him showed not a single crack. Astonishingly, the F-grade long sword that bore the brunt of the impact had not shattered. It merely bent slightly, emitting a pained groan under the strain. A minuscule damage number, almost negligible, drifted lazily above Lin Feng's head. 0. Monster. Shadow Blade's lips trembled beneath his mask, and he found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. The common Granite Golem seemed momentarily stunned, its simple stone head unable to comprehend why its full-force strike had failed to displace its opponent even slightly. In that brief moment of confusion, Lin Feng sprang into action. With a deft maneuver, he deflected the Golem's heavy punch with the F-grade long sword, thrusting it forward as the golem retracted its arm, as if it were a parasite striking back. The speed was blinding. PFF 129. A damage number that was not excessively high but remarkably solid erupted from the Granite Golem's chest, with a strength of 200 points. Coupled with the F-grade long sword's inherent 5 points of attack power, and after deducting the Golem's 72 points of defense, he still dealt over 100 points of damage. Roar. The golem, in pain, let out an enraged roar as its other stone arm swept towards Lin Feng. Yet Lin Feng, with nimble footwork, effortlessly sidestepped, and his long sword struck again, like a viper lunging at its prey, precisely targeting the joint between the golem's arm and body. 131. Another strike. His movements flowed seamlessly, with no excess, perfectly blending his outrageous attributes with refined academic swordsmanship, showcasing an astonishing melee dominance before the level 18 common golem. Shadow Blade stood by, dumbfounded, nearly forgetting that he was still engaged with the stronger enhanced golem. He was now utterly convinced that Lin Feng's F-grade talent, attribute sharing, was unequivocally suspect. Hey, don't dawdle. That enhanced one is yours. This common one, I've got my slime reserved for it. Lin Feng called out casually while blocking, dodging, and attacking with ease, all the while not looking back. He needed to secure the final blow with his slime to acquire those precious attribute points. Shadow Blade snapped back to reality, suppressing the tumult within, his gaze sharpening as he locked onto the enhanced granite golem, which was preparing to unleash seismic wave. Understanding the task at hand, he melded back into the shadows, seeking the opportunity for a decisive strike. Meanwhile, Lin Feng issued an attack command to the slime, which had been spectating on his shoulder. Puffy, stop watching. Charge in and take it down. PFF. The slime had long grown impatient, and upon hearing the command, it instantly propelled itself from Lin Feng's shoulder. In midair, its dark green body swelled dramatically to nearly a meter in height. The nature's favor forest language set, shimmering with a gentle green light, rendering it akin to a colossal, vibrant emerald rice cake? No, it was a weapon. Skill, impact, activate. The dark green emerald rice cake shot forth like a cannonball, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it crashed fiercely into the already battered ordinary granite stone monster. Boom. Chapter 33, Slime's Violent Crush. The collapse of the Shadow Blade's worldview. Boom. The slime, resembling an emerald rice cake, collided with terrifying kinetic energy against the granite stone monster. A massive damage figure erupted. The stone creature was struck, debris scattering everywhere, its colossal frame staggering backward several paces. A conspicuous dent forming in its chest. Roar. It let out an angry and pained howl, regaining its balance before swinging its massive rock fist, the size of a grinding disc, down upon the freshly landed slime. Bang! A glaring zero floated lazily above the slime's bouncy head. With a formidable constitution of 415 points, it boasted an astounding defense. The monster's paltry attack power of 90 was insufficient even to tickle it. Splatter! The slime seemed incensed by the attack, emitting a disgruntled sound. Its dark green body wriggled vigorously, opting not to utilize skills, but instead, akin to a street brawl, it charged with its soft yet potent body. Containing 215 points of strength, equivalent to an attack power of 215, crashing, squeezing, and pressing against the stone monster. 107, 105, 109. Solid three-digit damage figures floated up like a flood from atop the monster's head. Its substantial health of 3,600 points dwindled at a visibly rapid pace. The stone monster flailed its fists futilely, occasionally triggering the skill, Heavy Punch, which struck the slime, but could only manage to inflict single-digit damage. 6. Heavy Punch. This damage was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the slime's towering 4,300 points of life. It couldn't even keep up with the healing speed provided by the nature's favor force language set. The battle had devolved into an utterly one-sided, brutally overwhelming slaughter. Shadowblade, on the sidelines, utilized his exceptional stealth and ambush skills to maneuver around the enhanced stone monster, all the while catching glimpses of the absurd scene where the slime mercilessly battered the rock creature, rendering him dumbfounded. He nearly lost his grip on the dagger in his hand. What kind of slime is this? Its defense is absurdly high, but what about that attack power? F-grade talent? Attribute sharing. Did it share a monster? This utterly dysfunctional duo was simply outrageous. Shadowblade felt his worldview shaken to its core. He exerted all his might, leveraging the shadow traversal bonus from his A-grade talent, Shadow Affinity, barely evading the enhanced stone monster's seismic wave and rock throw, seeking an opportunity to strike. His D-grade dagger, Toxic Fong, only inflicted a few dozen points of damage against the monster's impressive defense of 86, 48, 51, 43. Shadowblade's attack. In comparison to the enhanced stone monster's staggering 7,200 points of health, this output efficiency was simply appalling. At this rate, they would likely still be battling when night fell. Lin Feng had evidently noticed the situation as well. Observing Shadowblade, who darted like a nimble swift through the gaps in the stone monster's attacks, yet struggled to output damage, he shook his head. Hey, Shadowblade, don't waste time with it, fall back. Lin Feng called out, leave this enhanced monster to my slime, and let us go find some herbs. Shadowblade paused at Lin Feng's words, nearly caught by a heavy punch from the enhanced stone monster. He performed an awkward backflip, narrowly avoiding it, his face burning with embarrassment. A level 13 A-grade talent high-level assassin, scorned by a level 2 summoner for being slow with his output, needing his pet to take over. If this got out, he'd be done for. However, seeing the ordinary granite stone monster teetering on the brink of defeat from the slime's assault, and comparing it to his own efforts which had only whittled away less than a tenth of the enhanced monster's health, the harsh reality forced him to relent. Fine, fine. Shadowblade gritted his teeth, somewhat begrudgingly acquiescing, as he melded back into the shadows, swiftly retreating to Lin Feng's side. almost as soon as he withdrew. Splatter. With the slime delivering one last ferocious sitting attack, the ordinary granite stone monster emitted a reluctant wail before its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, transforming into a heap of genuine rubble and a wisp of experienced light. You have slain LV-18 Granite Stone Monster, Ordinary, gaining 180 experience points. Your pet slime has killed the target. You gain 1 free attribute point, and your pet slime gains 1 free attribute point. A melodious notification chimed in Lin Feng's mind. 1 attribute point acquired. Well done, Chubby. Lin Feng praised without reservation. Now, go take care of that big one. Splatter. The slime seemed to relish its master's praise, emitting a cheerful cry before turning its attention toward the enhanced granite stone monster, now bereft of Shadow Blade as a target. Charging forward with an overwhelming sense of oppression, the ensuing scene was even more brutal. The enhanced stone monster's attacks against the slime still yielded pitiful single-digit damage. 0, 0, 11 seismic wave skill damage. Yet with each of the slime's collisions, it could drain over 100 points of health. Occasionally triggering the impact, skill resulted in nearly 200 points of terrifying damage. 178. Impact skill. The 3-meter-tall enhanced stone monster, akin to a small hill, resembled a clumsy punching bag before the slime, being knocked around haphazardly, debris flying, utterly defenseless. Shadow Blade observed the scene with his mouth twitching, beginning to question his very existence. Silently, he turned away, no longer able to bear witness to the merciless slaughter, and began meticulously searching the crevices of the surrounding rocks and shaded areas for the elusive moonlight grass. Lin Feng joined the search as well. As they sought, they chatted idly. What is up with your slime? Shadow Blade ultimately couldn't contain his curiosity, voicing the question that lingered in his mind. Lin Feng had already prepared a response, shrugging with an expression of uncertainty. Perhaps it has mutated? You know, in the age of games, anything bizarre can occur. Shadow Blade remained skeptical, yet there appeared to be no more rational explanation. Could it truly be that an F-grade talent had undergone an unknown beneficial mutation? Time passed gradually as they continued their search. The expanse of the Shattered Stone Canyon was far greater than they had anticipated, with a terrain that proved to be exceedingly intricate. The two individuals treaded cautiously, skillfully evading several waves of wandering granite golems, meticulously searching every conceivable area where herbs might flourish. However, as dusk gradually descended, casting a golden hue across the canyon bathed in the fading light of the sun, their efforts yielded naught. It appeared that their quest for the day would conclude in vain. Shadow Blade straightened up, rubbing his somewhat fatigued eyes, his tone tinged with disappointment and gravity. After dark, the wilderness would be exponentially more perilous. Numerous formidable nocturnal creatures would emerge to roam, and they must find a place to spend the night. Lin Feng glanced at the desolate canyon, now cloaked in twilight, and nodded in agreement. Despite his extraordinary attributes, he was reluctant to venture recklessly in an entirely unfamiliar environment under the cover of darkness. The pair discovered a relatively sheltered alcove formed by several massive rocks at the canyon's edge. Here, the view was somewhat open, the entrance narrow and defensible, making it a commendable temporary campsite. Shadow Blade meticulously inspected the surroundings, ensuring there were no signs of monster nests or lurking dangers, before exhaling a slight sigh of relief. Yet, he remained vigilant, retrieving some magical warning bells from his storage pouch and carefully positioning them around the campsite. After completing this task, he turned to Lin Feng, only to find that this fellow had already settled against the rock, eyes closed, seemingly in a state of meditation. He had allocated the dozens of attribute points acquired from defeating the slime and stone golems throughout the day, distributing them evenly between his strength and constitution. Strength, 200-230, displayed as 200, with actual decimals present. Constitution, 200-220. Even the slightest gains contribute to a larger whole. To his astonishment, after distributing his attribute points, Lin Feng produced a blanket from his storage pouch, wrapped himself snugly, adjusted into a comfortable position, and within moments, began to emit a steady, soft snore. Had he truly fallen asleep in this perilous wilderness? Just like that, defenselessly asleep. Shadow Blade gazed at Lin Feng's youthful profile, which appeared especially innocent under the dim night, and recalled his astonishing defenses and strength from earlier, alongside that even more formidable slime. In that moment, his emotions were a tumultuous blend. Was this fellow incredibly carefree, or did he truly possess an unshakable confidence? Did he harbor no concern for the potential dangers that night may bring? Shadow Blade helplessly shook his head and sighed. He gripped his dagger tightly, selecting a position that afforded him a view of both the entrance and Lin Feng, sitting like a statue, his sharp gaze sweeping through the thickening darkness. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness. At least, it would be so for him. Chapter 34. The slime transforms into a catastrophe. The first rays of dawn pierced through the leaden gray clouds of the wilderness. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flickering in his pupils before settling back into tranquility. He lazily stretched, the joints of his body cracking in a symphony of crisp sounds. Ah, refreshing, he murmured softly, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Last night, nestled in that rocky crevice, wrapped in his blanket and listening to the wind, he had enjoyed an unexpectedly delightful slumber, experiencing a peculiar, soothing connection with nature. It felt entirely unlike camping in a treacherous wilderness. He turned his gaze toward Shadowblade, who leaned against the rock, head slightly bowed, breathing evenly and deeply, seemingly still in slumber. The carefully arranged magical warning bells around him twinkled faintly in the morning light. A mischievous smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. He rose cautiously, his movements as gentle as a cat, his astounding agility of 100 points allowing for remarkable control over his body. Like a wraith, he effortlessly navigated around all the magical alert triggers without eliciting a single sound. Ah, let us see how you fare on night watch. Lin Feng internally acknowledged Shadowblade's efforts before eagerly advancing deeper into the shattered stone canyon. Carrying the slime perched upon his shoulder, he recalled observing a denser thicket of stone when they had arrived yesterday. Surely, there would be more monsters there. Indeed, upon nearing that area, Lin Feng was greeted by the familiar creaking sound of rock grinding against rock. Before him lay no fewer than 7 or 8 LV-18 granite golems, resembling genuine stone sculptures, scattered throughout the jagged stone forest, some moving sluggishly, others standing still, perfectly blending into their surroundings. What a jackpot! Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. These were vibrant, living sources of attribute points. With a playful pat on the slime on his shoulder, he exclaimed, "Wake up! It's time to feast. Unleash your full power." The slime, already attuned to its master's battle intent, emitted a sharp cry, its dark green form swelling to nearly 2 meters in height. The nature's blessing forest set, enveloped it in a soft green glow, rendering it both sacred and formidable. Its tiny eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. As a normal granite golem, disturbed and charging towards them, approached, the slime couldn't even be bothered to utilize its impact skill. Instead, it lunged forward with its massive body, barreling through the foe in the most primal and violent manner. Boom. 215. Following this, a relentless barrage of damage ensued. The unfortunate golem was obliterated as if struck head-on by a speeding truck, its massive form shattering into fragments and a cascade of experience points. Killed LV-18 granite golem, normal. Gained 180 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You gain 1 free attribute point, and your pet slime gains 1 free attribute point. Magnificent. Keep it up. Lin Feng stood back, arms crossed, leisurely as if on an outing. He even retrieved a meat bun bought in town from his storage pouch, nibbling on it while directing the slime. To the left, the reinforced one. Yes, sit on it. The slime obeyed, leaping into the air like a small mountain, then accurately descending upon the reinforced granite golem. Skill, impact, 388. Skill damage. The horrifying damage numbers nearly engulfed the golem. The reinforced golem's substantial 7,200 health points vanished in an instant. It roared in fury, unleashing a seismic wave, a yellowish shockwave erupting forth. 0. Once again, a charming 0 floated above the slime's head. It even wobbled its body, as if to say, "Is that all?" Then, it transformed once more into a violent demolition crew, relentlessly slamming into the reinforced golem. 215. 215. 430. Critical hit. The battle was an absolute no-brainer, a complete display of overwhelming attributes. And the exaggeration was yet to come, as the remaining 3 golems were roused by the demise of their companion and began to encircle from different directions. The slime finally activated its new skill, B-class skill, Flame Storm. Suddenly, the surface of the slime's dark green body erupted with countless crimson flame patterns. It opened its nearly invisible mouth, emitting a silent roar. In the next moment, the air within a 10-meter radius became searingly hot and distorted, as numerous basketball-sized fireballs materialized out of thin air, rushing towards the 3 stone monsters with an aura of utter annihilation. Boom, 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 boom. A series of astonishingly terrifying damage figures, like fireworks, erupted wildly above the heads of the 3 stone creatures. 645, 645, 648, 1290, critical hit. The damage dealt by the Inferno Tempest was based on the slime's mental attribute, 215 points, multiplied by 30, resulting in a staggering 645 points of area fire damage. For these stone monstrosities, likely possessing lower magical defenses, this was akin to a natural disaster. With just a single wave of skill, the 3 stone monsters, including one augmented variant, had their health bars melt away like snow under the sun. Their cries, the sound of stone scraping, barely had time to escape before they were reduced to 3 heaps of charred rubble and several beams of experienced light. Killed LV-18 Granite Stone Monster, Normal, X2, gained 360 experience points. Killed LV-18 Granite Stone Monster, Augmented, X1, gained 720 experience points. Your pet slime killed the target. You gain 4 free attribute points, and your pet slime gains 4 free attribute points. The system prompt echoed in Lin Feng's mind like the most exquisite symphony, ringing out continuously. He paused his act of munching on steamed buns, staring at the area scorched black by the Inferno Tempest, still emitting wisps of smoke, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, Meatball, your new skill is absolutely phenomenal. The efficiency of monster clearing is simply comparable to a humanoid artillery platform. No, it's even more ferocious than an artillery." Chapter 35. The slime transforms into a human form cataclysm. 2. As Lin Feng commanded the slime to wreak havoc and frantically harvest attributes and experience, in the distance, behind a massive boulder, Shadowblade had unknowingly awoken. He stood there silently, his metallic mask concealing a face filled with profound shock and a hint of numbness. He had already been roused by the intense magical fluctuations and the thunderous sound of rocks shattering. When he rushed to the source of the noise and witnessed the scene of the slime single-handedly slaughtering the Stone Monster Legion, he felt as if his heart might cease to beat. What was that? Was that the B-grade area spell, Inferno Tempest? A single slime, using B-grade area magic to clear monsters. And that damage, a terrifyingly high area damage exceeding 600, is something a pet could unleash. Not to mention that abnormally high defense, withstanding the assault of a dozen stone monsters without a scratch. This was no mere pet. It was evidently a Lord-level boss that had crawled out from the depths of a death-grade black hole, draped in the guise of a slime. No. Even many low-tier Lord bosses could not match the sheer terror of this slime. Shadowblade felt that his worldview had crumbled countless times since meeting Lin Feng, and now it was utterly shattered. He had initially thought what he witnessed yesterday was outrageous enough, but this morning's revelation was beyond ludicrous, insanity defined. This duo of incompetence was practically a walking bug. "Hey, Shadowblade, stop hiding there and come help collect the materials." Lin Feng had already noticed Shadowblade, waving him over casually while chomping on his second bun, as if inviting a friend to assist in picking up something that had fallen. Shadowblade's body stiffened momentarily, but he eventually stepped out from behind the rock. He gazed at the glimmering, hard stone core, D-grade, granite essence, D-grade, and other materials scattered across the ground. Then at the slime, which had finished off all the monsters and returned to its miniature form, bouncing back to Lin Feng's shoulder and even letting out a satisfied burp. Silently, he squatted down and began to gather the spoils, his movements mechanical. He truly could not find words to express his current feelings. "How about it? ISNT my meatball impressive?" Lin Feng leaned over, grinning as he boasted, casually offering a meat bun. "Try it. It's from Old Wong's place at the east end of the town. It tastes pretty good." Shadowblade looked at the meat bun being presented to him, then at Lin Feng's sincere smile. He silently accepted it and took a bite. It tasted like chewing wax. His mind was still filled with the terrifying image of the slime unleashing Inferno Tempest, resembling a flame-wielding deity. "Did you teach it, Inferno Tempest?" Shadowblade's voice was somewhat dry. "Yeah, bought it from the shop yesterday for 20,000 experience points. It was a bit pricey, but the effect is truly remarkable." Lin Feng replied with a look that suggested the money was well spent. 20,000 experience points. Shadowblade's mouth twitched. He might not even accumulate that much in several years. Why is it so strong? Shadowblade finally voiced the question that had been troubling him for a while. Lin Feng had long prepared an answer, shrugging with an expression of helplessness. "Perhaps my F-grade talent, attribute sharing, has undergone some unknown beneficial mutation? You know, in the era of games, anything is possible." Shadowblade. He could hardly believe it. Yet, apart from this explanation, he found no more reasonable rationale. Could it truly be that fate had whimsically favored this duo of incompetents? After they finished collecting the materials, the two continued on their journey, seeking moonlight grass. With the terrifying clearing ability displayed by the slime that morning, Shadowblade's mindset underwent a subtle shift. From initially feeling burdened by a liability, he began to sense he might have latched onto a robust ally. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the reality appeared to be just that. They ventured deeper into the craggy canyon. Here, the rocks took on a darker hue, and the air was thick with a rich elemental earth essence, carrying a faint sense of oppression. The number of stone monsters around had noticeably diminished, but the occasional individual encountered now boasted levels above LV-20, most being of the augmented variety. Nevertheless, these were still merely fodder for the slime, providing both experience and attribute points. Lin Feng watched with delight as his and the slime's attribute panels updated. After an afternoon of frenzied monster slaying yesterday, combined with this morning's exploits, they had each amassed a remarkable 50 free attribute points. Following his plan, he allocated 30 points to strength and 20 to constitution. Strength, 260. Attack power, 260. Constitution, 2,240. Health, 2,400. Defense, 240. The slime similarly distributed its points. Strength, 275. Constitution, 455. Health, 4550. Defense, 455. Their attributes surged once again. Lin Feng felt that with his physical strength alone, he could match the high-level warriors who relied on strength at their teens. As for the slime, it had now become a truly immovable wall of lament. As noon approached, the two traversed along a parched riverbed, arriving at a more secluded heart of the canyon. Here, the rocks exhibited a bizarre dark red hue, as if stained by blood. The oppressive aura of the earthy elements in the air seemed to coalesce into a tangible form. Be cautious. The atmosphere here is unsettling, Shadow Blade intoned, lowering his voice with an unprecedented gravity, for they might be nearing the lair of a formidable presence. His assassin instincts were in a frenzy of alarm. Lin Feng, too, had forsaken his earlier nonchalance, with a staggering mental acuity of 300 points. He sensed a subtle yet potent source of energy just around the corner ahead. The duo cautiously navigated around a massive crimson boulder that loomed like a screen. The sight that greeted them halted their breath in sheer astonishment. Before them lay a relatively open depression, at the center of which grew a cluster of herbs radiating a gentle moonlit white glow, their form elegant and delicate. The luminescence flowed like tangible moonlight, starkly contrasting with the oppressive dark red environment surrounding it. Material, moonlight herb, B grade. Quality, rare. Effect, core material for crafting the advanced potion, white chicken phoenix pill, imbued with the pure essence of moonlight. Description, only thrives in specific wild environments, illuminated by dense moonlight, rendering it exceedingly rare. They had found it, their objective, the moonlight herb. Yet, neither of their faces bore any trace of joy, for encircling the precious moonlight herb stood a formidable assembly of 26 colossal rocky figures. They resembled the most loyal guardians, steadfastly protecting the moonlight herb at the center. The nearest of these creatures dwarfed its kin, standing nearly 5 meters tall. Its entire form a deep crimson, as if crafted from the hardest granite, surrounded by a faint earthy yellow halo that emanated a heart-stopping pressure. Monster, Granite Giant. Crusher of Rocks, LV20. Quality, Boss. Health points, 60,000, 60,000. Attack power, 200. Defense power, 120. Skills, 1. Devastating Strike, charges and slams down, dealing 250 physical damage with a high chance to stun. 2. War Tread, area stun and slow. 3. Rock Barrier, summons rock armor, significantly enhancing defense for a brief period. 4. Frenzy, when health drops below 30, attack power and speed are greatly increased. Surrounding the boss monster were 5 slightly smaller but equally formidable elite monsters. Monster, Granite Guardian, LV20. Quality, Elite. Health points, 15,000, 15,000. Attack power, 150. Defense power, 100. Skills, 1. Loyal Guardian, absorbs damage for the boss. 2. Boulder Toss, high damage ranged attack. And in the outermost ring were 20 fortified granite stone monsters, standing like a city wall. A total of 26 monsters. 1 LV20 boss. 5 LV20 elites. 20 LV20 fortified. This lineup, this configuration, this overwhelming malevolence. Not only could the two of them not contend with such a force, but even a well-equipped 30-member mid-tier exploration team would feel their scalp prickling and turn tail upon witnessing this scene. Shadow Blade's complexion turned ashen in an instant, though masked. His eyes dimmed completely. His grip on the dagger tightened to the point of whitening knuckles, his voice laced with a hint of despair. It's over. The Moonlight Herb is indeed guarded by powerful monsters. This lineup is insurmountable. He shook his head bitterly, making a decisive call. We must leave now, Lin Feng. We must find another place. We cannot risk our lives for a herb. With that, he attempted to pull Lin Feng away. However, to his astonishment, Lin Feng not only displayed no fear, but instead wore an expression of overwhelming excitement and radiant joy. His gaze resembled that of a starving beggar suddenly presented with a lavish feast. Leave? Lin Feng tilted his head, regarding Shadow Blade with a hint of confusion and abundant mirth. Why would we leave? Such treasures await us here. It would be a pity to depart. He patted the shoulder of the equally excited slime that began to wriggle with anticipation. Then, under Shadow Blade's incredulous gaze. Lin Feng performed an action that sent a shiver down Shadow Blade's spine. He seized the slime from his shoulder and, with the might of a shot putter, hurled it with all his strength at the formidable assembly of 26 monsters, akin to a bastion of iron and stone. Go feast! Lin Feng's exuberant shout reverberated through the oppressive canyon. The slime emitted a piercing battle cry mid-flight, its dark green form swelling dramatically. Nature's favor. Force language set, shone brilliantly. Flame armor, activated instantaneously, engulfing it in a fiery red blaze. In its small, green eyes burned an insatiable desire for attribute points and experience. Like a green meteor, it charged forth with an unstoppable momentum, intent on demolishing all that lay in its path. Shadow Blade stood agape, watching the green figure hurtle fearlessly toward the horde of monsters, then glanced at Lin Feng, who wore an expression of sheer delight. At that moment, he felt his mind completely short-circuit. This world was utterly insane. Chapter 36, Sweeping Through the Stone Monster Legion. Lin Feng's defiance against the Blood Wolf Society. The slime, resembling a green meteor, plunged headlong into the deathly array of 26 high-tier stone monsters. Boom! As it hit the ground, the earth trembled. Skill, impact. 388. The first LV-20 fortified granite stone monster was struck, a massive dent forming in its chest as debris flew, and its health visibly diminished. Roar! This strike was akin to poking a hornet's nest. All the stone monsters were incensed. The 5 nearest fortified stone monsters, their eyes ablaze with fury, swung their massive rock fists, each the size of millstones, toward the freshly landed slime from various angles. Bang! 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 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 5 glaring zeros floated mockingly above the slime's head. The terrifying defense of 455 points rendered the formidable 150 attack power of these LV-20 fortified monsters utterly laughable. Even the health regeneration provided by the Nature's Favor force language set couldn't keep pace. Poochie! The slime emitted a sound akin to mild displeasure, as if merely tickled, and spun on the spot. Skill, impact, was activated once more. Its large, bouncy body, akin to a wildly spinning top, collided fiercely with the 5 fortified stone monsters. 275, 275, 275, 275, 275. 5 solid damage numbers erupted. The stone monsters were sent reeling, their formation instantly thrown into disarray. A prime opportunity. Go slime. Flame storm. Standing at a safe distance, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly issued commands through their mental link. With a resounding splat, the slime responded, its crimson flame patterns glowing with unparalleled intensity. Its nearly imperceptible mouth opened wide, and the surrounding fire elements swirled in a frenzied gathering. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Centered around the slime, the air within a 10-meter radius warped, and the temperature soared. Countless basketball-sized fireballs erupted forth as if from a volcanic explosion, radiating an aura of annihilation as they indiscriminately rained down upon the dense horde of stone monsters. B-rank skill, Flame Storm. 645, 645, 1290, critical hit. 645, 645. A series of horrifying damage numbers, akin to a deathly symphony, danced wildly among the stone creatures. Flames raged, and debris flew. Those level 20 enhanced stone monsters experienced a plummet in health akin to a flood unleashed from a dam. In just one wave of skills, over 8 enhanced stone monsters were reduced to charred rubble, their anguished cries echoing as streams of experience points glimmered in the air. Killed LV-20 Granite Stone Monster, Enhanced, X8. Gain 16,000 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You gain 16 free attribute points. Your pet slime gains 16 free attribute points. Exhilaration surged through Lin Feng as he witnessed the notifications flooding his mind, and he clenched his fist in triumph. The efficiency of clearing monsters and the bounty of attribute points felt almost like cheating. Just then, a roar imbued with boundless fury and authority thundered like a clap of thunder. It was the level 20 boss monster, Granite Behemoth Rockbreaker. Its 5-meter tall, dark red form surged forward, shaking the entire basin. Its hollow eye sockets fixed menacingly upon the slime, and a circle of earthy yellow light radiated fiercely around it. Skill, Rock Barrier. A thick, metallic, gleaming armor of rock instantly enveloped it, and its 5 elite guards, significantly boosting their defenses. Following this, the boss monster raised its massive dark red fist, which gathered a chilling yellow glow, as if infused with the power to shatter mountains. Skill, Devastating Strike. Locking on. Charging. This blow, merely the build-up of its momentum, was enough to terrify any ordinary level 20 player. Careful, don't take it head-on, Lin Feng warned. Though he had faith in the slime's defenses, he did not wish to risk it against the boss monster's ultimate attack. With an instinct for battle, the slime sensed the devastating force targeting it, and its enormous body displayed surprising agility, leaping sideways. Almost the instant it vacated its position, the boss monster's fist, charged with terrifying energy, crashed down. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The spot where the slime had just been was now a deep crater over 5 meters in diameter, with fissures radiating out like a spider's web for dozens of meters. The splintered rocks shot forth like bullets. Zero. Not directly hit. A zero appeared above the slime's head, but the shockwave sent it tumbling twice. Wow, that has some serious power. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the boss monster's damage was no trifling matter. First, clear the minions. Then we'll take care of it. Lin Feng adjusted his strategy. Chapter 37. Sweeping the Stone Monster Legion. Lin Feng's fury against the Blood Wolf Guild. 2. The slime understood implicitly, disregarding the boss monster to focus on the weakened enhanced monsters and elite foes. Charge. Normal attack. As soon as Flamestorm cooled down, it was unleashed. The slime rampaged through the horde of stone monsters like a relentless killing machine. Its impressive health of 4,550 rendered it impervious to any attack. Occasionally hit by the boss monsters, War Tread, or struck by the elite monsters, Boulder Toss, it would lose only a few dozen health points. Quickly restored by its powerful life regeneration from the gear, each of its attacks posed a lethal threat to the stone creatures. The battle had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Shadowblade, standing beside Lin Feng, was utterly numbed. He watched the green creature wreak havoc among the stone monsters, witnessing the once dreaded high-tier stone creatures being torn apart like mere fodder. He felt as though his understanding of power in this world, cultivated over more than a decade, was being ground into dust beneath a heel. This was not a battle, it was a harvest. Half an hour later, the last elite, Granite Guardian, emitted a reluctant wail as the slime delivered a brutal but slam, disintegrating it into a pile of rubble. Killed LV 20 Granite Guardian, Elite, X5. Gained 20,000 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You gain 20 free attribute points. Your pet slime gains 20 free attribute points. The entire basin lay in ruins, littered with charred debris and glimmering spoils of war. The slime reverted to its mini size, bouncing back onto Lin Feng's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against his cheek while emitting satisfied chirps. Lin Feng gazed at the scattered luminous treasures, his spirits soaring. In this wave, the slime had single-handedly defeated 1 boss, 5 elites, and 20 enhanced monsters. In total, it accumulated 8 boss, 20 elite X5, 40 enhanced X20, 68 free attribute points. Coupled with the previous gains, he and the slime had amassed over 100 attribute points. This was an inconceivable fortune. Without hesitation, he once again distributed his attributes evenly, resulting in a surge of strength and constitution. Strength, 260-310. Constitution, 240-290. The slime's attributes were synchronously enhanced, feeling the tumultuous power swelling within him. Lin Feng's grin nearly stretched from ear to ear. Let us go. Time to collect some loot. He called out to the dazed Shadowblade, eagerly sprinting toward the battleground. The boss monster dropped an A-grade material, core of the Rockbreaker, A-grade, emanating powerful earth elemental vibrations. Meanwhile, the elite and enhanced monsters yielded an array of D-grade and F-grade materials, including hardstone core and granite essence. However, the most delightful discovery awaited them near a cluster of protected moonlight grass, where they stumbled upon dozens of plants radiating a soft lunar glow. Moonlight grass, C-grade. They had struck gold. Lin Feng beamed at his bulging space pouch, unable to contain his joy. Shadowblade observed his exuberance, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. This expedition had shattered all his pride and preconceived notions. As they journeyed back, the atmosphere grew somewhat subdued. Shadowblade kept his gaze lowered, lost in thought. Lin Feng, meanwhile, reveled in the exhilaration of his attribute surge and plentiful rewards, remaining silent. It was not until they caught sight of the towering magical metal gates of East Sea Town that Shadowblade abruptly halted. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a momentous decision, he pivoted to face Lin Feng. In a surprising display, the typically stoic assassin knelt on one knee, bowing his head in a gesture of reverence he had never shown to anyone. The metallic mask obscured his expression, yet his voice resonated with an unprecedented seriousness and determination. Lin Feng, I, Shadowblade, vow to uphold my promises. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. I am willing to become your most loyal death warrior. Through mountains of blades and seas of fire, I shall not flinch. His words, though softly spoken, rang with the weight of an oath. Lin Feng, momentarily stunned, gazed at the kneeling figure of the cold-blooded killer, then broke into his characteristic, somewhat cheeky smile. He placed a hand on Shadow Blade's shoulder, noting the solid muscles beneath, helping him to his feet. All right, why so serious? From now on, you're my #1 little bro. Lin Feng puffed out his chest, adopting an air of bravado, and waved his hand dramatically. Rest assured, sticking with me, Lin Feng, you'll enjoy a life of luxury and abundance. The future is bright. His playful demeanor formed a stark contrast to Shadow Blade's stern, composed nature. Observing Lin Feng's antics, Shadow Blade's lips twitched beneath his mask, and the remnants of his earlier solemnity dissipated. Perhaps, following a seemingly carefree yet profoundly enigmatic master would not be so bad after all. The two proceeded side by side through the gates of EC Town. No sooner had they stepped into the town than a group clad in matching crimson wolf-headed armor swaggered into their path. Leading them was a burly man with a scarred face and fierce eyes, who displayed his ID and level, revealing a formidable LV-25. He was followed by 7 or 8 equally intimidating members of the Bloodwolf Legion. Halt! The scar-faced man scrutinized Lin Feng and Shadow Blade with a sidelong glance, his gaze lingering particularly on Lin Feng's pristine D-grade armor and bulging pouch, revealing a hint of avarice. You know the rules, right? Wild loot is subject to a 30% tribute. His tone brooked no dissent. Shadow Blade frowned slightly, clearly familiar with such encounters. He stepped forward in silence, preparing to relinquish a portion of his materials. This was the unspoken rule of EC Town. The 3 major legions took turns collecting tribute. Although unjust, the lone players were powerless to resist. Wait! Lin Feng suddenly grasped Shadow Blade's hand. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Shadow Blade, and regarded the scar-faced man with a smirk that straddled the line between amusement and defiance. 30% tribute? On what grounds? The scar-faced man was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity, then burst into a derisive laugh. Well, where did this young pup come from? Just awakened, I presume? Clearly unaware of the rules, he scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, his tone dripping with condescension. Considering your youth and ignorance, I'll make it lenient, 40% tribute. And I'll pretend I didn't hear your previous remarks. To him, this was a tremendous act of mercy. Yet Lin Feng only laughed, his smile growing brighter. Yet colder. 40%? I won't give you even a single strand of hair. He paused, meeting the scar-faced man's suddenly darkening gaze with unwavering resolve. If you have the guts, come and take it. His tone was calm, yet laced with unmistakable provocation. Lin Feng. Shadow Blade's expression shifted as he urgently tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, whispering, don't be impulsive. This is the Bloodwolf Legion. We can't afford to offend them. He understood the immense power the 3 major legions wielded. Antagonizing them would make their lives in East Sea Town exceedingly difficult. Lin Feng grasped Shadow Blade's intent. Yet the sight of the other party's arrogant demeanor ignited a fire within him that he could not suppress. His disdain for the Bloodwolf Legion was already substantial, especially with that Chun Lei fellow among them. At that moment, he was resolute in his decision to no longer remain inconspicuous. The scar-faced man was utterly incensed by Lin Feng's words, his face darkening and veins bulging on his forehead. However, he seemed to restrain himself, holding back from immediate violence. He glared intensely at Lin Feng, repeating the word good, with palpable fury. You're quite bold. Care to reveal your name? Lin Feng stood tall, his bravado unwavering, and clearly declared for all to hear. Listen well. My name is Lin Feng. Lin, as in forest, Feng, as in gale. Remember it. His audacious demeanor and unyielding spirit left many onlookers gasping in astonishment at his audacity in addressing the Bloodwolf Legion so brazenly. The scar-faced man trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, is it? I'll remember you. With a withering glare, he turned away, leading his subordinates out, simmering with barely contained fury. As they watched the retreating figures, Shadow Blade sighed, concern threading his voice. Lin Feng, you acted too rashly. These are the town's unspoken rules. The 3 major legions take turns collecting tribute each month, and this month it's the Bloodwolf Legion's turn. Your earlier words not only offended the Bloodwolves, but also slapped the other 2 legions in the face. We may face significant trouble in EC Town from now on. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of unease. Offending the local power players was indeed unwise. Yet, seeing the worry etched in Shadow Blade's eyes, he refused to lose face. He quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Let them be. When trouble comes, let it be met with strength. What is there to fear? He firmly grasped Ing Ren's arm, deftly shifting the topic. Come on. Let us not dwell on these vexing matters. We have pressing business to attend to. We must hurry to the pharmacy and procure the medicine for your sister-in-law. With that, He resolutely pulled the still somewhat anxious Ingrid along, striding purposefully towards the pharmacy at the town center. However, as he turned, a fleeting shadow of seriousness crossed his gaze. He was acutely aware that the troubles had only just begun. Chapter 38. The Exorbitant Cost of Alchemy. The surgery sisters stunned Lin Feng. Following Ingrid through the labyrinthine alleys of Donghai Town, Lin Feng eventually halted before a rather antiquated three-story building adorned with an abstract herbal motif hanging above its entrance. This establishment stood in stark contrast to the surrounding shops that gleamed with magical luminosity, exuding a sense of nostalgia from a bygone era. This was indeed the place, the Baichao Pavilion, one of the finest apothecaries in the town, where it was said that old Zhang, a descendant of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, had awakened the B-class talent, herbal essence, ensuring a high success rate and quality in potion crafting. Ingrid introduced, her tone tinged with a barely perceptible reverence. Let us proceed swiftly with our important task. Nodding in agreement, Lin Feng was the first to push open the somewhat weathered wooden door. An intense and peculiar aroma of herbs enveloped him immediately, a melange of sweetness, bitterness, and spiciness assaulting his senses. Yet, the scene within momentarily halted his steps, rendering him stunned. In the center of the hall knelt two individuals, both young female players. Their attire shimmered with brilliance. Intricately embroidered silver runes adorned their robes, and their boots were encrusted with translucent magical gems, unmistakably expensive and of considerable level. However, what caught the eye most was the special white gauze that enveloped their faces, radiating a faint purifying glow, leaving only their eyes exposed. Before them hovered a system panel emanating a soft light, prominently displaying the words, Blood Bond System. Blood Bond. ISNT. This supposed to be unlocked at level 30? Lin Feng's pupils contracted, his heart racing. This indicated that these two rather peculiar women had at least reached level 30. Level 30, in Donghai Town. That placed them among the elite, capable of independently leading a team to conquer high-level black holes. As Lin Feng marveled at their levels, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The taller of the two, clad in an icy blue robe, spoke with a chilling yet solemn tone directed at the system panel. By the system, I, being Liuli. The other, dressed in fiery red leather armor and possessing a striking figure, followed suit, her voice laced with a hint of spirited bravado. I, Yin Wuer. Then, in unison, they recited the almost sacred words of their oath, causing Lin Feng's eyes to widen in disbelief. We shall become sworn sisters today. Not seeking to be born on the same year, month, or day. They paused for a moment, exchanging glances, albeit obscured by gauze, then took a deep breath, summoning all their strength to shout the latter half, but seeking the same face, same nose, and same doctor. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the first floor of Baichao Pavilion, as if the very air had solidified. Lin Feng gaped, nearly dropping his jaw to the floor. Was there something wrong with his hearing? Same face, same nose, and same doctor. What in the world was this absurd oath? How dissatisfied were they with their appearances? Or how reverent were they of that doctor's skills? Was binding a cosmetic surgeon a prerequisite for swearing an oath? Ha ha. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. As he laughed, he gave the two still kneeling cosmetic sisters a thumbs up, genuinely praising, impressive. You two heroines. Your oath is refreshingly unconventional and lofty in ambition. I, Lin Feng, am truly impressed. He was indeed awestruck. Typically, he was the one to astonish others, but today he had finally encountered individuals capable of rendering him speechless. The two women, upon hearing Lin Feng's laughter and words, seemed unable to maintain their composure beneath the gauze. The one named Bing Liuli huffed disdainfully and turned her head away, while Yin Wuer shot Lin Feng a fierce glare. Though the effect was diminished by the gauze, they quickly completed their oath, a flash of system light indicating the conclusion of their pact. Then, as if fearing the eyes of onlookers, they hastily rose, heads bowed, sweeping past Lin Feng and Ingrid like a gust of wind, leaving behind a faint, intriguing fragrance mingled with herbal and perfumed notes. Chapter 39. The Exorbitant Cost of Alchemy. The surgery sisters stunned Lin Feng. Two, standing beside Lin Feng, Ingrid, though hidden behind a metallic mask, exhibited signs of unease through the slight twitch of his shoulders and rigid stance. Clearly, this cold-blooded assassin was equally shaken by the unexpected mental upheaval. Clearing his throat, Ingrid forcibly pulled his wandering thoughts back. Let us proceed to the third floor to find old Zhang. Come along. Lin Feng wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes, intrigued as he followed Ingrid up the staircase, still marveling at the peculiarities of the game. Same face, same nose, and same doctor. What a talent. The third floor was considerably quieter than the first, resembling a series of independent rooms. Ingrid navigated with ease to the innermost chamber, knocking on the door. "Come in." A voice, slightly weary and aged, responded. Upon entering, Lin Feng was met with an even more intense and rich aroma of herbs. The room was spacious, dominated by an antique bronze alchemical cauldron nearly 1 person high, connected to intricate magical conduits and an energy core. The surface of the cauldron was inscribed with arcane runes, radiating a misty warmth and soft glow. Equipment: large refined alchemy cauldron, B class. Effect: significantly enhances the success rate and quality of potion crafting, with a chance of triggering special effects. Description: a fusion of ancient techniques and modern magical technology, valued beyond measure. An elderly man with graying hair, clad in a faded traditional long robe, stood before the cauldron, meticulously adjusting several valves. Though he appeared quite aged, his level was a remarkable LV-32. However, his profession was not combat-related but rather senior alchemist, indicating he had awakened a non-combat talent and specialized in a life profession. "Old Zhang." Ingrid approached respectfully. It's you, lad." Old Zhang looked up, revealing a face lined with wrinkles but eyes that sparkled with clarity. "Back for more potion crafting, are you? What is it this time?" "Old Zhang, we would like to request your assistance in crafting white chicken black phoenix pill," Ingrid said, carefully retrieving several sprigs of moonlight herb, B class, which emanated a gentle glow, along with several other auxiliary ingredients from her storage bag. "Oh, moonlight herb? Quite a quality." Old Zhang's eyes glimmered momentarily at the sight of the moonlight grass, but he quickly resumed his indifferent demeanor. "The concoction of the white chicken black phoenix pill is no trivial matter. It is a painstaking and labor-intensive process." He rubbed his fingers together, his meaning abundantly clear. Shadowblade immediately interjected, "Old Zhang, I understand the rules. Please, state your price." Old Zhang cast a sidelong glance at him and languidly extended 4 fingers. "Considering you are a valued regular and are urgently in need of assistance, I shall offer you a preferential price of 40,000 experience points. No negotiation." 40,000. Shadowblade's voice shot up, trembling with disbelief. His complexion, hidden beneath the mask, turned ashen. He was aware that enlisting Old Zhang's expertise would not come cheaply, but he had never anticipated such a staggering sum. 40,000 experience points. This amount was several times his entire fortune. He had only recently leveled up and had less than 10,000 experience points remaining. "Old Zhang, could you possibly lower the price? I truly cannot afford such a sum." Shadowblade pleaded, his tone tinged with desperation, adopting a posture of utmost humility. For the sake of his sister-in-law's illness, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Yet experience points could not simply materialize from thin air. "Cheaper?" Old Zhang shook his head, his tone unwavering. "Young man, do you have any idea how much mental energy it takes to concoct this white chicken black phoenix pill? The losses incurred from a single failure are substantial. 40,000 is already a discounted rate, considering you provided the materials. Otherwise, the price would have doubled." He pointed at the B-grade large refining cauldron. "Just to maintain its operation for a single session costs nearly 10,000 experience points. This is already my cost price." Shadowblade stood frozen, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles turning white from exertion. He gazed at the pile of moonlight grass on the table, the embodiment of all his hopes, and thought of his sister-in-law suffering at home. A wave of immense helplessness and despair surged within him. Was it truly the case that after all the effort to acquire the medicinal herbs, he would fail due to a lack of experience points? Suddenly, he lifted his head and looked at Old Zhang, determination glimmering in his eyes. "Old Zhang, I can sign a contract. I will work for you. I will repay the debt with my labor, for as long as it takes." Old Zhang continued to shake his head, annoyance creeping into his voice. "I have no need for a laborer. I only require experience points to sustain my research and equipment. If you cannot provide the funds, please take your leave and do not waste my time. It is nearly dark." He made a motion to put away the herbs. "Wait." At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, could no longer restrain himself. He looked at Shadowblade's despairing and humble expression, then at the old man who was raising the price, and felt a surge of anger rise within him. While he understood that the old man might genuinely have costs to consider, his demeanor was utterly infuriating. Moreover, though 40,000 experience points would be a painful hit, it was not an insurmountable loss for him. 40,000 experience points? I'll pay. Lin Feng strode forward, positioning himself firmly between Shadowblade and Old Zhang. Without further ado, he accessed the system interface and selected Experience Point Transfer, directed at Old Zhang. "Please confirm the transfer of 40,000 experience points to player Old Zhang?" "Confirm." Lin Feng decisively clicked yes. A gentle white light emanated from Lin Feng and entered Old Zhang's body. Old Zhang's form quivered slightly, and disbelief washed over his face as he felt a substantial influx of experience points into his reservoir. His gaze towards Lin Feng shifted from impatience to astonishment and scrutiny. This seemingly ordinary young man, clad in a basic D-grade outfit, had effortlessly produced 40,000 experience points. Which prominent family did this young master hail from? Shadow Blade also lifted his head abruptly, staring in shock at Lin Feng's retreating figure, his lips quivering beneath the mask. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, but finding himself utterly speechless. The overwhelming despair within him was replaced by a surge of warmth. 40,000 experience points, given so readily. Lin Feng, however, paid no attention to their astonishment. After completing the transaction, he turned to the still-dazed old Zhang and urged with an authoritative tone. The payment has been made. Let us commence the alchemy without delay. He pointed at the sky, which was already tinged with the hues of dusk. His expression one of disdain. Stop dawdling. Nightfall is approaching. Can we not have a semblance of efficiency? His demeanor was that of a wealthy patron impatiently urging a worker to hasten. Old Zhang was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's attitude. But considering the recently acquired 40,000 experience points, he swallowed back his retort. Humph, young man, such impatience, he muttered under his breath. Yet his hands moved with unimpeded speed. With a serious expression, he swiftly formed several intricate hand seals, exuding a powerful wave of mental energy from his being. The B-grade talent, Herb Essence, activated. He gingerly took a piece of moonlight grass into his palm, wielding his mental energy with precision akin to the finest surgical scalpel, beginning the process of extracting and purifying the effective components of the herb. Simultaneously, his other hand deftly adjusted the valves and energy output of the B-grade large refining cauldron. The runes on the cauldron began to glow sequentially, emitting a low, resonant hum as the internal temperature surged and a rich herbal fragrance began to waft through the air. The refinement process had officially commenced. Shadow Blade watched old Zhang bustling about, then glanced at Lin Feng, who wore an expression of casual extravagance. And a myriad of emotions swirled within him. He approached Lin Feng and spoke in a tone only audible to the two of them, gravity weighing heavily in his words. Lin Feng, I, Shadow Blade, will certainly repay you this 40,000 experience points. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, his gaze captivated by the alchemical process unfolding before him. Enough of the sentimentality. The priority is to cure your sister-in-law. Besides, watching a master at work might teach you a thing or two. His attention was wholly absorbed by the intricate and fascinating alchemical procedure. Perhaps a career in the trades could indeed be rather intriguing. Chapter 40. The White Chicken Black Phoenix Pill is complete. Lin Feng encounters Shadow Blade's sister-in-law. An hour passed slowly amidst a tense anticipation. Within the fragrant chamber on the third floor of the apothecary pavilion, the only sounds were the deep hum of the large refining cauldron and the faint rustling of old Zhang as he adjusted the valves. Lin Feng leaned against the wall in boredom, observing old Zhang's focused and skilled movements, and couldn't he help but regard the old man with newfound respect. While he might be a bit greedy, his craftsmanship was undeniably impressive. Finally, when the runes on the cauldron dimmed one by one and the boiling sounds within gradually subsided, old Zhang let out a long sigh, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, clearly exhausted from the effort. He carefully opened a gas valve at the top of the cauldron, and a wave of pure, oddly warm herbal aroma instantly filled the air, invigorating those who inhaled it. With a specially crafted jade spoon, he scooped out a dozen or so pills, each the size of a longan, radiating a warm, milky white hue adorned with natural cloud-like patterns, and placed them into a pre-prepared white jade bottle. Item: White Chicken Black Phoenix Pill, B-grade. Effect: instantly removes most low-level curses and negative states of weakness, while continuously restoring health and mana. It exhibits remarkable efficacy against certain hidden ailments. Description: an ancient formula pill, crafted with moonlight grass as the core ingredient. Supplemented by various precious herbs, it possesses a gentle yet lasting medicinal effect. It's ready, take it. Old Zhang handed the white jade bottle to Shadow Blade, his tone remaining as placid as ever, yet a flicker of satisfaction for his creation shone in his eyes. Shadow Blade accepted the jade bottle with trembling hands. As if cradling the most precious treasure in the world, he clutched the bottle tightly and bowed deeply to old Zhang, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, old Zhang. He then turned to Lin Feng, his gaze complex and his voice slightly choked. Lin Feng, thank you. All right. Hurry back and administer the medicine to your sister-in-law. That's the priority. Lin Feng interrupted, waving his hand to cut off any further sentimental remarks, and took the lead down the stairs. As they exited the herb pavilion, night had fully descended, and the magical lanterns throughout the town flickered to life, illuminating a vibrant nocturnal scene starkly different from the daytime bustle. Shadow Blade, holding the jade bottle containing the elixir, visibly exhaled in relief. He paused and addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I truly appreciate it today. Where do you reside? Please share your address. I shall come to pay my respects first thing in the morning. He was referring to his promise to become Lin Feng's loyal soldier. However, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled mischievously as he jovially draped an arm around Shadowblade's shoulder, noticing his body stiffen momentarily. What do you mean by paying respects? There's no rush, he said, his expression curious as he leaned in and lowered his voice conspiratorially. I say, dear Shadowblade, having rendered you such a significant service, wouldn't you at least allow me a glimpse of the sister-in-law for whom you toil so fervently? Shadowblade was momentarily speechless, warmth creeping to his face beneath the mask. Without waiting for a refusal, Lin Feng adopted a comically hungry expression, continuing, besides, look at it. It's pitch dark now, and in my fervor to assist you with alchemy, I haven't even had a warm meal. My stomach feels like it's about to collapse. You wouldn't want your superior to be left wandering the streets, famished, now would you? He gave Shadowblade's shoulder a hearty pat. Come on, let's head to your home for a meal. I yearn to savor the comforts of home. Shadowblade, observing the tenacity in Lin Feng's demeanor, coupled with the memory of the 40,000 experience points he had generously bestowed upon him and the life-saving favor he owed, felt it was quite improper to refuse. He hesitated for a few moments before reluctantly nodding, his voice dry. All right. However, my humble abode is rather modest. I fear I may not be a fitting host. Come now, we're all friends here. There's no need for formality, Lin Feng exclaimed, his face lighting up at Shadowblade's acquiescence as he urged him onward. Lead the way. I can hardly contain my excitement. Following Shadowblade, the two traversed several lively thoroughfares, gradually entering the civilian district of EC Town. Here, the buildings were noticeably shorter and older, the streets narrower and more congested, and the air was saturated with a melange of everyday life, starkly contrasting with the opulence of the central area. Eventually, Shadowblade halted before a small, two-story building that bore the marks of age. The paint on the exterior was peeling, revealing a dull undercoat, and the space appeared to measure no more than 50 or 60 square meters. This is it, Shadowblade said, a hint of embarrassment threading through his voice as he retrieved the key and opened the seemingly flimsy wooden door. Little Blade, is that you back home? A gentle, yet slightly frail voice emanated from within. As footsteps approached, a woman appeared at the door. Lin Feng raised his eyes, involuntarily brightening at the sight. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, dressed in a light blue priestess robe that had faded from many washes. Despite her pallid complexion and lips lacking color, her features were undeniably attractive, exuding a blend of warmth and resilience. Her status read, LV-19, Intermediate Priest. It seemed that Shadowblade's sister-in-law was not an ordinary person devoid of combat prowess, but rather a healer, albeit presently weakened by illness. Sister-in-law, I'm back. Shadowblade's voice softened considerably when addressing her, tinged with a hint of dependence. He stepped aside to introduce Lin Feng. This is Lin Feng, my friend. He has been immensely helpful to us. Upon seeing the unfamiliar young man behind Shadowblade, Suwon's face registered clear surprise. She was well aware of her little brother-in-law's nature, stoic and taciturn, hardly ever forging deep connections, let alone bringing strangers home. Hello you. Please, come in. Although surprised, Suwon quickly donned a warm smile, stepping aside to usher the two into the house. The interior was indeed simple but meticulously tidy, exuding a cozy ambience. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Lin Feng, a friend of Shadowblade's. I hope it's not too presumptuous of me to drop by for a meal. Lin Feng immediately took the initiative, grinning broadly as he introduced himself with an affable demeanor that was disarming yet not overbearing. Not at all, not at all. Little Blade rarely brings friends home. I'm delighted, Suwon replied, shaking her head with a smile, her gaze towards Lin Feng imbued with kindness and a hint of curiosity. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall prepare dinner shortly. Sister-in-law, the medicine. Shadowblade hastily extended the white jade bottle, urgency evident in his tone. Upon seeing the jade bottle, Suwon's eyes flickered with a mixture of complex emotions, gratitude intertwined with concern, as she gently accepted it, speaking softly. I understand. I will take it shortly. You stay and chat with Brother Lin Feng. With that, she turned and moved into the adjacent small kitchen to begin her preparations. With nothing better to do, Lin Feng began to casually explore the small living room. It was modest in size, adorned with a few vintage landscape paintings on the walls, and a simple bookshelf in the corner, mostly filled with texts on priestly skills and herbalism. His gaze ultimately landed on a framed photograph hanging above the fireplace. The photograph appeared somewhat aged yet well-preserved. It depicted a tall man clad in heavy silver knight armor, his face exuding an air of steadfastness and sincerity as he joyfully embraced a significantly younger Suwon, whose radiant smile illuminated the image. Between them stood a boy of perhaps 10 years, his expression cool and aloof, unmistakably the young Shadowblade. This knight was likely the elder brother Shadowblade had mentioned. who had already sacrificed himself. Chapter 41. The Creation of Wuji Bifeng Pills. Lin Feng's first encounter with Shadow Blade's sister-in-law. 2. Your elder brother seems quite dependable. Lin Feng remarked softly as he gazed at the photograph. Shadow Blade approached, his gaze fixed on the image. Though the metallic mask obscured his expression, his eyes dimmed momentarily, betraying a profound sadness and nostalgia. After a brief silence, he spoke in a hoarse voice. My parents perished when I was very young, during an expedition in the level 15 Phantom Mine, where they encountered a rare elite monster swarm and never returned. It was my elder brother and sister-in-law who raised me. His gaze remained locked on his brother's smiling visage captured in the photograph. 6 years ago, my elder brother assembled a 5-member team, bringing along my sister-in-law, who had recently transitioned to a priest, to explore a newly discovered level 18 black hole known as the Decaying Forest, hoping to procure a decent healing equipment for her. To their dismay, the random difficulty of that black hole turned out to be hellish. A barely noticeable tremor laced Shadow Blade's voice. Hellish? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. This implied that the attributes of the monsters within were thrice that of normal difficulty. For a level 18 team equipped with standard gear, it would be nearly catastrophic. They fought valiantly, yet in the end, only my sister-in-law managed to escape, severely injured, thanks to the opportunity my brother procured with his life. The others, including my brother, remained there forever. Shadow Blade's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. Sister-in-law? She not only suffered grave physical injuries, but her soul has also been afflicted by a malicious weakness curse, cast by the cursed creature within, a plight that remains unremedied, causing her health to deteriorate further. Yet, she perseveres, utilizing her meager clerical abilities and the experience garnered from foraging herbs to care for me and support my training. Lin Feng listened quietly, feeling the heavy sorrow and guilt embedded in Ying Ren's words. He gazed at the photograph of that once happy family of 3, then glanced at the now desolate little house and the ailing Su Wan, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. This wretched world. So to lift the curse, we must return to that rotten woods. Lin Feng inquired. Ying Ren nodded, his gaze sharp and resolute. Indeed. Moreover, according to the information I have gathered, only by conquering the rotten woods at death difficulty can we obtain a special item, the purification seed, which has a high probability of dropping from the final guardian within. Death difficulty. Its attributes are quintuple those of normal difficulty. Lin Feng understood that with Ying Ren's current level, he could not even enter the level 18 black hole. Even if he did, encountering the death difficulty at level 18 would undoubtedly lead to his demise. He patted Ying Ren on the shoulder, his tone casual yet firm. All right. Don't wear such a sorrowful expression. Once you reach level 18, I will accompany you to that so-called rotten woods, and we will procure that purification seed for you. This small favor is nothing to me. Ying Ren suddenly lifted his head, looking at Lin Feng, his eyes behind the mask filled with disbelief and excitement. The death difficulty level 18 black hole, in Lin Feng's words, was merely a trivial task? Yet, recalling Lin Feng and the terrifying power displayed by that slime, a surge of hope ignited within him. Lin Feng, his voice trembled, momentarily at a loss for words. Stop. If you express gratitude, I might just turn hostile. Lin Feng feigned a stern expression. At that moment, Su Wan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of freshly prepared dishes. It was a simple home-cooked meal, consisting of 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, accompanied by a steaming bowl of meat soup, the aroma enticing. There's not much in the house, please don't mind it, Lin Feng, Su Wan said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Sister-in-law, you're too kind. This looks absolutely delicious. Lin Feng sat down at the table without hesitation, inhaling deeply, a satisfied expression adorning his face. The meal was imbued with warmth. Su Wan's culinary skills transformed ordinary ingredients into a taste reminiscent of home. During the meal, Lin Feng jested, sharing amusing tales from the academy and his observations from the outside world, eliciting soft laughter from Su Wan, and even causing Ying Ren's previously tense shoulders to relax somewhat. Observing Su Wan's gentle smile under the warm glow of the lights and the occasional ease emanating from Ying Ren, felt even through the mask. A tender spot within Lin Feng was touched. It was the first time in his life he experienced such a warmth akin to familial love. It was unfamiliar yet profoundly comforting. After finishing the meal and engaging in light conversation for a while, Lin Feng glanced out at the deepening night and rose to take his leave. Sister-in-law, Ying Ren, thank you for your hospitality, but I must return. Su Wan quickly stood up. Lin Feng, please come by often. Ying Ren accompanied Lin Feng to the door. Lin Feng spoke to him. For now, focus on taking care of your sister-in-law at home, ensuring she regains her health. Also, keep a low profile and gather information about the 3 major legions and other forces in the town, to ascertain their backgrounds and movements. His eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of cold light flashing. As for the Bloodwolf Legion, do not concern yourself with them for the time being. Await my instructions. Understood. Ingren nodded earnestly. After leaving Ingren's home, Lin Feng navigated through the civilian district, ensuring he was not being followed, before arriving at a seemingly upscale hotel in the town center. Yulai Magic Hotel. A night's stay required 200 experience points, a considerable expense for an ordinary player, yet for Lin Feng, it was but a trifling sum. He booked a luxurious single room, equipped with comprehensive amenities, including a private bathroom and a simple soundproofing array, providing a pleasant environment. After indulging in a comforting hot shower, Lin Feng lay on the soft bed, gazing at the flowing magical lights on the ceiling, beginning to strategize his forthcoming actions. The troubles with the Bloodwolf Legion would eventually need resolution. With only 12 days remaining until the Spring Festival, it was customary for the system to organize events. And although the content was random, one must always be prepared to give their utmost. Strength must be swiftly enhanced. A glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. Starting tomorrow, he would grind through the Goblin Forest several times. Hopefully, he would encounter a few more death difficulty dungeons, perhaps yielding unexpected rewards. With a plan set, Lin Feng felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Having experienced a multitude of events today, his nerves had been taut, and now, relaxed, fatigue surged like a tide. He yawned, patting the small green slime beside him, which had shrunk to the size of a palm, resembling a warm water bag. Sleep well, meat dumpling. Tomorrow I shall take you to wreak havoc on the goblins. Puff, the slime responded in a muffled tone, nuzzling against his arm. Soon, the sound of even breathing filled the luxurious room. Outside, the magical lights of Donghai Town flickered through the night, while inside, a young heart quietly nurtured its strength. Chapter 42, First Conquest of Death Difficulty. The Time's Sovereign emerges. The next morning, Lin Feng awoke early. Watching the sky gradually brighten outside, he took a deep breath. Low profile. He still had to maintain a low profile. He murmured to himself, rummaging through his storage bag to retrieve an F-grade gray cloak, with a simple illusion function that he had previously purchased from the shop. Wrapping the cloak around him and infusing a hint of magical energy, the light around him subtly distorted, rendering his features vague. And even the striking dark green of the slime on his shoulder dulled considerably. While this disguise would not fool the deliberate scrutiny of high-level players, it was sufficient to avoid easy recognition in the bustling black hole square. Let us go, meat dumpling. Today we shall revisit an old friend. Lin Feng patted the slime and headed toward the teleportation portal to the level 2 monster black hole, the Goblin Forest. First trip, normal difficulty. Under the watchful eyes of a crowd of newly awakened onlookers, a flash of white light enveloped him as Lin Feng once again stepped into the familiar forest. The air remained humid, infused with the scent of decaying leaves and the unique stench of goblins. Monster, Goblin, LV2. Quality, normal. Health, 60-60. Attack, 12. Defense, 6. Skill, Howl, attracts nearby companions. Monster, Big Goblin, LV2. Quality, enhanced. Health, 300-300. Attack, 24. Defense, 12. Skill, Heavy Strike, deals 150 damage. Faced with these attributes, Lin Feng and the slime felt as though they had returned to the novice village in full-level divine gear. Meat dumpling, same as always, crushed through. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to lift a finger and simply issued commands to the slime. Puff. The slime excitedly shot forward, not even needing to utilize skills. Merely relying on its impressive 200 points of strength, it bulldozed through the forest. 200, 200, 200. Whether it be the ordinary goblins or the enhanced great goblins, they all succumbed to a single strike under the overwhelming disparity of power. The terrified cries of the goblins echoed through the air. Yet they were utterly incapable of hindering the advance of this Green Reaper. Occasionally, a few goblins managed to strike the slime with their crude bone clubs. But the result remained woefully insignificant, a mere zero. The battle had devolved into a monotonous extermination task. 3 hours later, the last enhanced Great Goblin was reduced to a wisp of white light beneath the slime's relentless assault. Cleared the Goblin Forest Dungeon, normal, rating, A. Reward acquired, A-grade treasure chest X1. Task completed, on to the next. Lin Feng paid no heed to the scattered E-grade materials littering the ground and promptly chose to depart. Second attempt, randomly landed on hard difficulty. Upon re-entry, the attributes of the monsters had doubled from the baseline. Monster, Goblin, LV2. Quality, ordinary, hard. Health, 120, 120. Attack, 24. Defense, 12. Monster, Great Goblin, LV2. Quality, enhanced, hard. Health, 600, 600. Attack, 48. Defense, 24. Monster, Goblin Warrior, LV2. Quality, Elite, Hard. Health, 2400, 2400. Attack, 72. Defense, 36. Skills, 1. Battle Cry, boosts surrounding allies' attack power. 2. Cleaving Slash, deals damage in a cone-shaped area ahead. The attributes had doubled, and elite monsters had emerged. Yet, for Lin Feng and the slime, it was still insufficient. 200, 200, 400 critical hit. The slime, like a tiger among sheep, effortlessly obliterated swathes of ordinary goblins whenever its impact skill was triggered. The elite goblin warrior attempted to unleash Battle Cry, but as it raised its bone axe, the slime ferociously charged, sending it flying, whereupon it too was transformed into white light. The battle continued to be a one-sided massacre. Another 3 hours elapsed. Cleared the Goblin Forest Dungeon, Hard, rating, A. Reward acquired, A-grade treasure chest X1. How unfortunate that he kept encountering such low-level difficulties. Lin Feng felt a tinge of exasperation as he approached the teleportation portal once more, mentally wishing for a deathly challenge. Come forth, death difficulty. Third attempt, at last. His wish was granted. Death difficulty. Buzz. As the teleportation light dissipated, a far more sinister and oppressive aura immediately enveloped Lin Feng. The forest light appeared to dim considerably. The trees twisted into even more grotesque shapes, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench and a faint whiff of blood. Monster, Goblin, LV2. Quality, Ordinary, Death. Health, 300, 300. Attack, 60. Defense, 30. Monster, Great Goblin, LV2. Quality, Enhanced, Death. Health, 1500, 1500. Attack, 120. Defense, 60. Monster, Goblin Warrior, LV2. Quality, Elite, Death. Health, 6000. 6000. Attack, 180. Defense, 90. Monster, Goblin Chieftain, LV2. Quality, Boss, Death. Health, 30,000, 30,000. Attack, 300. Defense, 150. Skills, 1. War Roar, significantly boosts allies' attributes in a wide area. 2. Savage Charge, straight line impact, dealing massive damage and knocking back. 3. Bloodthirst, increases attack speed as health decreases. The attributes of the monsters had become terrifyingly quintupled. Moreover, their numbers far surpassed those previously encountered. 120 ordinary death goblins, 20 enhanced death great goblins, 10 elite death goblin warriors, 3 death boss goblin chieftains. This lineup was enough to obliterate any standard 5-member LV5 party multiple times over. This attribute is genuinely intriguing. Lin Feng felt elated rather than alarmed. Higher attributes meant potentially more lucrative rewards. Unleash everything. Leave no restraint. With a plop, the slime sensed its master's fighting spirit, its body swelling to the maximum. The nature's favor, forest language set, glowing radiantly, and the flame armor, blazing fiercely. It charged forward like a green reaper into the sea of monsters. B-grade skill, Flame Storm. Boom. The torrential rain of fire once again descended, engulfing vast swathes of goblins. 600, 600, 1200 critical hit. Terrifying damage numbers illuminated the battlefield. Though the death difficulty goblins possessed formidable health, they appeared fragile in the face of the slime's overwhelming area damage magic. Ordinary goblins were almost instantly annihilated. Enhanced great goblins could not withstand even 2 rounds of fire. The elite goblin warriors roared as they charged forward, attempting to interrupt the slime, only to be met with a retaliatory impact that sent them sprawling, their health plummeting amidst the flames. The 3 goblin chieftains emitted deafening roars, unleashing War Roar in a bid to bolster the morale of their fellow monsters. Yet, as soon as they finished their roar, the slime, like a specter, materialized before one of them, braving its savage charge and entangling it in a frenzy of close-quarters combat. 200, 200, 800 impact. The chieftain's attack struck the slime, finally registering damage rather than a 0, yet they merely inflicted a few dozen points of harm, a mere tickle compared to the slime's towering 4,000 health. Chapter 43. First clear of death difficulty. The Time King emerges. 2. The battle was fierce and protracted. The monsters of death difficulty not only boasted high attributes, but also exhibited greater coordination and desire to attack. With its monstrous attributes and formidable skills, the slime maneuvered through the horde, akin to a stabilizing force, drawing the majority of the enemy fire. Lin Feng, meanwhile, remained vigilant, employing his own formidable strength of over 200 points to deftly pick up stones from the ground as makeshift projectiles, easily dispatching any weakened goblins attempting to flank them. For hours later, As the final goblin chieftain fell in anguish under the slime's relentless onslaught, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Buzz. The entire space of the goblin forest dungeon began to tremble violently. All light seemed to be absorbed instantaneously, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. Subsequently, a figure shrouded in dark golden light, not particularly large but radiating an oppressive aura beyond that of all preceding monsters, slowly emerged from the deepest shadows of the forest. It wielded a gnarled staff, seemingly forged from the very essence of time. Atop its head rested a tattered crown, and its eyes flickered with flames that bore witness to the passage of ages. Monster, time-thieving goblin prophet, LV2. Quality, King. Health, 150, 000, 150, 000. Attack power, 300. Defense power, 200. Skills, 1. Temporal Ripple, unleashes a wave that significantly reduces the attack and casting speed of enemies within range. 2. Curse of Aging, marks an enemy, increasing all damage it receives and causing continuous health loss. 3. Time Stop, a king-tier monster. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, his heart racing wildly. This was his first encounter with a creature of such exalted quality. Furthermore, the 3 question marks following the skill, Time Stop, instilled an unprecedented sense of peril within him. Be cautious, Meatball. This foe is extraordinary. Lin Feng immediately cautioned, his demeanor growing gravely serious. Gulalala. The goblin prophet emitted a sinister laugh, lightly tapping its time staff. Skill, Temporal Ripple. An invisible gray wave instantaneously spread out, enveloping the slime. The slime's movements visibly slowed, with the intervals between attacks and skill casts elongating. Soon after, the goblin prophet pointed its staff again. Skill, Curse of Aging. An eerie hourglass appeared above the slime's head. 100. 100. The slime began to suffer continuous damage. Roar. The slime emitted an enraged bellow, launching a flame storm towards the goblin prophet despite the debuff. 1,200. The damage remained considerable, yet it was far from lethal for a king-level monster boasting 150, 000 health. The goblin prophet remained unperturbed, deftly engaging the slime with ordinary attacks and temporal ripple while persistently applying pressure. The battle reached a stalemate. The slime's attacks were significantly diminished due to the slowing effect, while the goblin prophet's curse continued to sap its vitality. Lin Feng felt a surge of anxiety. Yet he understood that his intervention would likely be of little assistance and could, in fact, become a burden. He had to devise a way to disrupt its rhythm. Just as Lin Feng was deep in thought, the goblin prophet seemingly lost patience. Its eyes, aflame with temporal fire, locked onto the slime, raising its staff high, an indescribable, terrifying power that seemed to transcend the very fabric of reality began to coalesce. The entire dungeon resonated with an unbearable hum. Skill, Time Stop. Buzz. An invisible domain abruptly expanded from the goblin prophet, instantly enveloping the slime. In the next moment, a spine-chilling spectacle unfolded before Lin Feng. The slime's massive, charging form inexplicably froze mid-air, transforming into a dark green statue. Even its fiery armor and the shimmering aura of its attire were rendered completely motionless. Time had truly been halted, though merely for 2 fleeting seconds. In the context of a duel between masters, those seconds could spell the difference between life and death. This is bad. Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically. The goblin prophet let out a triumphant cackle, the tip of its staff gathering horrifying dark golden energy, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the immobilized slime. At that critical juncture, Pucci, a roar, seemingly emerging from the depths of the soul, imbued with boundless fury and defiance, erupted from the slime, which was ensnared by time. Its formidable mental attribute of 200, coupled with the nature's blessing for speak set's resistance to abnormal states, proved crucial at that moment. The shackles of time exhibited a barely perceptible loosening. The slime forcefully broke free from the frozen confines of its mind. Although its body remained immobile, the surge of mana within it, driven by its instinct to battle, erupted with a resounding force. B-class skill, Flame Storm. Forced guidance. Just as the goblin prophet's lethal blow was about to descend, a tempest of fire, even more ferocious and intense than before, erupted around the slime, breaking the chains of time, and descended with fierce determination. Boom! 600, 600, 1200, critical hit. The searing flames engulfed the goblin prophet entirely, interrupting its spellcasting and eliciting a pained shriek. The 2 seconds elapsed. The slime regained its mobility, not pausing for an instant, akin to an enraged beast, as it charged at the goblin prophet, which was momentarily stunned by the backlash of its own skill. Skill, Charge, 400. Normal attack, 200, 200. Seizing the opportunity during the enemy's days, the slime unleashed a furious onslaught. The Goblin Prophet, recovering from the effects of time stop, attempted to struggle. Yet the slime would not grant it another chance. Withstanding the effects of temporal ripple and curse of aging, the slime unleashed all its fury upon the Goblin Prophet. Ultimately, amidst a cry filled with disbelief and anguish, this Goblin King, capable of stealing time, saw its health bar utterly depleted, its massive form dissipating into specks of golden light. Only a ring radiating with ethereal brilliance and several sparkling orbs remained. Completed the Goblin Forest Dungeon. Death. Rating. SSS level. Rewards obtained. SSS rating treasure chest X1. Defeated LV 2-time thieving Goblin Prophet. King. Gained 20,000 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You gain 32 free attribute points. And your pet slime gains 32 free attribute points. The melodious system notification rang out like celestial music. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling a chill of sweat soaking his back. Time stop is exceedingly overpowered. Thankfully, Meatball is resilient enough, with high mental attributes. He approached, observing the slime. Slightly weary yet still brimming with excitement, and affectionately patted it. Well done, my friend. After 3 dungeons, both Lin Feng and the slime had amassed a substantial amount of attribute points. He evenly distributed these points, raising strength and constitution to 400, while spirit, agility, and intelligence were also bolstered to 400 through leveling and attribute points. Name, Lin Feng. Level, 2, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0. Attributes, strength 400, constitution 400, spirit 400, intelligence 400. Agility 400. Health, 4, 0, 0, 0, 4, 0, 0, 0. Mana, 2, 0, 0, 0, 2, 0, 0, 0. Attack power, 400. Defense power, 400. Free attribute points, 85. Experience, 330, 0, 0, 0. The slime's attributes synchronized. All attributes at 400 points. What an extraordinary stat sheet. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a humanoid boss. In terms of experience, the 3 dungeons, especially the completion of the death difficulty and the king's first kill, had granted him nearly 300,000 experience points. He prioritized elevating the slime's level to LV10, while conserving his own experience points for future contingencies. In terms of the equipment he acquired, aside from a mountain of E-grade materials and a few F-grade blank items, he also obtained a C-grade mage's bracer, and most importantly, the ring that dropped from the Goblin King. Equipment, Ring of Time, S-grade. Slot, accessory. Attributes, Spirit 50, Intelligence 30. Special effect, Temporal Surge, passive. Your spell attacks have a 10 chance to trigger the time rewind effect, immediately resetting the cooldown of that skill. Equipment requirements, Level 2. Spirit 20. Description, a ring infused with a fragment of the law of time, possessing incredible power. An S-grade ring, and an accessory with a phenomenal passive effect. Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he toyed with it, promptly equipping it, causing his spirit attribute to soar to an impressive 450 points. What a delightful reward for a day's toil. Gazing upon his dramatically enhanced attributes, Lin Feng felt a swell of pride. Time to return and open the treasure chests. He was eager to see what treasures the 3 A-grade chests and 1 SSS-grade chest would yield, with his heart brimming with anticipation and spoils. He departed from the Black Hole Plaza, heading towards the Lime Magic Hotel. His moment of unboxing was imminent. Chapter 44. Unboxing Rewards and the Blood Wolf's Ambush. Lin Feng returned to the luxurious suite of the Lime Magic Hotel, eager to pour out the day's acquisitions onto the soft carpet. First, there were 3 chests shimmering with different hues, 2 A-grade, and 1 emanating a deeper, more profound glow, the SSS grade. Let us start with the A-grade chests to warm up. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, his eyes glimmering with expectation. He reached out to touch the first A-grade chest. As the lid opened, a dazzling silver light flashed, revealing a pair of menacing, gleaming metal bracers. Equipment, Bracers of the Bull's Might, A-grade. Slot, Wrist. Attributes, Strength 35, Constitution 20. Special effect, Berserker's Burst, active, upon activation. The next physical attack damage increases by 50, cooldown time 5 minutes. Equipment requirements, Level 2, Strength 80. Description, Bracers imbued with frenzied power. Ideal for warriors seeking maximum physical output. An A-grade warrior-s equipment, with decent attributes, but alas, not suited for me. Lin Feng grimaced slightly, tossing it into his storage bag, planning to sell it later. Opening the second A-grade chest, he was greeted by a massive 2-handed axe ablaze with crimson flames. Equipment, Flame War Axe, A-grade. Slot, 2-handed weapon. Attributes, Attack Power 80, Strength 25, Fire attribute attack enhancement 10. Special effect, flame/active. Unleashes a wave of fiery sword energy, dealing 200 physical damage to enemies in a straight line and inflicting a burning effect. Cooldown time 3 minutes. Equipment requirements. Level 2, Strength 100. Description: a fearsome weapon forged from the core of volcanic lava, capable of summoning the power of flames when swung. Another warrior S item. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Had he inadvertently taken a liking to warrior gear today? Never mind. I'll just bundle them up and sell for profit. Although both were valuable A-grade pieces of equipment, they did not align with his and the slime's developmental trajectory. So Lin Feng felt no pangs of regret. Now for the main event. The SSS-grade chest. Lin Feng took a deep breath, placing his hand upon the chest that radiated an unsettling yet enticing glow. As the lid slowly opened, no blinding light emerged, only a gentle, vibrant green luminescence that flowed forth, ultimately coalescing into a skill book adorned with intricate arcane runes on its cover. Skill book, Life Drain, A-grade, pet exclusive. Effect, consumes 100 mana points, pet, establishes a life link with a single target, draining, pet's spirit x0, 5, life points per second for 5 seconds. If the target dies during this duration, the skill's cooldown is reduced by 50. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Learning requirements. Pet must possess affinity for nature or darkness, with spirit over 150 points. Description: a domineering skill that siphons life to nourish oneself, derived from a forbidden technique of an ancient ruin. An A-grade single-target skill for pets, and it's a life-stealing ability. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been concerned that while the slime had high defense, its healing capabilities felt somewhat limited against prolonged battles or tougher boss foes. This, Life Drain, was a timely boon. With the slime's current spirit attribute soaring to 400, it could drain over 200 life points per second, over 5 seconds. That's a whopping 1,000. Such recuperative potential was nothing short of extraordinary. Plus, it could assist in reducing cooldowns. Hey, plump buddy, come here. Time for a feast. Lin Feng called out eagerly to the slime. The slime hopped over, seemingly aware of the potent energy contained within the skill book, affectionately nudging Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng pressed the skill book against the slime. The book transformed into a green light, merging into the slime's body. Your pet slime has learned the skill Life Drain, LV1. The slime emitted a contented squelch, and a barely perceptible dark red pattern flickered across its deep green surface before fading away. Perfect. Lin Feng patted the slime with satisfaction. Now you have Flamestorm for offense, solid attributes and gear for defense, Life Drain for recovery, and Impact for minor crowd control. Not to mention Mimicry for some clever tricks. Oh yes, the makings of an all-round tyrant are taking shape. He bundled the 2 A-grade warrior pieces along with some unused C and D-grade materials, estimating that selling them would net him several tens of thousands of experience points. Combined with his existing over 330,000 points, his total assets would approach 400,000 experience points. Let us go, plump buddy, to the market. Let us see if there are any suitable treasures for us. Lin Feng's spirits were high as he donned the F-grade gray cloak and left the hotel with the slime. In the bustling commercial square of Donghai Town, the air was alive with the chatter of vendors and the clamor of bargaining. Lin Feng navigated through the various stalls, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of goods. He was primarily on the lookout for items that could further enhance the slime's prowess or bolster his own survivability, such as higher-tier pet skills, special items, or life-saving scrolls. Just as he stopped in front of a stall selling rare materials, preparing to inquire about the price of a void crystal, a sudden flurry of hurried and somewhat chaotic footsteps echoed from behind him. His heightened agility and keen perception, bolstered by a spirit of 400 points, alerted him instantly that these footsteps were approaching with intent. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, maintaining a calm facade as he set the material down and slowly turned around. He found himself facing 6 players clad in matching blood-red leather armor emblazoned with wolf insignias, their expressions decidedly unfriendly, forming a semicircle around him. Leading the group was a level 18 berserker, his face marred by a vicious scar, his eyes fierce, his ID red, blood wolf scar. The 5 followers behind him ranged between levels 15 and 17, comprising a well-rounded combat team. Great, they've come looking for trouble already? Lin Feng thought to himself. Yet his face remained composed. After all, he had just clashed with their rent-collecting squad yesterday, and it seemed they were quite efficient in seeking retribution. The scarred-faced leader of the Blood Wolf gang scrutinized Lin Feng, whose visage was obscured by a cloak, and spoke in a brusque tone. Kid, come with us. Unmoved, Lin Feng replied indifferently, without even feigning a different voice. Accompany you? On what grounds? His demeanor caused the scarred face to darken, and he emphasized his words. Don't push your luck. You can walk on your own, or else it will not end well for you. With that, 5 of his companions stepped forward in unison, emanating an unspoken aura of aggression, the palpable pressure descending upon Lin Feng. Bystanders at the marketplace, witnessing the scene, instinctively stepped back, casting glances filled with curiosity, sympathy, or schadenfreude. Who is that kid? What trouble has he stirred with the Bloodwolf gang? His gear looks mediocre, and he is hiding his face under a cloak. Probably just another nobody without backing. It's over for him. Once the Bloodwolf gang sets their sights on you, it's a matter of time before you suffer. Listening to the murmurs around him, Lin Feng understood that making a scene here would be too conspicuous, risking exposure of his true capabilities. His mind raced as he resolved to accompany them, seeking to gauge their intentions. All right, Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, adopting a tone as if he were merely visiting a friend. Lead the way. I'm curious to see what tricks the Bloodwolf gang has up their sleeves. His nonchalant demeanor only deepened the displeasure of the Bloodwolf team. Yet they restrained their anger and escorted Lin Feng away from the bustling commercial plaza. As they traversed several familiar main roads and turned into increasingly shabby and filthy alleyways, the surroundings grew grim. The buildings here were low and dilapidated, with stagnant sewage flowing, the air reeking of cheap alcohol, vomit, and an indescribable sour odor. What troubled Lin Feng further were the residents of these alleys. Most were ragged and emaciated, their eyes vacant and lifeless, some slumped against walls while others stumbled about, exuding a sense of despair akin to that of the living dead. Strange, Lin Feng pondered. In this game era, everyone's bodies were digitized. As long as they paid a daily residential tax of 100 experience points, their basic survival needs should be met. How could they have ended up in such a wretched state? It appeared they hadn't been paying their experience tax. But why were they like this? Accompanied by confusion and an escalating sense of caution, Lin Feng followed the Bloodwolf team to a large courtyard surrounded by ramshackle wooden shacks and discarded materials. Deep within the impoverished district, in the center of the courtyard sat a familiar figure. Lounging on a rickety wooden chair with a sinister smile, it was the scarred-faced rent collector he had confronted yesterday, known by the ID, Bloodwolf Jackal. Ah, we meet again. Kid, Jackal greeted Lin Feng with a sardonic grin, his eyes scanning him like a venomous serpent. Lin Feng pulled back his hood, revealing his true face. Unperturbed and even slightly mocking. Oh, isn't this the esteemed gentleman from yesterday? What's the matter? Come to apologize? Your sincerity is commendable. Even sending someone to fetch me. His audacious words ignited a firestorm of fury among the members of the Bloodwolf gang. Damn it. He dares to talk back even when his end is near. Jackal, quit wasting time. Take him out. Let him know the consequences of crossing the Bloodwolf. Jackal, incensed by Lin Feng's words, slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, rising to his feet and shouting at his subordinates. Teach him a lesson. Make him remember this. After the beating, Jackal's face twisted into a cruel and bizarre smile. Send him to Master Bai as a test subject. The term test subject struck Lin Feng like a chilling needle, causing his pupils to constrict. Although he did not grasp the full implication, he instinctively felt a wave of ominous coldness surge up his spine. Chapter 45. Attribute Overwhelm. Stand there and let me hit you, and you won't even break my defense. Jackal, observing Lin Feng surrounded, wore a sadistic smile, envisioning the moment Lin Feng would be broken and begging for mercy. You little bastard. Jackal shouted, his voice distorted with excitement. Weren't you quite arrogant yesterday? The forest's Lin, the wind's foam? Show me that bravado again. As he grew increasingly agitated, he stood, nearly poking Lin Feng in the nose with his finger. Now I'm telling you, once you step through this door, you'll bear my surname. Jackal-S Jack. Jackal-S Dog. You are just a piece of meat on my chopping board, a mere test subject. He disdainfully glanced at Lin Feng's seemingly frail frame and scoffed. With your level 2 body, tossed into Master Bai's furnace, you'd only yield a few thousand experience points. Waste utilization. What are you all standing around for? Jackal bellowed at his subordinates. Break his limbs. Take your time. I want to savor his beautiful screams. He was lost in his own twisted fantasy of torment, a look of grotesque pleasure on his face. However, the scene he envisioned of Lin Feng cowering in fear never materialized. Instead, Lin Feng found himself amused by Jackal's self-indulgent musings. Unable to contain himself, Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. Through a mental link, he signaled the eager slime perched on his shoulder to hold off for now. Then, under the murderous gaze of Jackal and the Bloodwolf members, Lin Feng slowly raised his right hand. He faced Jackal and leisurely extended his middle finger. Before anyone could react, he lowered that finger with utmost disdain and mockery. This ancient, deeply insulting gesture exploded like a silent thunderclap in the dilapidated courtyard. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the area. Everyone was taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity, which bordered on madness. I'll fuck your mother. Jackal's sinister grin instantly froze, morphing into pure rage. His face turning an alarming shade of purple as he trembled with fury. He felt like a clown, mocked and belittled by his adversary. Kill him. Kill him now. Jackal shrieked in a hysterical rage, his voice piercing the sky above the impoverished district. Unable to contain themselves any longer, two melee combatants, a level 16 staff fighter and a level 15 axe warrior, grinned wickedly and launched their attacks first. Kid, have you lost your mind? Seeking death, the staff fighter roared. His D-grade, hardwood staff, whistling through the air as he activated his skill. Heavy strike. His muscles bulged as the C-grade talent, mighty strength activated. A faint earthy glow enveloping his arms, augmenting the force of his strike by 20. The staff descended like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Lin Feng's head. Simultaneously, the axe warrior charged forward, roaring, wielding an E-grade rusty battle axe that swung towards Lin Feng's midsection with tremendous force. While he didn't use a skill, the sheer power behind the attack suggested he intended to cleave Lin Feng in two. Their coordination may not have been masterful, but against a level 2 summoner, they believed it was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Faced with a siege that could instantaneously annihilate an ordinary level 2 player, Lin Feng remained resolutely planted in place, utterly unmoved. He even had the leisure to adjust the collar of his gray cloak. His gaze was tranquil, as if he were observing two frenzied ants. It's over. This boy has been rendered speechless. Humph, he brought this upon himself. Brother Chai, save some breath for me to have my turn. The surrounding members of the Blood Wolves erupted in derision, envisioning the scene of Lin Feng's brain splattering and blood spraying in all directions. Brother Chai's eyes widened with anticipation, a cruel smile resurfacing on his face. He longed to witness the humiliation of this insolent boy being reduced to pulp. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed. Two distinct sounds reverberated almost simultaneously. A sturdy wooden staff struck solidly against Lin Feng's head, while a rusted battle axe cleaved mercilessly into his side. However, the anticipated scene of shattered skulls and flying flesh did not materialize. Not even a tremor disturbed Lin Feng. It was as if the formidable blows, capable of splitting stone, were merely feathers brushing against him. Then, to the stunned gaze of the two attackers and all onlookers, two enormous and glaring scarlet numbers languidly ascended from above Lin Feng's head. 0. These two zeros struck the faces of every Bloodwolf member like silent slaps, shattering Brother Chai's cruel smile into fragments. Time itself seemed to freeze in that dilapidated courtyard. The staff-wielding martial artist, his sinister grin frozen in place, was possessed by utter disbelief. He felt as though his strike had not landed on a human head, but rather on an ancient and unyielding mountain of steel. The recoil left his hands numb. The axe warrior stood agape, staring at the chipped edge of his axe before glancing at Lin Feng's unscathed waist. His mind a void. No, it's impossible. Brother Chai, like a duck with its throat grasped, let out a shrill, pitchy screech, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What did he just witness? A level 2 summoner, standing still, had withstood the might of a level 16 martial artist's A-grade talent-enhanced strike and a full force blow from a level 15 axe warrior, and the result was 0. What in the world is happening? An illusion. It must be an illusion. All the members of the Blood Wolves stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell, their expressions of mockery and malice replaced by boundless horror. In the stillness, Lin Feng's voice, laced with a hint of languor and mockery, pierced through the profound silence. Put in some effort. Have you not had your meal? Or is it that your Bloodwolf Legion possesses such meager strength? Chapter 46. The Truth of the Blood Pill. A fury to slay scum and save the innocent. Lin Feng's nonchalant remark ignited the final fuse. Damn it. This is absurd. Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe he is truly impervious to harm. Brother Chai snapped back from his stupor, emitting a beast-like roar. His eyes bloodshot as he unsheathed his E-grade dagger, leading the charge. The other members, awakening from their daze, though horrified, rallied under Brother Chai's imposing presence and the sheer numbers on their side, roaring as they unleashed their skills. The martial artist, refusing to accept defeat, activated powerful strike. Once more, the golden glow of his C-grade talent, might, shining even brighter than before. The axe warrior swung his battle axe with fervor, the brilliance of the skill, cleave, shimmering along the blade. Among the remaining three, a level 17 assassin flickered, entering stealth in an attempt to launch a surprise attack from behind. A level 16 mage chanted swiftly, the tip of his staff coalescing with icy blue light, while the final level 15 archer knocked an arrow, the projectile slicing through the air towards Lin Feng's eyes. In the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Lin Feng finally moved. He did not evade. Rather, he took a step forward. Just eliminate the threats. Leave a living witness for interrogation. Lin Feng commanded calmly through a mental link. With a jubilant cry, the eager slime leapt from Lin Feng's shoulder, its body rapidly expanding mid-air. Mimicry activated. The dark green form, upon landing, had transformed into Brother Chai's likeness, even the scar on his face meticulously replicated. Yet, the aura it emanated was 100-fold more terrifying than that of the real Brother Chai. What? To Brother Chase. It's an illusion. Be careful. Panic ensued among the assailants. The slime, embodying Brother Chai, paid no heed to their confusion, charging directly at the martial artist. Skill, charge. A significant damage number burst forth. The martial artist, caught off guard, felt an overwhelming force, his chest caving in as he was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing against the courtyard wall, blood spewing forth. It was evident he would not survive. You have slain a level 16 player, martial artist, gaining 160 experience points. Your pet slime has killed the target. You gain 1 free attribute point. Your pet slime gains 1 free attribute point. The system notifications rang coldly. The first, Lin Feng's indifferent voice echoed like the whisper of death. Simultaneously, the mage's ice spike and the archer's power shot reached Lin Feng. He neither dodged nor bothered to summon a wind shield. The ice spike shattered against his chest, while the arrow merely tapped against his eyelid, ricocheting harmlessly. 0, 0. What the hell? The archer, terrified, turned to flee. Lin Feng raised his hand. A fireball the size of a basin surged forth, striking him squarely in the back. 450. Boom. The archer let out a wail, reduced to a charred corpse. You have slain a level 15 player, archer, gaining 150 experience points. The stealthy assassin, having just approached Lin Feng's rear with a poisoned dagger raised, froze at the horrifying sight. The slime, now in the guise of Brother Chai, snapped its head around, its eyes devoid of any human emotion, solely reflecting a frigid malice. Its massive form surged forth, crashing down upon the assassin. 415. Normal attack. Crack. The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed. The assassin uttered not a single sound before being crushed into a pulp. You have slain a level 17 player, assassin, gaining 170 experience points. Your pet slime has killed the target. You gain 1 free attribute point. Your pet slime gains 1 free attribute point. The third. The axe warrior's cleave finally struck the back of the slime, in Brother Chai form. 0. The slime, unfazed, turned and delivered a retaliatory punch, simulated fist, to the axe warrior's head. 405. The axe warrior's head exploded like a watermelon. You have slain a level 15 player, axe warrior, gaining 150 experience points. Your pet slime has slain the target. You have gained 1 free attribute point. And your pet slime has also gained 1 free attribute point. The fourth. The last mage, paralyzed with terror, turned to flee, muttering incoherently, abandoning even his staff. Lin Feng raised his hand, and an invisible wind blade surged forth. 450. The mage's frantic movements abruptly ceased, a crimson line blossoming from his neck, his head rolling to the ground. Slayed LV16 player, mage, gained 160 experience points. The fifth. In the blink of an eye, the 5 previously imposing members of the Blood Wolf had all perished. The ground lay strewn with debris, blood staining the dilapidated courtyard. A powerful stench of blood rising to the heavens. Only the true jackal remained, frozen mid-charge, his short knife clattering to the ground. The fury and ferocity that had once marked his face vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. His body trembled violently. A damp patch forming in his trousers, the foul odor wafting through the air. The slime dispelled its simulation technique, reverting to a dark green jelly-like form. Bounding back to Lin Feng's shoulder, shaking off its body in disdain as if it had picked up something filthy. Lin Feng approached the pallid jackal, his gaze as cold as steel. Now, may I be introduced to Master Bai? His voice was low but carried an almost suffocating pressure. I will take you. I will take you there right away. Please, do not kill me. The jackal fell to his knees, prostrating himself, tears streaming down his face. Under the jackal's desperate guidance, Lin Feng wound through the alleys, arriving outside an exceedingly secluded courtyard deeper within the slums. This place was even more dilapidated and quiet, with towering walls and tightly shut gates. Although there were no guards outside, Lin Feng's extraordinary hearing distinctly captured the heart-wrenching cries of children emanating from within, filled with anguish and terror, tightening his chest. Surely, this was not a good sign. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed with cold resolve. He gestured for the terrified jackal to knock on the door. Who is it? Came a wary voice from within. It is me, the jackal. I urgently seek Master Bai. The jackal stammered in reply. The door creaked open a crack. At that moment, the slime on Lin Feng's shoulder activated once more. Simulation technique. Transforming into the jackal. The jackal burst through the door like a wraith, and in the astonished gaze of the door's opener, delivered a crushing blow to his throat. Lin Feng swiftly followed. Entering the courtyard, a glance revealed 7 or 8 individuals clad in blood wolf attire, busy with various tasks, hauling materials or guarding pathways. Enemy attack. Someone shouted in alarm, but it was too late. The slime, in its jackal form, became a relentless killing machine, alternating between charge and regular attacks. Each strike claiming a life. Its defenses rendered all their efforts mere farce. Lin Feng moved with the ease of a leisurely stroll, his F-grade staff deftly dispatching those attempting to escape or attack from afar with fireball and ice spike. 450, 450, 450. The terrifying magical damage was far beyond what these ordinary Blood Wolf members could withstand. The battle concluded in a mere minute or two. The courtyard was littered with a dozen corpses, blood pooling into small streams, the heavy stench nearly inducing nausea. Lin Feng's expression remained grim as he followed the faint cries, forcefully kicking open the heavy wooden door of the main house within the courtyard. The sight inside made his pupils constrict, a wave of unbridled fury surging to his head. The interior had been repurposed, with several crude blood extraction devices made from a fusion of magical energy and ancient machinery placed at the center. Each device was connected to a child who appeared to be under 16, emaciated, their pallor ashen, eyes vacant and numb, large needles embedded in their wrists or ankles, their crimson blood being slowly siphoned into a container radiating an eerie red glow. The heart-wrenching cries of a little girl were stifled as a brutish man forcibly held her down on the extraction table, her struggles and cries echoing in the room. Nearby, a small room separated by a sturdy security door revealed a middle-aged man clad in a soiled white coat, peering coldly through a small window at the unfolding horror outside. Scum! Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fury, his roar echoing. The slime, sensing its master's boundless wrath, acted without command, delivering a charge that sent the man pinwheeling through the air, blood spraying as he met his demise mid-flight. Lin Feng rushed forward, tearing the tubes from the extraction devices with his bare hands, liberating the feeble children. He abruptly turned, his gaze locking onto the small room, murderous intent coalescing in his eyes. Approaching the security door, he inhaled deeply, unleashing a staggering 400 points of strength in a single explosive effort. Open. For me. Boom. The deafening crash reverberated as the seemingly sturdy security door, along with its frame, buckled and collapsed inward under Lin Feng's kick. Inside the room, the middle-aged man in the white coat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement, shrieked in terror, dropping his clipboard and retreating, collapsing onto the floor in fright. Name, Bai Xiaosheng. Level, LV5. Lin Feng stepped inside, effortlessly lifting the limp Bai Xiaosheng from the control room and hurling him before the blood extraction devices. Speak. What are you doing here? Lin Feng's voice resonated like a chilling specter from the depths of hell. Bai Xiaosheng, trembling in abject fear, his trousers dampened, pleaded for his life. Please. Do not kill me. I will tell you everything. Under Lin Feng's nearly dismembering gaze, Bai Xiaosheng stammered, revealing the ghastly truth. It turned out that the upper echelons of the Blood Wolf Corps had discovered an insidious ancient method of refining low-grade healing potions using human blood. This potion was remarkably cost-effective, its efficacy rivaling that of D-grade potions on the market, yielding immense profits. They exploited the impoverished inhabitants of the slums, those unable to pay the residence tax, who were on the verge of being forcibly transported to the wilds to meet their demise, transferring them a mere 100 experience points daily, dangling their lives before them like livestock, while they endlessly siphoned their blood as raw material. Moreover, the blood and marrow of awakened players contained even greater energies, referred to as the catalyst, serving as the primary ingredient for crafting higher quality blood potions that could temporarily enhance attributes. To them, an isolated awakened one like Lin Feng represented the perfect catalyst. Madness. You are all utterly mad, Lin Feng roared, his blood boiling as he listened to the depraved dealings, his face flushed with rage, his chest heaving, a palpable aura of murder swirling around him. For the sake of experience points, for profit, these individuals resorted to such heinous acts of blood extraction and potion crafting. And from the sounds of it, this was no mere recent endeavor. Spare me. I was forced into this. It's all the Blood Wolf Corps that coerced me. Bai Xiaosheng, terrified by the fiery intensity in Lin Feng's eyes, desperately prostrated himself, his forehead bloodied from repeated bowing. Forced? Lin Feng's fury twisted into a sardonic smile. Clutching the blood-soaked experience points, engaging in such atrocious deeds, and thinking to absolve himself with a mere claim of coercion? He ceased his idle chatter and withdrew an F-grade longsword from his storage bag, a weapon he had previously acquired. In a flash, the blade gleamed, with a sickening sound. The pleading voice of Bai Xiaosheng was abruptly silenced, and a severed head tumbled to the ground, its visage marred by sheer terror and disbelief. Killed LV5 player by Xiaosheng. Gained 50 experience points. Lin Feng did not spare a glance at the corpse. He forcibly suppressed the surging fury and nausea roiling within him and turned to cautiously gather the rescued children together, observing their expressions, filled with fear, numbness, yet tinged with a flicker of hope. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. Blood Wolf Legion, Chapter 47. Fury in Rescuing Children. Frenzied attribute grinding in preparation. Gazing at the lifeless head of Bai Xiaosheng on the ground and inhaling the thick, inescapable stench of blood in the air. The flames of rage within Lin Feng continued to blaze fiercely. He suddenly pivoted, his cold gaze locking onto the crumpled figure of the jackal, who was rendered senseless by fear. Scum, now you shall taste this torment. Lin Feng growled, lifting the limp jackal as one might a dead animal, and brutally dragged him towards a still operational blood extraction device. Ignoring the jackal's pig-like wails and pleas for mercy, he forcefully pressed the man's arm against the extraction table, mimicking the horrendous fate of the children before him, and viciously plunged a thick needle into his vein. Ah! The jackal emitted a harrowing scream as his crimson blood was swiftly siphoned away, flowing into a container that emitted an eerie red glow. Lin Feng did not cast him a single glance. Instead, he briskly approached the rescued children. There were 5 in total, 3 boys and 2 girls, aged between 12 and 15, each emaciated, clad in tattered rags, their exposed skin marred by needle marks and bruises. They huddled together, their vacant gazes reflecting a mix of terror and frailty, trembling like a group of frightened young animals. Witnessing their plight, Lin Feng felt as though an invisible hand had tightly gripped his heart, inflicting a suffocating pain. He hastened to retrieve the clean food and fresh water he had previously stored, along with several bottles of C-grade, calming potion that could restore health and alleviate mental fatigue, carefully presenting them to the children. Do not be afraid. The bad man has been slain by me. Here, eat something and drink this potion. It will make you feel better. Lin Feng endeavored to infuse his voice with warmth. Initially, the children hesitated, their fear palpable, but under Lin Feng's encouraging gaze, a bolder boy stepped forward to accept the food, devouring it ravenously. Observing this, the others cautiously followed suit, taking the food and potions. The effects of the C-grade potion were immediate. A hint of color gradually returned to their pale faces, and a faint glimmer of light rekindled in their hollow eyes. Yet, as Lin Feng noted their slight improvement, he dared not relax his vigilance. He was acutely aware that lingering here was perilous. The Blood Wolf Legion, a formidable entity ranking among the top 3 in Donghai Town, with thousands of members and a plethora of skilled fighters. The leader and core members had likely surpassed level 50. Although his attributes were formidable, his level was still too low, and his skills inadequate. Confronting the entire legion head-on would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. He must leave immediately. Alarm bells rang in Lin Feng's mind. Casting a glance at the pitiful children, he recalled his own upbringing in an orphanage. A surge of empathy and an unshakable sense of responsibility welled within him. If he were to abandon them, they would surely meet a grim fate at the hands of the Blood Wolf Legion, either silenced or subjected to unimaginable torment. He could not turn a blind eye. Let us go. I will take you away from here. Lin Feng resolved, his tone resolute as he addressed the children. He grasped the 2 weakest children, signaling for the others to follow. As they exited the blood-soaked, nefarious courtyard, the once dulled residents of the impoverished district stood silently along the alleyway, their gazes fixed upon them. Their expressions were complex, surprise, fear, but predominantly a flicker of hope igniting in the midst of desolation. Lin Feng, observing these walking shadows, felt a tumult of emotions stir within him. He halted, drew a deep breath, and with all his might, shouted to the silent throng, "Hold on. Trust me, I will return soon. I will rescue each and every one of you." His voice resonated through the quiet slums, imbued with an undeniable determination. The crowd remained silent, yet they instinctively parted to create a wider passage for Lin Feng and the children. In some eyes, a faint spark of hope had begun to kindle. They expressed their support in this unspoken manner, urging Lin Feng to hasten his departure. No longer hesitating, Lin Feng understood that his promise bore immense weight. Though not a born hero, having breached this hellish reality, he would not forsake his duty. Let us go. With the 5 children in tow, Lin Feng, relying on his remarkable agility of 400 points, swiftly navigated the convoluted, filthy alleys. He chose rarely trodden paths, twisting and turning, constantly shifting directions, cautiously evading any potential watchers. Only after confirming that they were not being followed did he lead the children to the secluded 2-story building belonging to Shadowblade. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng rapped on the door. It opened swiftly, revealing Shadowblade's face obscured by a metallic mask. Upon noticing the 5 visibly malnourished and terrified children trailing behind Lin Feng, he appeared momentarily stunned. Lin Feng, what is this? Let us discuss inside. Lin Feng replied gravely, quickly ushering the children inside. Shadow Blade's sister-in-law, Su Wan, was also stirred by the commotion and emerged from the inner room. Upon seeing the children, her gentle features transformed with astonishment and pity. Lin Feng secured the door and, without reservation, recounted how he had been provoked by the Blood Wolf Legion, how he had fought back, how he discovered the Blood Pill Workshop and the rescue of these children, delivering the account swiftly and clearly. And that is how it is. The Blood Wolf Legion is engaged in the abhorrent practice of draining blood and concocting pills. These scoundrels, Lin Feng concluded, his anger palpable, his fists clenched tightly. Shadow Blade and Su Wan stood in stunned disbelief, as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot. The astonishment in Shadow Blade's eyes was evident beneath his mask. While Su Wan covered her mouth with a trembling hand, her complexion pale and her body slightly swaying, nearly losing her balance. They had lived in Donghai town for many years, aware of the tyrannical actions of the 3 major legions. Yet never had they imagined that beneath the town's glamorous facade lay such heinous and reprehensible crimes. How dare they? Su Wan's voice quivered, filled with trepidation and indignation. Had she and Shadow Blade fallen into the clutches of the Blood Wolf Legion when they were at their wit's end, their fate would have undoubtedly been grim. Shadow Blade took several deep breaths, struggling to quell the tempest within him. He regarded Lin Feng with a mixture of admiration and concern. Lin Feng, you've stirred up a great deal of trouble. The Blood Wolf Legion will not let this go lightly. I am aware, Lin Feng replied calmly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Thus, I require your assistance. He promptly summoned the system interface and initiated a trade with Shadow Blade. Player Lin Feng is transferring 200,000 experience points to you. Staring at the astonishingly large sum of experience points that had materialized out of thin air, both Shadow Blade and Su Wan were rendered speechless, utterly astonished. 200,000 experience points. This was enough to sustain an ordinary player for many years without worry. Lin Feng, this is too much. Ingren wishes to refuse. Accept it. Lin Feng interjected, his tone leaving no room for dissent. These children require shelter, sustenance, medicine, and above all, absolute security. I place my trust in you and your sister-in-law. His earnest gaze bore into Ingren and Su Wan. Before I possess the strength to overthrow the Blood Wolf Legion, please ensure their safety, conceal them well, and keep them hidden from prying eyes. Ingren, meeting Lin Feng's unwavering and trusting eyes, glanced at the trembling children whose gazes were filled with desperation. After a few moments of silence, he nodded solemnly. From beneath his metallic mask, a raspy yet profoundly serious voice emerged. Rest assured, as long as I, Ingren, draw breath, I shall not allow them to suffer further harm. Su Wan stepped forward as well, gently embracing 2 of the children and softly reassuring them. Fear not, little ones, for you are safe here. Watching the children gradually relax under Su Wan's comforting presence, Lin Feng felt a flicker of relief. He was acutely aware that he had obliterated a significant source of revenue for the Blood Wolf Legion and had eliminated their men, absconding with vital resources. It was only a matter of time before they traced the events back to him. After all, traversing the slums with 5 children, it was impossible to evade the notice of all. Time had become exceedingly urgent. I must grow stronger. Stronger. A fierce sense of urgency and an insatiable desire for power surged within Lin Feng. He bid farewell to Ingren and Su Wan, donning once more the gray cloak, merging into the shadows of the town like a specter. His objective was clear, the Goblin Forest's black hole. Now, any hesitation or delay would be fatal. He needed attribute points, a vast abundance of attribute points. If his and the slime's attributes were sufficiently elevated, high enough to crush all opposition, then what fear would he have of a mere 1,000-member Blood Wolf Legion, or even 10,000, 100,000? Power. He required absolute power to protect those he cherished, to trample upon the vile rules and scum of society. Lin Feng's gaze hardened into an unwavering and icy resolve as he strode purposefully towards the portal leading to the second-tier monster black hole. A new storm was on the horizon, and he must amass the strength to rend all asunder before it fully descended.